The bell rang, and moments later, with a surprised sigh, Dan straightened her hair, widened her eyes in astonishment, and asked, "What does this mean?" Choi Sel, blushing with embarrassment, confessed that he liked Dan. Frowning to ensure his words had impact, he explained that from the moment he first saw her, and as they got closer, he developed feelings for her. Dan paused, unsure of what to say, placing her palm on her chin, lowering her head, and glancing away. Sawa stood in silence, waiting for a response. After a brief pause, he apologized to Dan, lowering his head, admitting it felt awkward for someone she didn't like to confess. Dan, snapped out of her thoughts upon hearing this, exclaimed that it wasn't true and asked what Sawa meant by her not liking him. She assured him it wasn't the case, and after calming herself, added that Sawa was kind. He clenched his fists and frowned, bracing for more, as Dan continued, saying he was also cheerful and funny. She didn't understand why she would dislike him, but something still seemed off. Meanwhile, Yashin, standing outside, saw the man he was waiting for and, noticing Sawa's downcast expression, thought it better not to ask. Placing a comforting hand on Sawa's shoulder, he asked if Sawa had expected such an outcome. With a disappointed frown, Sawa replied that Dan had told him she wanted to focus on her studies. Yashin, slightly irritated, sighed, realizing that Dan could have come up with a better excuse, especially since everyone knew she wasn't an excellent student. Sawa suddenly asked why Yashin was so upset, but before he could finish his question, a ball from the other children playing in the area flew toward him. However, there was no impact, as Sawa, without looking, simply extended his hand and blocked the ball. The children, noticing the ball heading his way, ran closer, apologizing and asking if Sawa was okay. Sawa ignored them and, still holding the ball in his outstretched hand, asked why things seemed so unusual. Yashin admitted it was a mystery, as Sawa was great at sports, counting calories, and had done well in jump rope and running. Realizing it was futile, Yashin asked if Sawa had seen a doctor. Sawa sighed, lowering his head in defeat, and explained that doctors said if his weight remained the same despite his efforts, it was likely due to genetics. Back at home, Sawa closed the door, reflecting on genetics as he looked at some photographs on the table. He thought it would be easier if it were true, since, though unfair, he could simply accept the situation. He picked up a photo with his parents, thinking back to his mother, who was used to compliments in her youth. He touched his father's image, remembering that he had never met him but had heard a lot about him. His father had been a successful fighter. Though his career was short, his records and strength still resonated today. Sawa thought about his father's victories and awards, and, suddenly, the idea of being overweight didn't seem so bad. His mother had always said he had this type of body, and he should embrace it. While walking further into the apartment, Sawa noticed a salad on a plate with a note that encouraged him to stay strong. The note said that a diet was good, but Sawa was most beautiful when healthy. Frowning, he admitted that it made him angry. He opened the kitchen drawer, looking at snack bags, and wondered what the point of a diet was if it didn't work. He remembered all the years spent on this futile effort. Taking some cooking utensils and food, he decided it was better to eat properly than to worry. He reached for one of the snack bags but froze, covered in sweat, surprised that his hands wouldn't move to open it. Annoyed, Sawa took the salad instead, poking the vegetables with his fork as he ate them with a dissatisfied expression. When the sun began to set, Sawa went for a run. Covered in sweat from fatigue and tension, he continued, and the phone attached to his clothes indicated he had run 4 kilometers. However, he didn't stop, noticing that his pace was faster than usual. As he remembered Dan's face when they had spoken, he decided he wouldn't give up. Hours passed, and it grew completely dark. Stopping to catch his breath, Sawa realized he had run 15.5 kilometers, breaking his personal record. His back ached, and he realized he had overdone it. Suddenly, he noticed a place he had never seen before, and, as he reached for his phone to check the map, a voice interrupted him. Someone commented on how nimble he was, comparing him to 10,000 pigs. Sawa froze, hearing a voice behind him. Looking toward it, he saw a dark figure on the bridge. Assuming there was no way to hide, the figure leapt high into the air and landed next to Sawa. Sawa stepped back, startled, estimating the distance to be about 6 meters. He asked if the man was okay. The stranger assured him not to be afraid, explaining he wasn't hunting him. The figure introduced himself as a judge serving on this peninsula, responsible for monitoring the monsters there. Sawa, confused, didn't understand, and the stranger assumed Sawa knew nothing. Smiling, the stranger said it was fine and suggested Sawa follow him. He pulled out a piece of cloth and tossed it toward Sawa. Siv covered his face with his hands, shouting in disbelief. The next moment, the cloth Bai had thrown enveloped him like a cocoon. Siv clenched his jaw, unable to break free, confused about what was happening. After some time, the cocoon suddenly opened and Siv fell to the ground. Bai, catching the cloth, folded it as Siv, rising to his knees, grabbed his head and muttered, "What kind of nonsense is this?" He opened his eyes wider and started looking around, noticing the drastic change in his surroundings. Bai welcomed him to the world of monsters. Siv froze in shock, raising his palm and frowning. Bai, looking at him seriously, advised him to look around, telling him that Siv would understand everything soon. He asked if Siv saw it, and looking around, Siv noticed terrifying monsters nearby. Bai explained that everyone there was a resident of this world, monsters. Siv was frightened by the sight, and Bai added that once, people feared these monsters and worshipped them as gods. But now, they were only spoken of as superstitions and ghosts. Every 666 years, a festival was held to determine the king of monsters, where the youngest, most talented monsters from around the world, including the Korean peninsula, were chosen as candidates. Siv stood up and listened intently to Bai's words. Bai continued, telling him that 666 years ago, a monster rose as king, defeating the others. Now, 666 years had passed. Siv, stretching his palms forward, asked why he was here, having understood the situation but still confused. Bai replied that he had already told Siv. Each monster tribe nominates a candidate. Since Siv was the only one who inherited goblin blood, both in the monster world and the human world, he should be there. Siv widened his eyes, clenching his jaw. Bai added that Siv was a 4th or 5th generation goblin, albeit a distant one. Siv apologized, drawing attention to himself, admitting he thought Bai had made a mistake. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed, making Siv more frightened. Someone jumped high into the air, and Siv trembled, unable to control his emotions. The next moment, a monster landed in front of him with a force that sent shards of stone and dust into the air. Siv covered his face to shield it from the debris. Bai declared that Siv would at least need to pass a test to prove his worth. Siv, with slightly open eyes, noticed the massive monster land next to him. The monster, turning to Bai, asked if everything was fine with Siv. Without answering, Bai sternly announced that if the monster won, he could eat Siv. The massive goblin agreed, believing the chance to eat a human after 666 years shouldn't be missed. Siv was horrified and jumped aside, narrowly avoiding a strike as the goblin swung his leg at him. The blow sent Siv flying, crashing to the ground with such force that it cracked beneath him. Bai warned that even though Siv had inherited goblin blood, he wasn't allowed to participate in the festival as an ordinary person. Blood stained Siv's clothes, but ignoring the pain, he trembled as he tried to stand. Bai ordered him to prove his worth, adding that Siv had to do this if he wanted to survive. Blood streamed down Siv's face as he clenched his jaw and struggled to get up. However, before he could fully rise, the goblin lifted him and threw him to the ground with such force that more cracks appeared. Siv spat blood, and the goblin asked if Siv was truly stronger than he appeared. The goblin, thoughtfully resting his hand under his chin, admitted he had initially seen Siv as just a piece of meat, but decided there was no harm in testing him further. He raised his hand to deliver a final blow, suggesting that Siv could be made into a chop. Before the goblin's hand reached the ground, a flash of light appeared. Bai closed his eyes, listening to the loud sounds around him. The goblin, still confused, continued to press down while Civ, suddenly changing, stood up and caught the goblin's hand. Goblins, as ancient beings, possessed limitless capabilities, and even Bai was shocked to see Civ stop the blow. Bai realized that Civ had awakened to the goblin's true strength. With a concentrated expression, Civ, using this newfound instinct, bent down and executed a mountain throw, lifting the goblin into the air and slamming him to the ground with tremendous force. Huge stone slabs rose from the ground, and as the dust cleared, the goblin lay unconscious, while Civ stood beside him. Civ had transformed, no longer fully human, but a half-goblin. He squinted, trying to catch his breath, ignoring the blood running down his face. The awakening was complete. Some time later, in a store, someone asked his companion what had happened. Civ, sighing, said it was over. His companion, remembering Civ's changed body and the fight with the goblin, asked what kind of crazy dream that was. Yashin, noting Civ's face, guessed that Civ was enjoying himself, but Civ frowned and stated there was nothing fun about it. He had been beaten the entire time, only managing one throw. Yashin found it strange that Civ had been beaten in his dream, as people usually dream of doing familiar things. He recalled that Civ had never learned to fight, having only taken up boxing to lose weight. Civ agreed that it was strange since the dream felt unusually vivid. He remembered the moment he made the throw and noted that he felt like he knew exactly what to do from the start. Civ suggested that he could still do it now if he wanted. Seeing Civ's focused expression, Yashin smiled and asked if Civ was getting too caught up in it. Civ, frowning in frustration, explained what had happened and sighed, concluding that it was probably all due to stress. He clutched an empty juice box in his hands, staring at his palms and wondering why he was so obsessed with losing weight. Suddenly, everything changed again, and Civ, shocked by his transformed body, heard someone ask if he had truly woken up. He looked around, disoriented, standing nearby, who admitted he thought Civ would wake up soon since he had fallen asleep while standing. Civ, looking around once more, realized this was not a dream and once again saw the world of monsters surrounding him. The monsters around him began glancing at each other, not expecting this, especially not thinking that Civ could immediately kill the goblin. They assumed Civ was hiding his strength, but eventually they realized that wasn't the case, as Civ still had goblin blood in him. As the conversation continued, the monsters recalled that they hadn't seen goblin serum in a long time, and Civ stood with clenched fists, head down, unsure of how to react, breathing heavily. Finally, Bai struck the ground with his staff to get attention, announcing his title as the judge of the monsters of the peninsula. He stated that he found Civ promising, given the evidence of hundreds of monsters around him, and one of the monsters, pointing towards Civ, declared him a monster, not a man. He added that anyone who disagreed should speak now and spread the word throughout Busan. No monster objected to Bai's statement, noting that encountering a goblin was a rare event, and they leapt into the air to carry out Bai's orders. The monsters realized this festival would be quite interesting. A little later, Bai approached Civ and announced that since he had become a monster, his name would now be added to the list. No one could harm or capture Civ without a valid reason. Civ, agreeing with this, still stated that he needed to return home. He suddenly wondered if there was no reason for this. Just then, Sva, who was also standing nearby, dismissed Civ's concerns, saying it was nonsense. She sighed and remarked that either Civ was pretending to be an idiot or was one. She asked if he hadn't heard that he was now a monster. Crossing her arms, she added that if a monster did not prove it could fully hide its essence among humans, it would not be allowed in the human kingdom until it was 500 years old. Civ was shocked to hear this and said he had caused little trouble, never having hurt anyone and always living peacefully. He then became thoughtful and said if Civ didn't understand, there was no other choice. Civ froze in shock as Bai suddenly became more threatening. Bai declared that he must kill Civ, and Civ, frightened, jumped back and then froze in shock as he realized he had flown a great distance, landing on the ground. Civ looked at Bai, who returned to his normal demeanor, and then asked if Siv understood what he meant. Sva sighed and turned away displeased. Bai added that no matter how Siv viewed himself, his body was that of a monster. Siv realized this, and for a moment his body trembled. Bai declared that goblins were considered the strongest among monsters. Even though Siv was a newly awakened child, his strength far surpassed that of a human, capable of killing an ordinary person with just a touch. Bai then showed the broken, bloody mannequins, and Siv finally understood everything. Looking down sadly, he muttered that waiting 500 years seemed impossible. But Bai suddenly said that Siv only needed to wait 6 months. Siv asked in disbelief if that was true, and Bai replied, asking if he hadn't heard that the king of the monsters was chosen every 666 years. The current king had enforced the 500-year ban, but Bai explained that 666 years ago, things were different. He recalled a man running through a dark forest, chased by a monster. In the past, all monsters could freely enter and exit the human realm, and humans could only run. Bai remembered how the man tripped over a stone, trembling with fear as monsters approached, and how people once relied on the strongest monsters for protection. He recalled the man's frightened face as he bowed to the monster who protected him. Bai explained that people once treated monsters with fear and worship. However, at the end of the festival 666 years ago, the new king defeated all the monsters and was not content with the past. On his first day as king, he wrote a new law with the blood of the monsters he killed. Because of this law, monsters could no longer harm people or reveal themselves to humans. As a result, people stopped fearing monsters, and many even believed they were mere fairy tales. Bai, however, was sure this wouldn't last long. In 6 months, a new king would appear and change everything. The law would be rewritten, and Siv froze as he opened his eyes wide. Bai added that on that day, the sun would set in the human kingdom, and all the monsters would return to the humans, awakening forgotten fears and horrors. Bai imagined how people would cry and scream in terror as they ran from the monsters. Siv frowned and lowered his head, saying nothing. Bai then added that over the next 6 months, Siv would need to figure out everything that was happening or learn to control his power. According to Bai, this was something Siv had to decide for himself. Siv asked how he could control his power and wondered what would happen if he learned to do so. He asked how strong one needed to be for monsters to consider someone strong. Bai laughed softly, closed one eye, and stroked his beard, noting that Siv seemed to have a confident expression. He then asked what Siv was planning to do. Frowning, Siv clenched his fists and wondered what would happen to the world when monsters appeared. He declared that he wanted to ensure monsters would not harm humans. Though it was difficult for a 17-year-old to make such promises, he realized that the world would indeed become much more dangerous if Bai was correct. After introducing Yashin and his mother, Siv decided he must at least protect those dear to him. By approaching Siv, noted that there might still be hope. The goblin blood in Siv was strong, stronger than that of pure-blood goblins. If Siv could learn to use his powers properly, no monster would dare harm those he cared for. While the chances were slim, Bai noted that one never knows what might happen and warned Siv that he could extend the law if he won the festival and became the king of monsters. Selfia suddenly interrupted Bai's speech, instructing him not to discuss the impossible. Although Siv wasn't the worst monster, he still stood no chance of winning the festival. She asked if he understood this. B, hearing her voice, turned toward her, and it was then that Bai remembered he hadn't introduced himself. He asked for permission to do so and, pointing to Selfia, called her name, saying that she, like Siv, would participate in the festival for the sake of her people. Selfia, straightening her hair, sighed and then asked why Siv needed her name. She didn't understand why it was necessary, especially since she was certain she'd never see Shiva again. She added that she didn't come here to meet anyone. She recalled that Bai had said he wanted to test if he could return to his people and promised that she would be angry if he went back on his word. Bai didn't respond to this, but explained to Siv that Selfia was in the same situation as him. Despite her young age, she wanted to reach people. He deferred the question because he had many things to do, but Selfia still wanted to take the test. Siv widened his eyes, asking if Bai had said that monsters could reach people in 6 months anyway. Bai asked Siv to look at Selfa. Selfa, angrily, demanded to know why she had to take this test, recalling the magic of transformation and the strength of monsters. She pointed out that many weaker monsters had spent 500 years among people, but Bai knew this and thus found it hard to understand how ready Selfa was. The point was that monsters, to avoid revealing themselves to humans, needed more than just basic skills. They required patience and self-control. Selfa understood Bai's point, but hoped this wasn't just an excuse to avoid dealing with her. Bai dismissed her assumption, saying that if that were the case, he wouldn't have even called her here. He explained that the festival was coming soon, and the old law was about to expire. He asked why he should cater to Selfa's whims when he was already busy. However, Bai said that Sella was lucky because this was the best opportunity to see how she interacted with people. This was her chance, and Bai noted that, as far as she could understand, Siv was human, so there was no better judge than him. Siv froze in shock, and even Selfa was surprised when she realized what Bai expected of her. Bai promised he would give Selfa until the end of the month and asked her to help Siv deal with monster powers, including transformation magic. He promised that if he saw enough progress in a month, he would allow her and Siva to live in the human kingdom. Siv remained silent, still frozen in shock, and Selfa angrily told Bai to stop speaking nonsense. Pointing at Siv, she asked what she could teach him in a month. She shouted that Bai had better immediately say he didn't give her permission. Bai said that if she felt that way, she could just wait 6 months, asking what difference it made if it happened a month earlier or later. He added that whether Selfa abandoned Siva or taught him was up to her. Without saying anything further, Bai threw a piece of cloth into the air, and it enveloped him in a dome. Before hiding, Bai admitted that personally, he thought anything was possible. The fabric formed a cocoon and began to rise in the air, gradually disappearing. Selfa and Siv watched as the cocoon vanished in a bright flash. When it did, Selfa clenched her jaw. Although she knew the question was foolish, she decided to ask it anyway. She asked if Siv knew what strength was. Siva admitted he didn't know. Selfa, resigned, realized she had no choice. Suddenly, Siva widened his eyes in horror as he noticed the goblin, with whom he had been fighting before, now standing behind him. Selfa, noticing his expression, asked what was wrong. Meanwhile, the goblin, drawing attention, asked where Bai had gone, saying the fight wasn't over. Siva opened his mouth in fear, but Selfa remained calm and, looking displeased at the goblin, said it had stuck. She added that because of people like this goblin, humans had forgotten about monsters. Frowning in satisfaction, she looked at the goblin, which became so angry it trembled. The goblin then waved its hand in an attempt to attack her. Selfa, undeterred, continued standing in place, while Siva cried out in fear. Unlike humans, where race mattered little, with monsters, it was a completely different story. Monsters were defined by their strength and size. The difference between them was based on the average potential and skills of their species, leading to the creation of classes in the monster world. Now that purebred goblins had disappeared, there was debate about which class was considered the strongest on the Korean peninsula. However, despite their pride, many monsters agreed that one species was still the strongest. At that moment, the goblin froze, finding itself bound in magical chains, trembling in horror, covered in sweat. Selfa, smiling, asked if something was wrong. The rabid beasts, the 9-tailed foxes, were considered the strongest monsters on the Korean peninsula, and now Selfa had proved it by commanding the goblin to continue. However, it could not move, bound by the chains. A series of surreal scenes flashed before the goblin's eyes, but it no longer groaned in pain. Siva, frozen in shock, realized he couldn't simply stand there in surprise. Clenching his jaw, he began to think about his next move. He had to accept the situation and adapt. Suddenly, Siva noticed Selfa, who, looking at him seriously, pointed out that he had seen the magic, an ability to absorb and use energy and powers. Selfa explained that there were 2 types of magic, unique and acquired. Siva listened attentively, and Selfa added that he already knew what unique magic was. She gave the example of the Goblin Serene, a special ability that was innate to goblins, passed down through their bloodline. To use it, no special training was needed. One simply needed to adapt to it, using it as naturally as breathing. However, Selfa explained, this wasn't the case with acquired magic. Anyone could use it if they mastered it, but it required training and practice, not to mention skill. Pointing at the goblin, she asked if Siva could see it. Selfa noted that the goblin had not trained, relying on his natural size and strength, and now, with a simple binding spell, he had been humiliated. She added that the goblin was a clear example of creatures much lower in level than her. The goblin continued to struggle, but all that happened was that his body trembled. Selfa finally announced that, since it had come to this, she would teach Siv. She offered to clarify everything at once and admitted that she didn't like difficulties. If the result was unsatisfactory, she wouldn't control her anger. That's why she advised Siv to give up immediately if he wasn't ready. For someone who had been human just a moment ago, this would be incredibly difficult. Siv hadn't responded yet, simply lowering his head in thought, and Selfia warned that if he let her down, he could die. Suddenly, Siv frowned, determined, and promised that he would do everything possible, or die trying, if Selfia would teach him. He needed to learn no matter what. Seeing his resolve, Selfia put her finger to her chin, thinking. Siv added that he couldn't afford to worry about the future now. Selfia smiled, noting that Siv most likely wouldn't succeed, but it was better to try than not try at all. In the end, she suggested they eat first. Siv asked again, confused, and Selfia recalled that she had said magic absorbed energy and strength. She extended her hand, and a magical light appeared above it. Selfia explained that this was the power of all the inhabitants of the monster world, though very little was available to Siv since this power was typically gained from breathing and eating in their world. But Siv had only just arrived, and with the human world's diet, he couldn't gain anything. All he had now was his inherent strength. Smirking, she asked if he was hungry. After all the effort, Selfia assumed Siv would want to eat. Siv awkwardly placed a hand on his neck and admitted he wasn't that hungry. However, he suddenly opened his eyes, trembling, as the veins in his hands became more visible. He didn't understand what was happening and began to shake uncontrollably. Selfia recalled what she had said earlier and looked at Siv, explaining that he had little strength left, especially after that battle with the goblin, which had drained him. She remembered how Siv had used a technique, explaining this was usually the outcome when power was depleted. Approaching Siv, who was bent over and trembling, Selfia ran her hand along his back and noted that the solution was simple. Moving closer to Siv, she pressed against his back and leaned toward his ear, asking if he could see the goblin. Siv didn't respond, and Selfia explained that in the monster world, a rule existed. If the judge declared a winner in a duel, the life and death of the loser were in the hands of the winner. Selfia also noted that Siv should eat the loser to take their power. This was the simplest and most effective way. Looking at the trembling goblin, Selfia pointed out that Siv would quickly be full, and hunger would be gone. Siv walked forward with a serious expression, feeling a demonic hunger for the first time in his life, growing closer to the goblin. The hunger only strengthened as Selfia's whispers echoed in his mind, and all that filled Siv's thoughts was the predator's instinct over its prey. But there was something Selfia hadn't considered. Because of this, Siv suddenly froze and then looked back at Selfia. What Selfia had failed to account for was that the greedy goblin nature always sought bigger, tastier prey. When Siv looked at her, Selfia froze, her eyes widening in shock. The next moment, Siv lunged at her with a frown displeased. Selfia waved her hand and used a chain spell, releasing a surge of magical energy towards Siv, telling him that no matter how strong he was, he shouldn't be so reckless. Siv's body was bound in chains, and Selfia tiredly remarked that an incomplete monster like Siv couldn't eat her. She was shocked that Siv had thought this way, questioning if he believed she was an easy target. Siv didn't answer, and Selfia decided it was time to teach him some manners. However, before she could act, Siv suddenly began freeing himself from the chains. Though he only broke one chain, it was enough to show his strength. Selfia frowned in surprise, realizing Siv had done it with the sheer force of his hands. Siv continued his attack and collapsed forcefully to the ground. Looking at him, Selfia thought that Siv was trying to prove that even though he was part goblin, he was still a monster. Grabbing her nail with one hand, she pulled it from her finger, grinning through the pain, unfazed by Siv's continued assault. Selfia then drew a circle in the air with her blood and summoned the blessed great demon king. She summoned only a fist, and, through her magic, a massive fist appeared, striking Siv and throwing him aside. Siv frowned, amazed, his eyes widening as the fist opened, transforming into a palm. The palm pushed against Siv with great speed, forcing him forward. Though Siv didn't give up, he placed his hands in front of him to soften the blow, allowing the goblin to move to the side as the palm continued to press forward. After a while, when the magic dissipated, Selfia looked at the trench the impact had left and wondered if Siv was still alive. Seeing a dark silhouette in the dust, she remarked that even if Siv were dead, there was nothing that could be done. She recalled that Siv had asked for death when he attacked her, admitting she didn't expect much from him. However, frowning, she mentally noted that she hadn't expected him to offer any resistance and added that the fact Siv had awakened was surprising, even for powerful goblins. Suddenly, she noticed Siv's eyes, which were apologetic, and the horn now appearing on his forehead. Thinking back to other monsters, she realized only a few goblins possessed such rare and powerful unique magic. Meanwhile, Siv grabbed the horn and ripped it off. Selfia realized that Siv had the potential to become a symbol for the goblin race. At that moment, Siv, holding the horn, stretched his hand out, waiting for it to transform. Selfia grinned, admitting that despite being an unfinished goblin, Siv was impressive. She was now ready to fight. Siv used a unique magic, called the Goblin Club. Siv was an exceptional monster, a genius who had received 9 tails before reaching the age of 100. A talent passed down through generations of demonic families from the Korean peninsula. Selfia could feel the intensity of his power. Siv stood in a fighting stance, his body tense and knees bent, holding out a goblin club, a ball of magical energy gathered in his hand. Selfia understood the danger of this weapon, even though it was the first time she had seen it. She looked at him confidently, her brows furrowing, contemplating how she could match his power. She asked herself, though, what kind of pressure was this? Siv gathered dark waves of magical energy in his hands and then leaned forward with his foot firmly planted on the ground. Selfia stared at him intensely, wide-eyed, as Siv made a sharp move toward her, holding his magical weapon above his head. This technique was known as the transformation of the Goblin Club. Selfia prepared to defend herself, conjuring a thunderstrike spell, holding her hand out in front of her, eyes fixed on him. Moments later, Siv crashed toward her with immense force, resulting in a deafening explosion that filled the air with blinding light and scattered debris in all directions. Selfia gazed ahead, pausing briefly before replying, yes. Then she realized what a goblin club felt like as a massive, muscular arm shot up from the ground beside her. Siv charged at her with a fiery glare. Selfia watched him, scanning from bottom to top, motioning with her fingers. She stated what this meant and that he needed to show his capabilities. At that moment, a colossal red hand began to squeeze Siv's magical energy, pulling him towards it, and Siv was lifted as if he were a toy. The hand clenched into a fist and struck him with great force, creating a powerful explosion. The impact sent Siv flying a long distance. Selfia exhaled deeply, observing that this wasn't nearly enough. As she looked ahead, she thought that considering the immense endurance she had just witnessed, she would need to strike him 5 or 6 more times before he regained his senses. Meanwhile, the giant hand beside her firmly gripped the Goblin Club, with someone else pulling at it from the other side. Selfia glanced in that direction, surprised, eyes wide. When the dust and steam cleared, she saw that someone was holding the Goblin Club. Upon closer inspection, she saw that it was Siv, his veins glowing a bright purple. Shocked, She thought it was unbelievable. She realized he was fighting with only one hand, but in disbelief, she wondered how he could possibly be fighting the Demon King. Siv then raised the goblin club above his head, his gaze fierce with rage. He transformed the club, causing the giant hand to lose its grip. All the magical energy surged towards Siv as the weapon, which could change shape at its owner's will, responded. In ancient times, when goblins and monsters thrived, the goblin club was known as a weapon that could transform into anything. Siv, using transformation magic, altered his weapon. Soon after, he used the chop and club spell to strike at the giant hand. Selfia observed closely, her hands outstretched, realizing that his method of attack had changed, and that this was done so she couldn't counterattack. Reflecting on the club's power, she acknowledged that its magical cost-to-combat efficiency was absurd. As she thought this, she drew a circle with her blood. Almost immediately, more massive hands emerged from the ground around her. She understood that instead of giving him space to use brute force, Siv confidently focused ahead, tensing his whole body as he raised the goblin club, preparing to strike. A giant red hand charged at him, intending to knock him down with a punch. Selfia observed tensely and realized that she was being deceived by the Demon King's tactic. Moments later, she used a double chaotic clap spell, and countless enormous red fists surged towards Siv. With his grip tightening on the goblin club, Siv fought off the attacks, striking each hand with rapid blows. Selfia, placing her hand on her head, took a deep breath. She was surprised to realize he was still holding on. After a moment, she commented that, in all honesty, even those who lived for 100 or 200 years wouldn't match him. She now understood why goblins were so formidable, watching as Siv, veins glowing, gritted his teeth and blocked a barrage of powerful attacks. She thought, even if the half-breed who had opened his eyes just moments ago was already at this level, the magic within him seemed nearly exhausted. If this continued, his body would surely break. She closed her eyes, exhaling deeply, and after a pause, muttered what to do next. Siv, with swift movements, gripped the goblin club like a spear and aimed it at the hands trying to grab it. Using various techniques, he countered the attacks with dark magical matter. Selfia raised her index finger, blood dripping from it. She uttered 3 tails, before pausing and correcting herself, saying 5 tails. As she finished, she drew a circle with her blood above her head, calmly stating that she had every reason to be proud. At that moment, Siv raised a massive weapon, formed from thick dark matter, ready to strike. Selfia, nearly finished with her blood circle, calmly explained that it didn't matter if it was his first time facing this challenge. An enemy with such strength could be considered a worthy opponent. After completing her bloody circle, a massive red demon appeared beside her, summoned by the great Demon King's deception spell. The Demon King, holding a glaive-like weapon, prepared to engage. Siv leapt into action, attempting to strike the newly emerged Demon King with his goblin club. The Demon King readied himself, swiftly countering with a massive slash, cutting the ground beneath him with his blade. He followed with 6 slashes and 5 additional connections. The dazzling flash of light from the attack sent Siv soaring meters into the air. His face went pale, lifeless, and his veins darkened, pulsing purple. Selfia, with the Demon King behind her, calmly watched as the chaos unfolded. A few meters away, a vast area was scorched, with Siv's body lying motionless. She walked toward him, exhaling deeply, and muttered that this was pointless. Then, she asked if she was too late. Siv lay there, mouth open, groaning in pain. Selfia apologized, saying she was very sorry, but he would die soon. She began explaining that the collapse from magical exhaustion had already begun, and then she asked if he understood that it was on his conscience. Standing before him, arms crossed, she observed that he was a fool who didn't know his limits, pushing on even as his body failed him. Irritated, she remarked that she thought her grandfather would scold her severely. Turning away, she heard him mutter something. She spun around in surprise. Siv painfully spoke, tears flowing down his face in large drops. Selfia looked at him with a serious expression before exhaling sharply, realizing the gravity of the situation. She extended her hand and began gathering magical energy in it. Lifting him from the ground with the magic, she gently pulled him closer, holding him by the back of his head and pressing his face to hers. She kissed him while supporting his weary body. When she pulled away, purple energy glowed in their mouths. Spitting to the side, she wiped her mouth with her palm and explained that if he failed to meet expectations, he would face severe punishment. A while later, Siv opened his eyes, startled, and screamed in fear. Disoriented, he didn't know where he was. He realized he was lying on a bed in a clean, well-kept room, several candles burning around him. As he looked around in fear, he muttered about what was happening. Then he heard the door creak open. Turning quickly, he saw Selfia enter, holding a cup on a tray. Without meeting his gaze, she calmly approached him. Siv looked at her, a mix of surprise and fear, as she brought him a cup filled with a dark, thick liquid. Taking a deep breath, Siv lowered his head, frustrated, and apologized. He told her he remembered everything he had done and didn't know how it had happened, but he had been fully aware, yet unable to control his actions. Sitting with his knees pulled to his chest, he bowed deeply and loudly apologized again, acknowledging that his actions had put her in danger. Selfia sat opposite him, her legs folded under her, arms crossed. She watched him carefully before emotionlessly telling him to drink. Siv raised his head in surprise, asking her to clarify. She pointed at the cup and reiterated her order, warning him not to let it cool. He obeyed, respectfully thanking her as he took the cup. He examined the liquid, wondering if it was some kind of traditional medicine. As he began to drink, his face twisted in disgust, and he nearly gagged. His body shook uncontrollably, but Selfia threatened to kill him if he spit it out. Siv asked what the drink was made of, and Selfia replied, asking who knew. She realized that this information wouldn't help him finish the drink, so she coldly stated that she wouldn't feel sorry for him. She ordered him to drink while she watched. Siv's whole body trembled as he drank, a grimace of revulsion on his face. Selfia, with a bored expression, noted that he was forgetting something important. The largemouth goblin had run away during their fight. She assumed it was hiding somewhere, likely curled up for the next 100 years, aware of what would happen if it were caught. She added that the goblin's actions were the perfect snack for a half-breed like him, and it seemed he had missed an easy prey. Siv asked if there was another way, and Selfia smiled, asking if he still considered himself human. She then explained that if he wasn't willing to hurt others to become stronger, he wouldn't be able to survive. Before she could finish, Siv interrupted, handing her the empty cup, which had been filled with the liquid. He said that he still didn't understand why he had to kill or eat monsters, and though he didn't want to, he would do whatever it took. He admitted that, to him, all monsters were dangerous, and if he didn't act, the people he cared about would suffer. He then said he would kill if necessary and eat them if that was required. He looked at her confidently, adding that he would do whatever it took. He asked again if there was another way, not because he didn't want to eat them, but because he wanted to know if there were alternatives. Selfia stared at him in surprise, then remained silent. She eventually noted that the most effective way to increase monster power was by eating other monsters, though this usually happened during duels. She added that he was a special case and clarified that, if the rules permitted, weak monsters would be caught and eaten. She also pointed out that he would no longer find easy prey, as many monsters now saw him as a goblin with knowledge of magic. Rumors about him had spread, and the monsters he could easily defeat wouldn't challenge him, but there were others who would come after him, monsters he couldn't defeat at his current level. Standing up, Selfia used a metaphor, suggesting that if he lost a pheasant, he should cook a chicken, meaning he should take an easier path. She asked if he understood. Siv looked at her in surprise, and Selfia, smiling, pointed to the side, telling him to follow. She explained she had a gift for him. Later, in the street, Siv followed her in confusion, repeating, "A gift?" In front of him stood Selfia, and behind her was a large monster bound in magical chains. The monster growled and tried to bite through the enchanted metal with its fangs. Selfia, smiling, asked how he felt about the gift. Siv, fearfully, asked if this was a monster, Selfia hesitated before answering that it technically wasn't anymore. She explained that everyone had their reasons, but many monsters lost their minds and succumbed to their instincts, just as he had recently. She asked if he agreed. As she levitated into the air, she continued, saying that monsters who lost control and committed irreparable acts were called animals, not monsters, and were stripped of their rights as monsters. She referred to them as such in the Korean peninsula and, using levitation, rose to the roof of the house. Selfia, smiling, asked him what he was staring at. She then inquired if she had already told him, and reminded him that this was a beast that had lost its mind. Behind Siv stood a monster with a wild expression, its eyes pointing in different directions. It was no longer bound by magical chains and was completely free. Siv looked at Selfia in surprise, standing with his back to the monster. The monster struck sharply with its hand, sending sparks flying in all directions. Siv managed to dodge the blow, then took a fighting stance and glared at his opponent. He exhaled deeply, maintaining a confident expression. Selfia sat on the roof, watching the fight carefully. She thought that initially, she had assumed he was frozen in confusion and would soon be killed, but now she noticed he was using his body better than expected. She asked herself if she had underestimated him. Still, she figured he was probably just stalling, delaying the inevitable. As the monster neared Siv, who was squatting, Selfia realized that the creature came from a family of fire dogs and had earned a solid reputation. But due to its overwhelming pride, it had sought to represent the family at the festival. It had been accused of kidnapping and eating other monsters, exceeding its limits and going mad. Now, the crazy monster tried to pierce Siv's body with its sharp claws, but Siv managed to dodge the attacks, carefully observing his opponent. The monster then tried to bite him, but Siv, with a terrified look, pulled away just in time. Watching this, the villagers considered that, as expected, Siv couldn't consciously use a baton. Selfia doubted that Siv would win the fight, understanding that despite his craziness, the monster was still stronger. As she thought this, the monster lunged again with a loud scream. Selfia realized that techniques involving throws and wrestling wouldn't work against this creature. She knew this method of provoking Siv's instincts, one that only awakened when he was close to death, was cruel but effective. However, she saw Siv, now focused with a boxing stance. He raised his fist to his jaw, knees bent, looking confidently ahead. Selfia, surprised, widened her eyes. Siv's fists, clenched with intense effort, turned white. Then he delivered a sharp side punch to the monster. The monster staggered from the unexpected resistance. Siv remembered how, in the martial arts section, his coach had been surprised by his strength. The coach had apologized, explaining that he never expected Siv to be so good since his goal had been weight loss, not strength. The coach had asked if Siv ever considered taking boxing seriously. Siv, with a tired expression, had remained silent, sweat dripping from his face. He replied that once he lost weight, he'd think about it. His coach had smiled, suggesting that with constant exercise, Siv would lose the weight on his own. The coach had encouraged him, saying that his skills could take him to the competition, assuring him that the weight would fall off naturally. Siv had smiled at the thought of boxing helping him, realizing that his goal wasn't physical strength or fighting ability, it was weight loss. Since elementary school, he had been involved in 16 sports. In this moment, Siv struck the monster with powerful blows, causing its bones to crunch. Of the 16 sports, 7 were combat sports, and although he hadn't trained much and hadn't lost the weight, his natural talent as a goblin allowed him to absorb the skills from those 7 sports. Siv furiously pummeled the monster's face, jumping to land crushing blows that sent pieces of fangs flying. Selfia, in disbelief, stared with her mouth open and wondered how to explain this. The defeated monster lay unconscious at Siv's feet. As Siv caught his breath, he looked down at the monster and asked if he could eat it now. The monster lay with smoking fur where Siv had struck it, fragments of teeth scattered nearby. Siv, in surprise, examined his body, while Selfia watched from the roof and asked herself if this was martial arts. She hoped it wasn't innate strength, thinking that such power would be useless against the bodies and strength of monsters. She realized that although he had just recently acquired the body of a monster, he had quickly adapted and applied his skills in battle. She thoughtfully put her hand on her chin, recognizing his potential was much greater than she had thought. Siv turned to her and asked what to do next, suggesting that he believed he had won. Hesitantly, he added that he didn't need to eat the monster completely to prove it, like she had. Before he could finish, Selfia interrupted with a smile, saying, "Of course not," and invited him to discuss it once he had fully defeated the monster. Siv looked at her, confused, and just then, the monster pierced his shoulder with its sharp fangs. It grabbed him with its claws and began tearing at his flesh, sending splashes of blood flying. Siv screamed as the monster threw him into the air, stretching his skin and crushing his bones. Blood poured from his body, and he trembled in fear and pain. The monster, with a bloody muzzle, advanced on him. Siv looked at the wound where his shoulder had been, now just a bloody mess, and his body shook with fear. He was unable to move. The monster struck him in the head, and blood flowed from his mouth. Selfia hugged her knees with a bored expression and asked how this could be possible. She then sighed, saying sadly that she was sure they would have more than enough time after he responded. The primary reason people fear injury is not pain, but loss. The fear that a part of the body might be deformed or lost entirely. This is one of the innate fears found in living beings, particularly humans. It's enough to trigger a panic attack in an 18-year-old. A monster with a bloody, menacing face glared at Siv, growling. It turned in surprise to his shoulder, which was healing before his eyes, watching the tissue and muscles regenerate. It looked on in confusion. A moment later, the monster struck with its claws, tearing into Siv's chest. He watched in fear, but soon noticed that after a few seconds, his wounds began to close and the cuts disappeared. Monsters and humans differ greatly, and while it's pointless to list all the differences, the main distinctions are endurance, body recovery, and the thinking processes that stem from these traits. After realizing his invulnerability, Siv managed to dodge the monster's next attack. With a confident grin, he adopted a boxing stance, preparing to strike. If he wasn't dead or mortally wounded, then the injuries meant nothing. Understanding this, the subconscious barriers that protect the body were lifted, and his physical capabilities surged. Siv struck the monster with a powerful blow, sending it flying several meters away and creating a fiery path. He stared at his fist, feeling pain as if it might break soon, but understood that this wasn't the case. He realized his blows had grown much stronger than before. The monster lay unconscious, surrounded by rubble and destroyed objects. Siv thought that a simple punch could be compared to being hit by a car going full speed. Yet, he realized he was the only one there who could recover, and if he reflected on what had happened, it would no longer surprise him. Selfia turned to face him and said that enough was enough. She approached him, hands on her hips, and commented that the blows had landed well. She observed the location and strength, then continued that although he wouldn't die, he wouldn't recover quickly. She looked at him and asked what he thought about the experience, clarifying that she was referring to the feeling of consciously using magic for the first time. Siv pointed to himself in surprise, his mouth agape, asking if he had used magic. He noted that he hadn't done anything special. Selfia responded that magic wasn't necessarily grand, but could be used in various ways, even if it wasn't high level. She asked if he understood. Siv, still surprised, realized that his body healed so quickly because he had used magic. Selfia explained that he didn't have control over it yet, but his last blows were also empowered by magic. She then asked if he had felt anything else. Siv looked at his palm thoughtfully and said he wasn't sure, but it felt like static electricity. Selfia confirmed that if he wasn't lying, it was likely magic. Due to his lack of experience, he couldn't sense it accurately. Selfia then extended her hand, which glowed with magical energy. She moved her index finger, saying that she forced him to fight for the experience. Because the fight was intense and he tried to win, he subconsciously used magic. With a flick of her finger, she lifted the defeated monster's body. She admitted that she was still a bit surprised, having thought he'd need 10 days to understand what had happened. Selfia then complimented him, saying he was more talented than she had expected. Siv, blushing with a shy expression, lowered his gaze to the floor, scratching his head awkwardly while laughing. Using her magical power, Selfia brought the monster's body to them, stating that it was time to finish. She looked at Siv and asked if he was ready. She realized the next question might be inappropriate, but still asked if he had ever killed before. Siv answered negatively. Selfia noted that it would be better for both of them if he ended the monster with a single blow. She explained that if he merely wounded it, the monster would still move. She indicated the monster's navel, explaining that for most humanoid monsters, that's a weak spot where energy is stored. She advised Siv to gather his magic into one powerful strike. Siv exhaled deeply and approached the monster's body, concentrating energy into his fist. Looking ahead, he thought that everything was difficult the first time, even gaining weight. Regardless of his reasons or excuses, no one would hesitate in his situation, as memories of his past life flashed in his mind. When he was just an average, overweight guy with people close to him, he clenched his jaw with anger. With a swift motion, he struck the monster's torso with his fist. Blood splattered from its back. Selfia asked if he had grasped something in his fist, then requested that he open it. Siv opened his palm and found a purple ball inside. Selfia explained that it was internal energy or a magic pearl, where magic is stored. She clarified that if he selfie-allowed it, the monster's magic would become his. Siv selfie-allowed it without hesitation, then looked at his body, wondering if anything had changed. Someone from the outside commented that it was strange. Suddenly, a shadowy bird landed on his shoulder and spoke, saying that loud, explosive sounds usually occurred after selfie-allowing. Siv looked at it in confusion, then screamed in horror and disbelief, asking what was happening. The bird flapped its wings and transformed into a girl named Soli. Siv stared in surprise as Selfia asked her with irritation what she was doing there. Soli responded that she had nothing to do with her soul. She apologized, then asked if friends needed a reason to meet. She admitted that she came because she had business, then smiled and asked, "Does this mean this is the half-goblin everyone is talking about?" She spread her wings out to the side and said she was pleased to meet him. After that, she introduced herself as Somi, Selfia's childhood friend. Siv bowed, looking surprised, and responded that he was happy to meet her, then introduced himself as Siv. Selfia looked at her with disapproval and asked what was going on. Somi replied that, as they knew, she worked part-time for the woman. Selfia asked, irritated, part-time? Then she asked how that worked. Somi explained that this was what people said and what it meant. Siv, looking at her in surprise, thought about her words. Somi, smiling, said that since she had caught the two demons, she came instead of the old man to give out the reward. Selfia exhaled and said she didn't need it, suggesting Somi should give it to Siv since he was the one who took them out on his own. He deserved it. Somi nodded repeatedly and said she knew this, adding that she had seen everything from the very beginning. She leaned in closer to Selfia's face and said it was impressive, and she couldn't believe he was recently human. Then she asked, could something unexpected happen at the festival? She followed up by asking, could he become her rival? Selfia smiled widely and replied that she hadn't thought about it, then asked what festival. She noted that he'd be finished as soon as he set foot there. Somi, with red cheeks, looked at Siv intently and said she was interested. She then mentioned that she thought he had potential. She went on to talk about his reward, offering him a choice, either to go home right now or to become a stronger monster. With a wide smile, she looked up at him and asked what he would choose. Sometime later, Siv called Yashin, who responded menacingly by asking what kind of nonsense this was. Yashin walked down the street, mentioning that Siv hadn't shown up at school and his phone was off. He continued, saying he had accepted a call from an unknown number because he thought it was Siv. He then asked if something happened. Siv said he'd like to say no, but that would be a lie. Yashin, asking what the situation was, asked Siv to address him by name and said he had a crazy request. Siv then explained that if Yashin couldn't help, he would understand, but actually, he wouldn't because only Yashin could help him. Irritated, Yashin told him to just say it. Siv started his story, and after hearing it, Yashin asked in bewilderment, "What?" Then, angrily, he asked what Siv was even saying. He demanded to know where he was now. The volume of his voice nearly made Siv drop the phone. Siv, confused, explained that he was dealing with some unforeseen circumstances and that his mother would lose it if she knew he'd disappeared without a trace for a month. He added that his family had a traditional martial arts training center in Nome. Siv asked if that was correct, and then asked Yashin to tell his mother that he was going there for a month to lose weight. Yashin replied that he knew they didn't take just anyone there. Siv confirmed this and said he knew, then added that it sounded like nonsense but understood it, admitting that he had no other choice, which is why he was asking for help. Yashin, placing a hand on his face, said okay, but reminded him that he couldn't talk about the reason. Yashin, carefully watching, said that if Siv was behaving this way because he thought Yashin wouldn't believe him, he should just speak freely. He assured Siv there was a chance it would be useful. Siv looked at Somi in fear as she sat before him, her finger pressed to her lips, signaling for silence. She explained that he could lie, but it was against the rules to reveal their existence. She added that even she would be punished for it. Some time later, Yashin answered affirmatively, saying okay, and told Siv to call him if anything happened and if he could help. After ending the call, Yashin muttered to himself, wondering if he had just lied. Later, Siv looked at his phone with a worried expression, exhaling deeply. Before this, Shiva had asked in surprise if she was saying that he could return immediately. Siv, wide-eyed, spread his arms and said he had heard that this was only possible if he passed the test. Somi confirmed with a smile and explained that she wasn't lying to him. She added that if he really wanted to go back, she could send him to the human world right now. Selfia, with an irritated expression, crossed her arms and looked away angrily. Somi, looking at him, asked what he would choose. Siv looked ahead, tense, and replied that he would leave in a month after passing the test. Somi, wide-eyed in surprise, asked her. She then asked why he made that choice. Siv, furrowing his brow, looked down and said that if he didn't study properly now, nothing worse would happen than the inability to return. He explained that this fight had convinced him of this, and after clenching his fist with great tension, he added that he needed strength to handle such situations. That's why he decided to focus on strengthening his monster abilities. Looking menacingly ahead, he said that this was the way forward. He didn't have time to finish before Somi, gazing up at him in admiration, raised her thumb and closed her mouth, saying it was cool. Then she realized what he had just said. It sounded like he was some kind of main character. Selfia approached him, irritated, and asked if Somi was having fun. She crossed her arms and asked menacingly if she was teasing him with a choice that didn't exist. Selfia suggested she should just give him the reward and be done with it. She then called Somi a fool, explaining that it was her bad habit to mislead others and judge them. Somi cleared her throat into her fist, explaining that they called this a test to understand a creature's personality and mood. She said that people learn about each other by asking similar questions. Turning to Somi, Selfia suggested she hadn't finished reading the book she gave her last time, asking if that was true. Surprised, Siv thought that this was accurate. He noticed how this girl spoke and how her presence felt different from other monsters. He felt as though he already knew her. Selfia asked in response if she was referring to that silly theory. After that, she realized how simple and childish it was, having barely gotten through a few pages. Somi, with a sad look on her face, observed that she had done this for her to understand. She added that if she wanted to become human, she at least needed to learn the basics. After a heavy exhale, she said she would take her somewhere for a while and asked if that was okay. Somi explained that she had considered this from the beginning. Siv, uncertain, pointed to himself in confusion, asking what she meant. Somi, emotionlessly, told her to do as she pleased. Claudia smiled and spread her wings, transforming into a demonic crow. Siv watched in surprise, and Sol, in the form of the crow, explained that she wasn't offering the impossible. She then asked if that was true, continuing that as a monster, she had the right to move between the human and monster worlds, provided she bore responsibility for everything that happened. She then mentioned that for one day every 6 months, she could bring a monster who had not passed the test to the human world. She suggested that he would probably feel sick, but she believed he could manage it. Then, she asked if that was true. Siv, in confusion, asked her what she meant. Sol looked upwards emotionlessly. She grabbed Siv in her bird form and flew away, telling Sol that she would return soon. Returning to the present, Siv thanked her for letting him use the phone and handed it back, saying it had helped him calm down a bit. Somi smiled while rocking in her office chair and said she was glad to help. She then asked if one call to a friend would be enough for him. Noticing there was still time, she asked if he wanted to see his family. Siv looked down and told her he only had his mother, who was on a business trip. He explained that, to be honest, it was easier for him this way, because if someone were at home, a scandal would have occurred. He then asked if she was hungry, saying that although it wasn't payback, he would buy dinner. Somi, holding the phone screen to her chin, thought for a moment, then suddenly rose from her chair and shouted excitedly. She said that she had been wanting to try something since her first visit to the human world, but it had been difficult to get, and she hadn't had the chance until now. Siv looked up at her in surprise and asked what it was. She began listing a number of things. Later, the dining table was filled with many dishes, including seaweed, cold cuts, soups, and various snacks. Siv, holding a bowl of rice, looked ahead and said he had set the table with everything he had at home. He asked if she would really like it. Somi eagerly devoured the food and shouted that she was very pleased. She said she had long wanted homemade food, but all the human food she had tried had to be bought or eaten at school. Siv, surprised, asked again, "At school?" Somi licked the spoon and replied that she went to school. She then asked if he knew Hojin's school. Siv loudly confirmed that it was next to his school. Claudia explained that she had been attending there since the beginning of the year, but didn't have close friends who could treat her to homemade food. She assumed he was the first one to visit her. Siv, while eating with wooden chopsticks, thought about how it seems someone like her should have many friends. Later, Somi thanked him for the meal. The table was now filled with empty plates. She said the food was very tasty and much better than restaurant food. Smiling, she held up a cup, and with a snap of her fingers, a certain object appeared in a steam cloud near her face. She said she needed to give him the reward she had mentioned earlier. Looking at the emerald-colored scroll, she explained that it was called the Monsters Inventory. She clarified that the name was misleading, as it functioned like a bag or a phone for monsters. She then unfolded the scroll, saying that, like she had just done, he could freely summon it and show what he wanted with a swipe of his finger, just like using a phone. She lowered her hand inside the scroll and pulled out a box, saying that this was for storing things that could be accessed whenever needed. She added that he could carry everything without worrying about sizes. She handed the box to a surprised Siv, saying he would figure out more uses for it once he started using it. Opening the box, Siv saw several dozen coins, a scroll, and a leather item that looked like a piece of clothing. Somi pointed at the box, saying that the middle item was an inventory he would use, and there were also some coins. She explained that on the left were goblin face coins, which were highly valued in the monster world. The 40 coins Siv had were a large amount, and she advised him to use them wisely. When Siv picked up one of the large gold coins, he saw an image of a monster baring its teeth. Somi continued, explaining that the item on the right was a goblin treasure that passed from hand to hand. She said that treasures gained special abilities when infused with monster power. She looked up, fascinated, imagining various artifacts, and asked if he knew of magical objects in old fairy tales that appeared out of nowhere. She remembered how an old man had given her the box. She said that although only coins were awarded for defeating the Shutterwalk, the old man had packed all of this for him personally, implying he had big plans for him. Siv thoughtfully repeated the phrase big plans and then asked if this was related to the festival award. He clarified that he was talking about the event where the king of monsters is chosen. Somi confirmed and explained that although monsters didn't have this tradition as developed as humans, they too had the concept of a homeland. Resting her head on her hand, she said that if a monster from the Korean peninsula became king, they would have something to brag about, especially since it was a sore spot from the last festival. Siv asked if a monster from the Korean peninsula had almost become king. SOI confirmed and mentioned that from what she heard, he lasted until the very end, and the battle with the Monster King was close. Siv, with a sad expression, apologized, saying he was sorry that things didn't work out. Somi agreed, adding that what was even more intriguing was that the monster was a goblin, just like him. She pointed her finger at Siv, who looked at her in confusion. Somi explained that he was strong enough that no Korean monster could compare to him. Siv, looking at the treasure in his hands, said that even so, he never suspected he was a monster until yesterday. He added that, to be honest, part of him still couldn't believe what was happening. Gazing closely at the treasure, he confessed that at any moment he expected to wake up from it all, like a bad dream. Somi asked if that was true, then mentioned that she couldn't even believe it, as he adapted quickly and seemed used to everything. She said that when she first saw him and heard his confident words, he made an impression on her. She asked if he knew this, continuing to suggest that even though he had made up his mind, aiming higher could be a good idea. Siv, looking at her seriously and frowning, asked about it. With a smile, Somi explained from behind her glass that people and their threat from the new king were concerns. She said the king was afraid of this, and if so, she asked why he didn't become king and extend the law for 600 years. Siv, shocked, asked if he could ask her something. Somi confirmed with a smile, saying he could ask anything, as he was her first human friend. She said she would try to answer anything he was curious about. Siv pointed to the side, saying this wasn't serious but rather quackery, clarifying that he was talking about the monster's inventory near her. He mentioned it was flashing like this. Surprised, Somi turned toward it, seeing a large inscription labeled urgent. Somi lightly asked if this was the case, then explained it was an urgent call sent to all monsters in the area when something important occurred. She added that if this call reached the human world, it meant a monster had broken the rules and harmed a person. She asked if Siv understood this, then smiled, saying this hadn't happened for decades, so it couldn't be an urgent call. However, her eyes widened in realization of what was happening. She screamed in horror, clutching her hair. Siv, in disbelief, stood frozen. Somi screamed loudly, asking if this was serious. Some time passed, and it was dark outside. Siv, snapping his fingers in amazement, watched as a magic scroll appeared in the air before him. As it revealed an armlet that had been given to him as a reward, he wondered if he should just insert his arm into it. He touched the scroll with his hand and pulled out the armlet, thinking it might just be armor. Ultimately, he decided he needed to ask how to use it. Distracted by the clock nearby, he recalled Somi saying earlier that it wouldn't take long. Looking at his phone, he realized 6 hours had already passed. Somi had said they would return before 10 o'clock, and it was already past that time. Somi asked if that was true, but without waiting for an answer, promised she would return shortly and told him to wait and not do anything. Siv didn't argue, and Somi smiled, asking if it would be okay to speak informally with her when she returned. She said that, since they were friends, he could call her by her first name. Now, looking at the still closed door, Siv wondered if everything was okay. If he had known this would happen, he would have taken Somi's number. He became very worried. Noticing a photo of his father nearby, Siv wondered if his father knew he was a goblin, since goblin blood ran through his veins. He remembered how he said he was from the 4th or 5th generation. While still thinking, he heard rustling and turned to the open window, wondering if it was Somi. Meanwhile, in a dark alley, a man, unable to hold back his tears, trembled as he struggled to speak. Only muffled wheezes escaped his throat as a spirit squeezed his throat, preventing him from speaking. The spirit raised its hand to deliver a final blow, but an attack passed through its body, and Somi remarked that she was still dealing with these monsters endlessly. She feared she would run out of feathers, glancing at the one she was using as a projectile. She focused on the spirit, who turned away, distracted by the man. Somi asked what worried it so much. She noted that the spirit didn't feel pain, frowning seriously. Just then, the spirit jumped, preparing to flee. Somi charged at it to stop it, and with a bright flash from her attack, the spirit vanished. The man, still crying in fear, huddled in the corner. Somi reassured him, saying the other man, who was lying nearby, would be fine since his wound wasn't deep. She applied ointment to stop the bleeding and smiled to reassure the man, adding that the ambulance was on the way. However, the man became even more terrified when he noticed a huge spirit perched on a nearby building. Somi, hearing the noise, turned and saw the spirit preparing to strike. But someone else used an attack to cut through the spirit, preventing it from reaching her. Somi looked at the dissipating spirit particles and saw Goya approach, advising her to keep her head up. He said that if rumors spread about a spirit defeating her, it would bring shame to her family. Somi sighed with relief, noting that her family's reputation wasn't great already. She added that she knew Goya would always be on her side. She called him her elder brother, which made Goya, somewhat displeased, ask who she was calling that. Moving closer, Somi explained that Goya was a little older and close to her, so she considered him her older brother. However, she didn't insist and said that if Goya didn't like it, she could call him by his name. Goya waved his hand, activated magic, and suggested that Somi address him more politely. Soi suggested calling her differently, but still kept in mind that Goya was her brother. In the end, Goya told Soi to call him whatever she wanted, then focused on the man, ordering him to think of this day as a bad one. He said that a car appeared in the alley, hit the man and his friend, and the driver fled. Until the ambulance arrived, Goya told the man not to be afraid and to just rest. Watching the man gradually collapse, Soam realized this was hypnosis and asked if it was true that this wasn't the innate magic of the Goya family. She also admitted she heard that learning such magic separately was very difficult and said she had tried to learn from Selfia, but she scolded her, so Soi gave up. That's why Soi now assumed Goya was overtaking her. Doyu, not paying attention to this, looked around and noticed two spirits, asking how many he had caught. Solm announced that, including those Goya helped her with, she had caught 24 spirits, none of which were normal. All were quackers. Goya and Somi noticed that all the spirits were unleashed, meaning someone was controlling these evil spirits. From what Somi saw, she noticed that the monsters had killed 7 people and injured about 50. She didn't understand who needed this or why they were doing it, as she assumed the monsters knew how serious a crime it was to injure a person. She suggested that these monsters really liked carrying out massacres, but closing his eyes, Goya noted that she was mistaken. He said the monsters didn't just like doing this, they had a goal. Sola was surprised and asked if monsters really killed people for profit. She didn't understand what he meant, and Goya noted that it was obvious, since their generation knew very little about it. He said that for a long time goblins ate people, not because they were hungry or sadistic, but because they consumed human blood and flesh, which was incredibly useful food for monsters. Speaking of this, Goya imagined a monster eating a man, and Somi admitted she couldn't believe it since she had never heard of such a thing. She was amazed by what Goya told her, and he noted that this used to be common knowledge, but it hadn't reached their generation. He added that one could easily become strong by eating human flesh, asking if the human world would be as peaceful if this became known. He knew Somi understood perfectly what he was talking about, as she had passed the qualifying test, and very few young people like Somi, who were not even 500 years old, would dare go through such difficulties. Goya understood that only strangers like Solm or others like him could do this, since the human world was boring and pointless to visit until the law changed. This was how their generation saw the world of humans. But now, with the festival approaching, Goya understood that everyone was trying to get stronger. He knew there were monsters who knew the secret of human flesh and were willing to take the risk. He noted that Somi should know about this, since Babai was helping, and reminded her that recently many had gone crazy in the pursuit of power. Soi froze, remembering the monster Sheru recently fought, and Goya said that stupidity wasn't an excuse but a state of mind. He was sure that if he were in the place of these monsters, he would never have created such a mess. Instead of attracting attention from evil spirits who couldn't even move secretly, he would have done everything himself, kidnapping people one by one before eating them. Solm assumed the one behind all of this was very cowardly, as she understood that whoever would dare attack a person who couldn't even resist. She thought for a moment, then suggested that even if a criminal used evil spirits, they could summon hundreds, making it safer than personal intervention. Solm suddenly wondered if she should convey to the monster that instead of acting like an attention-hungry idiot, it could simply do something different. However, she realized something and widened her eyes, shouting that it couldn't be. She called herself names and hastily shouted that she would go, asking if Goya would clean everything here. The next moment, SOI flew away, leaving behind several feathers in the air, and Goya simply looked after her, not understanding what had just happened. At the same time, Siv, approaching the railing of the balcony, asked in surprise what was going on. He remembered that a second ago it was closed and looked around in surprise. Meanwhile, the monster, appearing behind him, began to approach, thinking it was very simple. It was confident it wouldn't have tried so hard if it had known Selfia would be defenseless, and raising its hand, it prepared to strike. However, as he suddenly crouched down to dodge and, without wasting a second, grabbed the monster by the hand. Pressing his feet harder on the floor, he began to attack on his own. The monster realized Siv knew everything, and Siv used the goblin stream, throwing the monster off the balcony to the ground while simultaneously using a lightning cut. After catching his breath, he admitted he thought his heart would jump out of his chest and mentally noted that his ability, which he didn't want to call it that, was one of the characteristics of goblins. He remembered when a monster attacked him similarly from behind, biting him on the shoulder. Briefly distracted, he looked at the broken partition of the balcony, asking what kind of nonsense this was. He eventually realized he could rarely be beaten with the same attack. Continuing to look at the destroyed part of the balcony, Siv suddenly sighed, remembering the moment when the monster attacked from behind. At that time, he felt coldness on his back right before the bite, and now, had he not realized this was the same feeling, he would have been killed not long ago. Having felt the same thing, Siv frowned wearily and managed to dodge the blow. In any case, he just threw the monster without thinking too much, but was glad he didn't hurt anyone. He squinted and carefully looked down at the huge hole that had formed in the ground. As the dust cleared from the impact, the crack became much more visible. But suddenly, Sayo heard someone tell him there was nothing to worry about. Frowning wearily, he noticed the monster grinning, noting it had already put all the people in this area to sleep. If they had all screamed at once, it would have hardly been able to clean everything up properly. The next moment, Siv suddenly felt a snake's body coil around his neck. Trembling, he grabbed the snake with his hands, attempting to pull it off. The monster, which had a snake tail growing from its back, noted that this was what it had been searching for and smirked. It asked if Siv was really the goblin everyone had been talking about, commenting that his monster strength seemed quite weak. The monster added that it had expected Siv to hit harder. Pushing off the wall with its feet, the monster started to fall, dragging Siv along with it. Frowning, Siv clenched his jaw, still trying to rise. The monster grinned and swung its tail, hurling Siv to the ground with great force. Dust and stones were sent flying into the air, and Siv closed his eyes, letting out a quiet cry. The monster admitted that it hadn't meant to throw Siv so far, then asked if he had weakened after the last fall. Siv didn't answer, and the monster suggested that people might think the cause of the damage was poor construction or a gas pipe explosion. It realized the locals were unlucky, but at least rental prices would drop. The monster grinned, and Siv thought about the danger this creature posed to people, as well as to Somi, who still hadn't returned. The monster kept speaking, wondering aloud if it would be nice if Siv broke after one throw. This question came as Siv began to rise, now kneeling and thinking that the source of both problems was the monster before him. Siv realized that everything had gone wrong because of this creature, and the monster remarked that by resisting it, Siv was only making things worse. Siv, feeling the weight of the danger, suddenly stood up when he saw the monster shift, turning from a human shape into a massive snake. The monster took human form again and asked if Siv should simply give up and let it eat him. It smirked, saying that there was no need to resist, as Siv's pain would be brief. It promised to spare Siv's mother and consume someone else. The monster showed Siv a photograph of her with his mother, asking if that sounded appealing. It thought the offer was enticing, but before it could finish, Siv, grinding his teeth in anger, activated his magic and rushed forward, preparing to strike. He grabbed the monster by its clothes intending to use the goblin's dream, but suddenly froze. The monster apologized, wondering if this was a rude and trivial threat. It admitted it might have gone too far, but then questioned how else it could have approached the situation. Civ, trembling, released the monster's clothes and admitted he hadn't thought of anything more provocative. The monster, showing two glowing fingers, activated a unique magic called murderous blasphemy. It explained that this magic was poison, and while it wasn't bad, it required contact to work. The monster recalled how Civ had attacked earlier and remarked that this ability seemed foolish. It noted that the magic wouldn't work against those stronger than Civ, and it required careful consideration. By now, Civ had fallen to his knees, exhausted, and the monster observed that those with a strong lineage could pin others down with just a glance. Civ, realizing he couldn't summon any strength, felt paralyzed as if under a sleep-like paralysis. The monster remarked on the unfairness of life, saying that when rules are set, the weak become victims. It added that if Civ had known how to use the device on his hand, things might have been different, but now it was too late. The monster threw the photo to the ground and transformed back into a snake. It promised to remember Civ and advised him to keep this in mind for his next life. Civ, clenching his jaw, realized he wasn't completely immobile. He could still make one movement. The monster, mouth wide open, narrowed its eyes, preparing to strike. Civ, waiting, clenched his fists, gathering his magic. The monster noticed this, frozen in astonishment. Suddenly, Civ shot his hand forward, unleashing a powerful magical attack on the snake. The monster, hit by the attack, cursed as it narrowly avoided death. In response, Civ, gathering his strength, leaped forward, landing a blow on the distracted monster. However, the monster reacted quickly, swinging its tail and throwing Civ into the wall, cracking it. The monster was surprised that Civ was capable of such a move, even as poison coursed through him. Civ trembled, unable to move, and the monster asked if a weak goblin like him shouldn't be underestimated. It was then distracted by a sensation and noticed a sword had been thrust into its body. Looking at the sword, it questioned what was happening. Just as Yashin approached, his face hidden behind a mask. Yashin invoked the storm ancestor, who presides over thunder, and as he recited the incantation, the sword became imbued with magical energy, transferring it to the monster's body. Night had just fallen, and Civ, hearing Yashin, forced himself to open his eyes and look at him. Yashin, surrounded by a magical aura, addressed the monster, calling its actions nonsense as he moved closer. The monster, now in human form, pulled the sword from its body, taunting Yashin about his useless weapon. It asked if speaking in a deep voice was the main skill of a human exorcist, grinning despite the pain. It realized it had bought some time, but still assumed it would be overtaken. It wondered how Yashin had managed to arrive but quickly dismissed it, recognizing that Yashin was dangerous and on a different level than other charlatans. Yashin then drew another sword, preparing for combat. The monster, pondering whether to leave, bit its lower lip in thought, realizing that hesitation would lead to its death. It briefly recalled Somi, also skilled but quickly refocused, thinking that if even Yashin had come for Civ, it would not be defeated, even if resurrected. Clenching his jaw, he muttered that this was all very bad. Yashin suddenly froze, noticing something. Blood began pouring from the monster's body with such force that it surged forward like a river. The monster declared that, if possible, it would wait for the festival. From the blood, a dark spirit emerged, standing before Yashin. The monster looked at it and asked if this was truly not a bad sight. This spirit, when in its right mind, was well known in the West. Staring at the roaring spirit, the monster noted that it had the body of a divine-class creature, but admitted he didn't know how it had ended up in such a state. Smirking, he advised Yashin and the others to enjoy themselves, as the spirit was ideal for someone obsessed with appearance. However, before leaving, the monster suggested it should finish its meal and looked at Civ, still under the influence of the poison. The spirit opened its mouth, forming an attack beside it. But before anything could happen, Yashin suddenly charged forward, sword in hand. The moment the spirit released its attack, Yashin swung his sword, cutting the attack with ease. The blow not only deflected the magical strike, but also cut the spirit itself. The monster, witnessing this, asked in disbelief what was happening. It turned, hearing an incomprehensible sound, and saw Yashin approaching swiftly, sword raised. Yashin drove the sword into the monster's head. Siv's mouth dropped open in shock as he saw it. Yashin, still unaware that it was Siv, approached him, suggesting that Siv was not in sync with this monster. He told him to answer questions if he wanted to survive. Yashin wanted to ask what Siv was doing there, but before he could, Siv admitted that he could hardly believe it, even though he recognized Yashin's voice. Yashin froze in shock, and Siv forced a smile, then asked if Yashin truly didn't recognize his voice. Yashin removed the mask covering his face, asking if it was really Siv, wondering what had happened to his appearance. Closing his eyes, Yashin began to answer but stopped, declaring that it was a long story. Slowly he stood, and Yashin, lowering his mask, approached him, placing a hand on Siv's shoulder. He started to examine him closely, asking how Siv had endured everything. He decided not to ask about the body and instead focused on what had happened. Before answering, Siv asked Yashin to stop, saying he couldn't breathe. He tried to raise his trembling hand. Yashin, realizing it was poison, strong poison, knew his medicine wouldn't help. Understanding that there was something more urgent, he decided to hold off on asking more questions. He told Siv to wait as he focused on the veins on his body, which were now clearly visible. Soon, the veins began to return to normal, and Yashin marveled at this. He then asked himself if Siv really had regeneration. Siv, surprised by how much better he felt, turned sharply at a sound and noticed the spirit they had fought had disappeared, leaving a long trail of blood. When Siv and Yashin followed the trail, they saw only the tail of a snake disappearing behind parked cars. Frowning, Yashin muttered that this was nonsense. Siv opened his eyes in surprise. Some time passed, and Siv asked if this meant Yashin was feeling better. Yashin, who had his head down, asked if Siv was asking if he felt better. He replied that it was hardly possible and added that the man he had known for 3 years had turned out to be half a monster. Siv, now fully recovered, awkwardly scratched his cheek, and Yashin continued in frustration, saying his friend had been half goblin all along, right in front of them, and they never suspected anything. Now, Yashin feared that if his father found out, he would ridicule him. Siv felt uncomfortable watching this and, trying to distract Yashin, asked if it was true that Yashin had never said what martial arts they studied. Yashin confirmed this and, straightening his posture and fixing his hair, sighed tiredly. He explained that it was their family's duty to train and destroy supernatural beings. He added that if it weren't for that, people would have long considered him crazy. He then noted that there were only 6 months left. Siv, hearing this, realized that Yashin knew about the festival. Unable to contain his emotions, Siv flinched and asked if this really happened often. He meant supernatural creatures breaking into the human world and harming people. Yashin admitted that it didn't happen often, only rarely. He added that he wouldn't mind if the monsters fought among themselves. Over the past century, monster attacks on people had been rare, but recently everything had changed. Siv, shocked, asked how recently this had started. Yashin frowned and explained that for monsters, humans were a source of power. Monsters aiming to become kings not only absorbed other monsters, but also humans. Siv said nothing, but was surprised. Yashin continued, saying that a month ago, the number of missing people began to rise, especially in densely populated areas. He also noted that there was no direct evidence that monsters were responsible, but most of the cases showed signs of a struggle inside homes. Yashin lifted his head and said that this was the first time monsters had revealed themselves so openly. He suddenly rose, grabbed his sword, and asked what they had here. The next moment, Siv noticed a flash of light, and then heard someone shout his name. He widened his eyes in surprise as SOI appeared, excitedly asking if Siv was okay and if he was hurt. SOI, terrified, began apologizing, calling herself stupid. Suddenly, Yashin raised his sword and ordered SOI not to come any closer. SOI froze, tears welling in her eyes. Yashin, serious, announced that if she took another step, he would consider her an attacker, and he would have to kill her. Civ, moving toward Yashin, wanted to warn him, but Yashin interrupted, saying that SOI was not human but a monster. He was sure that monsters understood the rules, so he wouldn't kill her right away. Civ noted that there was no point in talking to monsters, but if Yashin wanted to fight, so be it. Yashin explained that he was doing this for Civ's sake. He asked if Civ had been told that he could live in the human world if he passed the exam. Civ froze, shocked, and Yashin, calling him a fool, asked if he even understood what that meant. Looking at SOI, Yashin reminded him that these were monsters. He said that even if they appeared human and had individual traits, their nature remained the same. Monsters were driven by a thirst for power and bloodshed. Yashin thought that monsters were creatures that devoured each other and humans. He added that Civ was still human, so no matter how mixed his blood was, it didn't change his humanity. According to Yashin, this was Civ's home, so he didn't need the monster's permission to be here. Yashin, already frustrated by Civ's kidnapping, asked if he was now expected to become a full-fledged monster to stay in his own home. He was certain this was nonsense and decided it didn't matter what happened. He declared he would not let Civ leave. Somi understood Yashin's frustration, as from Civ's perspective, everything felt like a nightmare. However, Civ was already on the list of monsters, and since he belonged to the monster realm, his feelings no longer mattered. Looking at Civ, Somi decided to ignore right and wrong because breaking the rules would lead to severe consequences. Imagining the monster's threatening expression, Somi realized there would be consequences for both Civ and Yashin, so she felt she had to act before things worsened. Frowning, Somi thought she would run away with Civ, trying to avoid hurting anyone, but she wasn't sure if she could. Yashin's aura alone made it clear he was powerful. While she thought Civ could handle it, she couldn't, and abandoning those thoughts, she decided standing idly by was not an option. Taking up her quill, she frowned with resolve and, apologizing, announced that as his guardian, she would have to take Civ with her. Yashin warned her of the consequences if she ignored his words, but Somi just frowned more seriously and suddenly froze in shock, sensing something strange. Yashin then noticed Civ standing directly in front of him, blocking the path to Somi, and asked in disbelief what was going on. Without answering, Civ reached out, took Yashin's sword, and examined it, asking if the engraving had any significance. Stunned by Civ's behavior, Yashin suspected he was under some sort of enchantment or control. However, he soon realized something else was at play and, calling out to Civ again, asked what was going on. Civ admitted he might not fully understand the term murder, but thought the phrase about a mad monster devouring its own kind applied to both Yashin and himself, as he had already consumed someone that day. Yashin froze at this, and Civ explained that the one he had devoured had lost their right to live. While he didn't know how true that was, he said he killed to protect himself and those around him, and he had no intention of stopping. Somi, lips pressed tight, watched them, and Civ admitted he didn't want to harm people but was willing to absorb monsters to grow stronger. Yashin argued that Civ didn't need to go that far, pointing out that both his family and he had enough power to protect them, including his mother, in 6 months. Instead of responding immediately, Yashin released the sword, and it fell, sticking into the ground. This caught his attention as Civ smiled and declared he would become the king of the monsters. Yashin was shocked, his eyes wide, and even Somi was taken aback. After regaining his composure, Yashin approached Civ and asked if he had lost his mind. He asked if Civ even understood what that meant. Civ eagerly admitted he couldn't fully define it, but clenched his fists and decided to take the risk, thinking that if he succeeded, the world could return to its previous state. Yashin was about to speak again, but was interrupted when Civ asked him not to look at him like that, and asked what else he could do. Resigned, Civ said everything had turned out this way, and though he didn't know if it would work, he felt doing something was better than standing still. He smiled and said it was better to try than give up. Yashin, still in shock, finally understood everything and pulled his sword from the ground. He said it didn't matter if Civ was human or monster, because if his heart was pure, He didn't need to prove his strength. Siv's eyes widened in surprise at Yashin's words, and Yashin warned that if Siv ever crossed the line as a monster, he would destroy him without hesitation. Siv, placing his hand on his neck, agreed, believing it was the right thing to do. He asked that when Yashin thought he deserved it, Yashin should be the one to kill him. Yashin, without replying, grabbed his mask and, before leaving, looked at Somi and asked for her name. Somi replied, saying she was a messenger in the kingdom of monsters. Yashin, realizing this was indeed the case, apologized for interfering in monster affairs, but noted he had heard that monsters had their own laws and order. Somi and Siv listened carefully, and Yashin, addressing Siv, promised that if he was unfairly harmed or killed, as the chief shaman of the Star Hall, he would destroy anyone responsible. Turning his back, Yashin finally noted they would meet again and asked Siv not to worry about his mother. Siv could only say Yashin's name and stood silently, watching as Yashin walked away calmly. After Yashin left, Somi sighed, fell to her knees, and admitted she thought she would die from fear. It was the first time she had encountered a shaman, and almost in tears, she asked if all shamans were truly so terrifying. Siv didn't know how to answer, but then he heard a voice saying not all shamans were like that, especially not Yashin. Surprised, Somi turned around and asked if Goya had really followed her. Goya explained that he had known what Somi intended, that she rushed in without knowing the strength of the enemy or their allies. Goya warned that if the enemy had been even slightly stronger, Somi would have been killed. Somi, lowering her head sadly, acknowledged Goya's words and didn't argue. Goya then turned to Siv and asked if he was truly that reckless, being a half-goblin. Siv grimaced, and Goya explained that in the monster world, there were creatures originating from animals called demon beasts. As these monsters grew in power, their forms and instincts shifted, and some became ghostly beasts. Additionally, there were monsters that evolved beyond their original forms. Su, thinking about this, widened his eyes, recalling that in the past, these monsters were called divine beasts. Siv saw a massive creature with multiple heads and realized this was a being revered by both monsters and humans. Meanwhile, Goya approached Siv, smiling and drawing attention as he said he was pleased to meet him. He also introduced himself and extended his hand, stating that Siv would need to defeat him to become the Demon King. Goya was from the Black Turtle clan. Trying to smile kindly, Goya greeted Siv again. Siv, extending his hand for a handshake, wondered what was happening as the atmosphere seemed to change. Suddenly, Sol Mei shouted at Siv not to shake Goya's hand. Siv, confused, pulled his hand back, and Sol Mei, frowning, questioned why Goya had appeared and was doing this. She warned that she had already had a rough day, but Goya didn't see the issue and asked if there was a rule that made him remain silent. He smirked and mentioned that he now stood before a half-goblin claiming he would become the king of monsters. Still, Goya shook Siv's hand, and before Siv could react, Goya bit his nail, then swiftly pulled it out to activate his techniques. A fiery line appeared around Siv, and the technique of falling earth was triggered. Sol Mei jumped up but couldn't do anything, and Siv suddenly vanished, moving to a completely different location near a massive lake. Siv struggled to regain his balance, frowning as he tried to stay steady. Goya, impressed that Siv managed to stay on his feet despite the sudden terrain shift, commented that Siv was stronger than he seemed. Siv, simply frowning, seriously asked if Goya really planned to eat him. Goya, thinking that would be the end of it, said he wanted to ask something first. Did Siv play games? Goya clarified that he wasn't speaking metaphorically, but asking about video games. Siv, surprised, admitted that he played some in middle school but lost interest in high school. Goya, understanding the situation, asked which genres Siv liked. Siv mentioned a few, then picked one, admitting that he didn't enjoy online games much since they made him feel that spending money was more important than playing. Goya smiled, agreeing that they had some common ground. Suddenly, Siv heard a noise and turned sharply, noticing an explosion in the water and a massive splash. Quickly dodging, Siv noticed several spikes rising from the lake, heading toward the shore. Loud sounds continued as these spikes moved, and Goya, observing the situation, noted that Civ was extremely quick. Looking up, Goya saw that Civ, instead of dodging first, focused on attacking him before dodging. Goya praised Civ's quick thinking for a beginner, activating his magic and preparing to advance. He realized that Civ's senses and natural abilities were remarkable, but the most important thing now was Civ's ability to learn from the encounters and avoid making the same mistakes. The enemy attacks that Civ had faced already taught him to be more cautious. Goya suddenly froze, widening his eyes as he saw how Civ used the acceleration from his fall to strike confidently. Civ's lesson learned that day came through in his attack, which he launched at Goya with great power, using bracers that released the wearer's life force and energy. As Civ hit the ground, he observed the rising dust and thought about how he had learned another crucial lesson. Even if an attack appeared successful, one should never relax too soon. Civ continued to send attacks into the dust. He thought deeply about monster power, realizing that even though he hadn't fully grasped it, he was beginning to understand. The static electricity he felt inside him came from his stomach, and intuitively, he felt that about 60% of his power remained. When Civ launched his strong attack, he used up roughly 10% of that energy. He continued to analyze his movements, calculating that each small attack took about 3%. Wondering if his power would deplete like last time, Civ mused that he couldn't use it indefinitely. Suddenly, Goya remarked that the concept was impressive, catching Civ's attention. The shield around Goya cracked as Goya admitted he didn't expect to use his abilities so soon. He realized he had underestimated Civ, who had moved through the first phase quickly. Civ, now in fighting stance, asked Goya if he truly intended to eat him. Goya, surprised by the question, admitted that he had no intention to harm Civ. He explained that, as he said earlier, he was intrigued by Civ's bold claim. Goya then asked if Civ understood what the title King of the Monsters actually meant. Civ assumed it meant someone literally becoming the king and ruling over monsters, but Goya questioned if that made sense. He recalled that the competition was based purely on strength, and the election cycle occurred every 666 years. The king would rule for centuries, and the entire process was decided during a single festival. Goya explained that this tradition had been followed for ages, and monsters obeyed it because it was customary. Civ considered this, but remained silent. Goya elaborated that monsters acted on instinct and desire, and just because someone introduced laws didn't mean monsters would follow them. He suggested that if the monsters had obeyed the laws, the massacre would have never happened. To prevent this, the ancient monsters created the position of the king of the monsters to prevent the monster's nature from causing a catastrophe. Everyone agreed that protecting this empty one was necessary. Thanks to this, all the monsters in the world obeyed the creature in exchange for harmony in their existence. And this creature was the king of the monsters. It was believed that it was fortunate that for 10,000 years, kings had ruled the monsters without much change. Although the policies were different, the basic principles of survival for the monsters remained the same. There was only one exception, according to Goya, and that was the king of the generation. Civ widened his eyes, listening intently, and Goya asked Civ to imagine if human leaders one day made a law against eating meat and asked what would happen. Civ realized that everyone would start protesting violently, and there would be no guarantee the law would be enforced, as protests alone would hardly resolve it. Goya agreed, saying that indeed it was the case, and asked if it was true that they held on and acted this way for 666 years, no more, no less. Shrugging, Goya assumed that this alone would show Civ how important the king of the monsters was to them and how much they had endured not to offend tradition. However, now the monsters were running out of patience. Goya asked if Civ understood what he was talking about. Civ realized that if the next king made the same law, not everyone would be as obedient as before. He asked if this was what Goya was implying. Goya pointed at Civ, noting that he quickly understood everything and explained that even if the king ordered it, the monsters might not listen. Even if the king of monsters is the strongest, if the majority of monsters refuse to obey, nothing can be done. If it came to this, not only would the new king fall, but the very concept of the king of monsters, the power and symbol of it, would collapse. Goya introduced the crumbling crown and then asked if Siv now understood. He was sure few would ignore the audacious words and promises to become the king of the monsters and maintain everything as it was. Goya moved closer to Siv, noting that the younger monster could laugh and move on, but the older one would simply tear Siv apart. He understood where this wind was blowing from, and although he admitted Siv was good, he noted that he didn't fit the typical monster stereotype. The problem, according to Goya, was that Siv didn't understand how the world worked and foolishly dished out his condescension. Siv suggested that Goya wanted him to take back his words, and Goya confirmed, honestly admitting that at first, he thought Siv was just an inexperienced monster he could crush with a single foot. However, now Siv had turned out to be more mature, as he quickly understood everything and had good potential for growth. That's why Goya invited him to come under his command, promising that Siv could become the ruler of the Korean peninsula if he allowed Goya to become the king of the monsters. Goya asked if this was a good proposal. Even if he ruled, he couldn't completely destroy the people, but he could leave a few who would be close to Siv. Without immediately agreeing, Siv asked how strong Goya was, noting that Goya was convinced he would become king, but didn't know whether he had objectively assessed himself. Goya was surprised by this question and admitted that he couldn't say he was the strongest on the peninsula, but explained that among the representatives, there was no one stronger than him, since there was still an age limit. Siv thought for a moment and finally agreed, extending his hand to Goya and deciding to accept the offer, if it meant he could protect the people around him. Goya shook Siv's hand and smiled, noting how he thought Siv hadn't disappointed him. He was sure Siv had done everything right. Siv seriously said that he wouldn't feel guilty and activated the magic. Goya frowned, sensing this, and Siv warned that it was Goya who broke their trust by pretending to shake hands, deceiving and attacking first. As far as Siv understood, these were Goya's methods. Now, grabbing Goya by the clothes, Siv used a different type of goblin fighting technique, one completely different from what he had shown before. He used 60% of his remaining energy, leaving very little, squeezing out all his strength. However, Siv did this not impulsively, but with cold calculation, and for the first time, he executed the technique with confidence and intelligence. Intercepting Goya, Siv used Goblin and Mountain Flip, throwing Goya to the ground without hesitation. He clenched his jaw and frowned, acting with only confidence and readiness. The force with which Goya hit the ground sent fragments into the air and also released a large amount of energy from Siv. Siv sat exhausted on the ground, head down, asking himself if his body kept shaking because of the monster's strength. This assumption was correct, as the restoration of his body and endurance had poured all the power of the monster into the attack, leaving only a little spare. Neither one nor the other was available now, and having run out of resources, he could not continue the fight. He stood on his knee, looking tiredly in front of him. His whole body was trembling as he looked ahead with anger, frowning. Goya stood in front of him, saying that he should hold back his bloodthirstiness until the last moment and then spend all his MO power on one blow. He noted that only heaven grants such talent for battles. A unique monster art, Arctic Chase, freezes water and allows you to control it within a certain radius around the target. Siv looked up at Goya menacingly. He tried to lean on the ground with his trembling hands and continued to say that if the difference in the basic strength of the monsters between them had been even a little less, he asked who knows, maybe he would have eaten him. Arctic Pursuit is an art with which one can attack and defend without restrictions. Siv stood with half his body frozen. This part of his body was cracked. He then looked down at Siv and asked what his last words would be. Siv answered, "Nothing special." After that, he began to say that even if he had a will, he wouldn't have read it to him. And since Goya rushed at him with the thought of killing and devouring from the very beginning, he was preparing himself for that. Such a fate could await him too. He then added that besides, he wasn't finished yet. Goya looked at him in surprise as Siv was able to get to his feet and take a fighting stance. Siv confidently said that if Goya wanted him to beg for his life, or something like that, it was too early. His eyes were still burning brightly, and he was waiting for his opponent to show a weak spot so he could strike at the right moment, or perhaps the fighting spirit of the goblin would awaken in him. which he didn't even suspect yet. Goya looked at him with a smile on his face and said he spoke well. Then, he regretted that he only had enough strength to stand. Siv looked at him from under his brows, frowning. Goya extended his hand in front of him and told him, "Okay then," before placing his hand on Siv's shoulder and patting it with a wide and good-natured smile, telling him he had passed. Siv stared at him, wide-eyed and confused. Goya smiled and confirmed that this was true, noting that he had not disappointed him even until the very end. He then said he was simply inspired. Siv asked him to stop and, in a daze, asked again if he had passed. Goya, still grinning, rudely asked what that even meant and explained that he just wanted to see if Siv was worth supporting. He questioned the point of rooting for someone who had no chance of becoming the king of monsters. Siv, taken aback, asked in surprise if he should root for him, only then realizing he had just explained why he couldn't be the king. Goya confirmed this, adding that everyone was eager to see who would become the new king, but not for the Night of Monsters. He said he had never liked the chaos of monsters, with their constant fighting and growling for no reason, ever since childhood. He could never understand why everyone acted as though it was normal and necessary. He looked around, mentioning that compared to that world, this place was calm and quiet. Although it seemed chaotic, people here at least had the freedom to choose how they lived. He asked if Siv understood, then continued, saying that people had hobbies to fill the void, games, books, movies, calling them useless things that didn't exist in the monster world. Yet, monsters preferred these things over eating people, he noted. If the human world couldn't provide such things anymore, it would be a tragedy for them. Siv, tightening his jaw and concerned, thought to himself, does this mean there are other monsters like him? He then asked Somi about it. Siv acknowledged he understood Goya's point, but still saw no reason to root for him. Goya smiled widely and interrupted, claiming that Siv could still become the king of monsters. But then he added that there was a problem. He explained, hands in pockets, that the Korean peninsula had a good chance of winning, but whether Siv became king or not depended on one issue. All the candidates, including Goya, came from prestigious families with inherited talents and techniques passed down through generations. He added that someone with a manual on using ancient practices would always be stronger by default. Raising an index finger, he asked if Siv understood the concept of being born with a golden spoon in their mouth, explaining that it was the same for them. Siv exhaled heavily, looking serious, and asked if Goya meant that a family was like a powerful conglomerate passed down from generation to generation. He then asked again if his family was pressuring him. Goya, smiling slightly, repeated pressure, noting how cute it sounded. He explained that it was more like being pushed into the ground until you died. As soon as a child shows a hint of talent, the family clings to them, demanding they become the next king, whether they want it or not. Once they represent the family, they are forced to serve others' interests, and if they oppose it, they are either cast aside or killed to deter others. He gestured sharply across his neck to emphasize the point. Siv, looking down with a frustrated expression, understood that he wasn't a person, but when a whole family turns against you, it was cruel. Goya then extended his index finger towards Siv and winked with a wide smile, shouting that he was different. Despite having inherited talent from a famous bloodline, he wasn't bound to any family or clan, and he had his own motives to become the king of monsters. Siv looked at him in confusion as Goya brought his cheerful expression closer, saying he could do it. Goya stopped himself and told Siv to think about it. Siv, backing away in confusion, asked him to wait. Just then, a massive bird flew overhead. Siv said he understood Goya's words but needed some time to think. As he walked back, he commented that everything was happening so suddenly. With a sharp movement, Somi, in the form of a giant demonic bird, began to land on Goya. Goya smiled, saying everything was accurate from his perspective. In one swift motion, Somi grabbed Goya's head with her huge claws and furiously squeezed. Siv watched in horror, his mouth agape. Somi threw Goya, sending him tumbling through the air for many meters. The throw was so powerful that Goya bounced on the ground and crashed into a tree with a loud explosion. Somi landed, flapping her wings menacingly. Siv cautiously stretched out his hand, asking her to stop. Somi directed her sharp feathers, like arrows, towards where she had thrown Goya. Siv, surprised, approached her. She reassured him that everything was fine and Goya would have no injuries. Looking towards the deep forest, she added that she suspected Goya had dived somewhere far away, knowing a curse would soon follow. Siv asked who exactly Goya was, still confused. Somi explained that the one Siv had met wasn't entirely original. He had a split personality of sorts. The black turtle, according to legend, was born from a snake and a turtle and became one with them. Though it was generally thought to be just a turtle, it was said that in the distant past, a genius had separated the yin and yang powers from a monster, allowing him to break through his limits and awaken as a divine beast. That was how the black turtle had come to be. Somi continued explaining. Afterward, the heirs of the black turtle were born, inheriting the unique abilities of this creature. However, Somi clarified that becoming a true black turtle required undergoing very painful training, and a side effect of this process was a snake, someone with whom the individual communicated. Siv, sitting on the bed with his backpack behind his back, looked at her in surprise and concluded that it didn't seem so bad. But then, he realized that the beginning was different. Somi, sitting in a chair with her arms crossed, confirmed that there was no malice in him, but the problem was his lack of depth. She explained that he was impulsive, often putting others in uncomfortable situations. This was because, from the concentration of the monster's energy, a personality is formed naturally. She admitted she didn't know if that was the reason, but his main personality was calm and controlled, completely subordinate to the turtle. This side of him was responsible for analysis and strategy. She added that for some reason, Goya's snake had been mad from the start. Personality issues were half the problem, as the snake also had the ability to take control of the body whenever it wanted. This often led to problems. With a heavy sigh, Somi stood up from the chair and said that, despite his talent, many had been against him when he was chosen as a representative. They called him half a turtle, but quickly realized his potential. However, she interrupted herself, wondering aloud if he was ready for this. She explained that they needed to return as soon as possible. Siv, his face grim, lowered his gaze and confirmed this. Somi approached and reassured him not to worry. She explained that none of this was his fault, and even if there were complaints about being late, it wouldn't affect him. Siv, not concerned about it, noticed the broken veranda from the battle with the monster. He mentioned that they had been gone for a month, so his mother would be worried when she saw the damage. Somi smiled, and from the side, a voice interrupted them, telling them not to worry. Siv and Somi turned in surprise to the voice, which belonged to the old man. Entering the apartment and combing his beard, he told them that everything would be fixed by tomorrow, as they had people responsible for these matters. He then looked at Somi and told her to leave. He explained that he needed to speak to Siv privately. Somi, confused, raised her hands and began apologizing, explaining how everything went wrong due to her miscalculations. Bai emotionlessly confirmed this, saying he already knew. He added that Somi didn't need to stay, as there were things to discuss between the three of them. Siv and Somi exchanged surprised glances and asked again if only the three of them were involved. Bai looked behind him and acknowledged that such sudden visits were rude, but said he needed to shake one more hand. Selfia entered the room and, looking around, commented on the way people lived. With her hands behind her back, she examined the closet, noting that it was nice but lacked space. Siv, confused, asked if she had already received permission to enter. She replied negatively, adding that she was unlucky because she didn't have a 12-hour visit every 6 months and wasn't going back to the human world where she had to hide. Emotionlessly, she said she was simply dragged out here. Annoyed, she told Siv that the old man had said he would explain everything if she followed him, and asked if they could start now. Bai, stroking his beard, answered affirmatively, explaining that he first needed to share what happened that night. He started by saying that when night fell in Kocho, about 50 crackers appeared, obeying someone's command and attacking people on the streets. After dealing with them, he found out that the control method was crude, leaving traces behind. He believed the attack was meant to lure out Somi and target Civ Somi. Peeking from around the corner, asked in surprise if by meant that they weren't the primary target. Bai clarified that he wasn't saying they weren't the main target, but that they likely had multiple objectives. Selfie, arms crossed, listened carefully as Bai continued, explaining that at least 200 people had disappeared from the streets and the Sametro that night. Based on reports to the human police, Bai estimated that more than 500 people were missing. Civ and Somi stared at him in shock. Somi, confused and looking down, said she couldn't believe it. She concluded that there must be a group of at least 5 people behind this. She noted that if they had a list of suspects and worked hard, they could find them. Bai interrupted her, agreeing that she was right. He added that if the attackers were from the Korean peninsula, they would be easy to locate. However, looking aside, he said that following the traces at the crime scene led to an unpleasant conclusion. Bai stated that it was impossible to count how many monsters had come here from other regions. In their own territories, they would have been caught immediately, so they decided to hunt people in Korea, where it was much harder to track them. He warned that if they didn't catch and punish them quickly, they would start hunting people 6 months ahead of schedule. Selfie, shocked, stood with her mouth slightly open. Bai then said confidently that they needed a monster with the will and ability to protect the human world. He said they needed all the help they could get and offered Civ and Selfie a proposal. He reminded them that they had to take the exam this month, and if they agreed, he was willing to change the format of the exam. Civ and Selfie looked at him attentively as he continued. Bai stated that their task was clear. They must kill those who invaded the Korean peninsula as soon as possible. He said this while frowning, his eyes glowing a bright magical purple. Meanwhile, Yashin walked down a morning city street with his head down. His hands were in his pockets, and dark circles were visible under his eyes from a sleepless night. He thought that he shouldn't have let the main character leave like that. He concluded that he had acted like a coward. With a dark expression, he reflected that if this scoundrel didn't return, it would be on his conscience. He understood that he needed to take some precautions. Just then, someone approached and said his phone was off. It was Civ, grinning wildly, his hand on the back of his head. He said he knew Yashin would go to school, and then asked if he had a minute. Civ explained that a lot had changed after what was said the day before. Later, sitting in a cafe, Yashin asked him, bewildered and furious, what was going on. Turning to Civ, he asked if he had lost his mind. The workers and customers of the cafe looked at them curiously. The main character asked him to keep it down, telling him not to shout in public. Then he clarified that he wasn't going crazy. Turning to the other patrons, he apologized with a smile. Holding his drink, he said the conditions weren't too bad. He asked Civ if that was true, explaining that he could be here instead of in the monster world, where he wouldn't have to make his mother or himself worry. Yashin lowered his head, resting it on his hand, and asked if Civ knew which class he belonged to. Civ responded by asking how Yashin knew. He realized only the day before that he was a monster. Yashin mentioned Shin Ryan Kyu, and the main character, surprised, asked what kind of name that was. He said it was the first time he had heard it, but it still gave him chills. He added that it seemed mysterious. Yashin explained that this wasn't just one word but 5, each representing the status of a monster. He went on to say that the lowest class, so from Cha, was translated as beasts, and most monsters belonged to this class. He clarified that although dangerous, these monsters were nothing more than pitiful creatures, similar to ordinary wild animals. Their main strength lay in their numbers and weapons. Ordinary people, even those without magic like Yashin, could fight them. There were even old records of such cases, and current weapons could handle them easily. Yashin continued explaining that trouble began with the class above called Go. Monsters in this class were so powerful that ordinary people had no chance against them. A Go-class monster had the strength of at least 100 people, but even if 100 people faced them, they wouldn't stand a chance. The main character, eyes wide in fear, asked what the other classes were like. Yashin, looking into his glass, replied that he couldn't give a precise answer because he hadn't met any such monsters. However, he suspected that K-class monsters were 10 times stronger than Go monsters. He warned that if left unchecked, such monsters could turn a small city into hell overnight. He then told the main character that in the case of Soul, they should be cautious and avoid messing with such powerful beings. Yashin added that most likely, these monsters wouldn't break the law, but he warned the main character not to get involved in their hunt. He suggested that if things got bad, he should either run or call for help and hide at his house. He emphasized that if the monsters invading Korea were indeed K-class, they could take on local monsters or shamans like Yashin. He didn't know exactly how many of them there were, but things would be fine if they were K-class. The main character, uncertain, turned to Yashin and asked what class the monster that took the form of a snake belonged to. Yashin answered that the monster was small. He speculated that it was unlikely to be a So class, but definitely not K class, so it must be Go class. He then noticed that the corpse it controlled had much stronger energy. He said if he could handle at least half of that power, they wouldn't be sitting here with him. He understood now why the monster used it to distract attention. Yashin remarked that if the situation was as he thought, the vile man they were dealing with was almost SW. He then pointed at the main character, telling him that his current status was lower than that of the monster and that he was at best an average or lower Go class. Yashin warned him menacingly not to get involved in situations beyond his ability, calling him a fool. Yashin realized he wasn't being strict enough, but he needed to make sure the main character didn't entertain any reckless thoughts. Siv tried to respond hesitantly, but Yashin loudly asked what he had said, demanding he speak louder. The main character, raising his eyes, declared that if he ever met Yashin again, he was confident he could beat him. Yashin, surprised by his boldness, stared at him as the main character grinned triumphantly. He added that if Yashin hadn't been there, the monster wouldn't have had time to make a sound. However, he acknowledged that a lot had changed since then. He said he understood how monster powers worked and had figured out a little about how to fight. Yashin, thinking the main character was a fool, believed he would destroy himself with such thoughts. Later, Siv looked at Yashin in surprise as he stood up from his chair. She asked if he had gone to school, and noticing the time on his phone, said it was already late. Before she could finish, Yashin replied that he wasn't going to school today and felt like he wouldn't be able to figure it out on his own. Then he realized he would have to figure it out for him. Looking at him with authority, Yashin ordered him to follow him. Sometime later, they arrived at the Olympic Gymnastics Arena, a massive hall designed for physical activity. Built in 1986 to host the 1988 Olympics in Seoul, it was now known as a large concert venue, but few knew its original purpose. The main character looked around in surprise, impressed that such a place existed underground. In the vast hall adorned with numerous coats of arms and sparring areas, he remarked that he had seen similar places on his journey and asked if it all belonged to Yashin's family. Yashin replied that it wasn't the case. He explained that the area was created by the government and mentioned that shamans and their masters, not just his family, used it. As he spoke, he began to remove his jacket. The main character, confused, asked, "The government?" Upon processing this, he questioned whether they knew about the monsters and the festival. Yashin, looking solemn, explained that since ancient times, those with power had kept shamans by their side. He then added that perhaps the first shamans were the ones who created the concept of the state, saying that in the distant past, their ability to fight monsters would have been more valued than anything else. He then shared that 666 years ago, at the start of the Joseon dynasty, the monster threat subsided, but the Joseon family still established a training hall for shamans, which his family continued to maintain. As he continued to undress, he spoke of how monsters and festivals were recognized at the national level, though this secret was known only to a select few, and even they didn't take it seriously. He then looked at Siv, telling him that if he was ready, to attack. Siv stared at him uncertainly. Rolling up his sleeves, Yashin stated that there were no rules or restrictions, adding that if Siv could land a hit, he wouldn't need to worry about fighting monsters. Siv asked if he would use a sword or dagger as he did yesterday, but Yashin shook his head. He explained that they could only fight under these conditions. He went on to say that although shamans were different, they could usually only show half their abilities without weapons, emphasizing that shamans could not part with their weapons. However, he claimed that he could fight a first-class monster without one, and it would be easy. As blue magical energy surrounded Yashin, he advanced towards Siv, saying that if Siv could defeat him, it would mean he was a higher-class monster. He asked if Civ understood this and urged him to attack. Civ, still uncertain, looked at him with confusion, sweat dripping down his face. Yashin, surprised, watched as Civ leapt at him, fist drawn back to strike, reaching out with his other hand. Yashin quickly countered with a sharp movement, deflecting the punch and then landing a solid blow to Civ's jaw. The force of the hit caused Civ to stagger, his face bruised as he turned to the side. Yashin didn't ask if he was okay, knowing that the moment he struck, Civ's regeneration had already begun. Yashin stood confidently, watching as Civ, with blood on his face and a bruised nose, called him amazing. Yashin explained that he wanted to push his friend to improve, which is why he didn't hold back. Civ, wiping his bloody nose with his jacket sleeve, stood in a fighting stance, leaving bloody marks on his light jacket. He looked at Yashin and commented that his punch had almost no effect, like hitting a brick wall. Yashin clenched his fist, realizing he had underestimated Civ's durability. Civ, confidently staring ahead, understood that his friend would be fine even if he didn't hold back. Yashin recognized that Civ was far more dangerous than he had initially thought. The two exchanged glances, and the tension in the room shifted. Civ attacked first, moving with incredible speed to bypass Yashin and launch a surprise attack from the side. Yashin, turning toward him with a focused expression, noted how much faster Civ had become. Still, he could tell that Civ's attack style wasn't fully refined. Before he could finish the thought, Civ grabbed Yashin's hand. With a swift movement, Yashin kicked Civ in the face with his knee. Yashin kept his eyes fixed on the opponent, but just as Civ raised his hand, he lifted Yashin high above his head. Afterward, Civ cast a spell of temporary prohibition, his energy channeling into Yashin. Yashin looked down in confusion, floating in weightlessness. He clenched the fist raised above his head. Then their hands separated, and with a crushing blow, Yashin sent Civ flying several meters away. Bright blue magical energy filled the entire space around them. Upon landing, Yashin stood amidst the dust and steam rising from the air, disturbed by the powerful strike. With a serious expression, Yashin stared ahead from beneath furrowed brows, directing a menacing gaze at Civ. He asked what Civ was holding and if that was what he had been thinking about. Hesitant, Civ confirmed this, revealing a lump of dark matter, the goblin club, glowing a bright red. He stared at it, eyes and mouth agape, admitting that it was the first time he had summoned it voluntarily. However, something felt off. His condition was rather poor. Looking at the goblin club he had created, he realized that physically he was not in bad shape. But after a sigh, he understood the real problem was his spiritual energy. During the battle the previous night, Civ had expended about 93% of his spiritual energy, and while this would normally recover after a full day of rest, it took longer in the human realm. Though Civ had been resting at home, his current exhaustion ironically helped when he summoned the goblin club. His body lacked control, but his consciousness and senses were heightened, allowing him to vividly recall the first time he wielded the club. Suddenly, Yashin broke his thoughts, expressing disappointment. He mentioned having read about goblin clubs in old documents and was unsure if the weapon's power had been exaggerated or if the problem lay with Civ. Still, Yashin remarked that, based on what he had seen, he wasn't impressed with Civ's abilities. Yashin didn't believe the documents were wrong. He frowned cautiously as Civ leaped high into the air, narrowing his eyes. Civ, in turn, noted that he didn't consider himself superior to Yashin. As magical energy surged from the club, Civ swung it, and Yashin put his hands out in front of him, using magic to shield himself. Yashin continued watching closely, realizing that Civ was stronger than he had initially thought, but concluded that there was nothing to worry about if he remained in his enhanced state. Yashin considered the high cost of stamina and energy required for each strike after a large jump. He didn't feel the need to close the distance deliberately, deciding to maintain his defense and wait for Civ to exhaust himself. However, Yashin was distracted when he noticed Civ had transformed the club into long threads, one end stuck to the ceiling, creating a vine. Civ realized he could use this to his advantage. Yashin, in shock, asked what Civ was doing. Siv smirked and remarked that defeating Yashin up close would be difficult, and he could no longer block such massive attacks. Siv knew he couldn't replicate the power of his last club, but he focused on the club's ability to change shape and control its form at will. The free end of the rope reformed into a ball, and Siv, with cunning, began to spin it to increase speed and impact force. Yashin observed the ball as it flew toward him. At the last moment, he raised his hands to stop the attack, leaning back and gritting his teeth, managing to dodge with minimal damage. Siv, however, continued to strike, and Yashin's eyes widened in fear as he realized the power of the next blow. Leaping high into the air, he narrowly dodged as the attack slammed into the floor where he had just been standing. Clenching his jaw, Yashin thought there was no significant difference in the aura compared to before, just a change in form and control. He also noted that Siv's strength had grown considerably. After landing, Yashin looked at Siv, still hanging from the vine, and asked if Siv truly intended to fight dishonestly. Siv, spinning another ball, grinned and admitted he wasn't the most honest, but asked if Yashin truly wanted a fair fight. Siv reminded him that this was a test to see if he could face the monster. He argued there was no point in fighting honorably in a life-or-death battle. Yashin froze, realizing Siv's arguments were valid and hard to argue with. Siv continued, pointing out that although the situation was strange, they were just two young guys, perhaps good friends. Smirking, Siv added that sometimes admitting fault was the wisest choice, hinting that Yashin should acknowledge his wrongs. Then Siv added that Yashin might be right about something, but asked what to do if Siv's abilities were insufficient for a fair fight. Yashin stayed silent, not knowing how to respond, then activated his magic to prepare for any further attacks. He asked if this was really happening, trembling with emotion, before growling angrily that he was done listening to Siv's nonsense. Siv sarcastically said he was very scared, then launched another attack. Yashin dodged again, but Siv didn't stop and fired the ball once more. The attacks grew stronger, and Yashin realized he needed to become faster. He found it increasingly difficult to avoid Siv's strikes as he adapted to the speed and martial arts of his opponent. However, the main character struck again, and Yashin realized that he had moved in the wrong direction. At the last moment, he raised his hands in defense and clenched his teeth tightly, using all his strength to block the attack. A huge explosion erupted, and Siv, who saw it, excitedly shouted, asking if he was okay. He changed his tactics to minimize the effect of the attacks, though it was weaker than before, assuming that Yashin was already wounded. Suddenly, Siv felt some movement along the thread he had created, and then heard Yashin turn to the righteous comfort of longevity. The main character widened his eyes in surprise. As the dust from the explosion cleared, Siv saw Yashin standing and managing to intercept the weapon that Siv was using. Additionally, Yashin activated magic, stating that the arrows could pierce willow leaves like thorns. He extended his hand forward, and a powerful magical attack rushed along the thread. Siv, seeing this, widened his eyes in amazement, and then looked up, noticing that the attack Yashin created cut part of the thread at the top, causing Shu to gradually begin to fall. Before the main character could reach the floor, Yashin ran to attack, but Siv pulled part of the weapon in his hands to strike Yashin from behind. However, Yashin sensed this and managed to dodge to the side in time, avoiding the damage, but continued speaking and reading the spell, speaking of the monarch of cold swords, which changes the color of the crimson skies. At that moment, Yashin did not use any rituals to enhance his fighting skills, which greatly hindered him, as he could not use most of his techniques. Siv frowned, watching Yashin closely, realizing that even if Yashin could use those techniques, controlling his powers would be difficult now. Surrounded by a magical aura, Yashin almost approached Siv, who stood without attacking, watching Yashin in surprise. Meanwhile, Yashin spoke of the urgency prescribed by law and demanded by equals. Adding his energy, he created a weapon of divine power. A shining sword appeared in Yashin's hands. It was a heavenly sword, the Ark of the Motherland. The protagonist, realizing Yashin had created a weapon, clenched his jaw and tried to strike. However, Even though the sword was hastily made, the power needed to defeat the monster was immense. The attacks from different directions collided, and soon Civ was shocked to notice his weapon being cut. It was the moment before the end, and Yashin froze for a moment, carefully watching the stunned expression on Shu's face. Yashin hesitated because his friend was standing in front of him. However, pressing his lips tighter, he decided to go through with it because his friend was in front of him. Despite the destruction of the Goblin's Club, Civ was not ready to give up, frowning and clenching his palm into a fist. At the same time, Yashin swung his sword, but the next moment, he froze in shock when he saw that the sword began to dissipate before reaching Civ's body. Before Yashin could ask anything, Civ's fist suddenly flew into his face, sending Yashin flying backward, landing on the floor. The main character asked, bewildered, what happened. The goblin's magic began to dissipate, and Civ asked why Yashin spared him. He noted that he would have recovered quickly even if Yashin had killed him, but Yashin explained that this wasn't the case. Lying on his back, Yashin said he had used all his power in the Arc of Exorcism. If the enemy were a monster, it wouldn't have withstood the blow, even at the chi level, no matter how strong it was. Yashin said it would have happened the same way as how Shu's club shattered. He mentioned that his technique recognizes those like Civ who are different. The main character didn't respond, and Yashin cursed, calling Civ kindly while looking at the ceiling, unable to stop the tears that welled up in his eyes. A little later, walking outside, Yashin lowered his head, staring at his feet. Finally, turning to Civ, walking next to him, Yashin asked the main character to say something, as he was annoyed by Civ's silence. Civ, startled by how suddenly Yashin began speaking, twitched and finally asked if Yashin's nose hurt much. He wanted to say something about what would happen if a scar remained, but Yashin, interrupting, announced that there would be no scar. Though he didn't have a body as powerful as a monster, he also worked hard on this and would heal broken bones and torn skin in a day. Touching his nose, which was covered with a bandage, Yashin realized something and asked if it was true that the main character had restrained his power just before the blow. He noted that if the second hit had connected, Yashin would have no nose left. Sighing, he admitted that Civ had potential and allowed him to run around the city, catching monsters if he wanted. Yashin told the main character to do as he knew, and Civ thanked him for his understanding. However, before he could finish speaking, Yashin suddenly admitted that there was something he still didn't understand and explained that he was only acting this way because he had made a promise. Finally, he asked Civ to take something, and Civ was surprised when Yashin handed him 3 vessels attached to a ring. The main character asked if it was right that it looked like a pumpkin. Yashin confirmed, explaining that these were pumpkins. He said they were consumables, adding that they were similar to disposable bombs. To activate this bomb, Yashin said that one needed to hold it in their hands and quickly say a word. He also suggested that if Civ was in a hurry, he could throw it on the ground. The magic inside the pumpkin would be activated, and Yashin advised Civ to use it when in danger. He warned not to break multiple pumpkins together, even if he wanted to use more than one. Civ thanked him excitedly, but asked if he could accept 3 pumpkins. He noted that these contained Yashin's energy and asked if that wasn't the case. Yashin replied that among other things, there was a lot of energy inside, and before this, he didn't think such items were easy to make. Yashin froze in shock, asking how Civ knew this. He assumed Civ had seen it before, but Civ explained that he hadn't. Touching one of the pumpkins, he admitted that while holding it, he felt the energy Yashin used in their battle. He imagined Yashin at the moment he attacked, and added that a lot of this energy was stored inside the pumpkins. The main character's observation was correct, as there were 3 colored streams inside, showing it was a storage-type Dharma weapon, mainly used by Yashin's family. When the shaman had time, he poured his energy into the pumpkin, which had been specially processed. Yashin also did this during his free time, as in critical situations, the bearer could use magic that would normally be difficult to concentrate on. It wasn't necessary to be the creator of the item, as anyone with a gourd could use the Dharma tool to perform magic. Yashin, still struggling to control his emotions, remembered that the purpose of processing pumpkins was to seal energy. However, it was nearly impossible to peer inside and discern how much energy was present or its type. Seeking an explanation for what had happened, Yashin asked Sherwood to show him his hand for a moment. Siv was taken aback by this request and asked why it was necessary. He assumed there was something in his palm, but extended it toward Yashin before receiving an answer. Some believe that the length and shape of a palm could reveal a lot about a person's destiny. Though mostly untrue, it could still provide some insight. Leaning over to examine Siv's palm, Yashin scrutinized it closely and realized that Siv not only had a predisposition, but embodied talent. His eyes widened, and Yashin released the main character's palm, realizing that this was the level of a spiritual person, a master, or a guru, akin to a shaman. Although Yashin wasn't entirely certain, he noted that Siv's hand displayed 3 streams of color, which meant something entirely different when observed during a fight. Yashin understood that this was enough to draw a conclusion, and the main character, seeing Yashin's reaction, asked in confusion what was happening. Ignoring the question, Yashin thought about what he would tell his father if Sherwood wasn't a monster, but pushed the thought away, assuming Siv could handle things alone without needing permission from anyone. Siv was still bewildered and looked at Yashin, who continued thinking that Siv's talent was so impressive that, even if he had been found on the street, no one would mind accepting him as a student. Yashin hoped it wasn't too late, though it was clear that the main character was undoubtedly a monster, and though half-human, his will was undeniable. Covering his mouth with his hand, Yashin told himself to stop overthinking it, since he knew his other stubborn comrades would never accept it. Moreover, Yashin feared they might misunderstand everything, because if it weren't for Siv, he wouldn't view him so favorably. Siv was a goblin with shaman talent, and for a brief moment, Yashin wondered what would have happened if he had discovered this just 3 days earlier. Hiding his surprise, he smiled, closed his eyes, and said that Siv had a very complicated life. The main character, shocked, asked if Yashin could truly see that just by looking at his palm. Yashin responded vaguely, saying that he may or may not have seen it, and then asked when Siv planned to come back to school. Siv, looking at his clothes, decided he needed to buy a new uniform, as the only clothes he had were the tracksuit he was wearing. Additionally, his legs seemed to have shrunk by a size. Yashin, impressed, smiled and said the reactions at school would be interesting. He wondered how many people would recognize Siv if he kept his identity a secret. Siv froze, eyes wide, and then looked at Yashin with a displeased expression, asking if Yashin was enjoying this. Yashin admitted he had a headache just thinking about it, but despite Siv's frustration, he was genuinely excited about the prospect. Suddenly, Yashin pulled out his phone, looked at the screen, and noted that it was already too late for anything to happen. Now he understood why he was so hungry, and Siv offered to eat nearby, promising to treat Yashin. Yashin, confused by the offer, asked why they couldn't go to Siv's place to eat instead. He recalled the kimchi fried rice Siv had made last time and said it was delicious, especially with the added pork. Yashin added that they could buy meat at the supermarket, but Siv awkwardly looked away and admitted there was a slight problem. He had a guest at home, who was most likely asleep. Yashin, still bewildered, asked again, and Siv confirmed this, adding that he needed to go somewhere after they ate. Yashin paused, then sighed, and, attracting Siv's attention, told him not to force it. He didn't want to talk, recalling that he had told Siv to do whatever he wanted with the monsters and promised he wouldn't interfere. He assumed Siv had something to do, so Yashin decided to leave, saying Siv would treat him next time. He moved a little forward but turned back before leaving completely, telling Siv not to be upset as if he had done something wrong. Yashin advised Siv to walk with confidence, as he was strong enough to face anyone without fear. A little while later, Siv emerged from the tunnel, looking around. He noticed it was an older area and chose this place because the building appeared abandoned. He asked if this was the right place, double-checking with his phone. Suddenly, he saw a massive door ahead, hidden in the shadows. Reading the sign above, he saw it was the House of the Rising Dark Moon. Confused, Siv asked what it meant. He didn't understand the inscription, as he had only mastered Sha at the 2nd level. Just then, the door opened, and a man stepped out, glancing at Siv with a serious expression. Siv realized this was a monster, mentally noting that it was very powerful. The man barely acknowledged Siv as he walked past. Siv, nervous, watched him go when another person appeared at the door, exclaiming in surprise at the new arrival. Siv turned to see Hungarian, who was pleased to see him. She introduced herself as the head of the House of the Rising Dark Moon. Siv greeted her, introduced himself, and explained that someone had told him about the place yesterday and given him the address, warning him to come here first. When Hungarian heard his name, she was surprised, as she had already heard of him. She invited Siv to come inside, gesturing toward the door. Siv entered, noticing that inside wasn't dark, but rather a black fog enveloped everything around him. He frowned as he looked around, but soon stepped into a well-lit area and froze, his eyes wide in amazement, as he saw a spacious courtyard ahead. Later, Siv and Hungarian sat at a table, and after pouring tea, she asked him to try it. Siv expressed his gratitude to Hungan for her hospitality, cupping his cup with his hands, and inquired if they were truly not in Seoul. He pointed out that there were no houses in sight, and noted that the air and wind felt unusually fresh. Hungan confirmed this, explaining that the House of the Rising Dark Moon was separate from the human world. She added that their home had been on the outskirts of civilization for centuries, providing an environment filled with fresh air and energy. She suggested that Siv might not understand the necessity of this, but clarified that the place served as a store offering various items to help monsters adapt to the human world. Siv listened attentively, recalling what Babai had told him about receiving help here. Curious about the monster store, he snapped his fingers and summoned a scroll, from which he retrieved a small box. He showed it to Hungan, asking if it contained currency from the monster world. After examining it closely, Hungan confirmed that it was a monster coin, explaining that it could be used for both purchases and exchanges. Siv was surprised by the mention of exchange, and Hungan elaborated that some monsters worked in the human world, frequently exchanging their coins for human money. She added that the current exchange rate for one monster coin was 3 million won, including commission. Siv was astonished by the value of a single monster coin, wondering how much his 40 coins were worth. In all his 17 years, he had never had more than 720,000 won. Hungan, sensing Siv's thoughts, waved her hand and asked if he wanted to see the goods. When the assistant approached, she instructed them to show the demonic spirit pills. The assistant opened a chest, revealing several containers. Hungan explained that these pills were the most popular items in their store, accelerating the recovery of a monster's strength. Siv leaned forward to inspect the contents of the chest. Hungan explained that in the human world, monsters' natural strength is almost non-existent, and even in the monster world, recovery takes time. To address this, the House of the Rising Dark Moon had created these pills using a secret technique, allowing monsters to instantly regain their strength in even weak environments. Siv immediately expressed his intention to buy the pills, as he needed them. He then noticed that the containers holding the pills were of different colors and asked if this signified a difference in their effects. Looking back at him, Hungan clarified that the color of the container represented the class of the demonic pill. She also mentioned the prices: 10 nong for a silver pill, 3 nong for a gold pill, and 1 nong for a black pill. She explained that higher-class pills restored strength more quickly and recommended the black pill if Siv was in a hurry. Siv thought for a moment before deciding to purchase a black pill, asking if he could take it immediately. Hungan smirked, telling him it was fine, and added that the pill's effects would be felt by night. She mentally noted, however, that there would be no difference in practice. Hungan reflected on the frequent debates among monsters about strength, where two factors were often considered: size and the speed of absorption of Niden. Niden, she explained, was the total strength of a monster, which increased with age and the number of creatures consumed. She also noted that the speed of absorption was influenced by the environment and food intake. It was difficult to increase absorption speed using external methods, and typically it depended on talent or bloodline influence. Thinking about higher-ranking monsters, she estimated that they would need 3 to 4 hours to absorb the black pill, but with Siv's half-monster body, it might take days before it was fully absorbed. As Siv swallowed the pill, Hungan mentally noted that if he absorbed at least part of it, his Niden would be restored by night. The black pill was a strong medicine, and with just one, Siv could potentially restore his Niden several times over. Before she could offer anything else, a sudden burst of blinding light erupted from Siv. The energy shot into the air, creating a high column of light, accompanied by a loud sound. Hungan realized that her earlier thoughts had been correct. The pill's effect was limited by Siv's size. When the light faded, it was clear that the table had overturned, and dishes were scattered across the floor. Hungan, startled, leaned back, eyes wide. She remembered that Siv had only just swallowed the pill moments ago, and was shocked to see that in such a short time, his full monster power had been restored. She looked toward the cloud of dust, where Siv stood, his silhouette dark against the magical energy residue. Siv sighed and lowered his head, reflecting that it was only the third day of his life as a monster. Extending his palm forward, he looked at the aura of magical energy surrounding him and remarked that it seemed like the low-level pill had worked too well. Meanwhile, in the house of the rising dark moon, Dongu, holding a liquid container, asked what the guest thought of the event. Smiling, he mentioned that the special six-flower liquor was prepared for Yum's visit. He added that the lure was made from 6 flowers that grew along the Sansa River. Explaining this made the drink richer in flavor. Dongo, leader of the House of the Rising Dark Moon, listened as Yum, after tasting it, admitted it wasn't bad. However, Yum frowned and remarked he didn't like that such good alcohol was being served to a mere newcomer. Smirking, Yum mentioned he hadn't seen Hungry for quite a while and said she claimed she would return after seeing someone. He asked if he should take this to mean she didn't care about him as a guest. Smiling slightly, Dongo denied the idea, explaining that Hungry was merely delayed by work and that the guest Yum referred to had only paid a brief visit. Yum froze, frowning, and demanded to know who this guest was. Dongo confessed he didn't know the full details, but people said the guest was a half-monster with goblin blood in his veins. Resting a hand on his chin, Yum muttered that he had expected something interesting, but now realized it involved Siv again, whom he called a fool. Yum also derided Babai, mocking him for wasting effort trying to save a withered vein that should have been left to die. Yum couldn't believe Babai was searching for a half-monster to force into the festival. He sneered, saying Siv wasn't even a monster, let alone worthy of participating. At these words, Dongo twitched, but remained silent. Noticing this, Yum teased that Dongo had suddenly gone quiet and sarcastically asked why. Perhaps pouring alcohol had grown boring. Then Yum realized something else and insinuated Dongo was a half-monster himself and didn't like Yum's words. Dongo clenched his fists and lowered his head. Yum casually added that his older sister had once mentioned the family's 1,000-year-old traditions, which everyone respected. However, Yum heard the truth. The Dark Moon was just a refuge for half-breeds with nowhere to go. He asked if that was accurate. According to Yum, the family members weren't human, but no one accepted them into the monster kingdom either. He claimed this place was born from the suffering of half-breeds, so they wouldn't feel entirely useless. Despite his words, Dongo only clenched his fists harder. Yum smirked, declaring that, regardless, the Dark Moon family would never be seen as true monsters. He asked if he was right. Dongo remained silent for a while, before finally smiling faintly and asking how someone like Yum could possibly know the future. Seeing Yum's empty bowl, Dongo lifted the jug and offered to refill it. Yum scoffed, questioning if a person who had once been a merchant would always remain one. Even so, he decided he was growing tired of mocking Dongo and raised his cup. Dongo quietly apologized for everything, and Yum asked when he could leave. Dongo explained that all preparations and formalities would be finished that day. He mentioned they had exchanged all the monster coins Yum provided and prepared documents and housing for the human world as requested. He assured Yum it was of the highest quality, created with as few people as possible. Chuckling, Yum admitted Dongo and his group worked faster than expected. Dongo replied that Yum had risked his life for their people, so he was trying his best. Interrupting, Yum clarified he didn't do it for the House of the Dark Moon. He did it out of disgust, since strangers were appearing and acting arrogantly. As the master, Yum couldn't leave matters to chance. He asked if that was correct. Taking a sip, Yum grew more serious, pondering that if he invested in their species' reputation, not even his father could deny his right to participate in the festival. Yum wasn't far behind his brother and sister in natural talent, but since he was born 100 years later, he was treated differently. He knew he needed to be recognized as a candidate first, then surpass his siblings within the next 6 months. Setting his bowl down, Yum asked where Hungrian was. Dongo offered to go fetch her immediately, but Yum waved him off, explaining he had more pressing matters than finding a drinking companion. Instead, he wanted Hungrian to accompany him to the human world. Dongo was shocked by this request. Yum dismissed his concern, saying he didn't intend to dirty himself with a half-breed, even a pretty one. He clarified he hadn't come to the human world to waste time talking idly. There were other matters to handle, including hunting down strangers. Stuttering, Dongo tried to object, but Yum cut him off, teasing that if Dongo was truly a merchant, he should serve a respected client in the highest manner. After all, wasn't the client always right? Dongo pursed his lips, unable to respond. Yum ordered him to inform Hungrian of this immediately. Before Yum could finish his sentence, an explosion suddenly rang out. Both he and Dongo turned in surprise toward the noise. Through the window, they saw the dust already starting to settle. Yum, equally stunned, muttered in disbelief, asking what this nonsense was. In this world, everyone knew that chi flowed like water through all living things. For most, it accumulated slowly over time, and the rules of its use were universal for humans and monsters alike. A larger vessel couldn't hold more water than its capacity, an obvious principle that required no further explanation. At that moment, Siv turned to the frightened Hungrian and asked if she was all right. Energy still radiated from him as he wondered aloud if something strange had happened because of him. He remarked that the pill was much better than what Heyman had described. Hungrian, in shock, silently questioned why this was happening. Siv continued, saying the sensation was incredible, as though he could accomplish anything in the world. Hungrian froze as she heard footsteps approaching. Yum appeared, clearly displeased, and demanded to know what kind of fool would release energy so recklessly in this place. Taking the opportunity, Yum decided it was time to teach Siv a lesson about proper behavior. However, Hungrian stepped forward, diverting Yum's attention. She quickly claimed it was her fault and that Siv had nothing to do with it. She asked him not to be upset, but Yum told her to shut up and announced that he never asked for her opinion or gave her permission to speak. He also accused her of thinking he was an idiot and called her names. Hungarian stayed silent, but Yusum confidently stated that the roar he felt earlier came from Siv, whom he saw as a failure. Yum further suggested that Siv was clueless about his surroundings and kept releasing energy, which greatly irritated him. Looking down at the main character with contempt, Yum asked if Hungarian still wanted him to ignore this behavior despite seeing everything with his own eyes. Siv stayed quiet, carefully listening to Yum's words. Hungarian wanted to say something, but before she could, Siv sharply turned to Yum and apologized. He explained he wasn't yet used to controlling his monster power. With a finger on his lips and a smile, he admitted he never expected something like this to happen and apologized to Yusum for disturbing him. However, he also added that even though everything happened the way it did, it seemed Yusum was being overly rude to someone he was seeing for the first time. For a brief moment, the protagonist seemed more monster than man. Upon hearing these insolent words, Yum frowned angrily and asked what Siv had just said. Ignoring the question, Siv continued, admitting he was truly sorry for how things turned out, but remembering Yum calling him a loser, he advised Yum to stop being so rude. Furious, Yusum waved his hand, sending Siv flying sideways. As Siv hit the ground, dust rose into the air, and Hungarian watched in horror, her expression shocked. Yum ordered Hungarian to look at it, and, though she hadn't yet thought this way, warned her not to even consider overstepping the boundaries, as this wasn't a fight, but a lesson in teaching monster blood proper manners. Despite the force of the attack, the main character quickly got back to his feet. He waved his fingers, and a new attack emerged, striking Siv from below in the jaw. Hungarian asked Yum to calm down, reminding him that violence was prohibited in this place. She added that even if Yum belonged to a noble family, if the Great Hall knew what had happened, the members would not overlook it. In response, Yum launched several attacks at Hungarian, causing her to scream in pain. He reminded her that he had warned her not to overstep her boundaries. He glared at Hungarian, who was trembling in pain and bent over, holding her stomach. Yum added that he had been watching her, thinking she was the smartest one here, but now realized she was just another half-breed like the rest. Covered in sweat from the pain, Hungarian couldn't hold back the tears welling up in her eyes. She wondered what had just happened, as she hadn't felt the monster's power, but something else entirely. Something invisible. Hungarian suddenly realized it was a divine beast, a unique ability of heat. Meanwhile, Yum turned to Siv and ordered him to come closer and kneel, saying he would teach him the manners Babai hadn't. Siv, getting into a fighting stance, asked if Yusum was still talking nonsense. He threw off his jacket to avoid interference and began to run toward Yusum, remarking that if Yum wanted to solve things with words, he had to ask politely. He then pointed out that Yum was talking about manners after hitting him with full force. Yum was walking a little forward when Siv stopped in a more comfortable position, confidently offering to continue what they had started. Yusum didn't argue and agreed, suggesting that Siv must want to die. He extended his hand, activating magic, but suddenly his eyes widened as he saw Siv twitch and quickly strike back, reflecting Yum's attacks. Both Yusum and Hungarian were stunned by this. Siv asked if it was true that Yum had thrown water at him, smiling and admitting he didn't know the basics, but understanding it was all part of monster art. The main character assumed Yum had thrown tiny drops of water at a high speed and recalled the first attack, speculating that Yum had initially hit him with tea spilled on the floor. Though the amount was small, it still had an impact. Siv then smelled the faint trace of tea and pieced it all together. Yum suggested Siv was ready for another hit, and Siv, remembering the second attack, noted that the drops were the size of fingernails and seemed to appear out of nowhere. He speculated that Yum was using moisture from the air or dew on the grass. He also realized that the greater the distance, the stronger the attack, and guessed that the power was all about acceleration. Though he wasn't proud of what he was about to say, Siv smirked, noting that he had already experienced something similar the night before. In comparison, Yum was quite weak. Yum frowned in confusion and asked what Siv had said. Trembling slightly, Siv smiled and apologized, running sharply forward, clenching his jaw with dissatisfaction. Yum demanded to know how Siv dared to do this. Before Yum could act, Siv approached, frowning in concentration and raising his hand to strike. Noticing this, Yusum assumed that Siv's monster power was so insignificant that the direction of the attack could be easily seen, indicating that Siv didn't understand the need to train in hiding it. Yusum thought that now Siv would learn the consequences of his ignorance. But as he struck, Siv swiftly dodged, admitting that everything looked rather obvious. Yusum's eyes widened in fear as he hadn't expected this, and Siv launched his own attack. Remembering how Yashin read his movements, Siv smiled and looked at Yusum, who had fallen to his knees, trembling in pain and clutching his hair. Siv stated that he had hit Yum again, calling him weak. Hungarian, shocked, held her bruised torso with one hand as she watched the scene unfold. She said, confused, that she couldn't believe it. Hanan was stunned for several reasons. This was his first encounter, his first battle with magic, but the way he instinctively countered the attacks, realizing that the enemy could read his energy and immediately adjusting it by hiding the direction of his strike, was remarkable. He then swiftly redirected it, landing a perfect hit on his opponent. Of course, this is something only strong monsters could do. It's a basic skill. Siv stood, radiating abundant magical energy, while Yum lay on the ground, groaning in pain, pressing himself into the earth and trembling. Hungan, watching with blood dripping from her mouth, thought about how the goblin descendant had appeared only 3 days ago. She had heard that he had been an ordinary human before then, and now she wondered how a monster just 3 days old could be so strong. The main character glared menacingly at Yum, then asked with a commanding tone if that was all. Noticing it didn't matter to him, he added that if that was the case, Yum should apologize and leave. He then asked if that suited him. Yum didn't respond, still shaking on the floor. Civ pointed at Hungon, remarking that while he may have made a scene, he had crossed a line. He then asked Yum what he had done with the man who had tried to stop the fight. Civ continued, saying that no matter how one looked at it, this was all Yum's fault. He ordered him to kneel and beg for forgiveness. Yum began to lift his head, his face tense, with teeth resembling wolf-like fangs and veins bulging on his face. Civ turned to him, saying that this was the way it was. Many empty plates lay on the floor, and a sharp spike formed from water flew toward the main character's head. He managed to raise his hand, but the spike pierced right through, and thick blood began to flow down his arm. Civ grimaced at his injury, just as Yum charged at him, his expression filled with fury. Civ stepped back calmly. Then, releasing a surge of magical energy, he raised his leg and delivered a sharp blow to Yum's torso, sending him flying many meters. The hit was so powerful that Yum collided with the ground multiple times before finally landing, causing a large explosion to echo through the air. The unique magic of the Haitai clan, known as pure autumn water, was about controlling water around the user. As noted earlier, its principle was similar to northern martial arts, specifically Haitai, but with a narrower focus. This magic allowed the user to maximize water pressure. Yum, lying on the ground with his body still trembling, wore a wild grin as he looked up, resembling more of an animal than a monster. Blood poured from Civ's eyes, nose, and mouth, veins on his neck bulging as his eyeballs turned a painful red. The magic allowed him to use water as a weapon, sharp as metal, capable of using even a droplet inside an enemy's body to destroy internal organs, blood vessels, and nerves. Civ collapsed to the floor, his hands propping him up, while Yum, standing a few meters away after recovering from the powerful kick, said with a smile that there was something interesting about monster regeneration. He grinned, adding that losing a limb meant nothing if you were strong enough, but when it came to poisons and infections, recovery took much longer than expected. Observing Civ, who was trembling and bleeding heavily from his eyes, nose, and mouth, Yum remarked that he probably wouldn't understand. He then added that he had never gone through it either. Yum admitted that Civ had surprised him, even as a completely inexperienced enemy. Then, with a wide grin, Yum raised his arms, magical energy emanating from them. He declared that his strength was thanks to his exceptional pedigree, and maybe he had just been lucky with his goblin bloodline. Hungon looked on in fear, her face reflecting a bright blue as she watched Yum form a large mass of water around himself, controlling it with his magic. He said that he wanted to make sure the main character understood that he was no match for a real monster, regardless of what half-breed clan he came from. Civ lowered his hand and spoke, saying that he didn't care whether he was a true monster or an imposter, and didn't want to know. But there was one thing he was certain of. Yum looked at him, his eyes wide, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Civ, filled with magical energy, looked at him menacingly and declared that Yum was seriously starting to irritate him. He insulted him, calling him a nonentity. Yum, confused, formed a stream of magical water energy behind him and raised his hand in bewilderment, wondering if Civ had really healed his veins and organs after the damage. He clenched his jaw, biting his lip, then sent a powerful stream of water toward him. This was a technique called reservoir, an advanced version of pure autumn water, capable of extracting water from rivers, lakes, seas, or underground sources. It compressed the water so much that it violated the laws of physics. The stream was 100 times heavier than it appeared and moved with the speed and force of a fast-moving truck. Civ stood firm, holding a goblin club in his hand, dark matter clumping and glowing red around it. He focused on the future, not the threat before him. With experience, he knew that selecting the right form in a battle greatly increased strength. The answer was clear from the start. The water magic was now only a few meters away from the main character. Civ stood emotionless, his goblin club raised above his head, his expression furious. There were no skilled swordsmen around to imitate, but Civ was ready. He focused entirely on sheer sharpness. The main character, radiating with the magical energy he possessed, gritted his teeth, and menacingly raised the goblin club above his head. Along with the excess energy, he released power that an ordinary protagonist couldn't harness. Directing a strong beam from the goblin club, he split the water flow that Yum had directed with a single motion. In that instant, he divided the stream into two. Yum, standing a few meters away, was focused on directing the water, but suddenly he realized that the stream had spread to the sides. He looked around in confusion, his eyebrows raised high, noticing that the main character was no longer in front of him. Only the destroyed building where he had been remained. The water flow had weakened and dispersed throughout the area. Yum, bewildered, wondered where he had gone. A splash of water came from behind him. Yum spun around, his face tense. The main character, calmly, asked him what had happened to his recent words about having enough energy so it wouldn't matter if he lost an arm or leg. Finishing his sentence, he said, "Okay," and in a swift motion, separated Yum's hands from his body. Yum stared ahead in horror as the main character, grinning, held the goblin club in his hands and suggested they discard the limbs. Yum's eyes widened in complete confusion as he saw his severed hands in the water, turning it blood red. A sound of pain escaped his mouth before he collapsed to his knees. The main character, looking down at him with indifference, asked if it really hurt that much when someone lost a hand. He understood it hadn't happened to him, but still, he remarked that Yum had called himself a real monster and should be used to pain. Yum gazed up at him in terror, his eyes wide and mouth slightly open. Moments later, the main character kicked him forcefully, sending him flying several meters away. Yum shook violently on the ground. The reason he trembled wasn't the pain of losing his arms. The High Tai were divine beasts, ruling over many monsters and blessed by their family. As the youngest of the High Tai, Yum had always been cherished, not used to this kind of treatment. Standing ominously in front of him, the main character asked if it was time for Yum to apologize. Yum was unfamiliar with the feeling of being so inferior. He wasn't used to the suffocating pressure. The main character extended his palm toward him. Horrified, with tears in his eyes, Yum screamed, begging for forgiveness. The main character asked what he was talking about, then gestured with his thumb and remarked that Yum had also offended him. He said that was enough. Turning to Hungry, the main character told Yum that it wasn't just about him and added that there was someone else to whom he needed to apologize properly. Hungry, wide-eyed and drenched in sweat, looked ahead in disbelief. The main character ordered Yum to bow his head and apologize to her. Yum hesitated, unsure of what to do. Siv, glaring at him, asked what he was doing, continuing to look at him with a commanding expression. He couldn't believe Yum still didn't understand. He told him to stop stuttering. If apologizing was hard, Siv suggested he just do it in his own way. Yum, trembling and horrified, walked toward Hungry, his legs shaking. Dropping to his knees before her, he bowed his head and sincerely apologized. Later, in a multi-story apartment, a voice called to the main character, asking if he could hear her. The voice asked if he had brought the water. Selfia, lying in bed and in sleepwear, groggily removed the blanket, scratching her head, and irritatedly asked if she had left the guest alone. Looking at the small wooden houses lit by sunlight, Muang said he couldn't believe it. It was the first time in 10 years that something like this had happened. He paused and realized he had been gone for a while, never expecting things to escalate. Muang, standing with his hands behind his back, was the head of the House of Cultivation of Humility. Behind him, Dongus stood, his head lowered in guilt. Dongus sadly said it was his fault and added that if only he had been braver. Muang told him it was no use blaming himself. Then, putting his hand to his chin, said that it wasn't his responsibility. He mentioned that he and Hungry should not have entertained the guest. Muang continued, saying he knew the youngest of the High Clan was special, but he hadn't anticipated how much. Turning to Dongu, he asked if this meant Hungry was seriously injured. Dongu, wide-eyed, replied that it seemed so, but there was nothing too serious. He noted, however, that Hungry appeared more shocked by the guilt of the situation itself. Donga then asked about the dark absorption magic and how Hungry could have predicted everything would happen so quickly. Muang stayed silent for a moment before responding. He explained that because of Siv's absorption speed, the possibility of reflection had emerged. Donggu, surprised, asked him again. Muang then asked, "Where's the guest now?" In a room illuminated with a tray of various dishes and cookies on the floor, Siv sat, looking ahead in shock. The temperature had cooled down compared to 3 days ago. This time, he didn't completely lose control of his body. Instead, he entered a slightly erratic state due to his power. However, his emotions and willpower remained under control. The life energy he released and the intense emotions had cooled down. The so-called time of reflection quickly overtook him. Confused, Siv looked at the ceiling and muttered to himself, wondering what had happened. He lay there, trying to make sense of it all. He thought that, honestly, he had assumed the fight was justified, understanding that no matter who instigated violence or had the intent to kill, even if it meant cutting off someone's hand, he had to neutralize the effect of his magic. He reflected that he would repeat the actions, but then he was overwhelmed by euphoria and pure pleasure from severing his opponent's hands. He wondered if this might be temporary, then paused thoughtfully, reflecting on the idea, but his thoughts were interrupted by a voice from the side asking if it could come in. He quickly jumped out, looking at the shadow behind the door, and answered affirmatively. Hungry entered, pressing her hands to her torso and looking sadly at the floor. He told Hungry, who approached him, that it seemed she had been wounded. He then asked if she was feeling better. Hungry nodded and said the wound wasn't serious. He asked in surprise, "But didn't you spit blood?" She nodded, acknowledging it, then realized that the same had happened to him. He explained that it wasn't a minor wound. Hungry, her face tense, leaned her elbows on the table and asked for forgiveness. She admitted to losing control and doing something wrong. Siv, holding his hands up in front of him, denied it repeatedly, explaining that the responsibility for the fight rested solely with those involved. He then told her that although it was just a roof, he could still have destroyed it. Hungry, with a tense expression, insisted it was her fault. She began speaking about how she shouldn't have offered him the Black Spirit Pearl. She explained that the result he needed could have been achieved with silver and gold, but she suggested the Black Pearl because she thought it would be better. Surprised, Siv asked if she meant that she had deceived him. He then noticed that the Black Pearl was the most expensive. With a somber expression, Hungry explained that, as he had heard, she was a half-breed, the child of a human father and a monster mother. Such hybrids weren't rare, as unions between the two races often produced children with the qualities of both parents. In other words, they were neither human nor demon. Looking down at the floor, Hungry told him that most half-breeds were born with life essence, able to sense monster energy, but unable to absorb it. She confessed that this made their situation pitiful, as they experienced an eternal thirst they couldn't satisfy. They could touch the world's hot springs, but never drink from them. Even swallowing medicine like the Bright Lotus pill would only wet their lips. She explained that she was jealous of him because, among half-breeds, he was a real miracle. When she said this, she addressed him as master and told him that, despite his mixed origins, his monster abilities were comparable to pure bloods. She then clarified that the dark elixir wasn't for her personal gain, admitting she simply saw something in him that she wanted but couldn't have, leading her to play a trick. With a tired expression, sitting on the floor, she strained her face and confessed to her deception, acknowledging her incompetence as a seller. With beads of sweat pouring down her face, she explained that no punishment or fine would be enough for her crime, which could cost her life. Murian, standing behind her and scratching his beard, repeated her words, saying it didn't matter what the punishment would be, adding that the blame would ultimately shift to the one who accepted the apology. Hungry turned in confusion and asked Siv. The main character also looked at Murian, who entered the room. Murian lowered his eyes sadly, hands behind his back, and said he had to apologize for everything. He then introduced himself as Murian, the head of the House of Cultivation of Humility. He turned to Hungry and told her to stop the performance, calling her the manager and ordering her to entertain the guests. Hungry, wide-eyed, was about to speak but was interrupted by Siv, who assured them everything was fine. He said he understood their apologies and accepted them with a smile, stating there was no need to dwell on him. Pressing his hand to his chest, he added that he would like to return the money for the Black Pearl, if possible. Hungry, standing next to him with her eyes closed, bowed. Murian, smiling, confirmed that it was fair. Hungry then left the room, walking down the corridor with a sad expression, fatigue showing in the bruises under her eyes, her posture hunched. Murian remained in the room and, turning to the main character, remarked that it was more of an excuse than an apology, though it was good that he had accepted it. Siv, rubbing the back of his head, thought the mistake wasn't serious. Murian, sitting opposite him near a table with several dishes, said that if Siv agreed, he would like to arrange a reconciliation meeting in the future. Siv, pointing in front of him, asked again about the conciliation. Murian explained that he had fought a man named Yum, the youngest son of the High Tai tribe, Divine Beasts. Siv, thoughtfully holding a cookie, asked if he was the one the main character had imagined. Murian continued, saying that the High Tai tribe could not humiliate the dignity of divine beasts. Understanding the situation, he didn't think it would lead to a serious problem, though some misunderstandings might occur. With a furious expression and tears in his eyes, Yum, looking back into the human world, vowed to make them regret it. Murian explained that, to prevent matters from worsening, he needed to arrange a meeting to hear both sides of the story. He said their recklessness had put them in an unpleasant position, asking Siv not to be too harsh. Siv interrupted, saying he understood, and added that it was fine, casually putting a cookie in his mouth. He said he didn't need to go and take responsibility for resolving the conflict. Murian, wide-eyed, was about to speak when Siv interrupted again, extending his hand to the table. He explained that if they came to him, he would tell them his side of the story, clarifying that he escalated the situation from simple apologies to violence and insults. He did what had to be done, making it clear who was in the right and who was in the wrong. Then, chewing the cookies, he confidently looked ahead and said that Hanan and the gentleman should apologize for not apologizing and for turning everything into a fight. He remarked that he would rather just fight because it was easier for him. Muang told him that this was a deep thought, then, with a thoughtful expression, placed his hand on his chin and added that Hai Tai should not be underestimated, as even Lord Yum's younger brothers were on a completely different level compared to the foolish monster he fought with the protagonist. The protagonist, licking cookie crumbs from his finger, confirmed this, saying that it was expected. He then mentioned that while he had encountered few monsters, he had already fought with two that were stronger than him. He understood that they didn't seem bad to him, in fact. The protagonist continued, saying there was nothing he could do because, to become the king of demons, he needed to defeat them all. Murian looked at him, interested, still resting his hand on his chin. He remarked that one didn't hear things like this often. He then noticed the seriousness in the protagonist's expression. Turning to Siv, Muang asked, what if he said something like this elsewhere? The protagonist anticipated the answer and asked if he could die. Is that so? He noticed, realizing that he was prepared for it. He explained that Yum had gotten excited out of the blue and that if he had mentioned wanting to become the king of monsters, a real disaster would have occurred. Muang studied his companion, pondering what this guy was about. The protagonist, looking thoughtfully at the ceiling, went on to say that the mere thought of people like him walking around the world in 6 months was terrifying. Muang, addressing him, said that if he wanted to stop this, it was a very bold statement, noting that he had heard many like it. The protagonist, smiling, let him laugh as much as he wished, then remarked that he truly believed so. Muang replied negatively, saying he hadn't thought about laughing. Looking seriously ahead, he said, on the contrary, he was very intrigued by him. As he said this, he referred to him as a dear guest. After speaking, his silhouette began to glow with magical energy. He looked piercingly at Siv, his hand on his chin, reflecting that earlier he had assumed this was just a poor, unlucky guy, but now felt he had rushed to conclusions. He realized that, since the era of the previous owner, this was the first time his premonition had played out like this. After some thought, he lowered his hand into his cloak sleeve. Without a doubt, this was incredible luck. Muang placed an object on the table. The protagonist looked at it in surprise and asked what it was. On the table was something that resembled metal, decorated, and painted. Mewing explained that it was a gift given to guests as an apology, but mentioned that presenting it this way might not work. He then asked if he should have worded it differently. Murian, still studying Civ, said it was too early to speak of that, perhaps, but added that he wanted to invest in his future. Later, at the multi-story building where the protagonist lived, he entered the apartment with a tired expression, staring at his phone, thinking about how busy his day had been. Then he saw the time and realized it was almost lunchtime. A voice spoke from inside, asking where he had been and why he had only just arrived. The protagonist, still tired, apologized, explaining that he hadn't thought he'd be this late. Selfia, dressed in a tracksuit, stood facing him, glaring and holding a bird on her forearm. Her face became emotionless as she told him, okay, then noticed he hadn't been away that long and had gotten some information. Civ looked at her, surprised, and asked, information? He leaned down, smiling, and waved at the bird on Selfia's shoulder, calling it Somi. The bird, which he had just greeted, suddenly took off and sank its claws into his face. The protagonist screamed in fear. A few moments later, he lay on the floor, the bird tormenting him. Selfia remained still, asking if he was a fool, then inquired why he thought it was Somi. She yelled that it had an entirely different color. She was a summoner who had attached the souls of 40 to a crow's feathers. Soon, the bird flew out of the open window, turning back to Somi, and warned her to be careful. Selfia, looking at Civ, told him that although it was a magpie, it didn't have a single white feather on it. She explained that, as a child, this had greatly upset her. She then told him that while Somi might not be angry if he accidentally said something because of his personality, it didn't mean she wouldn't be offended. The protagonist, with a battered face, holding his eye where blood was oozing, confirmed this and promised to be more careful. She then told him that last night, she had been running all over gathering information. She revealed that in the past month, many people had disappeared in the city, with their last known locations concentrated in several areas. She suggested that this might be a hunting ground for strangers, and that today they would hunt at one of these points. The protagonist confidently looked up at her. Selfia turned to him and said that before that, he had to prepare something. Civ eagerly agreed and asked what he needed to do. Before he could finish speaking, Selfia interrupted him with a sharp blow to his jaw. The protagonist sat on the floor, holding his swollen jaw, looking at Selfia in bewilderment as she stood before him. She acknowledged that the conditions weren't ideal, and since she was an unexpected guest, she wouldn't complain about changes in service. However, she asked if he really wanted her to go in her sweat-soaked clothes. As she said this, she began to remove her sports jacket. She remarked that she had thought he would bring her something decent if he'd been gone for so long. The protagonist, looking upset, pointed out that this was his most expensive tracksuit. Selfia cut him off, confidently commanding him to stop. Looking down at her, she ordered that they go buy clothes immediately. She then menacingly clarified that they would do it right away. Sometime later, they arrived at a tall multi-story building. Selfia asked, "Is this it?" Then she asked, "The best department store in this country? What's it called?" Civ responded to her, explaining that it was called a department store. He gazed at the tall building in surprise, admitting that he wasn't sure if it was the best in Korea, but mentioned that in the provinces, one could find more. Selfia crossed her arms and smiled as she observed the building, asking if it had truly been built by humans. She noted that they had created something impressive without using magic. The main character stared intensely at the department store. He was a young man, and it was his first time shopping for clothes. He wasn't indifferent to the idea, especially since his appearance mattered a lot at his age, and he had saved enough money. But, as always, there was a problem: his body build. Not long ago, when he was still large, he and Yashin had entered this store. Yashin suggested he buy at least one set of clothes, asking if it was true. The main character sighed in frustration, saying he would do it once he lost weight. He thought this was the moment he had been dreaming of for years, and, tightening his fist, he promised himself that today he would enjoy it to the fullest. Then he confidently looked at Selfia, his eyes sparkling, and told her to go ahead and try on whatever she wanted, saying that if she wanted to buy anything, she just needed to let him know. Selfia, emotionless, noticed this was exactly what she wanted and thanked him. Once inside the store, it was worth noting that this was Siv's first time buying clothes for himself, so he didn't know the average prices. The main character stared at the price tags in shock, sweat dripping down his face, as he held a label that read 950,000. The label also indicated the clothing style, color, and size. A store consultant, smiling, pressed her palms together near her face and cheerfully told him his girlfriend was very lucky. She added that few guys bought such expensive items. Siv, confused, held a jacket for Selfia while she was in the fitting room. The main character, facing away from her, looked at the price tag and thought there must be an extra zero on the price. Just then, the consultant shouted with delight upon seeing Selfia in the outfit and turned to her, saying it suited her perfectly. Selfia examined herself in the mirror, looked around, and then asked Siv how she looked. The main character, with a pained expression and tears in his eyes, thought it cost over 5 million. He was glad he had changed money, but looking at Selfia, he hesitantly remarked that it looked cool. Soon, he received a notification on his phone showing a debit of 1,980,000 from the clothing store. Siv stared at his phone, astonished, as large drops of tears appeared in his eyes. Selfia, crossing her arms and looking at him arrogantly, asked if he had intended to get rid of what he had chosen for himself. Siv remained silent, still looking at his phone, worried. They exited the store, and the store consultant, smiling widely, waved them off. Siv asked him to calm down, reminding himself that Selfia still had a lot to learn. He also reflected on how he had earned 30 gold coins. Exhaling, he explained to Selfia that he hadn't expected her to want anything more. She looked at him blankly and asked what he meant, then explained that he wouldn't be staying there for just one day, and surely that wasn't the only outfit he wanted. Siv, confused, crossed his palms and was about to say something, but Selfia gestured for him to come with her. She asked him to extend both hands. Siv obeyed, a confused expression on his face. Selfia placed a few objects in his hands, explaining that they were gold coins from the monster world. She asked if he thought 10 gold coins would be enough. The main character stood speechless, his mouth wide open, stunned by the coins. She told him if he needed more, to let her know, adding that it wasn't much, but it was a gesture of gratitude. She looked at him with a friendly smile, then turned and invited him to move forward. Siv, still confused, continued to hold the gold coins in his outstretched hands. They soon entered another clothing store, filled with racks and stands of clothing. In the center was the checkout area. Selfia, wearing her new outfit, smiled at her reflection and asked how it looked. Siv, smiling with his palms pressed together, shouted that it looked great. Selfia then tried on another outfit, adding a jacket to her previous one, and asked Siv how it looked. The main character clapped his hands and, with admiration, said she looked beautiful. Then, wearing her third outfit, she nervously asked if he meant it. Siv, with a wide smile, gave her a thumbs up and shouted that she looked amazing. The main character lay on the floor, bruised on the head with light smoke rising from his hair. Selfia, standing above him, held her fist outstretched, from which smoke also emanated. Siv, lying on her stomach on the floor, asked her in confusion, "But why?" Selfia replied that she wasn't sure, but for some reason, it made her angry. After these events, the main character, holding several bags of items in his hands, noted that, to be honest, he was somewhat surprised. Selfia asked him why he was surprised. Siv, wide-eyed and with raised eyebrows, assumed that this was her first time in the human world. He then asked her if that was the case. Selfia looked at him with interest, and the main character continued, noting that she had chosen clothes as if she already had established taste, and moreover, knew more than him. Selfia explained that it was all because of Somi. She said she thought she was interested and kept bringing her various things as gifts, though she eventually found it annoying. The main character looked at her in surprise as she spoke, asking himself how she had figured all this out. Selfia continued, explaining that, honestly, she hadn't had time to finish explaining why she came to the human world when suddenly Siv bumped shoulders with a man in glasses walking past him. The man shyly apologized, and the girl walking with him urged him to be more careful and to hurry up. Selfia looked at them and remarked that she thought he was like that. However, she noticed that people in general seemed to have degenerated. The main character, confused, asked what she meant. Selfia explained that the guy had accidentally bumped him, then asked if that was true. She continued, saying that with just a word or a look, the problem could have been solved, and added that if Siv had acted the same way, he should have made the man pay, not by killing him, but in a way that would make him never dare to look at him again. In her mind, she pictured Siv beating the man to a bloody pulp. Siv, shocked, asked if she thought it was necessary to go that far. Selfia answered affirmatively, looking at him sharply, adding that this was the issue with the human world. She pointed out that he didn't know all the details, but explained that if a monster behaves like this, it is called weakness. No matter how strong he is, if they view him like that, it means he is no longer dangerous. Even if he's a serious opponent, they would beat him without hesitation because he would just be a big victim to someone who could defeat him. She crossed her arms and noted that Siv might have bowed to Hai Tai, though he could have won. She observed that he might have won, but he let the man go too easily. The main character, astonished, asked how she knew. She repeated his question, then said that as soon as he entered the house, she smelled a wet dog. She then noticed another smell, one special and rare, and asked if he had won, implying it was the youngest of the three. She asked if he was a talker without dignity, calling him ugly. The main character looked at her, wide-eyed, then confirmed it and asked if she knew him. She answered that she didn't really know him, but explained that he was her friend's brother, and they somehow got into a fight. She suggested it was about 20 years ago when rumors about her were circulating. She said that after hearing the rumors, she started a quarrel over a fictitious rivalry, even though she was almost 100 years older than her. She admitted it sounded stupid. The main character, in shock, asked if she fought with her. Selfia closed her eyes and answered affirmatively, asking why not. She then said that if he wanted to know if she won, it was a silly question because she tore her apart. She mentioned that she told her it would be better if she didn't see her again, as she didn't want to see her annoying face. She explained that since then, she hadn't seen her, and according to Somi, the girl kept walking and threatening her behind her back. Siv reacted to her story with a surprised sigh. Selfia then pointed her finger at his face, telling him that when you win, you must win properly. She looked at him seriously and raised her index finger, explaining that as a human, he might not fully understand how monsters think. She advised him that when using violence, he should do it confidently to reduce the need for more violence. The main character, tired, looked down and said he would remember this. Selfia then mentioned that he needed to be ready to kill everyone he met here. Siv raised his surprised gaze and asked who he would meet here. The guy and the girl who had recently encountered the main character were running through the shopping center. The girl shouted at him to hurry, holding his hand and urging him forward. He suggested they slow down, but with a frightened look, she explained that if they were even a little late, the reservation would be canceled. She said she had been waiting a week to get there. Suddenly, the guy she had been holding hands with disappeared. She turned around in surprise, asking what was wrong with him. She reminded him that they were in a hurry, but when she looked around, she saw no one. She asked, bewildered, what was going on. At that moment, magical energy surged from her. She called out to the missing guy, asking where he was, and pleaded with him not to joke with her. The girl was sitting at a table, her lips pierced with staples. She leaned her head on her hand, holding a cup, and seriously said, 20 guys, and they all taste disgusting. She noted that everyone was disgusting except those who could fight, and that it was better to eat those nearby. After drinking from her cup, she looked to the side in surprise and saw a boy holding his mother's hand, staring at her wide-eyed. Madeira looked back at him, and his face contorted. His mouth opened wide, his face turned red, and he looked ahead in horror. Madeira, at that moment, opened her mouth wide and pulled the bloody glasses from the man she had recently eaten. Large tears welled up in the boy's eyes, and his pupils shrank from fear. Afterward, he screamed in terror. His mother, bewildered, asked why he was behaving this way. Madeira, with a calm expression, continued sipping her drink when suddenly voices from behind called her a puppeteer. A man approached her, asking if they could talk. This man's name was Madeira looked up at him with a sinister smile and reminded him that the upper world was his territory, but the dungeon was hers. She asked him if there wasn't an agreement not to interfere in each other's hunting grounds, and noted that he had apparently taken this rule too seriously. Afterward, she asked why their relatives should be separated, even though they had been so close before. Chin, calmly looking down at her, explained that the underground monsters in these territories were already approaching. He mentioned that they had tracked them. Madeira cheerfully spoke up, asking if they were going to give up. She had noticed that the broker's conditions were to avoid fighting the monsters here. She then asked if this was true. Ray replied that, to be exact, the condition was not to cause trouble. He clarified that, in other words, anything was possible as long as they didn't make a scene. Madeira acknowledged that he understood the theoretical conditions well. She then pointed out that a month had passed since they began hunting, and they were only now starting to take action. She noted that the monsters in the region were ineffective, incapable of even protecting their own cattle behind a fence. It seemed laughable that they were afraid of them. Ray explained, removing his glasses, that this was why he worked with his brothers and sisters. He continued that if they were taking risks by being here, there was no need to worry about casualties. With a smile, he turned to Madeira and asked her to help him. He then said that 2 local monsters had arrived today, and they would simply capture and eat them. Selfia, watching, noticed that they continued with their bold actions. The main character, surprised, realized that this meant she hadn't come here for clothes. Selfia clarified that clothes were one of the reasons, but she was also here because of the information from Somi. Smiling, she mentioned that the largest department store in the country, where people most often disappeared, was here. She continued that during their shopping, she had intentionally scattered the seeds. Siv looked at her tensely as she spoke. Selfia went on to explain how it was better to observe and grab people in crowded places, rather than running away. With a sly smile, she asked what this situation meant, noting that instead of running, they were sitting there, and then asked what they should give them. Afterward, both the protagonist and Selfia looked ahead with confident, sinister smiles. Siv began speaking but stopped himself, then clarified that this city was their hunting ground. Selfia continued, pointing out that they were very wrong. Siv and Selfia thought about why the department store was so crowded. The reason wasn't just that it was the most popular department store in Seoul, but also because it was an intersection of 3 subway lines, where a large number of people passed through. Moreover, the department store housed a bus terminal connecting Seoul to other regions. This intersection of factors made the center of Seoul a place where tens of thousands of people passed every day. Selfia and Siv realized that if several people disappeared here, no one would notice. The main character added that if the monsters did everything to avoid witnesses and cameras, no one would know. He quickly corrected himself, suggesting that the monsters wouldn't even need to hide from cameras because, in such a crowd, people would just assume someone had made a mistake or moved elsewhere. Selfia admitted she wasn't sure, but noted that, judging by the tracks, there were about 4 hunters here. It seemed to her that they had divided the hunting areas among themselves, with 3 territories, one of which had 2 hunters. Before continuing the discussion, Selfia honestly stated that she didn't know what kind of monsters were hunting here. After learning that there were 4 monsters, Siv asked if it would be better to report everything to the Divine Judge, concerned since they knew nothing about the enemy. However, Selfia explained that it would be a good option in another situation, but if they did that now, there would be no fight. She noted that the monsters seemed to be provoking them, suggesting that they knew Siv and Selfia had come for them, but they warned that they would not run. She introduced the hunters, saying they should have an escape plan in case anyone other than her and the main character got involved. Selfia suggested that in that case, the monsters would simply flee, and for her and Siv, this would be equivalent to a defeat. She understood that since they needed to catch the monsters, fleeing wasn't an option, and admitted she wasn't sure if they could pursue them, as unlike them, the monsters had to follow the law. Looking at the crowds of people passing by, Soa warned that chasing would be difficult without harming civilians and added that the monsters would likely use this to their advantage. Most likely, the battle would take place there. With a tired sigh, Selfia said that Bai had given them this test for a reason and honestly admitted she saw no other solution unless they rushed at the monsters without thinking. But even that seemed crazy. She didn't think the area near the subway or terminal would be empty, but after checking her phone, Siv asked if it was true that the department store would be closing soon. Although staff remained after closing, Siv grinned, realizing that it didn't matter anymore. So, in this case, it wouldn't be a problem. Meanwhile, on the rooftop garden of the department store, Brendan Bryan, noticing a man approaching, asked him where Madeira was. Ray responded that she had left, explaining that Madeira didn't want to get involved. He remembered how Madeira had told him that she was refusing because she wasn't interested in it, preferring instead to relax and eat. Taking a sip from a nearby cup, Madeira admitted that she wasn't going to give up comfort just to hunt two incapable people and eat them. Ray, frowning, recalled telling her that there would be no problem since 4 would definitely be enough to win. However, interrupting him, Madeira said that it was only Ray who thought so. Putting down her cup, she noted that in her opinion, it sounded like Ray was inviting her to play roulette with 50 to 50 odds at best. Smiling, she added that she understood Ray might be unhappy, but asked what else to do, as the people she had seen this month were unreliable. She then asked if Ray seriously thought he could stop her by force. Ray clenched his jaw angrily and asked if Madeira was really saying this nonsense. He assumed she thought she could interfere with him and the others, but Madeira stood up and admitted that she wasn't going to interfere. She told Ray not to worry about it. Regardless, she knew she needed to find a new place to hunt and decided to be honest since they were going their separate ways. Ray wanted to say something, but Madeira, not paying attention, walked past him. She finally thanked Ray for everything, saying that thanks to him, she had learned a lot. However, now Madeira understood that this was most likely the end. Grinning, she wished Ray good luck. Byron, crossing her arms, called Madeira names, noting that she didn't appreciate Ray's kindness, and added that Madeira's head should have been torn off on the spot. We noticed that for some reason, Ree had a soft spot for Madeira, but she dismissed the comment. Ree, however, warned that nothing would change now that Madeira was gone, as she wasn't very strong. Ree was confident that the 3 of them would be enough. Ween, tapping her finger on her chin, agreed but acknowledged that Madeira, given her love for absorbing power, would likely not refuse. Byron caught Ree's attention, asking what they would do once they killed the 2 rookies. She was sure that other monsters would need to be dealt with harshly. Ree explained that he had prepared a place to hide, and from there, they would continue hunting the area. Byron, surprised, asked if he was truly saying the location was here. Ree confirmed that they would keep hunting people and killing the local monsters pursuing them. He pointed out that they had a geographical advantage since their pursuers wouldn't be able to use their full strength among people. Wynn suggested there were limits, noting that letting a few people die could be more dangerous than leaving them alive since it would hinder those chasing them. Ree agreed, explaining that this was why they needed to absorb as much as possible until they returned to the continent and reached the Kingdom of Soul. Turning to Ween and Byron, Ree reminded them of the humiliation their family had suffered, noting they likely couldn't go home yet. However, when they did, no one would dare underestimate them. Magic energy began to radiate from Ree's body, and after calming himself, he added that together, they would control all the monsters of the Central Plains. Then, stopping himself, Ree announced they would rule the next era and become the kings of monsters. Byron and Ween smiled happily at his words, but at the same time, Selfia began using her magic. Ree, Byron, and Ween froze, their eyes widening in shock. They were stunned by the sudden surge of monster power that engulfed the entire building. A voice followed, and Selfia asked if it wasn't getting late. She ordered everyone to go home, and those wandering around the department store, exposed to her magic, froze and began dispersing. Selfia added that everything should be done now and that they needed to strengthen their innate magic, Violet Whisper, which was enhanced by monster power. This magic subtly influenced the surrounding creatures, and its effect was stronger the greater the difference between the monster's strength and the proximity to the target. As she used this skill, Selfia remembered how she had used it on the protagonist, and then, moving to Ree and his sisters, asked why there were only 3 of them. Ri and Bayan frowned, weary, looking toward where the voice had come from. Selfia admitted it was difficult to use this ability remotely and without a direct contract, but smirked, noting that Ri, Bayan, and Ween were no fools. Everyone understood that only an exceptionally talented monster with advanced technology and strength could cover the whole department store. Ri, frowning, confidently thought that Selfia was likely on the floors below, but in an instant, she jumped to the roof. Selfia suggested they look at the situation, saying she could smell Ri and the others even inside the store. Now, being closer, she could sense them more clearly. Selfia even envied humans' dull sense of smell and was glad to be out in the fresh air, as being near Bayan, Ween, and Ri was almost painful. Not hearing this, Bayan frowned angrily and clenched her jaw, calling out names. But Ri stopped her, telling her not to focus on the pathetic provocations. He then told Ween to go down, surprising her. She asked if they didn't want to fight together, but Ri warned that they needed to catch both targets. He told Ween to deal with Siv herself, as the second monster preparing an attack wasn't very strong. Ri believed Ween could handle it on her own and instructed her to catch Siv and eat him. Ween was thrilled to hear this, but quickly asked if it was true. Before Ri could respond, she ran off to complete the task. Selfia remarked that this was a bad decision, suggesting that Ri should have told Ween to run as far as she could, as that would have at least saved one life. Bayan pointed out that Selfia was being kind, but in such a situation, one should worry more about their own life than about Ween, their younger sister. Ri, still frowning, studied Selfia carefully, realizing she was clearly strong. No matter how much Ri tried to convince himself otherwise, Selfia was skilled, and if they had met her a month ago, she would have easily defeated them. However, Ri knew things were different now, as they had consumed about 1,000 people over the past month. Ri and Bayan prepared for battle by modifying their arms. Selfia, unfazed, admitted she liked the way Ri and Bayan had no idea what they were getting into. With a smirk, she pulled out one of her nails, offering to see just what Bayan and Ri were capable of. Meanwhile, inside the department store, a woman under hypnosis had not yet left. She stood, her forehead against the wall. Siv approached, placing a hand on her shoulder. The woman, feeling the touch, awoke and looked around in confusion. Siv asked if she was okay. The woman didn't understand what had happened, and Siv, smiling, explained that there had been an alarm due to a gas leak, which was why the department store had closed early. He pointed to the main entrance, saying the woman could leave through there. Thanking Siv, the woman looked around and asked if he had seen a child who was a little taller than she was. Siv guessed she was talking about her grandson and explained that he had seen him on the lower floor. He had been looking for her because the grandson was worried. Sighing with relief, the woman went downstairs, and Siv, seeing she had left, closed his eyes, also sighing. He assumed there was almost no one left. He remembered telling something similar before Selfia had left. Selfia explained that if they were lucky, there would be no one left, as she could whisper to people from 3 digits away. Crossing her arms, she explained that if there was some resistance to the magic, persuasion might not work. That's why she had asked Sue to search the department store for anyone who hadn't listened. Turning around, Selfia began to leave, and Siv agreed to help. As he continued walking through the department store, carefully scanning, he found about 7 people. He decided to look again to be sure, but was distracted when he heard someone's voice. Turning around, he noticed a person had approached him and commented on how strong Siv's aura was. The main character had been searching for this man for a long time, but he still wasn't sure about his decision. Siv frowned in confusion, unsure of what it meant. Meanwhile, the man kept talking, thinking that everything was a bit strange. Wei-yin smiled, leaned forward slightly, and suggested that Siv pretend they hadn't seen each other, so there wouldn't be a fight. This idea surprised Siv even more, and he asked in bewilderment. Wei-yin honestly admitted she had come to absorb him, but she added that it wouldn't be very filling for her. Moreover, Wei-yin liked people like Siv, so she asked if it was true that monsters didn't need to eat each other, unlike Bayan and Rei. Wei-yin didn't want to become the king of the monsters, and when Siv heard this, he clenched his jaw tighter, leaning back. Meanwhile, Wei-yin continued, saying that in 6 months, the world would belong to monsters, and that would be enough to live without ever going hungry. Smiling, she leaned closer to the main character and asked if it was true that he, too, would calmly eat everyone in 6 months. She suggested they become friends instead of being stupid bores, since no one truly understood her. Noticing that Siv hadn't answered, Wei-yin hurried him to respond and admitted she liked him very much. The main character only widened his eyes in shock, still unable to process everything. Finally, ignoring all of Wei-yin's previous questions, he asked if she had come from below. Wei-yin looked at the nearby escalators in surprise, thought for a moment, then smiled and guessed that it was Siv who had sent that old woman. She explained that she saw the woman and her grandson when she was going up and ate them afterward. Now, Wei-yin called herself foolish and awkwardly placed her hand on the back of her head. After meeting Siv, she realized she should have done things differently. However, before she could finish speaking, Siv swung his hand forcefully and struck her in the face. Wei-yin's head jerked to the side as Siv gritted his teeth in irritation, frowning at how strong the blow had been. Wei-yin was thrown back, crashing into the wall. Dust and fragments of stone filled the air, and Siv, having calmed down slightly, froze, thinking he understood everything. But in fact, he didn't. He now realized that monsters ate people, and the last 3 days had been complete darkness for him. He finally understood the danger monsters posed to one another. Siv remembered all the monsters he had encountered and realized he only understood the threat one monster could pose to another. His hands shook with emotion as he understood that, for ordinary people, monsters represented a disaster. Meanwhile, Wei-yin, moving slightly away from the wall, cried out quietly, touching the injured part of her face with her palm. She asked if Siv thought he was too rude, adding that he could have simply said he wasn't happy. Wei-yin distracted herself from this topic, licking blood from the corner of her lip, and was amazed by how the situation turned out. She decided to ignore the fact that Siv had hit her, honestly admitting she had thought him weak. Now, though, she assumed that he might be quite tasty. Wei-yin looked at Siv, noting the magical aura around him, and the main character, clenching his fists, said he felt relieved. Wei-yin's eyes widened as Siv instantly approached and leapt to attack. Wei-yin realized the attack would come from the left, but didn't have time to react. Siv struck, throwing her further aside. He decided that instead of enjoying this, he would just think of it as wanting to eat her, so it wouldn't feel so disgusting. Siv frowned seriously and continued to deliver precise blows, attacking relentlessly. Wei-yin gradually retreated, but the main character didn't stop, concentrating more force into his next strike. He unleashed one of his most powerful attacks, causing the floor to crack, and Wei-yin fell to the lower floor. Siv jumped down after her, and Wei-yin, laughing bitterly, asked what this was. She realized Siv had mocked her, looked at her body and broken limbs, and admitted she had seen many types of monster powers. But this was something different. Looking up, she saw Siv holding a goblin club in his hands and asked what it was. Siv didn't answer, but Wei-yin admitted it was very cool since she had never seen anything like it. She was genuinely impressed and asked if it was Siv's unique magic. The protagonist confirmed this, taking a fighting stance and swinging the club, sending a powerful attack toward Wei-yin. A stream of magical energy shot forward, but it didn't damage Wei-yin. She realized what had happened. Siv, noticing this, trembled slightly and opened his eyes wide in shock. Wei-yin's hand, having transformed, attacked, and asked if it was true that her appearance was not the most pleasant. She pulled the club from his hands, and Siv asked what kind of power this was. He could no longer hold the club, and the attack dissipated. Still shocked, Siv realized he had missed the fact that Wei-yin had recovered instantly and blocked the club. Siv asked himself if Wei-yin really looked like this, and suddenly he noticed an attack flying toward him. He blocked it, managing to defend himself. Wei-yin, also frowning, prepared to strike again, sharply extending her hand forward. But she froze, dissipating the magical energy, and opened her eyes wide when Siv intercepted her hand and delivered a blow of his own. Wei-yin didn't expect this, and the main character, pressing his feet into the floor, continued to hold Wei-yin's hand. Lifting her, and throwing her far back. Wei-yin collided with the wall, causing a small explosion. Still confident, she said that if Siv knew what she really looked like, he would have run away without even starting the fight. Breathing heavily, Wei-yin stayed silent, carefully studying Siv. She then announced that this was her unique magic, or her original form. Looking at her arms and legs, which had also changed, Wei-yin admitted she looked just like this, but her face and torso were disgusting. Siv didn't know how to respond, and Wei-yin excitedly explained that the issue wasn't how it all looked. She then asked if it was true that it smelled like a decomposed corpse. Wei-yin said she hadn't known what that smelled like until recently. She explained that, for a long time, she and those like her had been called Yaka. Unlike other monsters, they were a species born to devour humans. Remembering the trembling human bodies, barely alive, Wei-yin said that without consuming human flesh, they couldn't absorb life force. She added that even naturally strong species like her and her kind mostly survived by devouring the bodies of the dead on the battlefield. She described a similar situation, but noted they had been mistreated since that time. She also admitted that she had heard they were nearly extinct due to the law. We knew that humans were delicious and nutritious to other monsters, noting that they had been deprived of their main food source, causing many of her kind to starve to death. Several members of Wein's species attempted to return to the human world to feed, but were killed by other monsters. Frowning bitterly, Wein said that her parents were among those killed. Lowering her gaze, she confessed she wasn't particularly saddened by their loss, as she barely remembered them, but her heart ached whenever she saw Ri and Bayan. She explained that the three of them, without parents, lived in the shadows of the human world, unable to maintain their human forms and forced to live in the sewers, covered in human waste, not even realizing how awful they looked. Wein reflected on how she had recently lived with Bayan and Ri, but now, smiling, she declared that she was sweet and beautiful. She no longer lived in the foul sewers, but under a clear, fresh sky, basking in sunlight. However, there was something Wein found more important, so she asked if it was true that eating humans was not a great sin. She recalled they had done so for tens of thousands of years, except for the last 666 years, and would continue doing so for the next 6 months. Wein was unwilling to give up this wonderful life for any law, as she had already lost too much. Sha was stunned when he heard this confession. Wein then returned to the main subject and asked if it was possible for the protagonist to simply pretend. She recalled having finally met a monster she liked and did not want to kill because of the law. Siv decided to clarify the situation and warned her that he wasn't a monster, and he hoped the law would work forever. Rather than talking aimlessly or sympathetically, he suggested that Wein simply attack. Wein bit her lip, pondering, and then, lowering her head, she understood everything. With a swift motion, she began her attack, though she admitted that she was sad that it had come to this. As she activated her magic, Wein launched the first strike, but Siv had already prepared and defended himself. He frowned, thinking to himself that Wein was faster and stronger than before. He realized that a direct fight was hopeless unless Wein was using her full strength. Siv had all the qualities of a monster, but it was clear he was special, with unique bloodline traits, talents, and combat experience. His mental toughness, skills, and energy control abilities had all contributed to his new strength. However, in this particular situation, Wein was several times faster than his ability to learn. Siv looked at the enraged Wein rushing to attack, mentally noting that the gap in their species' strength was very evident. Wein's strike landed lightly on Siv, and the main character realized there was a peculiar detail. While he dodged, the blow missed him but hit the wall behind him, breaking it. After apologizing, Wein admitted she wasn't fully accustomed to her newfound speed and strength, as she had only recently acquired them. The main character paused to catch his breath, realizing that there was one factor that removed any strength disparity: human flesh. Wein, also pausing briefly, said she had almost mastered her new abilities, confidently asserting she could easily handle Siv. Without responding, Siv suggested that human flesh wasn't just a nutritious diet for monsters. Consuming human flesh acted like an elixir for them, providing pleasant bonuses without side effects. Siv thought about this and realized that Ween's constant consumption of human flesh over the past month had caused her to grow so much that she hadn't noticed the changes. Drawing Siv's attention, he asked what he thought about using the spell he'd used earlier. Without answering, Siv snapped his fingers to summon a scroll and frowned. We noted that among all the attacks the protagonist had used, this one was the strongest. Given the advantage of distance, this spell might be the one with the best chance of defeating her. However, Siv wasn't sure and, frowning, put the scroll away. He began to concentrate and punched, sending streams of magical energy toward Ween, but she dodged, running forward. Assuming the spell's speed and power wouldn't differ much from a simple hand strike, she realized that the spell was unlikely to be as effective as she hoped and pressed forward with her actual attack. Siv blocked it, though it required considerable effort. Striking again, Ween realized that all she had left to do was kill Siv and eat him soon. Ween paused, and the main character, covered in blood, bowed, trembling. Ween suddenly admitted that it would be nice to at least know his name, since she would be pleased to meet him. Despite this, she continued attacking, her mind still considering the possibility of victory. Siv sighed, but realized there were peculiarities in this situation. Suddenly, Ween froze, realizing something and mentally noting that Siv's refusal to use his club was a dangerous game with his life at stake. In that instant, we noticed the main character grinning as he grabbed her hand and explained that this was how it was done, calling it the goblin serum. He had won the game hours ago. Someone then asked if Siv had really fought a black turtle. Siv, awkwardly scratching his cheek, admitted that he wasn't sure if fought was the right word, since he had given it his all, but there was no significant result. Although Siv had tried, his opponent seemed to remain constantly relaxed. Selfia, who was sitting beside him, remarked that this was understandable since such an approach was flawed from the start. She explained that Goya's blood was thicker than water, with exceptional strength and control over it. Goya pretended to be indifferent, but he was impeccable in battle, making him the best of the best. Even monsters who were 300 or 500 years old couldn't match Goya's strength on the Korean peninsula. Siv, intimidated, asked if it was true that Selfia was 500 years old. He assumed this concerned her as well. Selfia shot an angry, menacing look at the main character and demanded to know what he had said. Nervously, Siv moved to the other side of the car and asked for forgiveness, not intending to offend Selfia. After calming down, Selfia grinned, confident that she would win, believing that regardless of her age, she was the strongest. She returned to the original topic and asked what Siv had been doing when he fought Goi, suggesting that it couldn't have been as enjoyable as when she fought against her. The protagonist froze in surprise upon hearing this question, but eventually responded, revealing that he had tried to use the tools given to him by Somi and the Siam at full power to defeat Goya. The driver, who was behind the wheel, thought that today's youth had strange conversations. Meanwhile, Siv lowered his head, closed his eyes, and admitted that he hadn't seen any shock or anything notable from Goya because it seemed pointless. Crossing her arms, Selfia looked to the side and asked if Goya hadn't moved. Siv asked again in confusion, and Selfia clarified that she meant the moment when Siv used his technique. She suggested that since Goya wasn't a physically focused fighter, he must have either stood still or Siv had caught him off guard. The protagonist confirmed this, explaining that he had struck while they were shaking hands. Selfia realized that the reason Siv couldn't harm Goya was due to something other than the difference in their skill levels. She smiled, stating that it was simple, noting that no matter how powerful magic is, it doesn't make everyone invulnerable, and after all, Siam is essentially a contest of strength. She asked if that was true. After some time had passed, Selfia thought about what she was feeling and was glad that it didn't make her angry. Ree, standing before her covered in blood, paused and asked what Selfia was talking about. She froze in surprise, not expecting the question, but then smiled, confirming that her assumptions had been correct. She had anticipated it and had prepared just in case. She admitted that she was still a little worried since Ree and Bayan were unusually strong, and she feared they might die. However, Ree, with his level, reminded Selfia only slightly of the person she had been thinking about. Ree, trembling in pain, stayed silent, listening closely. Selfia honestly admitted that she was a little disappointed because she had expected Ri and Bayan to force her to use at least 4 towels. She sighed, calculating that she had only used 3, but if needed, 2 would be enough. She realized that wasn't necessary and suddenly admitted that she was curious how many monsters like Ri were on the Korean peninsula. She assumed that Ri and the others had crossed the border secretly. She looked at Bayan, who was also badly wounded, sitting a little away against the wall, and then returned her attention to Ri. She asked if it was true that he should know at least something about it, asking how many monsters had come to the peninsula from outside. She also wondered who had brought the low-level monsters to hide there for a while. Frowning and clenching his jaw, Ri asked if Selfia really thought he would just tell her about this. Selfia smirked and asked, "Isn't it obvious?" She admitted that she didn't know how Ri and the others managed it, but noted that they had been living secretly, breaking the laws, and pretending everything was fine was simply ridiculous. This is why she advised Ri and Bayan to cooperate with her if they wanted to save their lives. Ri became angry upon hearing this, clenching his teeth in refusal to accept Selfia's terms. His body began to mutate, and Selfia calmly watched, tearing another nail off. Assessing Ri, she noted that based on his energy, he could be considered strong, even by the standards of his key level. At that moment, Ri ran to attack, and Selfia summoned the foot of the supreme demon to suppress the emperor. A massive foot appeared above Ri, trampling him into the ground as it obeyed Selfia's order to suppress him. Selfia warned that it didn't matter what Ri did. The result would be the same because, despite his immense strength, Ri's style was based on primitive brute force. Even if he were 10 times stronger, the outcome would still be the same. The small part of Ri's body that remained trembled in pain, and Selfia told him to understand that power was not about the power itself, but about how the monster used it. Somi, in the form of a bird, landed on Selfia's shoulder and exclaimed that this was indeed true. Looking at Selfia, Somi noted that she looked cool. Surprised by Somi's sudden appearance, Selfia asked how long she had been watching. Somi, taking on human form, exclaimed that she had just arrived and added that Selfia's reaction had been boring, noting that Civ wasn't like that. Selfia said that she only reacted the first few times because she was sure that if she behaved that way at every meeting, there would clearly be something wrong with her. However, distracted from this, she suddenly stared intently at Somi and asked if something had happened to her. She suggested that Somi might be unwell. Somi, looking exhausted, admitted that a lot had happened since last night. She hadn't slept, flying throughout both the kingdom of monsters and the kingdom of people. Almost in tears, she looked at Selfia with hope, asking her to save her. Civ was surprised by the request, and Somi explained that she had been gathering information, transmitting messages, clearing up consequences, and entertaining guests, but there was still a huge amount of work left. Selfia, looking at the crying Somi, asked in bewilderment what she was saying. Somi asked if Selfia could help her charm a few people, and Selfia agreed, but asked what Somi meant by entertaining guests. Somi wanted to explain, but suddenly froze, feeling the building shake slightly. She asked if something was happening downstairs and wondered if there were still monsters there. Selfia smiled and suggested that it was likely Civ who was fighting. Somi froze in horror and asked if Selfia had brought Civ here. She recalled that she had said these were dangerous monsters, potentially much stronger than Civ, sighing. Selfia didn't argue that these monsters were quite strong and noted that if Civ was unlucky, he could die, although the chance of that was small. However, she asked, so what? Selfia wondered if she really needed to look for weaker monsters for the protagonist just because it could be dangerous here. She asked if Civ's skills would improve over the next 6 months. Somi bit her lip, listening to Selfia's words as she continued, noting that if Civ's bloodline had been ordinary, then at his current level, he would be considered quite worthy. But the protagonist was a goblin, and even if his desire to become king was set aside, his nature meant he would fight nonstop. If Civ didn't fight all the battles for them, it seemed that Selfia simply wanted to block his path. Somi looked down, unsure of what to say, but still wanted to object. Selfia announced that there was nothing to worry about, and Somi, looking at her in bewilderment, replied, "Blood is thicker than water. advising Somi not to be afraid, but to simply wait since everything would be over soon. At this moment, Siv was still fighting with Ween, who charged at him with a strike. Despite this, she kept standing. Ween frowned and asked how he managed it, as she kept attacking, but the main character blocked her strikes, and from the force of one of her hits, he leapt slightly to the side. Ween froze, stunned, realizing that her attacks were landing, and it had been more than 10 strikes. She suddenly understood something had changed when Siv blocked her blow and asked what happened. She noticed that Siv had gotten up and asked if he was still standing. The main character thought of the Goblin Siam, noting that, unlike the Goblin Club, only a few had such a privilege. Goblins were born with inherent fighting skills, but if it were just a technique relying on strength, Goblin Serum wouldn't be called a magical ability. Siv imagined a man fighting a monster, trembling in despair, but suddenly realizing that he was clinging to a tree. Goblins weren't just known as monsters with great fighting skills, but as monsters that couldn't be defeated through battle alone. Siv understood this, stepping forward to apologize to Ween for getting carried away and wanting to try something before he forgot the feeling. Ween was taken aback by his words. Meanwhile, Siv, frowning confidently, suggested ending the fight, and Ween immediately charged. Siv thought that if the strike couldn't be neutralized, there must be a way to soften it, and so they had to act differently. Ween, announcing she was returning what she had received, struck the main character with her head. Siv, mentally noting that the movement was simple, observed that Ween leaned slightly to the side. He frowned, realizing that it was necessary to minimize damage by redirecting the force of the strike. This was a basic principle in many fighting techniques and self-defense. However, the protagonist learned that this wasn't all. They could not only reduce the damage received, but also release it at the point of contact with the body to neutralize it. Siv understood that goblins called these roots because, like a tree with strong roots, it was difficult to break or move them once they had firmly planted themselves. Siv remembered his battle with the largemouth goblin and his first fight with Selfia, mentally noting that the goblin had exceeded his previous limits. It was only then that a goblin could show its true strength. Now, having intercepted Ween's attack, Siv lifted her and threw her hard to the ground. Ween's eyes widened in horror as her body crashed through several floors. The main character jumped after her, landing on the desired floor, where he froze for a moment. Ween asked if she could make a request, to finish her off before her injuries killed her, as her power would wear off, returning her to her original form. She wanted to die as beautifully as possible. Siv replied that he wasn't going to kill Ween, as she had valuable information about the monsters crossing the border and how they did it. Ween laughed desperately, asking if he was hoping for something else, but then the main character felt a shift and turned, fending off an attack. Meanwhile, to hurry up, Selfia asked what she meant by entertaining guests and where these guests were from. Somi explained that among those who crossed the border were several monsters from the mainland, and the Monster Kingdom knew about it, sending help. Selfia, crossing her arms, asked what was wrong with that, admitting that she'd like to meet these powerful monsters. Somi, excited, explained that these monsters had all the necessary skills but, out of pride, had sent an assistant with a particularly high reputation in the monster world, making the task of dealing with this assistant difficult. Selfia asked if Somi was referring to reputation, suggesting the monsters send an elder who had been asleep for 1,000 years. But Somi corrected her, revealing that the monster sent was a direct descendant of a great bloodline. Somi asked whose descendant it was and why it was here. At that moment, she stood, facing him. Somi replied that this monster was the great and wise equal to heaven, Shirai, who was the granddaughter of Sun Wong. Shirai stood menacingly, resting her hand on her side as Siv studied her with furrowed brows. He wondered if the attack was aimed at him, questioning if she wasn't an enemy. He introduced himself seriously as Choy, the main hero who hunted foreign monsters by the divine judge's orders, then went on to say that if she didn't create problems, they could avoid conflict. She interrupted, saying she didn't care who he was and called him unclean, her expression imperious. Siv, confused by her accent, wondered if she was really not a Korean monster. Shirai said there was a sinner behind him who deserved death. Raising her hand, She took a strand of hair and squeezed it between her fingers, her eyes glowing bright pink. She warned that she would turn a blind eye to his presence, no matter the reason for his being here. But this would be his only chance. She then pulled out one of her hairs, saying if he didn't want to die with this monster, he should retreat. Ween's body, lying on the ground, began to burn as her head and shoulders blazed with bright flames and instantly disappeared. Shirai placed her hair on her palm and exhaled a magical stream of air, sending her torn hair flying. The main character, wide-eyed, stared in confusion. A strong explosion rang out at the other end of the room. Shirai, emotionless, said she thought this would be enough. The main hero stood in front of the defeated Ween, arms crossed, with tattered hands and clothes, smoke emanating from him. Ween then noticed that he was stronger than she had thought. At that moment, Siv realized that had this happened 30 minutes earlier, he would already be dead. His hands were trembling with tension as he looked through them. The shockwave was executed flawlessly, but for the young tree-like creature named Chao Sorer, such force was hard to endure. He got into a fighting stance, questioning if he could block the blow twice. He understood that it was unlikely. I asked him if he was still standing. She then noted it didn't matter. She explained that even if he dodged, she would still kill him. Ha was glowing with intense magical energy, and a brilliant pink light radiated from her eyes. She pulled another hair from her head, placed it on her palm, and cast a monster art spell. The hair directed a powerful gust of cruel energy towards Siv. When it hit him, a deafening and blinding explosion filled the space, clouding everything in thick magical energy. Suddenly, Ha turned her head in surprise. The Demon King's fist was coming straight toward her. The fist struck with immense force, and Siv leaned forward, eyes wide in shock. His hands were bruised, and his clothes were torn and filthy. The Demon King's hand had shielded him from the previous attack. Selfia stood with her arms crossed, chuckling as she noticed something was off. She approached to check it out, remarking that there was some sort of circus happening here. Her magical energy radiated behind her, and she turned to face Ha, her brows furrowed. She asked her who she was and whether she came from China, pretending to do something useful. Ha stared at her emotionlessly, palm outstretched. Selfia then told her that instead of fulfilling her duties, she was choosing to fight with a weak opponent. With a serious expression, Selfia ordered Ha to stop looking so foolish and to explain herself if she didn't want to die. Ha remained silent in surprise. Selfia then turned to Siv and asked if he was all right. Siv confirmed with a pained expression that he didn't appear seriously hurt. Selfia noted that it looked that way. She asked what had happened with the monster and the noise, and Siv tried to answer, but Selfia cut him off, saying it didn't matter. She suggested that the real reason probably lay elsewhere. Siv looked at her in shock, asking what the real reason was. Selfia smirked and explained that it was obvious. He stood out from the crowd, even if he didn't realize it. She added that it didn't matter how long he lasted because he couldn't always do things exactly as instructed. Looking confidently at Ha, Selfia turned to her and asked if she was planning to make an example out of them. Ha replied that she didn't want to go to the Korean peninsula, but things were worse than expected. She looked ahead, hand on her forehead, saying no one here understood the problem. She then asked how anyone could tolerate working with people like them. Selfia, smiling slyly, noted the mess they had caused and asked if it seemed acceptable to her to do everything poorly. She grabbed the nail in her fingers and suggested they name the place. She would explain the problem well. Siv stood there, bewildered, his face illuminated by Selfia's magical energy. Ha and Selfia stood across from each other, emitting intense magical energy. Their power rose upward, and their eyes locked. Selfia's gaze was confident, while Ha's was full of worry. Selfia grabbed her nail, while Ha grasped her hair. Siv, with a frightened look, raised his hand, asking for forgiveness. An unexpected scream interrupted the tense moment. Soi, in a furious stance, clenched her fists and turned to Selfia. She demanded to know what she was doing and asked if she hadn't explained it to her. Soi shouted irritably, saying that as a guest, Selfia needed to resolve conflicts, not pick fights. She then asked if Selfia was going to keep fighting instead of eating. With her mouth wide open, she demanded to know if Selfia would take responsibility if problems arose. Confused, Selfia hesitated and answered negatively, but Soi interrupted. She turned to Ha, warning her as well. She reminded Ha that a fight between monsters without a magistrate's involvement violated the rules. Despite the main court's laws, this was an absolute rule enforced by the king of monsters. Soi explained that as a representative of the magistrate, she couldn't ignore such behavior. With a fierce look, Soi told Selfia that if she didn't back down, she would take action. She would immediately report this to the main court. She then turned to Civ and explained that even though Soi was just an errand girl, not everyone could be an errand girl for the magistrate. Selfia clarified that she was a candidate for taking over the heavens. She added that the people she must convey the magistrates were monstrous creatures countless as the stars in the sky. She would deliver unpleasant news without fear, standing proudly before them. Such an action might seem excessive to those with weak will and spirit. On the other hand, even if she encounters someone very powerful, she should not remain indifferent to injustice. Why let her hair down with a chuckle? She told her okay. Afterward, she acknowledged that she had lost her composure slightly and admitted that proving something to them was a daunting task. Selfia crossed her arms and raised one eyebrow in interest. Civ looked at her with concern. He turned away from them and glanced menacingly behind his back, saying that they would quickly make it clear that she had come to punish the sinners and did not want to get involved with them or use their methods. Since this was their land, she would show some respect. However, she recommended they better not interfere with her. She then clarified that the fox in particular should avoid doing so. By fox, she meant Selfia, and addressing them, she urged them to remember this. Selfia irritably asked what she meant, then called out to her, telling her she had barely escaped alive. Before she could finish, Somi's distorted expression appeared in front of her. Somi stood with a deathly, terrifying face. She clenched her jaw, furrowed her brow, and the veins on her face bulged. Her bruises under her eyes and disheveled hair gave her an especially frightening appearance. Somi exhaled deeply and said that regardless of how the destruction went, they had captured another one in the clothing store. Most of the wall had been destroyed, with fragments scattered around the room. From behind the hole in the wall, one could see the city at night. Somi placed her hands in different directions, turned to the main character, and said that he had done a good job. She then clarified that many people had disappeared here because of him. Starting tomorrow, there would be peace. The main character looked at her, surprised, with wide eyes, and asked, "Are there many such places in Seoul?" He added that if so, they should at least close these places to people. Somi told him not to worry and said that he wasn't the only one who hunted at night. She explained that, like Goya, a monster from the human world, others like them entered the human kingdom and carried out this mission. She said everyone was assigned a hunting ground. With a nervous smile, she said that although it wasn't easy, she hoped to catch most of the outsiders today. Selfia, looking at her emotionlessly with half-closed eyes, asked if there were others from the kingdom of monsters besides them. Then she asked Somi if there were so many useful monsters in such a boring place as the human kingdom. Somi hesitated and replied that this wasn't entirely true. She explained that not only monsters but people were also involved in the hunt. She said the old man had told her that direct cooperation hadn't worked out, but they had come to an agreement regarding the zones. She explained that to the south of the Han River, their monsters were responsible for everything, while to the north, human shamans organized purges. Civ looked at her with sincere surprise, mouth slightly open, eyes wide, mentally asking himself if this was true. At that time, Yashin was sitting near a thick bush, carefully restoring his breath. He wore a shaman's mask, and his blade lay next to him. From the outside, they turned to him and asked why he decided to do everything himself. A girl named Son stood in front of him, holding a fan in her hands. She said she would go with him because, according to the law of Dorum, he could take 10 more shaman assistants with him. She then asked him if this was true. Son was an assistant to a free shaman. Yashin took his blade, relying on it, and began to rise, telling her he could handle it himself. There weren't enough people for today's cleanup. He added that, to be honest, it didn't matter how many there were, as they'd only get in the way. He explained that he preferred to work alone because he hated giving individual orders. Son, looking at him, replied that there were more reasons to use this opportunity to practice command. She explained that this was the role and duty of a shaman. Yashin, removing his wooden mask, told her he had never asked her for anything as a shaman. He then asked her again if this was true. Taking off his mask, he said the old man had put him in a position he didn't want. Turning to Son, he told her that if she wanted him to refuse, he would do it at any moment and become a shaman unless she ordered him in any successful case. Son looked at him in confusion, pressing a closed fan to her face. She asked, "A shaman who doesn't want to command? A shaman who doesn't want to do anything himself? Are they both stupid?" Then she noticed that the monster behind him was quite large. She asked, "Is this from the key class?" She then asked him another question. "Is this the creation of a group leader in Namsan?" Yashin turned behind him and asked her again if that's what she was talking about. He then noticed that it was indeed from the key class. However, he informed her that it wasn't a leader, as it was average for its group. In front of him lay a large defeated monster that lived in the mountains and loved the meat of women. This creature mainly resided in Japan. Yashin said as if it changed anything. Then he added that the leader was about the size of Namsan Tower. Son looked ahead with interest, thinking that there were about 10 of them in Namsan. She then asked herself, "Can I single-handedly defeat a group where the average monsters belong to the key class?" She thought about what had happened a month ago. After that, she interrupted herself and realized that even a couple of days ago, her growth had been enormous. Looking ahead with a smile, she thought that although he lacked experience, no one in the Sessa department was capable of achieving this. Despite objections, the elder appointed him as a shaman for that very reason. She realized he was the first genius in centuries, born in a transitional state, to reach the level of Zen. While she was thinking about this, she looked at Yashin. He, looking around and summing up, asked, "What's next on the schedules?" Then he asked her another question. "Should I meet with someone and report the situation to the Minister of Defense?" Son answered negatively and said it should be reported to the head of the police, the commissioner. Then, looking at the phone, she clarified that they were waiting for him, so she would send him right away. Yashin, with a tired expression on his face, hunched over in bewilderment and asked her, "Now?" He suggested, "Maybe I'll just sleep and go tomorrow." He noticed that this was just a report. She told him that he was talking nonsense and added that today the whole of Seoul had been turned upside down. Shifting her gaze from the phone to him, she said that they had done everything to minimize losses and successfully destroyed the enemy. For them, things would be over, but for the civilians, it might turn out differently. She looked at the phone, showing a picture of a department store, and said that even if they controlled the media, these were not 100% methods in their days. She then proposed that perhaps they could blame it on a North Korean terrorist attack. Yashin, looking exhausted, suggested that it seemed like she just wanted to think that way. Son told him that meant they needed to make people believe it, even if it was nonsense. She added that rumors make even the most ridiculous news seem believable, then asked him if he knew that. Yashin tiredly put his hand on the back of his head and told her he understood, but noticed that it was late, though it was the weekend. He stopped himself and muttered that it didn't matter. Son emotionlessly informed him that they needed to be at Incheon Airport at 7 a.m. with her. Yashin asked again, furious and bewildered, 7 a.m.? Then, he angrily demanded to know why it was so sudden. Son, unfazed by his reaction, continued to look at her phone, confirming that this was the case. She explained that she had just received information from an elder and that the request had come from a well-known Onoi family in Japan. She looked up and added that they asked for 2 people, and the elder had agreed. Then, she asked if he'd heard of the Cyrus family, noting that she only knew about Japan from anime. Yashin clenched his jaw, bewildered, and asked why they needed him and not someone else. She speculated it was because the levels needed to match. She continued, saying that the children of the head were coming as his heirs. As the sun dipped into the horizon, painting the city in golden red hues, The plane began to take off. A man named Yoshihiro walked through the building carrying a suitcase. He remarked that just one glance at the airport made everything seem surreal, then noticed even the air felt different. Yoshihiro turned to his sister, Yuzuru, and asked if it was true. They were at the airplane terminal, and she asked him to simplify it. After noticing this was their first trip overseas, she asked if that was accurate. Yoshihiro, one hand in his pocket and the other holding the suitcase, said he understood it was difficult, but hoped Korea would turn out to be an exciting place. Yuzuru, walking behind him, carefully observed her surroundings. Shortly after, they reached the airport building, and two people greeted them, Yashin and Son. Son, noticing Yashin was intently looking at his phone, asked if it was too late for him to bother with a translator. Yashin asked Son not to make noise, noting that the people who arrived were guests and therefore couldn't talk freely. Frowning, he asked why Yoshihiro and Yuzuru's father had approved of this business trip. He remembered it was unusual for shamans and Amaji to work together. Son explained that there was one precedent. During the Japanese colonial period, under an elected governor-general, two Onoi arrived through Busan. She added that there was a record of these two Onoi working with Korean shamans to perform exorcisms in Seoul and Busan. Yashin asked what had come of it. Son said that they had successfully captured the supernatural creature causing the disturbances, but noted there had been problems along the way. From what Son knew, the atmosphere was far from friendly, especially between one of the couples, who didn't get along at all. She described how it reached the point where one of them nearly killed the other, and the damage both sides took in the skirmishes exceeded the harm done by the exorcism itself. Son presented a bloody sword and fan, adding that this was expected, as their methods and perspectives differed greatly from the Amos. She advised Yashin to be cautious, as, although she didn't think the Ami arriving had ill intentions, disagreements were likely. Yashin thought for a moment, unsure of what to say. Then he admitted that he didn't know what he was doing. He decided that if he didn't like something, he would simply leave. He assumed the Ami might want that, so it wasn't the worst option. Just then, noticing a few people in the distance, Son asked Yashin to look at them. She froze, thinking that Yoshihiro and Yuzuru likely recognized their faces, as they had been sent photos. Yoshihiro suddenly raised an eyebrow, and before coming closer, Yashin wanted to say something, though he knew it might sound rude. Son understood his intention and decided to agree right away. Yoshihiro and Yuzuru didn't look very good to her, however. Yoshihiro walked forward, stopping in front of Yashin, grinning. Yashin, telling himself to remain calm, greeted him, saying he was glad to meet him. Yoshihiro, bowing, greeted them warmly, thanking Yashin and Son for coming to meet them. Yashin was genuinely surprised by this behavior. Yoshihiro introduced himself, saying he was 16 years old, or 17 by the Korean system. With one hand on the back of his head, he smiled and asked Yashin and Son to take care of them while they were here. Yashin, surprised by his Korean, asked if he really knew it well. Yoshihiro confirmed, explaining he had studied Korean since middle school, but added that Yuzuru's command of the language was even better. Turning to Yuzuru, he asked in their native language what she was doing. Yoshihiro told her to say hello quickly, and Yuzuru looked up from her phone to greet Yashin and Son before returning to her screen. Yoshihiro was displeased by this reaction and turned to Yashin, asking him to forgive Yuzuru's behavior, explaining she wasn't good at social interactions. He noted that Yuzuru was 2 years older than him. Yashin closed his eyes and assured him there was nothing wrong, thinking it was better not to judge too quickly, especially since Yuzuru and Yoshihiro risked much more. He glanced briefly at the board, while Yuzuru stood to the side. Later, they got into the car, and Yashin and Son said they had booked a hotel in Central Seoul for Yoshihiro and Yuzuru. Son added that they should inform them immediately if they didn't like the place or the hotel. Yoshihiro replied that everything was fine, expressing gratitude for finding something last minute. Son, looking at Yashin, indicated with her gaze that she was addressing him. Understanding, Yashin asked if he could learn more about the purpose of Yuzuru and Yoshihiro's visit. He had heard it was an exchange trip, but was curious about its exact purpose. Yuzuru, still absorbed in her phone, didn't respond. Yashin asked if they were there to help drive out monsters or just to see the sights and engage in cultural exchange. He explained that they needed to be certain about this to avoid any misunderstandings later. Son, still focused on driving, kept his attention on the road, while Yashin mentally noted that asking directly was better than beating around the bush. Yoshihiro took a moment to think before finally revealing that they had come to investigate, as a certain monster might have fled to Korea, and they were seeking information. Yuzuru, hearing Yoshihiro's words, looked at him, wanting to speak, but Yoshihiro cut her off, stating there should be no problem since even their father had authorized them to act freely. He reminded them that this was Son and Yashin's land, not Japan, and therefore, withholding information would be wrong. Yoshihiro believed that being open would make cooperation more productive. Shifting the focus, Yashin asked what monster Yoshihiro was referring to, suspecting it could be a dangerous spirits class monster. However, Yoshihiro clarified that it was not, noting that for now it wasn't classified as such. He explained that they divided monsters into 4 categories: demonic beasts, vengeful spirits, Tegami, spirits of old objects, and energy monsters, which were also considered spirits. However, there was one exception. Son and Yashin froze at this, and Yoshihiro explained that they called these monsters Targami. Yashin, rubbing his forehead, asked if it was true that in Korea, these were referred to as dark gods. Son, sweating with tension, confirmed this, explaining that dark gods did not fit into any of the 4 categories and were created from emptiness. She added that no one knew how these monsters came to be, but it was believed they were born from the collective fears and desires of all living beings. There could never be 2 dark gods at the same time, and when one dark god died, another would appear hundreds or even thousands of years later. While their form and abilities might vary, all dark gods had an inherent potential for growth and a relentless thirst for power. Son further explained that from the moment they appeared, dark gods were incredibly intelligent, growing by devouring others, and they posed a grave danger even among monsters. In the past, when a dark god appeared, great chaos followed, and monsters and shamans had to unite to defeat it. Son asked if Yoshihiro knew what species this dark god was. Yoshihiro replied that they didn't know and weren't even sure the dark god was in Korea. However, thanks to a divine prediction, they knew it had already been born and was heading west across the sea. By the time they reached the hotel, Yashin assured that they would contact Yuzuru and Yoshihiro later, and Yoshihiro told them to rest for now. After they left, Son asked Yashin what he thought of the situation. Yashin closed his eyes and advised Son to rest and think it through, adding that they needed to assist Yoshihiro and Yuzuru to the best of their ability. They also needed to report this to their father. Yashin understood that if Yoshihiro's information was true, it was a disaster, as there was no worse problem they could face. Son wanted to speak, but Yashin interrupted, stating he knew what it meant and admitted he had been thinking about something. While fighting the monsters last night, he wondered if someone was behind them and what their purpose was. He realized that each of the monsters he fought were ordinary, but they grew stronger by devouring people, though they didn't know how to use this power. If other monsters were the same, their destruction was inevitable, rendering the sacrifices meaningless unless there was a hidden agenda. Frowning, Yashin asked what would happen if the monsters had a different goal. He suspected that whoever was behind it all intended to flood the streets with low-ranking monsters, making Yashin and the others underestimate the situation. As they observed people walking by, Yashin thought this could be the plan. Son, holding her chin in thought, agreed and admitted she had thought the major purge last night would end it all. However, if there were dark gods among the unaccounted-for monsters, the situation would be very different. Yashin warned that dark gods might be involved and that these could be monsters from other regions. Son's eyes widened in confusion as she looked at him. Yashin reflected that not only their own monsters were here, but also monsters from China and Japan, and there might be others from different places as well. He speculated that if the dark god came from Japan, there was no guarantee other monsters wouldn't follow from other regions. While Yashin and Son talked, Madiro walked the streets, scanning her surroundings. Shia Hai stood on a raised platform, observing the street below. Yashin, still thinking, suggested that powerful figures like the Masters of Ai and Yin might have arrived to capture these gods, though he hoped it was just a worry. Meanwhile, near Mount Moya, Selfia stood in a forest, deciding it was a suitable location due to the lack of people on the mountain. Selfia, grinning, noted that even if some people saw them, it didn't matter because this was no department store and the number of people would be controlled. Civ, with his eyes closed and smiling, nodded, acknowledging it was for their good fortune. Noticing his reaction, Selfia fell silent for a moment before asking if it was true that Civ had been unable to sleep the previous night because of the two people who died in the store. Civ's eyes snapped open in surprise at her words. Selfia admitted she didn't blame him for the deaths, as it was her fault for not casting the spell strongly enough. She acknowledged it might sound like an excuse, but it was the first time she had cast such a spell remotely and over such a large area. She suggested that the main character might not be any better because of this, and Civ, hanging his head sadly, admitted that this was true, but explained that he was just wondering if there was anything he could have done. Selfia explained that this is why she called Civ here, since situations similar to yesterday will be repeated. From this day, when Selfia gets such a chance, she decided that she will teach the main character, because this is her original role. She also added that Civ needs to understand a lot in order to be a full-fledged monster, and even if the main character's skill is not as strong as hers, purification is still a useful thing. She imagined Civ trying to cast a spell and explained that there were also a large number of spells similar to barriers, banishment, search, and seals that could be useful in different situations. Selfia ordered Civ to get ready to teach it, and he agreed with a confident frown. However, Selfia decided that there was something she needed to do before that. She abruptly approached Civ, and he, amazed by this, leaned back a little, having difficulty maintaining his balance. Noticing that he was starting to fall, Selfia grabbed the main character, telling him to be careful. Looking at the shocked expression on his face, she warned him that even if Civ is a goblin, he should not be distracted. Continuing to hold Civ and hover over him, Selfia decided that this was an excellent position. Grinning, she advised the main character to relax, let go of his strength, and not to twitch. Leaning even lower, she promised that it would all be over soon. From the moment Selfia activated her magic, Civ felt the scent of an unknown flower and the subtle smell of peach quietly creeping up. These aromas overwhelmed a subtle sensation that Civ had never experienced before, and his heart began to beat as if after an intense run. Civ opened his mouth in amazement, but said nothing, looking at Selfia looming over him. After that, he closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he suddenly recognized the landscape in front of him. He froze, not knowing how to react to this, and suddenly heard someone behind him asking the main character not to worry since what was in front of him was not real. Turning sharply, Civ saw a grinning Selfia, who explained that this place was the depths of Civ's mind, the most inaccessible place of consciousness. She also said that what Civ sees, hears, and feels was based on his memories. The main character was relieved and thought it was very good that it was all make-believe. He asked if that meant it was a fantasy that didn't really exist, and what about Selfia herself? Then, Selfia said that Civ was now talking to the real her and added that she had a special trick for Civ. One of Selfia's unique spells was called Violet Whisper, and through the senses, it introduced false stimuli into the brain, creating visual or auditory hallucinations. Such a spell could make a person forget what he had already seen or force him to do simple actions that Civ already knew about. However, there was something stronger than this, which not only introduced stimuli, but also opened the gates of the mind. Thanks to this, Selfia and the main character temporarily united their minds. Selfia explained that, to put it simply, she mentally went to visit Civ. Sighing, she admitted that usually there was no special reason to resort to this, but now the situation was different. She activated her magic again, noting that, to be honest, the results of their future tests were interesting even to her. Civ was shocked when he heard this, and Selfia, extending her hand to the side, created a dark silhouette, offering to see how Civ would hold up against this opponent. The dark silhouette began to move forward, gradually acquiring the outline of a person. The main character, smiling nervously, asked to wait and said that this could not be. Selfia warned that the familiar sight meant nothing and noted that this was the first time Civ would face this opponent. A copy of Civ emerged from the shadows at a time when he looked more like a goblin. Selfia suddenly noted that it was impossible to say this copy was the same as before, since be that as it may, it was a copy created from the information in Civ's memory, as well as from the memories of those with whom Selfia herself fought, and those memories that Civ experienced personally. Since Selfia had combined this information, the copy must have been quite high quality. Selfia asked if the main character wasn't curious about which of them was stronger, and by how much. Civ admitted that he was not sure about this, and Selfia, snapping her fingers, remembered that she needed to say something else. She asked if it was true that the amount of the monster's strength was the same as at that moment. She created a table and chair a little to the side and noted that the body was already on the verge of destruction and depleting the monster's strength. Since she clearly remembered the truly small amount of the monster's strength, Selfia continued to speak. Meanwhile, the copy of the main character pushed off the ground with force, running forward and instantly approaching Civ and striking. Sitting down at the table, Selfia said that even without the power of a monster or something similar, the copy was very strong. Civ, having difficulty blocking the blow, opened his eyes wide in horror and asked what kind of monster this was. He mentally noted that his copy had lost some damage as it stepped onto the ground, but realized that the impact was still strong. The copy of Civ, meanwhile, continued to strike, using his leg this time. The main character was unable to defend himself, which is why he frowned. The copy continued to attack, delivering powerful blows, and Civ barely blocked them. Mentally, he asked himself if he was really that strong back then. He realized that both strength and speed were superior to the way he fought in the store. He also noticed there was something else. Civ was about to strike, seeing that his copy was preparing for another attack, but he did not have time to do this. Jerking sharply, the copy hit the main character in the face with its knee. Holding her cup of tea with her palm, Selfia asked if it was true that this was not easy. She recalled that she had already said Civ had talent and admitted that if she were not a monster who used her body directly, perhaps it would have been even more difficult. Civ, ignoring the blood running down his chin, frowned as he thought about how his copy had an inexplicable level of fighting instincts. While Selfia carefully watched the battle, Civ assumed that so far he had run and won only thanks to these instincts. Suddenly, he heard Selfia say that all this only works when the enemy's level is low. No matter how talented the monster is, fighting with an enemy superior to him in many aspects would be too difficult. Civ, trying to defend himself from the attacks of his copy, asked how he could be defeated. From one of the blows, he flew back a little, but managed to land carefully and again asked himself how to do this. Even when he put all his strength into the blow that struck the copy, there was not a trace left on the copy. Not even a single scratch appeared. No matter how much the main character thought about it, it still seemed very strange to him because he did not understand why everything was happening like this. If he did not have the monster power that he had, then suddenly Civ felt something which made him freeze, and even Selfia was distracted. Amazed at what had happened, she suddenly frowned, getting into a fighting position. As his copy ran to attack, Civ realized that all the techniques he had used before were formed under the influence of the main character himself, whom his copy now personified. Even when Civ first took out the club, he was able to change the form of it precisely because of the memory of his copy. In other words, Civ suddenly realized that what his copy could do, he could do too. He looked closely at his copy, so as not to miss a hit. Despite this, the copy still hit Civ, and he asked if it was true that it was Earth control. The copy froze in shock, and the main character realized that his copy was using the ability to reduce damage by transferring it to the ground. He noted that his copy was much better at this than Civ at the moment, but noted that this was to the extent that the difference in the style of the monster did not matter. When the copy dealt another blow, the main character grabbed the hand of this one, and although he assumed that he would not immediately close this gap, he nevertheless pressed the ground harder and threw his copy high into the air. Mentally noting that he could still do something, Civ summoned the goblin club. While the copy had not yet fallen to the ground, Siv decided that he needed to try it if there was a way. Smirking, he suggested to the copy to see if he could use earth control without touching it. Siv got into a fighting position and, using his club, delivered a strong blow, which made him smile contentedly as he watched his copy fall to the ground. Due to how hard the landing was, dust and fragments of stone rose into the air, and Selfia smiled contentedly when she noticed this. Siv called out to her joyfully, shouting that he had succeeded, and, closing his eyes, smiled, admitting that his copy was very strong. However, since it was the main character himself, it was quite easy to determine the weakness. Selfia, closing the book she had previously been reading, noted that Siv had done a good job and added that both Siv and his copy should acknowledge this. The main character, hearing this, stopped smiling and asked what Selfia was talking about. Selfia, smiling more, pointed behind Siv and asked him to look at it. Turning around, Siv noticed that his copy rose up, summoning his own club, which took the form of a huge weapon. Frowning, the copy of the protagonist swung, and Selfia, grinning, noted that at least Siv recognized the copy as an enemy worthy of him. Pulling out his club, Siv noted that this was so, even if he had not thought about it before. Siv froze, eyes wide in amazement, and looked at the huge weapon his copy was holding. Realizing that his copy was about to strike, the main character looked with horror at his small club and, almost crying, said that it was not fair. His copy at that moment dealt a powerful blow, and when the club dissipated, splashes of blood became visible on the ground as well as the cracks that had formed. Siv lay on the ground, trembling in pain, and the lower half of his body was torn from his torso due to how strong the blow was. Siv closed his eyes, clenching his jaw, but the next moment he opened his eyes. He suddenly noticed that he was lying on the ground. Siv was amazed at this, and Selfia, smiling, praised him because she thought that the main character would be beaten much more severely, but he showed himself well. Gradually rising, Siv did not answer, and Selfia admitted that victory was not even an option because the battle was planned to be unfair, since the creation that was a copy of Siv would have taken Selfia herself 5 tails from the very beginning. The main character remembered that the more tails Selfia uses, the stronger the enemy, and asked how many tails it would take to kill him. Holding her chin in her hand, Selfia admitted that it was very difficult to say and suggested that 2 tails might not be enough, and with 3, it would be difficult. She realized that if she had to finish everything quickly, she would have used 4 tails and suddenly added that, to be honest, each new tail allows her to increase her strength by 1.5 times. Siv, thinking about it, realized that the difference between 3 and 5 tails is 1.5 times squared. That is more than twice the force. Selfia, looking to the side, said that she could deal with most of the monsters even with just 1 tail and suddenly activated her magic, making her look more threatening. She called the person she noticed, a mouse that was looking from the shadows, Hungry. Leaving her hiding place, Hungry asked for forgiveness, admitting that she was afraid that she would interfere. She dropped to one knee and, closing her eyes, swore that she was not planning anything bad but was simply watching. She asked Selfia and Siv to believe her, and Siv, seeing Hungry, was very amazed. Selfia, hearing that the main character knew the name Hungry, looked in his direction and asked if they really knew each other. Siv said that this was indeed the case and explained that Hungry was from the House of Humility Cultivation. Hungry said that last time, she made an agreement with their leader, and as an advance for this agreement, she came to hand over the things prepared by the leader. She explained that these were the best treasures of the monsters as well as clothes for Siv. The main character froze, eyes widening as he did not know how to react, and even Selfia was a little surprised. One day ago, at the House of Humility Cultivation, when Murian and Siv were talking in the room, Murian suggested that calling it an investment would be too abstract. After which, he asked him if it was so. Then he noticed that everything was simple. He said that he wanted to help him so that their guest became a winner in the arena as quickly as possible. Then he added that financial assistance is just the beginning. Raising his hand up, he said with a slight smile on his face that he would also provide him with very special things that even their guest did not know about. He said that, in addition, He would be provided with various amenities such as assistance with any information that reaches them. Siv listened to this information with a confused expression on his face. Lowering his eyes down, he looked at the table on which there were many different dishes and replied that it sounded great. Then he raised his eyes up and asked him, "But isn't investing when there is an expectation that they will get more than they invested?" He noted that if he became the king of the monsters, what they would demand from him could be very significant. Murian looked at him with a thoughtful expression, a slight smile on his face, and he combed his beard with the fingers of his hand. Murian confirmed this by noting that he is very smart. He stated that in this case, he would speak directly. The main character listened intently to what he would tell him. Murian said that they wanted absolutely nothing in return for now. Murian said these words with a wide smile on his face. He laughed loudly with a friendly expression on his face. Siv looked at him in bewilderment. Muang explained to him that, as he said, this cannot be called an investment. He told him that at the moment, he had nothing more to say. He suggested that they be honest and said that he was not the only candidate in whom they were investing. The main character looked at him in surprise, opening his eyes wide. Nuriam continued to talk about how not only do the two sides invest in candidates. He explained that this is a given, and the King of Monsters is a being who will rule the kingdom of monsters for the next 666 years, in sickness and in health. He said that relationships with him would affect not only everyone personally, but also the fate of entire groups. He then turned to Siv, sitting opposite him, and called him dear. He told him that those who are not strong enough to dream of becoming a king at least want to be his faithful followers. The main character listened carefully to the words spoken by him. Muang said that even if it was a stretch, they were going to select the most promising candidates. He explained that they were planting seeds for the future. The main character, looking uncertainly at his interlocutor, put his hand on the back of his head and said that when he heard all this, it became much clearer to him. Then he asked him, "But aren't their monsters unhappy with this approach?" He explained his question by saying, "Doesn't anyone wonder why they are not being helped or why someone else is being helped?" Nuon closed his eyes with a smile on his face and confirmed this by saying that, of course, there are such people. Then he explained that there were no particular problems with them, and such dissatisfaction was resolved by itself. After that, he gave an example, saying about the youngest of the High Tai family with whom he had a conflict. He said that he too should have received their sponsorship since he possessed such attributes as the potential and hidden power of a divine beast. Muang said that they considered these enough to invest in him. Then he extended his hand in front of him and said that one guest contacted them directly and said that he was not worthy of their resources. When he spoke about one of their guests, he pointed with his hand at the main character, who was looking in surprise in front of him. Murian continued to say that, moreover, this guest convinced them that it was better for them to give these to him. Then he ended his speech by saying that this is how everything is. He looked at Siv with a serious expression on his face and, stretching his hand in front of him, said that if he wants someone to invest in him or for the amount of investment to increase, then he must show that he deserves it. But if he thinks that he is worthy and he does not like his opponent to whom attachments are provided, then you just need to overcome it, he told him. As the competition progresses, those who do not have support will be destroyed, and only those who have the greatest chance of becoming the king of the monsters will remain, he said. He looked piercingly in front of him, saying that when this moment comes, they will discuss the terms of the investment and, of course, agree on this deal or not after hearing his personal choice. After that, he asked him to consider this as a regular service until that time. The main character, holding his hands on his feet, looked in front of him in surprise and was silent. Some time later, he examined his hands in surprise at these reactions. He examined his new robe and said that it was amazing. With wide open eyes, he noticed that although he pulled it right onto his clothes, it was still very comfortable. Then he noticed that the fit was simply perfect. Selfia, standing opposite him, crossed her arms on her chest and noticed that this was a common thing for an elven. Then she said that, moreover, he does not need to get thing after thing since he can simply call upon these when necessary, as if from spatial storage. Selfia then turned her question to Hungrian and asked her if there was a special set of commands. Hungry, and crossed her fingers in front of her chest in the affirmative and answered and said that such a gesture seal had already been created. She asked to just say, put it on, and if you want to take it off, you should say, take it off. The main character also crossed his fingers in front of his chest as Hungrian showed and said hesitantly, so, take it off. After this, the robe that Civ was wearing began to shrink and disappear. The main character looked at it in bewilderment, surprised and screaming in fear. He then began alternating his orders. He shouted, put it on. After that, he shouted, take it off. Selfia, with a serious expression on her face, calmly watched him and frowned her eyebrows. Hungrian looked at her warily, standing behind her. Civ continued to shout. He commanded, put it on. After that, he again commanded, take it off. Selfia asked him if he was having too much fun. Rian looked at Selfia carefully and thought that this gummo girl was a nine-tailed fox. She understood that, despite the attempts of their house and many other factions, she was a genius who refused investments by firmly answering them that she would not be in debt to these insignificant forces. At this time, Selfia irritably asked the main character if he was a child. Then she looked behind herself in surprise. She looked at Hungrian and asked her, what else? She told her that if she gave everything, then let her just leave. She asked her why she should stand here. Hungrian opened her mouth and put her palms out in front of her. Selfia asked her if she was trying to find something. Civ exhaled heavily from his lungs and asked Selfia. He then turned to Hungrian and asked her if there was anything else to tell them. Then he asked her what the Gen Gem told her. Saw continued to look at Hungrian menacingly. Hungrian put her hand to her chest and said that last night there were those who survived the hunt, and they know the location of one of these groups. Then she said that the gentleman would like to convey this information to him and offered to help in clearing them out. The main character looked at her in surprise as she said this. Selfia looked at her with her eyebrows furrowed. Then Selfia asked her to wait. She said that she understood why she was telling him about this. Then she asked her, but how did they know this? She warned Hungrian that she had better not lie. Hungrian stood pressing her hand to her chest, looking ahead. She said that Mr. Main Character remembers Mr. Yum from yesterday. Civ repeated after her, Yum? After that, he asked her if she was talking about Hai Tai. Hungry answered him in the affirmative and explained that last night Mr. Yusum took part in a hunt and settled down in the outskirts of Seoul with two other creatures. The main character sighed in surprise and asked if they were seriously injured. Then he asked her, was it Yum who reported the location of the remains? He understood that something was wrong here. Hungry told him that instead of receiving a report from them, last night they learned that Mr. Yum's partners were killed by those they were hunting. After which, she told him that Mr. Yum was able to escape alone. Selfia opened her mouth with a surprised expression and asked her to stop. Then she asked her, were they unable to destroy someone? After that, she said that she had never heard of such a thing. Hungan, looking at the floor, said that they themselves found out about this only in the morning, and Yum came to them late at night. She told them that despite his wounds, he panicked, so they brought him inside to help, but he never recovered from the injury and continued to fragmentarily repeat the events of last night. She told them that, shaking with fear, he spoke of fear of the enemy and guilt for the failure of the mission. He hid under the blanket and, turning to his mother and sister, asked for their forgiveness. Hungry then said that the shock of 2 accidents in a row seemed to have hit him hard. Selfia said that he would have a bleak future since he did not even lose in battle but shamefully fled alone. Then she said that the entire clan had been destroyed, and in his place, she would have been better off staying there. The main character turned to Hangan and asked her, is this the only thing they know? Then he noted that he thought the judge should find out about this. Selfia, in response to his remark, noted that he most likely already knows or will find out soon. Then she said that no one will do anything special. Then she asked, is this true? Civ looked at her in surprise as she said this. Selfia stood and looked at the bird that landed on her hand. Selfia said that last night had been much more eventful than expected. Then she started talking about the fact that they could not finish the hunt in one area, and perhaps the plan would be to unite with other regions to resolve this issue later. Then she said that first they need to check something. The main character looked intently at the bird that was sitting on Selfia's hand. The bird stared back at him. Selfia suggested that she thought Somi was suffering from the consequences and was a little inexperienced in using the skills she had learned. Selfia turned her head to Civ and said, "If you care about this." Then she asked him to check on her. Then she asked him, "Okay." The main character asked her in bewilderment, "Is that possible?" Selfia, stroking the bird on the head, noticed that the Mana Master would most likely say not to tell Somi or her father. However, she noted that it was she who thought so, and now permission was not needed. After that, she asked if it was known where that monster was. Then she said that if she catches the monster and reports on it, there will be no problems. After that, she said that something else was more important. She asked him if he wasn't worried too much right now. Saying this, she noticed that if at least one was captured, then at least several people would be saved. After which, she asked him if this was true. Selfia, looking carefully at the main character, said that in his place, she would go so she would not stop him. Letting the bird fly with a gesture of her hand, she said that if he wanted advice, then she recommended that when he saw the enemy, he should determine his type. Then, going to the side and glowing with bright magical energy, she said that if his feature was physical strength, then everything would be fine. However, she clarified that if this feature was magic, then she recommended that he be prepared and that he would run away from the battle. She advised him to fight accordingly. She explained her advice by saying that whatever he decides, everything depends only on him. Then, with a sharp magical jerk, she teleported to another space. In the place where she had just been, a stream of magical energy was formed, rushing far upward. The protagonist and Hungan looked at this. Civ, without looking at Hungan, assumed that she would not forget about it. After which he asked her, "Is this true?" Hungan looked at him in surprise, her eyes wide open. The main character turned to her with a serious expression and asked her to tell him everything that Yum told her. At the hotel where the newly arrived guests from Japan were staying, Yoshihiro asked his sister where she was going. Walking away from him, she turned around gloomily and repeated his question. "Where is she going?" She then told him that it was obvious that she was going sightseeing. Then she asked him, "Did he come here to stay in the hotel?" Yoshihiro answered her negatively, after which, with frowning eyebrows, placing his hands on his sides, he told her that she understood what he was talking about. He then explained to her that he was asking if she really cared about SES. He further said that they had already discussed this. He asked her if this was true. Then he explained that they were guests and this was not Japan. Yoshihiro reminded her that there are rules and customs that they do not have. He then asked her if she had already noticed. After that, he said that they do not want to help even if they cooperate with them as needed. Yuzuru exhaled heavily from her lungs and asked him back, "What about him?" Then she asked him again what he thought of her. She looked into his eyes intently, asking him if he thought that she would just go hunt monsters. Then she asked him another question. In a foreign territory where she doesn't even know the streets? Yoshihiro looked down at her in surprise and asked her in confusion, "But she won't go." Yuzuru pointed an irritated finger in his face and said that he was pretending to be a temporary leader, so she told him to behave accordingly. With furrowed brows, she told him that instead of doing stupid things, let him concentrate on doing his main job properly. Yuzuru then pointed at his confused expression with her finger and asked, "Who is causing them problems with the Civ family?" Yoshihiro chuckled in response, confused. Yuzuru, not paying attention to him, left the room, turned around, and told him that she would return in the evening. And if he was worried, then let him call her or do something like that. The door slammed. Civ and Yoshihiro continued to look ahead in confusion towards the closed door. Then, exhaling air from his lungs, he said that even if he called, she would not answer. Yuzuru, who was in the elevator, thought that no one knows how long they will be here. After that, she pressed the button in the elevator on which there was a picture of the number 1. She understood that she couldn't actively interfere because if the monsters wanted to find her, then so be it. Around her, magical energy of a bright blue color began to increase. Above her hand was a short, anthropomorphic spirit with a certain object in its hands. She formed it thanks to her magic. Looking in front of her, she said that she needed great luck. After which, she asked the spirit she had formed in her hands, could he do it? Kira Yuzuru is a Shikigami shaman, meaning she is the one who can control various spiritual beings. The spiritual being she summoned told her that it was possible, given how much she had collected up to this point. 7 lucky children increase their Shaman's Day luck by maintaining energy and normal luck. There are 7 types of luck: wealth, health, love, business, study, family, and society. Yuzuru took out a paper bundle of magical energy from the box that the spiritual being she had summoned was holding in its hands. Pulling it out, she thanked it with a smile on her face. The shaman cannot choose which of these types of luck she will get. 7 lucky children automatically give the luck that, in their opinion, is most suitable for the shaman. At the moment, Yuzuru looked at the unfolded paper package with a smile on her face and thought that she was very sorry to use such a lucky chance. But she understood that this way, she could grab the monster without problems and figure it out when. She opened the package, and she saw that it was written there that she would have luck and love. She looked at it in shock, with her eyes wide open. Then, confusedly, she looked in front of her in bewilderment, asking, "What is this?" It was literally written on paper that it would be a wonderful day when she would meet the betrothal of her dreams. Then there was an inscription: "The process can be extreme." After that, it was written on the paper that the color of luck is black. In an incredible rage of misunderstanding, Yuzuru loudly screamed, "What kind of nonsense is this?" People on the street, not far from her, turned worriedly in her direction. She looked at the paper in bewilderment and asked, "Does she need this in this situation?" With an irritated expression on her face, she said that even if something goes wrong, she needs a normal one. Her indignation was interrupted by a voice that sounded not far from her. This voice suggested that someone had made a mistake. Then the voice asked if he had the correct address. Someone got out of the taxi, saying that he was probably right. Then this person said that he would just walk because it seemed to him that it was close. Yuzuru looked towards the taxi in bewilderment, with her eyes wide open. She saw how the main character, exhaling air from his lungs with a tense expression on his face, looked at his phone and said that if he knew that everything would turn out like this, he would have taken the bus. Seoulshan River Park looked like an embankment located along the river. Along this embankment, there were many benches located near the lawn and trees. City residents walked through this park. A guy named Bun was a monster. He sat on a bench and carefully watched people passing by him with a smile on his face. From the outside, they addressed him by name and said that he was having fun. It was Madeira who said that it seemed to her that he hated people, but he turned to her. She leaned her elbows on the bench on which she was sitting. Looking at her, he asked, "Is she here too?" After that, he asked her how long she had been here. Madeira answered him, holding a drink in her hand, that she had been here for a couple of minutes and was enjoying the view. Thinking not to disturb him, she lowered her gaze to him and said that his unexpected appearance was quite interesting. He asked her if she didn't expect this. Then he closed his eyes, leaned his hand on his hip, and told her that in order to watch something, you don't have to love it. Then he explained to her that most people don't like insects, but from the outside, looking at them is quite interesting. With a smile on his face, he looked in front of him and told her that it was the same with him. He told her that he was sometimes interested in watching how these people scurry around. Madeira sat down on the bench next to him and, with a bored look, lowered her face into her hand, saying that even if they were unpleasant to him. Bun laughed, telling her that she was still young. Then he told her that she hadn't even celebrated her second birthday yet. He asked her if this was true. After that, he began to continue talking about how, given how quickly she learns, she will soon understand what he is talking about. Madeira looked at him with a bored expression and chuckled in response. Then, exhaling air from her lungs and looking at the people passing by, she said, "This is certain." Then she noticed that some things can only be understood after they are over. After that, she asked him if those 3 monsters were dead. Bun, looking ahead with interest, told her that the eldest 2, that is Ray and Bayan, had definitely died since their enemy turned out to be surprisingly strong. After which he said that the youngest, Ween, might still be alive, but he said that she could consider him dead. He explained his state by saying that if she had already been captured, they would do everything to get information about them out of her. Then he noticed that she would not be able to tell them anything about the fact that last night she regretted what happened. She told Bun that until she refused Ray, everything was going well. But when she left the store, the more time passed, the more it dawned on her. After that, she asked how she looked at the three of them. She said heavily, "What did I do?" Bun looked at her with interest, and she said that it was quite stupid. After which, she asked him if it was true. She said that she spent a year with them and only now understood. Then, with a crazy face, red and blood-filled eyes, with a wild animal grin and dripping saliva that flowed from her beard, she said that she had to eat these three. She said through her teeth that she was very angry, and the more she thought, the angrier she became. She said that all night she ate whatever she wanted. People walking in the park began to hug their bodies. They were shaking in bewilderment from the cold and asking what had changed suddenly. The girl was trembling from the cold and squeezed her shoulder with her hands, saying that she was so cold. Madeira said that her hunger had not been satisfied. Bun looked at her with a smile on his face and asked, "How many did you eat?" Madeira, with incredibly wide, open eyes and small pupils, looked madly at the floor, indicating that she did not count. However, the building in which they hunted with those three monsters is now useless, since she ate everyone inside. Then she turned to Bun and asked, "Is this possible?" Bun, smiling, answered her that it didn't matter whether it was possible or not, since there was no point in hiding anymore. He explained to her that after last night, the inhibitions had disappeared, and wherever she went and whatever she did, there would be consequences. He then told her that he would not interfere or stop her, since he never had the right to do so. He looked at her friendly and told her to go and have fun. He told her that this is all he asks of each of the seven of them. He took out his phone, and with his fingers clicking on the screen, he said that all the residents of the apartment complex were missing. Then he asked, "Will the news spread by lunchtime?" Madeira, continuing to hold the drink in her hands, said that apart from this, she asked how he knew that Ray and Bayan met a strong enemy, and that only Ween survived. Then she turned to him hesitantly and asked if he was there too. With a smile on his face, Bun asked her again and then confirmed it. He told her that he was there too. After that, he explained to her that it was not that he had anything to do with her or those three monsters. He told her that it was more of an accident, since he was keeping an eye on what was happening because he was already nearby. Madeira grinned and noted that it sounded like he had noticed something important. Bun, with his eyes glowing with magical energy, answered her that there was nothing special about it. Then he noticed that there was nothing like that, at least not yet. Siv walked along a crowded street. Behind him was Yuzuru, who carefully looked after him. She mentally stopped herself and asked, "What else is this?" Looking at him in surprise, she realized that his aura was as if he was not trying to hide. She thought that even if he was not the kind of monster who breaks the law, given the recent events in the country, this was quite stupid. The main character walked with one hand in his pocket, and with the other hand, he held his phone, which he looked into with a tense expression on his face. Yuzuru, looking at him carefully, understood that she needed to take into account a couple of nuances. She assumed that he was being controlled by magic or a supernatural entity, and she also realized that there was a possibility that he could not control his aura. However, in fact, the main character specifically showed an aptitude in order to lure someone out. Siu continued to walk forward, looking at the small knife he was holding in his palm. It was a miniature knife with a black handle and a decoration on it in the form of a picture of white flowers. The blade of the knife was miniature and glowed with purple magical energy. It was called an engraved sword. This blade belonged to Master Yusum. When Hanan handed him this sword, she said that if you pour aura into it and throw it at a target, the blade will separate in such a way that it will allow the one holding the handle to track the one he hit from a distance. The main character then asked her, "Is the broken part of this blade in the monster that Yum was chasing?" Then he asked her another question. He asked her if there were restrictions, like how long the blade could stay inside Hungary. In response, she explained to him that the effect works at a distance of about 1,000 kilometers or until the target reaches the blade. But then she clarified that there is a special condition for this. After that, she told him the condition was that he could only get it with a stronger aura than the one who drove it into him. She said that this was the only way to get a piece of the blade. The main character, with a surprised expression on his face, opened his eyes wide and looked at her as she said this. Now, when he walked along a richly built-up city street, He thought that when it was taken out of the handle, the missing part would grow. After that, he thought about the fact that if the enemy was able to overpower Yusum, and not only him but also two other monsters, then despite the fact that he had the strength to defeat the blade, he could not reach it because the sword was still broken. Siv thought about this while carefully looking at the dagger that glowed brightly in his hand. The main hero looked confidently in front of him, frowning his eyebrows. He understood that there was only one explanation, which was that the enemy deliberately did not pull out the blade from himself. Siv saw how, at a short distance from him, a large building similar to a factory glowed with a thick purple light of magical energy. This factory was an abandoned building with a lot of debris and construction materials inside. Someone's voice addressed Tao. The voice belonged to a monster with an unusual appearance called Zen. Tao, to whom he turned, asked him what was there. Zen hesitantly pointed his hand, buried in his sleeve, at him and said that this was blood in Tao's hand. Then Zen asked him if he could just leave it like that. Tao, with a wide smile on his face, asked him if he was talking about this thing. Tao sat on the rubble of construction, stretching out his hand, pierced through by a blade in front of him. It was a blade from a sword belonging to Yum. His hand was bandaged. Tao said with a smile on his face that everything was fine. Then he explained that the wound was small, and he would not pull out the blade as new ones would come to him. They were interrupted by the voice of a monster approaching from the direction. This monster said, "What did you just want to say about it?" The monster, with extreme squinting eyes, was called Hufin. Huan, simultaneously looking in different directions, turned to Tao and asked him what was the matter. After that, he asked him if he wanted to attract those who were hunting for them. Then he asked him another question. What is the point? He noticed that if the chase continues, they will be able to feed on people as before. Tao, continuing to smile, confirmed this and began to talk about this topic. He told them that from now on, he would not eat people. After these words, Huan and Zen looked in his direction with wide, open eyes and bewilderment. Huan furiously asked him what he was talking about. Then he explained that if he didn't eat people, then he would. Tao didn't let him finish and told him affirmatively that they were delicious, and the more you eat them, the tastier they become. However, looking thoughtfully ahead, he said that for some reason, no matter how much he ate, he couldn't satisfy his hunger. He told them that he thought about the reasons but did not find an obvious answer. He then told them that last night, everything became clear to him. He mentioned the three monsters they fought. He noticed that they were strong. He also said that if they had encountered him as before, he would not have put them up against him. But he said that the latter fought well in the end, and be that as it may, having defeated them for the first time, he felt seriously full. After that, he said that the one who brought him here probably understands what he is talking about. He assumed that it was obvious that he was born for this feeling. Zen looked at him in confusion. Rising to his feet, Tao, with his eyes burning with interest, said that he wanted to hunt those who were worthy of defeat and not just for the sake of taste. With his hands, he rested on his hips, saying that if this is a feeling that people cannot give, then he does not think that he should eat them. Huan, straining his jaw, noticed that this sounded like nonsense, and he was losing interest. After that, he said that he didn't understand him and didn't want to understand because they had a great chance, and he didn't want to get into trouble because of his whims. Tao turned to him with a smile on his face and asked, "Really?" He then suggested that perhaps this was true, but his greed and his view of things were incompatible. Tao approached Huan and, with a smile on his face, suggested that this meant that everything was over between them. Then he said that he was very sorry, but he noted that perhaps it would be better this way. Huan stood in front of him with his back straight, confused. At that moment, looking confusedly in the direction of Tao, he stopped himself, thinking that if he was not going to eat people, then perhaps he looked in fear at the hand that Tao extended to him. Tao, with a wide smile on his face and a friendly expression, extended his hand in front of him. He turned to the two monsters surrounding him, Huan and Zen. He told them that although they had known each other for a short time, he had learned a lot, and if not for them, he would have died. Then he continued to hold his hand outstretched and said that it would be nice to continue together. However, he admitted that they were right, and he thought that it would be much better if they went their separate ways. He apologized to them and thanked them. Hyun clenched his jaw in great tension and called him a bastard through clenched teeth. He then turned to Zen and told him that if he had heard everything, then he ordered him to move. He explained that they had to leave before sunset. However, Zen did not move from his place. He stood unwaveringly, looking uncertainly in front of him. Hufin, irritated, asked him why he was hesitating. Zen said hesitantly that he wanted to be with Ta. Hyun asked him again in bewilderment what Zen meant. Zen exhaled heavily from his lungs and spoke about what they experienced last night, thanks to Ta. Then he asked if this was true. After that, he confusedly continued to say that he also wanted to become as strong as Ta. Ta looked at him in surprise while Zen continued to say that, in this case, he wanted to fight, not with people. Hyun asked him irritably, "What are you saying?" Then he angrily pointed his finger at Ta and said that he didn't even know the details. He asked him if he had forgotten who he and he were in the first place. Pressing one of his hands to his chest, Hyun shouted that the transformation of their bodies was not the same as his. He shouted loudly that he was just a dirty copy. Ta said that, as he said, it was dangerous to be with him, especially for Zen, after which he warned him, saying that he would most likely die. Hyun turned his surprised face towards Ta. After this, Ta noted that, however, while he was with him, he promised him this. With a confident smile on his face, he clenched his palm into a fist and told him that if he died, he would not do it before him. Zen, looking in front of him in surprise, said Ta. Hyun looked at him irritably, with his eyebrows raised high and his jaw tense. Then he turned away from them, exhaling air from his lungs. Closing his eyes, he said that he could not stand it. He told them to do stupid things together. Walking away from them, he turned around and asked, "You both don't eat people. Is that true?" After that, he said that if this was the case, he would eat those who were below him and leave. Then he added that no one would complain. Ta, with a smile on his face and looking up, confirmed this and said that it is better to eat to the maximum state of saturation before sunset. Then his face took on a confused look. He looked in front of him in surprise and said that this was true. At this moment, the main character stood in front of the abandoned factory building in which those monsters were located. Like other creatures of the night, this monster existed for many years, countless epochs. Zen turned to Ta and asked him if he was okay or not. The ominous name it bears depends on the era and region. Ta answered in the affirmative. Zen told him that everything was fine with him. Then he noticed that he was just a little surprised, and that was all. However, in any era, its essence remains the same. It consists of an uncontrollable thirst for conflict. Siv looked ahead with a confident expression on his face, frowning his eyebrows. Siv said that he knew they would come, but after that he noticed that he thought they would do it after sunset. The era in which he rampaged, the most monsters and people together called him by this name. It glowed with thick magical energy. His pupils were bright purple. He looked ahead, gloatingly saying that they needed to prepare to welcome guests. Chu is the violence that consumes the world. Soon, Siv entered the building, although he felt that he was afraid to go inside. Once inside, Siv froze briefly, his eyes widening as he felt two different sensations from two different directions. The magic was palpable from above, and the bloody stench was felt from below. Ta looked first up, noticing the flows of aura, and then down, thinking about what decision he should make in this gloomy dilemma of choosing a quantum superposition. Thinking, the main character clenched his teeth more tightly, but still went forward. At that time, Yuzuru stood outside the building and, slightly raising her head, looked at the streams of aura visible from above. She frowned and asked herself, what kind of absurd horror is this? Yuzuru assumed that unless this knowledge has some kind of history, then there is something like a canteen for monsters here. She was sure that Ta could not help but sense this, and now he was amazed that he went inside without hesitation. Yuzuru understood that this was a trap with a 99.9% probability, so Ta's behavior was completely stupid. Given the probability, however, he still entered. Yuzuru, clutching the paper with the prediction in her palm, mentally noted that the prediction of the 7 lucky children never lies. She understood that even if it was a prediction of love, it was a guarantee that the day would be happy, and no matter what happened, it meant that Yuzuru would meet her love safe and sound. Suddenly lowering her head, Yuzuru realized something else and asked, "What was that all about?" She suddenly realized that she had never thought about this. Recreating the appearance of the main character in her thoughts, she mentally noted that she had not noticed any special features, and one could say that Ta was not ugly, but not handsome either. Thinking about this, Yuzuru sighed and, distracted from thoughts about Ta, noted that, be that as it may, she felt the energy that most likely came from above. Activating her own magic, Yuzuru summoned the beast and told it to go ahead. The beast, taking Yuzuru, jumped up, moving immediately to one of the upper floors of the building and landing carefully. Yuzuru frowned, carefully assessing the situation. She suddenly asked herself, "Was I being too careful?" Looking at Zen standing in front of her, she realized that he did not look like a dangerous monster. Zen really seemed harmless as he stood there, shaking violently, trying to convince himself that he could do it. Grinning condescendingly, Yuzuru decided that she just needed to catch everyone who came across. Ta was going down at that time, but suddenly stopped when he noticed that Hufin was sitting on the ground, bending over a shapeless heap, the details of which could not be seen in the darkness. Feeling the presence of the main character, Hufin was distracted from eating people and sharply turned his head to the side, asking, what was happening? At first, he assumed that a man had come here, but soon realized that it was a monster. Civ, lowering his head seriously, asked, how many people did Huan and his comrades manage to eat? However, he himself realized that this question was stupid and asked, how many other creatures were there? He was sure that Hufin could not be the only one and assumed that the others most likely went upstairs. Hufin, running his hand over his mouth, called Ta a joker and asked if he understood that there was no point in asking. The main character suddenly realized that this was an opportunity to quickly kill Hufin and leave. Hufin, smiling, announced that because of Civ, he could not even calmly eat his stash and decided that Civ would have to answer for this. The main character simply smiled and said that he agreed to this. After that, he ran into the attack, and Hufin, without having time to react, froze, his eyes widening. Civ, clenching his palm into a fist, prepared to strike, telling Hufin to force him to do it if he could. The next moment, he hit Huan in the stomach, and Huan screamed and spat out blood from his mouth, thinking that Civ was very fast. Civ, meanwhile, without hesitation, grabbed Huan by the clothes and, pressing his feet harder into the ground, threw him far to the side. Having flown into the wall, Huan stopped, clenching his jaw, and the main character announced that he would ask something again. He asked how many monsters there were and what the strengths and abilities of each were. As magical energy began to be released from him, Civ seemed more threatening and ordered Huan to answer him quickly. Huan, having modified his body, called Civ funny, but the main character practically did not react in any way to the changes in the shape of Huan's body. The next moment, Huan suddenly struck, and blood sprayed out from the scratch on Civ's body. Civ continued to stand without moving, and Huan informed him, smiling, that it was necessary to finish him off. When Civ was close, he suggested that Civ was trying to look cool and was only making things worse for himself. Then he added that everyone else boldly came here, not understanding why Huan was nicknamed that way. Noticing that the main character was still standing without moving, Huan asked himself if everything had gone more smoothly than he thought. He decided that this was a very good thing because, if he could strike from a distance, his targeted attack would not fail him. Having struck, he sent powerful attacks towards Civ, and this, hitting him, sprayed even more blood into the air. The main character continued to stand without moving or defending himself, and Huan continued. Very soon, Civ's clothes, torn to shreds, gradually began to fall to the floor along with splashes of blood. Huan did not stop, and Civ did not move or pay attention to everything that was happening. After some time had passed, Huan stopped, breathing heavily, and asked what was going on. Such amazement was caused by the fact that, despite his injuries, Civ continued to stand. So Huan asked who the main character was. He was sure that Civ must have fallen and asked why this did not happen. Civ simply called Huan a weakling and added that he understood why he eats people. Huan froze, listening carefully, and the main character announced that Huan was doing all this in order to become stronger. He understood Huan's desperate desire to become at least a little stronger, but he asked whether it was really necessary to kill and eat so many people for such an insignificant growth. He looked at the bloody bodies on the side and asked, even after all this, Huan still couldn't get enough to eat? In Civ's opinion, this was strange since killing people for such a small thing was beyond his understanding. Frowning, he raised his hand to strike, and Huan, seeing this, clenched his jaw and leaned back, but still managed to wave his hand to stop Civ's strike. The protagonist's palm was cut off from his hand, but because of this, he did not stop his blow. Hitting Huan in the face with the remaining part of his hand, he threw him further, slamming him into the wall. Huan laughed with all his might, calling Civ funny, and declared that the reason why they eat people is obvious, since they just can do it. Civ stopped listening to this explanation, and Huan, although trembling and greatly injured, smiled and asked, "What is wrong with the strong eating the weak?" He added that the main character is exactly the same, waving his power as if declaring something. In Huan's opinion, this was funny, and Civ did not argue. After this, with the next blow, he plunged his hand into Huan's body and pulled out a core from it. Huan fell to the ground, and Civ, holding the cannonball in his hands, looked around and briefly focused on the bloody bodies to the side. In the end, he still absorbed Huan. At this time, on the upper floors, Zen, attacked by Yuru's magic, flew a little to the side and trembled, not even being able to say anything. Yuzuru suddenly admitted that no matter how much she thought about it, she understood that something was wrong. She asked if Zen was really alone here. She also asked if he didn't have a boss or other allies. The beast Yuru had summoned stood next to her, and Yuzuru crossed her arms and frowned to make herself look more threatening. Zen, still shaking, admitted that he didn't know anything and asked Yuzuru to stop threatening him and focus. Yuzuru seriously declared that this was what she was doing and launched her next attack, knocking Zen back. Zen was unable to repel this and stopped resisting. Yuzuru realized that even if Zen didn't try, he was at an average level, but even so, it was clear that he didn't know how to fight, and it wasn't just his strength. She assumed that Zen had separated or been kicked out of the group, and assumed that such a monster would be too much trouble to kill. So, she asked herself if she should just grab him. Zen, still shrouded in the remnants of magic, lay to the side, hardly moving, and someone suddenly announced that this would not work. Turning to Zen, it was Tao, grinning, who added that Zen had the wrong attitude. If he continued in this spirit, he would not even be considered a worthy enemy. Yuzuru, noticing Tao, froze, her eyes wide open, and thought that, due to the unique nature of the Japanese archipelago, psychic abilities are used much more often in this region than in other regions. Yuzuru was an exorcist who, from the age of 14 in Korean reckoning, had exorcised over 100 spirits within 5 years. But the experience she felt now took her by surprise. Turning towards Tao, she watched as he declared that catching the moment in a fight was all that was needed. Despite Yuzuru's experience, among all the spirits she had banished, none of them could compare to Tao, now standing in front of her. Tao continued to smile, and then added, "Even if the enemy is stronger, it is very important to make it clear that the enemy will not be easy." Yuzuru, not paying attention to these words, clenched her jaw and asked if Tao had been hiding all this time. She felt his energy overflowing, and although it was not the spirit she and Yoshihiro were looking for, the dark energy of it was still very strong. Assessing the level of this, Yuzuru realized that the energy was already at the poltergeist level. As Tao continued to approach, he began to look more menacing as he became enveloped in magical energy. He apologized to Yuzuru, as he didn't want to cheat, but just wanted to give his colleague a chance if he wanted to. Yuzuru didn't answer, but she realized that the chances were the same whether she ran away or fought. Tao, meanwhile, wanted to continue speaking, but suddenly he felt something. Turning to the side, he sharply put his hand in front of him, and it turned out to be engulfed by a long vine, which was taken by the goblin club used by Civ, looking in the direction of the stretching thread, Tao soon noticed how the main character jumped closer, about to strike. Even before landing on the ground, Siv regrouped in the air and, clenching his jaw, swung his leg to strike, noticing the new enemy. Tao smiled in anticipation, and the next moment, Siv delivered a powerful blow. This attack even sent Tao flying a little to the side, and when he hit the wall, clouds of dust rose into the air. Zen, noticing this, excitedly shouted Tao's name and tried to rise. Someone, attracting Yuzuru's attention, asked how she talked about this recently. This person remembered that Yuzuru had said something about a Superman or something like that, and Yuzuru froze in shock, amazed at this outcome of the situation. Her beast frowned, preparing for a possible battle. The main character, looking seriously at Yuzuru, ordered her to return, as he was sure that she had nothing to do here. Yuzuru, having mastered her shock, asked the main character to wait a little and suggested what it could mean if Siv also came here in order to get rid of these monsters. But before she could finish speaking, someone said that this person's behavior was even upsetting. It was Tao who, despite his wounds, smiled and also asked, "Isn't the main character trying to say that Yuzuru is standing in his way? And if something gets in the way under his feet, he won't be able to act freely." Tao added that he could tell at first glance that Siv was different from him, but noted that he looked like a friend Tao would like to fight. Siv was silent, ignoring these words, and Yuzuru suddenly asked if Tao was really saying that she would get in the way. She was angry that a worthless monster would say such things to her, and took the vessel that the beast had previously clenched in her teeth, activating the Beggar's Union and Roaring Thunder. Yuzuru asked how Tao even dared to treat her like that. Tao was amazed at how everything turned out, and Yuzuru, drawing Siv's attention, added that if she were in his place, she would have moved away since she was not going to control her own power in order not to hurt the main character. Siv looked at Yuzuru in bewilderment, and she, again activating the Roaring Thunder, waited until the required amount of energy was concentrated and summoned a furious thunderclap. The beast that was previously standing next to Yuzuru turned into a ball of energy and flew forward, turning into a powerful attack. Yuzuru continued to stand, concentrating, and when she noticed that the attack exploded, raising clouds of dust, she thought, since these monsters are her enemies, she is not going to fight with half her strength. Frowning determinedly, Yuzuru decided that she would give it her all and unleash all the power she could muster. Seeing that her beast was ready to attack, Yuzuru again used a furious thunderclap, and it, flying up from the other side, struck again. When the dust that rose from the attack cleared, Yuzuru froze, breathing heavily, and suddenly realized that something was wrong. After just 2 lightning strikes, she was already exhausted. This was not even half of what Yuzuru was usually capable of, and suddenly, with her eyes widening, she realized that the energy of this country did not match her energy. The next moment, Siv suddenly approached Yuzuru, grabbing her hand, and asked her to hit a little easier. Yuzuru looked at the main character in bewilderment but didn't ask anything, and he explained that it hurt. The next moment, a powerful attack suddenly flew towards Yuzuru and Siv, but the main character pulled Yuzuru towards himself, removing her from the trajectory of the attack. When the attack dissipated, Yuzuru looked slightly to the side in shock, and Siv frowned, noticing the opening that had formed in the wall. Yuzuru asked if Tao had really escaped, but Siv said that this was not so and suggested that it was most likely the other way around, as Tao could have been freed long ago if he wanted to do this. He felt that the thread he continued to hold in his hands suddenly became tense, and, looking along it, he noted that Tao was one of the monsters who was completely unaccustomed to fighting. Siv explained that this was why Tao defended himself and completely forgot about Zen during that attack. But Siv then added that Tao would return soon and suggested that, in this way, Tao also wanted to tell the main character to follow him. In the end, Siv decided that it was time for him to go and added, as he had already said, that he did not need Yuzuru's help. Yuzuru asked irritably, "What kind of nonsense is Siv talking about?" She suddenly opened her eyes wide, scared, and Siv asked if he needed to show this to Yuzuru. He activated the magic and began to look taller and more menacing, then asked if Yuzuru really didn't understand how things really were. She leaned back, frightened by what was happening, and the main character, grabbing her throat with his hand, admitted that he had never killed a person. But even after one touch, he could say something for sure. Yuzuru trembled, trying to grab Siv's hands to get them off her, but she couldn't do anything. Siv declared that if he applied any more force, Yuzuru's neck would break. He asked if she would just stand there. She clenched her jaw, but still couldn't do anything, and the main character warned that if she didn't do anything right now, she would die. He suddenly froze in amazement, feeling something, and looked a little to the side, noticing that the spirit summoned earlier by Yuzuru had become much smaller, but still tried to attack Siv, crashing into his side. Siv paused for a while, thinking, and eventually released Yuzuru's neck, asking for forgiveness for his behavior. Yuzuru fell to the ground, clutching her throat, and Siv suddenly admitted that he didn't think he'd crossed the line. He wasn't sure if Yuzuru knew about this, but he warned that the attack was actually aimed at him and not her. Yuzuru was surprised to hear this, and Siv explained that he meant Yuzuru would not have been able to dodge, and he knew that he would have to save her. The main character remembered the moment when Yuzuru saved him from the attack and explained that this was why she staged this attack in order to delay Yuzuru and gain some time. He didn't know whether it was pride or something else. However, looking at the disappointed expression on Yuzuru's face, he asked if it was true that she now understood everything. Siv warned that her strength was not enough to defeat Tao now, and therefore declared that it would be better if she simply turned around and left. The spirit that Yuzuru was summoning frowned, ready to fight, but did not attack yet. Siv, stepping aside, warned that, at least today, he did not want to see more people die. He also suddenly remembered that he needed to say something else. And when Yuzuru turned in his direction, he said that in the basement of this building there were human remains. Although he understood that this was an extremely unpleasant sight, he still asked that Yuzuru take care of these people. He asked her for a favor because he was sure that those people couldn't be left like that and needed to be buried properly. Having said this, the main character left, and sometime later, following his thread, he stopped when he heard someone happily exclaim that Siv had come. It was T, who honestly admitted that they could have fought back where they were, but warned that, in this way, he could keep his promise to his comrades. He also assumed that Siv had already realized this on the way here, but noted that he needed to worry about random people getting involved. Ta explained that the area would be demolished, so there wouldn't be many people around. In addition, certain rumors had arisen due to Ta and other monsters, so even those who were still left had recently departed. Scratching his temple with his fingers, Ta noted that sometimes some people passed by and filmed something, but said that, thanks to them, it was easier for the monsters to hunt. In the end, diverting from this topic of conversation, he suggested not paying attention to it. Noticing that Siv had gotten into a fighting position, he apologized, suggesting that he had been explaining everything for too long. He asked that the main characters still understand him, and, grinning, exclaimed that he was very excited. The next moment, Siv and Ta simultaneously ran forward, preparing to attack. When Siv struck with a club, Tom managed to block it, not intending to stop. The next moment, Siv tried to strike again, and Ta, although he noticed this, was unable to parry the blow. From this, Ta flew back a little, and the main character firmly grabbed his club with both hands and delivered the next powerful blow. With this, the attack threw Ta far back, and he crashed into a wall, breaking it. He opened his eyes wider, and the next moment, he noticed that Siv had already jumped closer and swung again for a new attack. However, this time, Ta was already able to parry the blow. At first glance, this battle seemed quite tense, but in fact, Siv and Ta were on approximately the same level. However, as they competed in strength, the difference in technique became more obvious. Despite this, they continued to fight, striking each other with powerful blows and gradually moving. Ta, who was well aware of its nature, smiled enthusiastically during the battle, and its strength was truly stunning. When he struck again, the protagonist spat out blood from his mouth, and Ta used perfect compatibility. There was quite a lot of blood, and Siv realized that he was just lucky. He suddenly remembered talking to someone, and the person announced that someone was talking about a preservation gym, and noted that it didn't matter what state the monster's body was in, or whether it was the first time he had taken something like that. Although the interlocutor was not sure, he did note that it seemed that Siv had taken it quite well. This man was going to make sure to hammer this into Siv's empty head and warned that there was no need to eat the pill a second time. The main character, looking at several bottles of pills standing in front of him on the table, asked in amazement what these words meant. He remembered that he was able to defeat Yum by eating it and also spent a huge amount of money on the pill. Selfia, who had been talking with Siv all this time, noted that she was saying he was simply lucky since an excessive increase in energy is just as dangerous as exhaustion. She explained that this is exactly what happened then with the Siv or Selfia, with whom Siv fought, and recalled that the main character could not cope with the overwhelming energy and lost his mind due to the sharp increase in it. Siv listened attentively, and Selfia explained that if he continued to take pills because of the thirst for power, then something terrible could happen. Although she admitted that she did not even know what could happen after the next dose, she assumed that nothing might happen, but noted that, if it were otherwise, Siv could turn into a monster. Now Siv, having flown a little to the side due to the blow, stopped, and T, looking at him seriously, exclaimed that the main character was truly unusual. He smiled happily and enthusiastically, noting that even with the 3 monsters he fought last night, it was not possible to exchange blows like that. T put in so much effort for the first time in his life, and Siv, trembling with pain and fatigue, threw a pill into his mouth, intending to eat it. Ta suddenly noticed that the main character had something and asked what this elegant thing was. Siv could not answer this question. However, if there was someone at the place where the battle took place who knew about the existence of goblins, then perhaps this person could give an answer to what now appeared through the use of Siv's magic. It was called the Goblin Cap and was the 3rd ability that the goblin race possessed. Some time before, someone talking with his interlocutor swore that he saw the goblin with his own eyes. The man, who was sitting with 2 other men at the table, said, displeased, that his friend was again saying the old things and exclaimed that, even looking at a cat, he said that it was a tiger. But another man exclaimed that this time everything really happened and said that on that day, when he was crossing the mountain range, a snake-like creature appeared, claiming to be some kind of supernatural creature. However, then a goblin appeared and saved this man. The 3rd man asked if it was possible that after the goblin saved this man, he said something about belonging to his race. In addition, the man was wondering what the goblin looked like. The man who saw the goblin looked up, remembering, and suggested starting with the fact that the goblin was huge, elongated, and almost twice as tall as this man. The shoulders were several times wider than the man's shoulders. However, in other respects, no matter how strange it was, the goblin was not much different from a man. Remembering the appearance of the goblin, the man noted that the monster was different only in its slightly dark skin tone. Apart from this, there was nothing unusual about the goblin. That is, the eyes, nose, and mouth were in place. One of the men suggested that it was a man and said that the goblin must have horns. But the man who saw the goblin declared that the monster did not have any horns and exclaimed that he had never heard of a goblin having horns at all. The man who had spoken before closed his eyes, took a sip from the cup, and asked if his interlocutor knew that a blacksmith lived in the neighboring village. He noted that, unlike his interlocutor, the blacksmith is not a cowardly person and therefore noted that he trusts the blacksmith more. Suddenly, the 3rd man warned that he was not saying that the blacksmith was lying, but said that the goblin he had seen also did not have horns. Both other men, distracted from the argument, looked at their comrade in amazement and asked if he too had seen the goblin. The man admitted that this was indeed the case, saying that he was still very young then, but he managed to see the battle of the goblins. He remembered peeking out from behind a tree and looking at the 2 monsters, and noted how the other man had said that, besides their fasting and dark skin, the goblins looked human. No matter what happened, they just looked at each other silently. One man asked if goblins really didn't have horns. However, without waiting for an answer to the question, he decided that it was not that important and asked what happened. The man admitted that nothing happened, and the goblins simply disappeared without a trace. One of the men trembled, feeling too much emotion to express it, and the other man admitted that it was dark, so he could not clearly see whether it was a cap or a helmet, but replied that one of the goblins had something sticking out of his head, sharp like a horn, and assumed that this is what his interlocutors meant. In any case, as soon as the man noticed this, he stopped seeing the goblins, and the other man realized that it was not the goblins who had disappeared, but simply that they could not be seen with the naked eye. The male narrator suggested that this was most likely the case, since as soon as the goblins disappeared, the ground under his feet began to split, and trees began to be uprooted, and the entire mountain shook. Frightened, he then ran away and now assumed that the goblins were fighting each other while remaining invisible. In the end, he admitted that he could not say exactly what he saw since goblin-like creatures defied human understanding. Filling his cup, the man decided that there was no point in arguing about this, since for such creatures it had no meaning. He simply offered to drink another cup of the drink and took a sip first. Legends, myths, and folk tales about monsters were most often based on real life, but this interpretation was based on human speculation. Thus, the truth could have turned out to be completely different. And now, Ta, without ceasing to smile, looked at Siv standing opposite him. A horn suddenly became visible on the main character's head. But goblins' horns may or may not exist in accordance with folklore, and they were not an integral part of the goblin's body. The ghostly battle mask, better known as the goblin mask, also appeared now on half of Shah's face and was a piece of protection created from goblin energy. Activating his magic, Siv prepared to attack, thinking that the claim that the masked goblin was not visible was only partly true. When the main character ran forward, he was not visible for a second, but this did not mean that he disappeared. While wearing this mask, Ta suddenly opened his eyes wide in amazement as he noticed Siv instantly appearing next to him. The thing was that the goblin's movements became so fast that most supernatural creatures could not even see them, let alone people. Siv threw a punch, but Ta, extending his arm forward, blocked it. And yet, when the attack dissipated, he suddenly smiled, noticing that the fingers on his hand were broken. Siv, without waiting, decided to continue fighting, delivering a new blow, causing Ta to lean back, spitting out blood. Very soon, he was ready to fight again and launched the actual attack. Ignoring the blood, he smiled, and the main character looked at him with concentration, striking back with his own blow and at the same time intercepting Ta and lifting him off the ground. Activating the magic more strongly, Siv frowned, and in the next moment, suddenly the street, as well as the buildings standing nearby, shook slightly as Siv threw Ta to the ground. The magic gradually began to dissolve, and Ta stopped, surrounded by blood dripping onto the floor. Both of his arms were torn from his body, but he continued to smile, looking at the empty space in front of him. The next moment, Siv appeared nearby and instinctively understood how to use the mask on his face. Unlike others, he greatly lacked practical experience, and this was a kind of tool that pushed his limits. This could be compared to the tale mentioned by people in folklore, causing the protagonist to greatly increase the level of power he could harness. Now he frowned, realizing that this was more than enough since, for the first time since he became a goblin, Siv suddenly felt pain in his muscles. He looked down at his shaking hands, noticing the rate at which his energy was being expended, as it was 3 times the normal rate. After analyzing his condition for a short time, the main character realized that the speed was even greater and mentally noted that he would not last long in this state. Clenching his jaw tighter, Siv looked at Ta, who admitted that Siv was indeed unusual. He was trembling, but his limbs quickly recovered, and he admitted that not only last night, but all the time since his birth could not compare even with a few minutes of their fight. Now Ta realized a lot of things and declared that he now understood how strong, tough, and fast he could be, and also understood what he was capable of. He thanked Siv again, as he was sure that he was very lucky to meet him. Now Ta was using a unique magic called the Iron Deity, and the main character, taking out a club, asked if Ta was really thanking him. Frowning, he gritted his teeth and advised Ta to go to hell or whatever place he came from. Ta laughed, admitting that he didn't know what about everything else, but he couldn't agree with it. He got into a fighting position, exclaiming that life is crazy fun, even if it means a quick death. He especially understood this now and ran to the attack. Intending to strike, Siv did not have time to block the blow and flew to the side, opening his eyes wider. But very soon, he was ready to fight again and reflected all the subsequent blows that Ta sent at him. He pressed his feet into the ground with such force that cracks appeared in it. And at this moment, the strength and speed of Civ and Ta were almost on the same level. However, jumping over one's head and quickly reaching one's limit was the result of a person going beyond what was permitted. And now, Ta, grinning, suddenly activated a new magical attack. He hit Civ with it, throwing him far to the side, and when the explosion dissipated, he saw the main character, whose body had formed a dent in the wall. It turned out that not only goblins could evolve during battle. Looking at the new attack that he learned, Ta asked in amazement, could he really even do that? It was a unique magic of the mystical wind of past winters. Civ quickly recovered from the damage he received and leaned forward slightly. The next moment, Ta launched a new attack. Civ managed to dodge this and ran forward, simultaneously taking out a goblin club and cutting through Ta's attack. He frowned carefully and suddenly noticed that Ta was approaching again, about to strike again. It was a battle of indomitable monsters, and the force with which Ta hit tore off Civ's arm. Looking at this, the main character clenched his jaw but continued to fight with one hand, realizing that in order to break an opponent like Ta, one would need so much power that it would be head and shoulders above the enemy's level. Civ and Ta continued to fight and realized this at the same time. Ta grinned, and Civ frowned. Ta began to create weapons using the Iron Deity and the mystical barrier of the past winters. In his hands, the Spear of the Wind Lord gradually began to be created, and the main character, at that moment, began to change the shape of his goblin club and endow it with his magical energy. Ta hit, and a powerful stream of attack flew towards Civ. However, when it dissipated, Ta, spitting out blood, noted that this was all very unfortunate, but at the same time predictable. He admitted that the main character's weapon was much better and gradually began to lean to the side from the fact that he had suffered serious damage. Civ stood for a while, breathing heavily, and looked at the weapon he had created, but suddenly he heard someone say that it was all amazing. Turning around, Civ noticed someone come closer to him, who noticed that he was using a ghostly battle mask as well as goblin wrestling. It was Bayun, who admitted that even for an ordinary goblin, all this was very impressive and, smiling, noted that in any case, he was glad to meet the main character and also said his name, extending his hand forward. Finally, he announced that he and Civ were the same and activated the magic, causing his eyes to glow dimly. The main character stood a few meters from Bayun. Bayun, looking at him carefully, told him that he shouldn't strain himself so much. He then explained that he did not plan to interfere in their fight with Ta. The main character, regaining his breath, looked carefully at Bin, with eyes wide open. Looking carefully in front of him, he asked himself, did he say that they were the same? Then he asked himself in surprise whether he really meant it. Bayun interrupted his thoughts by throwing an object on the ground in his direction. Civ opened his eyes wide in surprise when he heard the sound of a falling object, after which he turned around in the direction where the object fell. Bayun, standing with his back to him, looking at the defeated Ta, told him that he looked happy. Ta was lying in a pool of blood. All his clothes and body were smeared with thick drops of blood. His body was cut into two parts by a straight line in the upper part of his body. On his bloody face, there was a happy smile, from which thick streams of dark burgundy blood were oozing. Looking at this, Bayun said that it even disappointed him a little. He noted that if he had more time to get used to his magic, the outcome could have been completely different. Then Bayun said that there was nothing wrong with it, and next time he would definitely succeed. The main character, jumping up behind him and preparing an attack, said that there would be no next time. Bayun opened his eyes wide in surprise. After this, the powerful blow that Civ made provoked a strong explosion, emanating streams of magical energy. The main character, with a concentrated expression on his face, looked menacingly in front of him, frowning his eyebrows. Bayun reacted to this in surprise and, standing on the cracked concrete, told him that even with a perfect block from behind the horn, he still felt the blow. Bayun held a large weapon with his bloody hand and, turning to Civ, told him that he had a rather sharp horn. His hand was shaking from the tension it felt after blocking the blow of the horn. Then Bayun noticed that he could have lost his sight, if he had made a mistake. The main character looked up in sincere bewilderment, with his eyes wide open. His mouth was slightly open, and a drop of sweat was running down his face. What he now felt so clearly was the same thing that his opponents feel when they hit him. Blocking a blow inflicted with full force is only a matter of pure strength. The completed form of the technique that Civ will awaken not so long ago is called dispersing a blow using the ground. Bayun, looking at the main character with a smile on his face and continuing to hold the sharp horn with his bloody hand, through which drops of blood were flowing, told him that he thought that there was no need for additional evidence. However, he noticed that he was glad that he understood everything. After that, with a slight movement of his fingers, he threw away the horn with which Civ had just attacked him. The main hero was thrown several meters into the distance from such a strong push. Bayun continued to say that he understands that this might shock him a little, after which he told him that they said that he was the only remaining goblin in the whole world, and then, out of nowhere, someone like him appears. Civ looked at him from under his brows. He was heavily recovering his breathing. After this, the main character confidently said that he was not surprised. Then he added that, besides, he didn't care if he was a goblin or someone else. After that, his destroyed arm began to grow from his shoulder. He moved forward, saying that he was just curious, and that was all. Then he asked him a question. Did he really bring all these monsters from other countries to this one so that they would hunt people? Bayun, with a wide smile on his face and a friendly expression, shouted, confirming this. Then he loudly said that this is how it is. He explained that from their recruitment to all these murders, as well as various hiding places and providing information, he shouted loudly, saying that all this was created by him. He then turned to the protagonist, assuming that he was wondering why he was doing all this, after which he asked him, "Isn't that right?" Civ looked at him in surprise, without saying anything in response. Bayun put his hand in front of him and, still with a smiling expression on his face, started talking about how there was no problem in this, and there was no point in hiding anymore, so he would tell him everything. After that, Bayun began to tell him that they were the same species and everything like that. He said that that's why he thought it would be very interesting to talk with him. He then looked piercingly at the protagonist. Civ tried to make a sharp lunge, striking the place where Bayun had just recently been. His eye glowed with a bright red light from the rage that overwhelmed him. Bayun, with a calm expression on his face, slowly stepped to the side, thereby dodging the blow. Then he chuckled, and, heading toward the main character, said that his first advice to him as a fellow man. Then, using an uppercut, he struck Civ in the torso. From such a strong blow, the main character spat out a cloud of blood from his mouth. Civ's eyes widened from the pain he experienced. Bayun told him that they were facing an opponent who was much stronger than him. He should make sure that at least one of his feet was on the ground. After that, standing right in front of Civ, he told him that even though their horn is small, it is an absurdly unbalanced magic. The main character, with a tense and angry expression on his face, looked at Bayun, who was preparing his new blow. Along with this, he told him that unless he deals with the magic of poisons or curses, then, as long as he stands firmly on his feet, he is not at all afraid of most attacks. Then Bayun, raising his hand back, added that even the blows from the other side immediately after that, he made a direct blow with his fist directly to Civ's face. Many rays of bright magical energy poured out from his fist towards the main hero. The main hero's face was thrown back. Bayun hit him with many blows, moving from one place to another at huge speed. He struck him. Then Bayun held a smoking fist in front of his face with a smile on his face and said that he was still amazed at how he could withstand a blow at full power, even without using supernatural powers. Then he said that it was amazing. Civ, at that moment, was lying on the ground. His clothes were dirty and torn. His whole body was covered in abrasions and bruises. Blood was flowing down his face, and his whole body was shaking from the load he had endured. The main character looked at the ground with a lost look in front of him. This time he talked about how, without any training, he had mastered almost all the basic abilities of goblins. Then he asked him if they would return to their conversation. He then addressed Civ by name and asked him if he liked dogs. The main character looked at him with wide-open eyes in bewilderment. Bayun continued to say that dogs are beautiful, and in many aspects, they are even superior to people. However, he noticed that sometimes they could be annoying. For example, in his opinion, dogs raised by a weak owner bare their teeth without even realizing the whole situation, after which they sometimes even bite people. He asked Siv if this was true. The main character was on his knee and shaking. There were many bruises on his body, and his clothes were stained with his blood. Bayun, standing in front of him, said that, of course, in such cases, the fault most likely lies with the owner. However, sometimes these pathetic creatures become incredibly repulsive. He said that creatures that exist solely to satisfy the needs of the superior race are able to live only by receiving care and attention. He told him that the fact that they are wagging their tails without understanding all the dangers is obvious in itself. With his eyes glowing with magical energy, he said that as soon as this realization comes, they will cease to be cute puppies. He continued to think, telling Siv that they are disgusting and useless creatures that live in ignorance. The main character, looking at him from under his brows, called him a crazy bastard. Then he said that he would release monsters and kill people for such a stupid reason. Bayun suggested that it seemed to him there was a misunderstanding, after which he answered in the affirmative and said that he did not like people. However, he said that he despises not only those who do not understand anything. Then, with a smile on his face, he exhaled the air from his lungs and said how long ago it was. He explained to him that the king of monsters did not yet exist. Then he added that there was no need for him. Then he squatted down opposite the surprised main character and told him that there were no laws among monsters since force ruled everything. He told him that the only thing that mattered was the food chain of the strong and the weak, where his position was determined precisely by strength. He said that if the strength of people and monsters was not enough, then they were nothing more than prey destined to die. Then, with a wide smile on his face, he noticed that if you think about it like that, it even sounds interesting. After that, he asked the main character, sitting opposite him, "Is this true?" Without waiting for an answer, he said that countless monsters were looking forward to the end of these 6 months so that they could finally freely catch and devour people again. However, he noticed that if you delve a little deeper into this topic, there is nothing more fun than this. After this, Bayun continued to think out loud that most likely the vast majority of these creatures were initially not much different from people. He said that only the prey had been protected for much longer. Siv looked at him in bewilderment with his eyes wide open. He listened carefully to his words while Bayun talked about how such people could only do that, bark at the weaker, as if they themselves were predators. However, at the same time, they lived in safety much more than people. Bayun gave an example that creatures of the same species as them are unpleasant even to look at. He suggested that with people, everything is exactly the same. After that, he turned to the main character, suggesting that he had probably seen a lot of these in his life, after which he asked him if this was true. He said that parasites, who receive much more than they are worth under the protection of laws, common sense, and various organizations, without any shame, make purchases for which they are not able to take responsibility, as if it is their inalienable right. He said that they live in the hope that they will be protected. After that, looking carefully at Siv, he asked him to imagine what a world would be like where such unreasonable defense does not exist at all. He asked him, "Doesn't that sound great?" Then he began to argue out loud that there was no such right or law that allowed such a parasite to exist. He again said that the only criterion is strength, and those who cannot answer for their actions simply die or suffer. The main character frowned at him, frowning, and tried to restore his breathing by actively inhaling and exhaling air from his lungs. Siv, with blood running down his face, said that this was far from beautiful, and it sounded like the sick fantasy of an 8th grader. Bayun laughed at this comparison and noted that perhaps this was so. Then he noted that he did not expect that he would understand everything just because he said it, and noted that, in any case, such a reaction is quite normal. After that, standing on straight legs, he informed him that despite the fact that they belong to the same species, their age, experience, and values are different. After that, looking down at the main character, Bayun said that that's why he decided to make them look alike. Siv looked at him with a questioning look in surprise. Bayun explained that since he defeated Ta, he had an interest that went beyond the usual kinship. Bayun stood next to him, holding his hands in his pockets, with a smile on his face. He invited the main character to join him, after which he, with his eyes wide open and lighting up with interest, said that he would tell him everything that he is capable of as a goblin and what he needs to know in advance. Then he added, saying that he would explain to him what kind of creatures they are and what debt the world in which he lives owes to them. The main character seriously looked up at him and told him that he didn't want to. Then he said that if he asked him to stop talking nonsense. Then Bayan closed his eyes with a condescending smile on his face and said that everything was fine. Then he explained that this is not a case where he has the right to choose, so he shouldn't worry. Bahun said that although this was disappointing, he should have already realized that resistance is useless. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. A few meters behind him, from behind a pile of construction debris, Yuzuru flew up, holding an artifact in front of her. Bahun turned to look at her in surprise. Yuzuru, holding the artifact in her hands, used the Nocto Thought Power spell. It was a lightning trap spell. After she cast it, many powerful, dazzling lightning bolts simultaneously hit Bahun's body. Such a strong attack made him tense up his entire body, which began to rise into the air. This was an attack aimed not at causing damage, but at pinning the enemy. At that moment, the main character, with eyes burning with rage, rushed into the attack and struck Bahun's jaw from the bottom up, thereby throwing his head back. With the blow, Bahun's body began to fly up, and Siv, at that moment, formed a goblin club near his palm. Regeneration had slowed down due to the fact that the entire nervous system was focused exclusively on one thing. The main hero formed a goblin club weapon in his hand and ran toward Bahun. The formation of a goblin's own club is an incredible and boundless transformation, and almost nothing is known about what exactly provoked such changes or the principle responsible for increasing strength. But one thing can be said for sure about the emotions experienced at that moment. After her attack, Yuzuru landed on the ground near Siv. In the past, the term that was used to refer to the Goblin Club essentially meant a weapon that could become anything. However, more precisely, this weapon can be described as something that takes what the owner of the form wants. Yuzuru looked up with a concentrated, surprised look, holding the artifact in her hands. Using this ability, the main character could use a variety of forms for a certain situation. However, then and now, Siv, with his eyes sparkling from the magical energy overwhelming him, held in his hand a goblin club which spread out in clots of dark magical energy throughout the space surrounding him. What he does is not just a tool that will be useful at this moment. This is not so, because now a fierce desire to achieve the goal has been added to this. The main hero looked at his victim with a menacing gaze, a monster that devours people, and the people who are eaten. It is no longer possible to prevent this terrible catastrophe, but if this is so, then at least one cannot miss this goal that is right in front of his eyes. Without taking his eyes off, he looked at Bahun, who was in the air. The main character confidently told himself that he would not miss this time, after which he furiously turned to Bahun and told him not to even doubt that he would kill him. Siv, with eyes brightly glowing with multicolored magical energy, holding a powerful weapon with many sharp teeth in his hands, looked up for the first time. He put into the club all his determination and emotions that come from the heart. Bahun laughed, looking down at him. The main hero was clutching a goblin club that glowed with a bright bloody color. He had the intention of killing. After that, with a sharp movement of his hand, he struck, imbued with the will of the owner. The true nature of the goblin club, Siv made a powerful blow aimed at Bahun, who was in the air. At that moment, two directed beams of magical energy met in the air, forming an explosion. The main hero demonstrated strength worthy of the spiritual level. Yuzuru looked above her in a shocked state, with her eyes and mouth wide open. Siv, heavily regaining his breath, held the goblin club over his head. His whole body was incredibly tense. After this, the exhausted protagonist wearily lowered his goblin club down. He began to relax his body in an unsuccessful attempt to catch his breath from the intense struggle. Yuzuru looked at him in surprise and asked herself, "What the heck?" Then she asked herself, was this monster really that strong? Remembering the appearance of the warlike Civ, she thought that she had never seen such power before. Immediately after this, the main character, with a sharp jerk of his whole body, keeping the depth of the goblin club at the ready, ran up to Yuzuru and raised his weapon, preparing to cut it. Looking at her intently, he ordered her to bend down. Yuzuru, at that moment, was holding the artifact in front of her with a frightened expression on her face, preparing to defend herself from his attack. Then she realized in shock that there was something behind her. Her eyes sharply widened in realization, and at the last moment, she managed to move her body away from the blow committed by the main character. Civ had dealt a strong blow, cutting the space from top to bottom. Then he looked in front of him in great fatigue. Bahan was there and asked himself what he could say about this. Then he said that, just like before, it never ceases to amaze him. Bahan stood opposite him with a calm expression, a large and red, glowing horn growing from his forehead. He was dusting off his slightly stained white shirt, and in his right hand he held a goblin club. The main hero, looking at him with tension, thought that he knew that he was weaker than him, but he did not even suspect that he was that much weaker. Bahan continued to say that, moreover, this is not an instinct that is revealed in a crisis situation, but a conscious desire to reveal his true nature. Then he asked if he was capable of this at his age. Then he looked carefully at the main character and asked him what his feelings were. He suggested that this was not bad, after which he asked him again if this was true. He said that he was finally able to take control of his lust for murder. After this, he noticed that, however, the most surprising thing was that, during the first manifestation of his essence, he did not kill anyone. After these words, he used as an example a saying that says that the first manifestation of truth and nature must always achieve the goal of awakening. Bahan put out a goblin club, formed it to a weapon in front of him. By creating this, he was saying that at this rate, he might even stop being considered a goblin. Civ stood next to Yuzuru, holding a goblin club in front of his body. A sharp impulse of magical energy was sent to the center of the body of the main hero. Civ was able to put a goblin club in front of him, which received the blow. Bahun, with a smile on his face, told him that this would not work. Immediately after his words, the club that the main character was holding in his hands broke into two parts, the fragments of which scattered in different directions. Due to the broken defense, the attack from Bahun hit Civ, causing him to fly several meters back. Yuzuru looked at him in fear. Approaching her, Bahun said that the essence of the club is that the shape it takes depends on the desire of the owner, and now his club is a weapon created to kill him. He explained to him that, in other words, the only purpose of it is to kill. He further said that trying to defend himself with this would not make much difference from simply taking a blow on his naked body. After which he interrupted his words, denying what he had just said. He admitted that if he had prepared for the blow from the very beginning and did not try to fight back, that would be even better. The main hero was on his knees, shaking from the pain he received, with a black hole in his chest. He strained his hands and squeezed a fragment of his club in his palm, then approached Yuzuru, who stood with her back to him. He, turning to her, noticed that she was not from this country, after which he asked her if this was so. Yuzuru looked ahead with a frightened expression on her face. Then she looked at him in shock, her pupils greatly reduced in fear. Ben asked her why she was here. He then remarked that he certainly had one guess, but at the very least, she should have found out about this place first before interfering. Ben spoke these words with wild eyes. He said, voicing his desire, which was that he wanted to wring her neck right now. Then, turning to the main character, he asked him, "What do you think?" Then he noticed that he could let her go, but he clarified that he would only do this if he threw away what was now in his hands. The main character at that moment looked at him with an intense gaze, greedily inhaling air into his lungs. In his hand, he held a pill received in the House of Humility. Ben said that he thought this pill was from the House of Humility, after which he asked him if this was true. After these words, with a sharp movement, he grabbed Yuzuru's neck with his hands. She screamed in surprise and then, straining her head, squeezed her jaws and frowned. Ben also calmly continued to say that this is a good remedy, but he noticed that for some reason it has a positive effect on him. After which he asked the main character if this is so. Looking at him with a smile, he said that this is the essence of the fact that drugs have both positive and negative sides. He assumed that this was the second time, after which he asked him again, "Is this so?" Then began to talk about how the sudden surge of energy overloaded his energy center and it would recover 3 times more than usual. He admitted that he couldn't even imagine what could happen in the worst case. Then, continuing to speak, turning to Civ, he told him that even if nothing happens, he still won't do anything about it. The main character calmly continued to look at him, holding the pill in his hands. He did not answer his words in any way. Summing up, Bahun lifted Yuzuru, who he was squeezing by the neck with both hands, and asked him to sit aside for now since he did not want to cause him even more harm. Yuzuru was shaking from the suffocation she was experiencing due to Bin's hands squeezing her neck. Yuzuru turned to Beer and asked him not to listen to Bayun. The main character continued to silently look in their direction while holding the pill near his mouth. She said that she died during an exorcism through suffocation. She said that she was always ready for this death because it was her job. Ben looked up at Yuzuru and told her that she was seriously upsetting him. Then, with even greater force, he pressed his hand on her neck. Yuzuru tensed up greatly from the pain she felt. At the same time, with her hand, she grabbed Bin's hand, but she could not do anything to him. Ben reminded her that he told her to sit up. He was unable to continue his speech because the sudden movement cut off his arm at the elbow. He looked at his severed stump in bewilderment. The main character looked in front of him in surprise at what had happened. Yuzuru, at that moment, fell from a short distance along with Bin's severed hand. Ben turned to the side with a surprised expression. In front of him was a man in a business suit who was preparing to strike him. This man's name was Wai Young. He frowned his eyebrows with a concentrated expression on his face and raised his fist to strike. After that, with a sharp movement of his hand, he struck right in the center of Bin's face. Suddenly, a hand squeezed Civ's shoulder. They ordered him from behind to stand where he was. It was Goya, who, calmly looking down at him, told him that he had already done more than was required. After which he said that if he continued to use energy in a similar state, the result would become irreversible. The main character looked up at him in surprise and asked Goya. Then he asked him how he was here. He didn't have time to finish his question because Goya, looking at the battle in front of him, asked him, answering the question with a question. "Doesn't it seem to you that it's too late to ask something like that?" He explained that although there were no people there, the destruction was too serious. Civ, looking at the devastation surrounding them, many destroyed buildings, houses, smoking fragments, and construction debris, exhaled heavily from his lungs. After that, he turned his attention to Yuzuru, who landed on the ground. He looked in front of him with a smile. Goya, with an emotionless expression on his face, looked carefully in front of him and said that, however, it wouldn't stop there. At that moment, Young, quickly moving around, Byun tried to strike him. He stretched out his arms in an attempt to reach Bayun, but he dodged these attacks. Due to the fact that he had missed one blow to his face, he now had a cut on his lip and chin, blood flowing from it. Bayun, with a concentrated expression on his face, jumped up and hit Young with his knee from the bottom up. While doing this, he told him that it was too bad. He explained that, despite his outstanding skills and speed, his lack of strength was too noticeable. His head was thrown back by Young's missed blow. At that moment, Bayun, with a smile on his face, was holding a goblin club in his hand, saying that in this way, no matter how hard he hit, there would be no effect. Suddenly, thin streams of blood began flowing from his eyes. He looked ahead in shock, with his eyes wide open. Young summed up by saying that nothing can be done about it, since they were not born with bodies blessed by the gods like theirs. Young said this with a straight face. Blood flowed from his nose and mouth. His body began to glow with bright magical energy as he cast the pure autumn water and a magic spell. Copious streams of blood began to flow from Bin's ears, nose, eyes, and mouth. He looked ahead in bewilderment. while many streams of blood concentrated on his chin and flowed down. The spell he used was called the Blood of the Maiden. Adjusting his glasses on his face, Young said that when fighting such an opponent, he has no choice but to use this method. Yu Young was a representative of the main sanctuary of the Seti clan. With a shocked look, Bin tried to say something, but all that came out of his mouth was clots of blood that he spat out. The unique magic of the Seti clan is associated with changing the shape of the nature of the surrounding water. The closer it is, the more effective the magic is, which is especially noticeable in the example of pure water. So, most methods of application involve attacks using groundwater and steam. A smile appeared on Bi Hun's bloody face. He understood that hand-to-hand combat would not work here. Then he asked himself, did he apply this to his body? He then suggested that it was heating the blood. He realized that even if this was just a theory, given the entire history of the CI clan, it is safe to say that not many people could repeat this. Young, at this time, with a confident expression on his face, concentrated magical energy of bright pink color around himself. He then extended his outstretched palm in front of him. Ban looked at it carefully, with his eyes wide open and a slight smile on his face. After that, a projectile was sent from Young that flew towards Bayun. He managed to dodge, and a blinding and deafening explosion occurred a few meters behind him. With a smile on his face, Ben asked him what he just shot. Was it a drop of water? Then he noticed that, given the material, the efficiency was not so high. He asked him again, is this so? Young, carefully observing what was happening, said that regardless of race, everyone has their own advantages, after which he asked him if he agreed with this. When Young asked him about this, several drops of water appeared near his body and levitated near him. Immediately after this, several projectiles created from droplets were sent towards Bayun. Many powerful explosions sounded synchronously near the houses. Goya said that he had already encountered something similar. At that moment, he turned to the main character, telling him that this is the magic of SII, and he himself experienced it the day before. Siv, looking at him in surprise, asked again, Seti? Then he realized that now that he heard this name, everything fell into place. After that, he noticed that, however, the effectiveness of his magic was on a completely different level. He mentally admired the difference, which was like between heaven and earth. The main hero looked tensely in front of him, thinking that even if this is the same attack where they shoot drops of water, he can fight back as much as he wants. He thought about what compared to this. Goya interrupted his reasoning by saying that even among monsters of the same type, their abilities vary greatly. Sybil looked at him in surprise as he said this. Goya continued to talk about the innate talent and efforts that everyone offers to hone it, as well as the instructions that guide them. He told him that in all aspects, this guy is the best in the Sure clan. When he talked about this, his gaze was focused on Young, who, with a calm expression on his face, standing in a fighting stance, concentrated magical energy around himself. The space behind Bayun was blazing and smoking. Young, looking at him carefully, thought that even under the influence of magic, he was able to move as if it had almost no effect. He understood that this was exceptional regeneration and adaptability that surpassed common sense. Bayun, with a bloody pattern on his face, asked with a smile, "Is that all?" He noticed that he had just begun to warm up. Young unemotionally pronounced Goya's name and told him that he would have to give it his all. After that, he asked him to take care of these two and any possible consequences. The main character and Yuzuru reacted in surprise to the sounds they heard. They did not understand what it was, but they heard something powerful approaching in their direction. Tensing and clenching his fists, Young raised them up. As soon as he performed this action, an incredibly huge and wide stream of water burst out of the ground, crushing many centimeters of concrete and asphalt into small pieces. Byun, looking at this admiringly with a smile on his face, said that he had just noticed that it had become dry. He then asked Young if he had really collected all the water that was here. An ominous and huge something, similar to a water dragon of incredible size, looked menacingly at Bayun, opening its mouth wide. Young referred to this something as Isami. After that, he ordered Isami to take it. When he gave this order, his small, brightly glowing pupils looked carefully in front of him. With a hand gesture, he pointed down with his index finger. Isami stretched out, becoming taller, and Yuzuru opened her eyes wide in amazement, and even opened her mouth, but could not say anything. Siv was also shocked, and noted that Isami was very big. Unlike them, Byun did not show such a reaction, and simply looked straight ahead with an indifferent expression. Siv suddenly realized that this was the same magic that he had seen last time. However, remembering the battle with Yes, he recalled that back then, a similar attack was barely 2 meters high. But even so, this attack was capable of wiping out a house or several buildings at once. Isami, in contrast, was much larger and more powerful. By controlling this, Young, pointing his hand forward, ordered Isami to attack. Isami, immediately following the order, leaned forward, opening his mouth slightly, and aimed his blow at Byun, who was standing a little to the side. Byun, seeing Isami approaching him, smiled and exclaimed enthusiastically that this was simply magnificent. He, without resisting, simply looked at Isami and only pressed his feet more firmly into the ground, realizing that everything would happen now. The next moment, Isami, who was very close, struck, and from this, a powerful explosion appeared, scattering streams of magical energy to the sides. Yuzuru, to protect herself, put her hands in front of her, closing her eyes. However, not feeling the shock wave, she opened her eyes slightly, noticing that the main character was standing in front of her, covering her with himself. She was embarrassed and shocked by this. Siv, not paying attention to this, looked behind him as he was also amazed that he did not feel the blow. They managed to avoid the consequences of the explosion due to the fact that the one standing in front of them activated his own magic, building a protective dome around them. He was focused and silent, calmly holding the magic. When the explosion finally dissipated, he did not immediately remove the protection, but first looked at the destruction left after Isami's strike. A deep hole appeared in the ground, and the buildings closest to it turned into heaps of broken building materials. From the center of the resulting hole, small clouds of dust rose into the air. Everyone suddenly thought of and Yin, who were supernatural beings whose essences lay in the water. However, the synergy when they were nearby did not bring anything good since they were two spells, each of which manipulates water in completely different ways. Goya, frowning, mentally noted that now was not the best time for such a combination since the synergy effect was not very successful. Looking at Young, he thought about a formidable opponent who could show his full power in the middle of the day and realized that, if this were possible, then cooperation would be the best outcome. Young stood on the edge of the cliff, breathing heavily and clenching his hands into fists. Goya was amazed that, of all the people, it was he and Young who were nearby. Finally breaking down his defenses, he turned to Young and asked how he was feeling. Young, although he continued to breathe heavily, said that he was fine, explaining that he just needed to catch his breath a little as it was difficult to release all his power after so long. Frowning, he looked into the depths of the resulting hole and admitted that he did not know whether his use of magic had produced a significant result or not. For some time, no one said anything, looking at the destruction around them. Siv, unable to contain his shock, trembled slightly, opening his eyes wider. Someone suddenly announced that there were only two possible options. It was Young who, turning sharply, began to move away from the edge of the cliff and said either he could have overestimated the skill of his opponent, or Bayun had no intention of continuing the fight. Closing his eyes, he admitted that the latter was most likely and assumed that he had not even caused any critical damage to Ben. He thought that Ben knew what he would face, and, putting his hands in his pockets, he noted that even after that blow, which did not cause significant damage, it was difficult to say whether Ben would have bothered with him. Young did not answer anything to this, but suddenly frowned, clenched one of his palms into a fist, and looked seriously at Siv. The main character was amazed to notice such attention to himself, and Yuzuru, who also noticed this, looked at him in fear. Young suddenly extended his hand forward, launching a magical attack towards Siv. Siv did not have time to react or block it, and flew far back. Yuzuru turned sharply to the side, looking at the fallen Siv, and asked, What does this even mean? Hearing her question, Goya looked in her direction. Yuzuru frowned and asked if they weren't on the same side. She did not understand why. Out of the blue, Young attacked the main character. Young, adjusting his glasses, closed his eyes and asked Yuzuru not to worry about it since he just did what he had to do. Looking at the face of Civ, lying to the side and no longer hidden behind the mask, Young announced that the main character would now return to normal since there were no longer any factors posing a threat. Yuzuru frowned, pursing her lips tighter, but said nothing. Young said seriously that, from now on, he and Goya would take care of this matter since people should not interfere. Gradually, they left the destroyed area, and a little later, when it began to get dark outside, in another place, Ta was sitting with his eyes closed, leaning against the wall. Madeira, looking at him, realized that he too was a dark god like her and assumed that Ta felt different due to the fact that he belonged to a different species. This was slightly different from what she expected. However, Madeira realized that, in this case, it would be even tastier. She opened her mouth, about to devour Ta, but Bun stopped her as he came closer. He was sure that even if they didn't know what would happen in the future, now they still needed to take a more friendly approach. Madeira stopped and looked at Bun in surprise. He smiled and noted that it was not bad that Madeira and Ta could absorb each other. He came closer and voiced the hope that they would both grow up and do everything right. Looking at Bun with displeasure, Madeira cursed and asked why he was still alive. Bun didn't understand what she meant and noted that this was too much, reminding her that he was not so easy to kill. However, at some point, it even seemed to him that this was quite possible since Young knew perfectly well about his strengths and weaknesses. He talked about the roots, which is a spell used by Bun to redirect attacks into the ground. Recalling the moment before Isami's attack, Bun noted, in other words, if the ground underfoot is unstable, then the magic will not work at full strength. That is why, before extracting all the water from the ground, Young changed the terrain as much as possible so that Bun could not completely redirect the blow. Before creating Isami, Young weakened the soil using underground water. Currently, Madeira, listening to Bun's story, decided that she would keep this in mind when she decided to eat Bun. Bun suddenly trembled slightly and asked, "Is it really amazing to face a creature that even people couldn't tame?" In his opinion, it was even more amazing than she, who lived 1,000 years ago. Unable to contain his delight, he smiled, still trembling, and admitted that if he could do it, he would enjoy Young to the very last bite. After taking a few sips of the drink, Madeira suddenly admitted that she didn't quite understand this, but felt that this was a completely different sensation, which was different from her desire to satisfy her hunger. She was sure that Bun could do as he wanted. Bun admitted that although his desire to do so was great, the heavens were against it. Madeira was surprised when she heard this and asked again, squinting her eyes a little in displeasure. But before Bun explained, she noticed that raindrops began to fall from the sky. Bun held out his palm, looked up at the sky, and announced that according to the weather forecast, it shouldn't rain today. He suggested that it would be a real downpour. This was precisely the reason for his action. He said that yin are very strong, and even if he faces them separately, he has no confidence that he will remain unharmed after the battle on a rainy day. Even if Bun managed to win, it would not only affect him. Given Madeira's current state, even a simple fight could lead to death. Bun asked if she thought so. Madeira admitted that she didn't like the sound of that, and Bun noted that that's exactly what he was talking about. Besides this, there was also Tao, and Bun assumed that the others had the same idea as him. Because even if it only concerns them, there is an enemy that other monsters do not need to mess with. He noted that not taking him with them was one thing. Although it was sad, Bun knew there was nothing he could do about it. Still, they had time, so Bun didn't despair. Sometime later, Civ slowly opened his eyes, looking at the ceiling above him, noticing the unfamiliar surroundings. He suddenly woke up, asking himself where he was. He suddenly felt that he could not even move as his whole body hurt. His body was actually trembling, and although it was expected, he didn't think the muscles would be so damaged. Suddenly, the main character noticed that someone's shadow had fallen on his body. He looked to the side without turning his head, noticing Young next to the bed on which he was lying. Young held the phone in his hands, carefully looking at the screen of it. Feeling the vibration, he answered the call, announcing that he had received a call. Siv listened attentively, but did not say anything, and Young continued to talk on the phone. Turning to the head, he exclaimed that everything was really like that, trying to convince the interlocutor that he was fine and had only received a few scratches. He thanked the head for his concern, and ending the call, explained to Siv that he had asked to take half a day off because he wasn't feeling well, which had made the head very worried. He also wondered if Siv's body was okay. There should not have been any serious injuries, but Young warned that the body would ache for some time since the main character had overdone it. Thinking about the mask Siv used, Young asked if it was true that Siv had awakened this spell not long ago. He didn't know for sure, but noted that the mask was clearly not the kind of spell that could be maintained for that long, and thought that it was a spell for a short-term increase in strength. This was why there was such a high consumption of magical power and physical stamina throughout the entire action. Recalling the moment when he directed the attack towards the main character, Young explained that it was for this reason he had to resort to force the activation. Still, Young realized that Siv was confused and asked if this was true. Sitting down on a chair nearby, he wearily lowered his head, closed his eyes, and apologized to Siv since he had to act as quickly as possible. The main character forced himself to sit up on the bed, although his body continued to tremble. Young suddenly wanted to talk about what happened to his younger sister, but he interrupted his story and decided to get to the point. Siv was surprised to hear this, and Young, continuing to avoid his gaze, explained that he was not an evil being by nature. However, he had to admit the mistakes he had made because they could not be justified by immaturity. As a member of the monster species residing in the human realm, Young formally apologized to the protagonist. But Siv admitted that he didn't think he had anything to apologize for, as he felt that Young simply had no other choice. Besides that, he was wondering what happened to Bai in the end since he remembered that Bai said he was also a goblin. Besides, his magic was similar to Siv's. However, the main character also knew that there should only be one goblin, which was himself. Bai, who entered the room suddenly, announced that he also thought so, but suggested that this judgment was his own. Along with his apology, he felt it necessary to explain everything. Siv, hearing Bai's voice, looked at him in shock. Young also turned his head, and Bai, closing his eyes, touched his beard with his hand, calling the name Biyun and explaining that he was the prince of the goblins who lived on this peninsula 1,000 years ago. In addition, it was possible that Biyun was Siv's ancestor. At the same time, while it was still raining outside, some people walked by, hiding under umbrellas. Someone, placing their palm under the drops, thoughtfully noted that in the human world, the rain was exactly the same. It was Selfia, who was amazed that people were surprisingly resilient since she thought that in such weather, everyone would sit at home without going anywhere. Somi smiled and asked who Siv even thinks people are. In any case, she diverted from this topic by declaring that yesterday, she was able to survive only thanks to Siv since yesterday. While communicating with the department store staff and with all the witnesses, she kept thinking that she could not cope with this alone. Recalling the moment when Selfia helped enchant the right people, Somi noted that if Selfia had not helped, the situation could have gotten out of control. Selfia advised Somi to save her gratitude for the main character, since it was not at all difficult for her to do this, and she decided to help Somi instead of communicating with the guy. Closing her eyes, Somi suddenly admitted that she was very ashamed since she said that she would help Siv, but was only causing trouble. They soon came to a small cafe that had a sign on the door saying it was open. Around the same time, two girls came out of the cafe, one of whom looked very upset. Another girl, putting her hand on her shoulder, smiled and noted that they didn't even talk normally, and the person they were talking about didn't even recognize their number, but immediately offered to sit in an empty seat, which was a little strange in their opinion. This person really didn't understand the hints, especially considering how many people were already likely asking him about such things. Selfia frowned, hearing this, and Somi suddenly became embarrassed. Looking after the girls as they left, she asked, "What does this mean?" Somi, opening the door to the cafe, explained that most of the visitors were actually people who came to see Goya. What was most ironic was that he did not even understand this. Walking inside the cafe, Somi and Selfia folded the umbrella they were walking under. Goya, who didn't realize it was them at first, apologized, announcing that they were closing early today. However, he soon realized it was Selfia and Somi. Somi, smiling, explained that Goya was ahead of her and asked why he decided to close the cafe, although it was not yet evening. Goya didn't react to this, and he explained that they weren't originally supposed to work today since they only needed to serve a few customers, including Somi herself and Selfia. He asked if they wanted something. Somi exclaimed that she wanted a drink as usual, and Selfia, without answering the question, looked to the side, concentrating. Closing her eyes, she said that even if Somi said that, he still had no idea what she was talking about and advised her to order what's on the menu. Somi was offended when she heard this and asked him to stop since she had already gotten iced coffee here several times. Besides him in this cafe was Wangue, who sitting on the side was eating ice cream. He wasn't paying attention to the argument between Goya and Somi, but was distracted when he noticed that someone had come closer to him. Somi, also distracted, called out to Selfia and asked what she would do. She noted that there was tea here, but wanted to recommend some kind of drink if Selfia was not against it. However, she fell silent when she noticed that Selfia was looking at Wangue without looking away. Wangue, displeased, asked why she was looking at him. He assumed that Selfia wanted to die, and the next moment someone suddenly screamed, asking Selfia to calm down. It was Somi, who, running closer, asked if Selfia could see that Wangue was just a child. She didn't make excuses for him, of course, and Selfia said she knew that, adding that they weren't in the monster world, and Wangue, whoever he was, shouldn't act so arrogantly. Somi asked, "Don't Selfia and Wangue know each other?" Suddenly, someone said that in a place where there is no tiger, the raccoon thinks of itself as the main thing. Wangue, frowning, remembered that someone told him that where the tiger disappeared, ruthless creatures had appeared, and one fox was especially disturbing. He stood up from his seat, and Somi, hearing these words, looked at him in amazement. Saul was outraged, thinking that even among monsters, there was a concept of natural enemies. This mainly concerned those who came from the animal kingdom, and the confrontation between the original individuals still had an impact on the monsters even after transformation. However, after becoming monsters, the balance of power between the species could not coincide at all, and yet the enmity did not disappear anywhere. This influenced the descendants in whom the same blood flowed. That's why Siv and Wangu stopped next to each other and looked seriously into each other's eyes. Somi, looking carefully at Wangu, thought about the reason why such an atmosphere of fear could arise from their instincts. She guessed who Wangu might be, but was distracted as Sua told her not to worry, because even if Wangu made the first move, she was not going to pounce on the first person she met like a weak-willed animal. Not paying attention to all this, Goya calmly wiped the table in front of him with a rag, and Selfia, looking threateningly at Wangu, asked if they needed to call bye-bye. She was already ready for battle since she came to the human world, she had not really had normal food. Wangu didn't mind this, although he wasn't very interested in fox meat, and he assumed it wouldn't take much time. However, before anything could start, someone suddenly stopped Wangu, realizing that they couldn't leave him alone even for a minute. Hearing someone else's voice, Somi turned around, noticing Wool Yin approaching closer. Wool Yin reminded that Bai had given Wangu a rare opportunity to enter the human world, and that if he got into a fight on the first day, it would affect his reputation. Looking at her with disappointment, Wangu exclaimed that Sua was the first to look at him, reminding her that Bai said other monsters could also call him. He asked if, even then, they shouldn't fight. Wool Yin, remaining calm, reminded that in the business world, mere correct protocol is not enough, since Siv, with whom Wangu was arguing, is currently the most powerful member of his time on the Korean peninsula. Wangu himself, who is not even a member of the tribe, is in no position to argue. Moving closer to Wangu, she leaned against him from behind, warning that in this case, it doesn't matter at all who is really to blame. Wangu did not argue further. and Wu Yin added that ultimately the responsibility would fall on Wangu, and noted that Sua was well aware of this. Selfia did not answer anything, but simply frowned. Then she admitted that of all the requests for mercy she had heard before, this request was the most pitiful. In the end, this time, she decided to forgive Wangu, since she was even embarrassed to kill a tiger cub who had not even known the taste of life. Somi realized that, fortunately, this was more of a provocation than a real threat. Given Siv's personality, this was probably the only correct answer because if Wangu decided to attack or began to grovel, Siv would have killed him without any pity. Sua, meanwhile, noted that all this is quite old-fashioned since there is not only a possible Sukran, but also a Changi that raised a young tiger for many centuries. She imagined a girl hugging a small animal and added that if Wu Yin and Wangu didn't want this to continue, then they'd better get a grip on themselves. Wu Yin, smiling, asked Wangu to listen to Sua. Siv admitted that she didn't know why Wu Yin cared about Wangu, but noted that for someone like him, it was simply ridiculous. In the end, distracted from this, she frowned and asked why anyone even needed to call her and Somi. She also asked that the others just say why they were there since it was a cafe, and she didn't like it when anyone smelled like burned wood. Wu Yin admitted that she and Wangu were also interested in knowing this, since, after yesterday's hunt, they were told to hide for a while. So, she asked if something had happened. Closing his eyes, Siv said that, as far as they already knew, in order to suppress the commotion that had arisen, Bai had issued a temporary license. Therefore, even monsters without qualifications who came to the human world could take part in expelling the uninvited guests if they had enough strength. However, the situation changed, and to Siv, Wangu, and Wu Yin, Goya warned that all temporary license holders except them were ordered to return to the monster world due to a lack of skills. Everyone was amazed to hear this, and wanted to say more about the details of everything that happened. Interrupting his words, Sua and Somi simultaneously asked, "What about Siv?" Siv honestly said that he didn't know what was happening, but noted that with the main character, everything was different. Wu Yin, not understanding what they were talking about, watched the others in amazement. Somi asked in horror if it was true that the others did not send Sua to the world of monsters alone. She exclaimed that otherwise, this would go beyond all bounds. Selfia agreed with this since although Siv was not so weak that he could be beaten by the first person he met, it was still dangerous. She asked if it was true that Goya knows that strength is not everything. Because of this, when considering the pure power of the monster, the main character was still not ready. The point was that a human, no matter how skilled he is in battle, is just big prey, and if Siv is left alone in the monster world, he will only live a few days before he is hunted down and eaten. Closing her eyes, she turned around, heading toward the exit, and said that she was leaving and would tell Bai that she was returning to the world of monsters. She was going to train the main character for a month, as promised, and after that appear in court. She was sure that everything would be fine because Siv is persistent. Goya, sighing, warned that no matter what Selfia and the others decided, it all depended only on them. However, he asked that first they listen to him to the end, adding that Siv was still here and the decision to send him to the world of monsters or whether to leave him here had not yet been decided. Selfia stopped and turned around in amazement. Goya added that in addition, all this is closely connected with their new goal since Selfia and the others must protect Siv from people. At this moment, the main character, slightly coping with the shock, asked if Bai was really saying that Bahun was his ancestor. He realized that, at first glance, Bahun was almost no different from him, but he wondered what that meant if Bahun was indeed his ancestor. He asked out loud how old Bahun really was. Bai, closing his eyes, announced that if this goblin is really Bahun, then he is about 1,500 years old. Siv was very surprised and then announced that when he saw Bahun, he said that was his name. Thinking about the number of years that Bai mentioned, the main character asked with interest how long Bahun lived. Young noted that the story is slightly different in this case, since while it is true that monsters have a longer lifespan than humans, it averages out to about 500 years. What made it possible to live beyond this period was the strength of the monster itself. And when the monster accumulated a certain amount of energy, it could increase its life expectancy and preserve youth for 1,000 years. Siv asked in shock, "Is Young really saying that it is possible to increase lifespan to 1,000 years?" He remembered that Bahun lived to be 1,500 years old, and Young and Bai confirmed that at the age of 1,500. Bihan looks like he wouldn't even live to be 100 years old. However, it was not only this, because even being an experienced fighter and using all his power, Yum was unable to inflict significant damage on Bin, thanks to which Bin was able to successfully leave the scene. He knew that, no matter how lacking in skill he was, this pathetic pretense had to stop right now. Bai was surprised that there was a monster capable of matching Yum's skill and realized that, among the local youth, Selfia and Goya were the best they had. Even if Bin claimed to be a goblin, he still could not meet Yum with a decrepit and old body because, in that case, he would only be an ancient myth that could be told to Siv if they had time. The last time the goblins completely hid the traces of their resistance was 666 years ago, right after the Great War. Bai said that over 1,000 years ago, the goblins split into two opposing sides, and the Goblin King of that time and his faction were defeated, so they had to hide from the whole world. However, the victors also suffered serious losses. They became fewer and fewer until 666 years ago, when only one goblin remained. This last goblin was Bacon, who lived until the second half of his allotted time, but even he died from wounds received during the Great War. From that moment on, goblins were considered extinct. This is why Bai thought that the main character is a secret descendant of Bacon, since, when Bacon breathed his last, more than 100 years would have passed since his transformation into a goblin, even if he was the only one left. Even though there was no direct evidence to identify Sua's ancestors, if we take Bacon's short lifespan into account, it is somewhat consistent with Siv being a descendant of Bacon left 666 years ago. The main character listened attentively, and Bai added that one of the infamous family members who died 1,000 years ago is Bahun. The fact that he has now returned while maintaining his appearance and strength makes one think about something. Siv realized that if there were other goblins and Bahun was alive, then they could be his ancestors. Bai confirmed this, realizing that if the goblin Siv encountered was really Bahun, then it no longer mattered how he could not have aged at all. Much more importantly, a goblin with such power was hiding for a certain reason all this time, and therefore it did not matter at all whose blood flowed through the veins of the main character. Frowning, Bai asked why they only learned about Siv and his family's pedigree now. He asked the protagonist to answer his questions as honestly as possible and asked whether Siv's parents, especially his mother, were truly ordinary people. At the same time, opening the front door, Siv's mother entered the apartment and asked if the main character was here. Long before, after apologizing, Siv's mother closed her eyes and said that she was truly sorry. She stood with her hand on little Siv's shoulder and announced that it was all her fault, admitting that, unfortunately, she had nothing more to add. She asked if other children were badly hurt and what their parents were saying. But the woman Siv's mother was talking to waved her hands, exclaiming that everything was wrong and explaining that everything was not that serious. It didn't look like the main character was bullying other children, since it was the fifth graders who instigated all of this in the first place. At that moment, Siv was in the third grade of primary school and stood looking to the side with a frown. The woman, meanwhile, noted that apparently Siv tried to take away from the fifth graders a soccer ball that his classmate had brought to school, and the fifth graders took it away. The main character saw all this and decided to intervene, telling the older children to return the ball, which is why they ended up quarreling. Fortunately, those children were not harmed in any way except for a few small wounds from a slight push, since in this incident, it was those children from high school who offended the third grader. Even their parents could not object. She promised that she would inform Siv's mother if any other problem arose, and she bowed and thanked the woman for this. Soon she and Siv went outside, and looking at the main character, assumed that he was very angry with her. But Siv said that this was not so, since in any case, it was all his fault. But his mother didn't think that he had done anything wrong, since hurting others is wrong. But she knew that sometimes there was simply no other choice. She still wanted to tell Siv something and squatted down in front of him, admitting that she sincerely hoped and wanted the main character to never find himself in a situation where he would have to hurt someone. Now, looking back, Siv realized that even then, he had a vague premonition because what his mother told him then was very strange. Stretching out her little finger, she asked if the main character promised her this. This was not at all an educational conversation about the dangers of violence, which parents usually conducted. Siv then promised what his mother asked for, realizing that it was more like a peculiar request. Remembering how they hugged then, Siv asked himself with interest why his mother asked him to do this. Although he didn't know the reason, he realized that it was very important to her, so he agreed. After this incident, he never resorted to violence until he became a monster in the end. Now the main character said that his father was a professional athlete and met his mother at 24 years old. They got married, and then, almost immediately, Siv was born. As far as he heard, his father died of an incurable disease shortly after his birth. Judging by how successful his father was in sports, Siv thought that he had inherited the goblin blood from him. Now, having gotten dressed, he continued to talk about his mother, noting that she works as an appraiser of ancient art objects such as ceramics, paintings, and much more. Sometimes she is even offered to act as a mediator in transactions. She was an ordinary person who had absolutely nothing to do with the world of monsters. Since Siv was sure that otherwise, he would have found out much earlier that he was a master, and not just a few days ago. But Bai noted that she could not specifically talk about this and noted that he knows that, for the main character, this may sound quite strange, especially given the suddenness of what is happening. However, if you compare the current Siv with the one he was just a few days ago, one could say that his life was completely transformed like day and night. Even when Siv and Bai first met, the protagonist was much closer to a human than a monster. Then Bai only told the only goblin about the need to participate in the festival, and he had absolutely no expectations for Siv's development. However, the main character now realized that he was not as useless as Bai imagined and asked if it was true that this was ironic. He frowned slightly, straightening his hair, and Bai admitted that everything was really as Siv had said, since the speed of his development, which Bai had observed in recent days, was simply phenomenal. Yum stood all this time, just listening carefully to their conversation, and Bai added that, even taking into account the talent of goblins who specialize in battles, Siv's growth is clearly beyond bounds. That is why Bai began to suspect Siv's mother, and asked if the main character is really an ordinary half-monster.
He assumed that Siv was
originally an instrument that was created so that
Baihyun would have the opportunity to participate in the festival.
Siv confidently shouted that this was nonsense,
Siv confidently shouted that this was nonsense, and warned that the likelihood of this is extremely low, because even if Baihyun is still related to the main character, at least Bai knows that Siv is not guilty of this. The main character did not understand why all this was happening in this case. And Young announced that the problem is that only they think this way, and more precisely, people who know about the existence of monsters think this way. The shaman people, on the other hand, saw Siwu as a threat and as someone associated with Baihyun. As just today there have been several cases of mass disappearances across the country. Siwu was surprised to hear this. And Young and Baihyun said that around noon, police confirmed that most of the residents in the high-rise residential complexes in Central Seoul were missing. Last night there were reports from people that some residents had not returned home, which many reported to the police. Two similar incidents occurred in another area of Seoul, as well as in Incheon and Busan. Since this incident was covered in the news, public opinion was currently on the verge of panic. And having said this, Young handed the main character a phone on which he opened the desired application.
He also noted that as far as the kidnapping last night was concerned,
this was something they had been preparing for 2 weeks together with the shamans.
They coordinated
and provided work in areas in which the other party was involved, and also collaborated with members of the other organization. The shamans asked the country's leaders to facilitate their operation, and if they simply agreed to turn a blind eye to the night of unrest and cooperate with the monsters in the latest operations, then they would make every effort to destroy most of the monsters in the city. However, in one day, which did not even pass completely, certain problems arose. Sivu carefully read what Young showed him on the phone screen and frowned. And Young said that not only last night, but over the past month, interest in mass disappearances began to grow like wildfire. Bai announced that this caused them some difficulties, but from the point of view of the shaman people, they have to constantly expend strength to compensate for their incompetence. And what Shiwu did today while fighting Tao was too noticeable, and although it was lucky that no one was hurt, there were quite a few witnesses to this incident.
Sighing,
Young added that it was actually his fault, and Bai announced that the shamans were asking for a new person, using this as an excuse, and suggested that they wanted to punish the monster who had gone berserk in the middle of the day.
The main character was amazed, but did not argue with the fact that it was his fault that he went alone without receiving permission.
Although this was true, Bai and Young were sure that this issue only concerned monsters,
since despite the fact that
Shiwu acted against the judge's order, his opponent was a monster who had killed countless people, thereby breaking the law.
Moreover,
Shiwu did not harm anyone with his powers, and his monster form was not revealed to human society.
Even if the main character had to suffer some kind of punishment,
Bai,
as the judge of monsters, was going to
assign it himself,
and it would not even be a punishment,
but rather a reprimand.
Although the shamans tried to forcibly take Sivu,
Bai said that he need not worry about it, and Sivu, sighing, closed his eyes and lowered his head. And Bai added that Sivu and his mother would be under his personal protection.
The main character opened his eyes when he heard this and asked again in bewilderment.
And Bai confirmed that this was indeed the case, suggesting that the shamans know about the existence of Baihyun and suspect that he and Siwu may be somehow connected. So if indeed Siwu's mother raised him, the shamans have already pronounced the sentence on her. The main character was horrified when he heard this, but Bai frowned, and Young became wary, and the next moment Sivu suddenly ran forward, heading towards the window. However, he suddenly froze as Bai, stretching his hand forward, activated his magic, admitting that he understood Siwu's feelings, but could not allow him to go to his mother on his own.
Siv found himself tied up with a piece of cloth,
and Bai warned that this is exactly what the shamans would want, adding that he had already sent someone to protect Sivu's mother. So he asked him not to worry, since it would be best if he stayed here, under their protection.
To listen to Bai's words.
Young noted that
given his physical condition, if he encounters shamans, it will be impossible to predict how it will all end. He wanted to continue speaking, but Siv, interrupting his words, tried to get up since he had fallen before, and trembling admitted that it was all his fault since he forgot to get permission, and went there himself without even notifying anyone. Why did he create problems for himself? He was fully aware of this and was willing to receive the appropriate punishment, but noted that he was too stupid and did not think it through that far. So he did not imagine that anyone else could suffer from his actions. Moreover, Siv could not even imagine that it would be his mother. Bai and Young frowned when they heard this. The main character suddenly admitted that he was sorry and noted that he understood that he was causing trouble, but he could not do anything about it because if something happened to his mother, he would never forgive himself. Tears began to flow down Siv's cheeks, and he activated his power, thereby tearing the fabric with which he was bound. Having freed himself from this, he clenched his jaw, and Bai asked himself, did Siv really tear the magic apart with such physical force alone? The main character, meanwhile, promised that when he sees with his own eyes that his mother is safe, he will immediately return, and Bai and Young will be able to do whatever they want with him. Finally, he added that he was really sorry and jumped out of the window. Bai and Young were silent for some time, looking after him. Eventually, Bai asked why Young just stood there and watched. He asked Young not to say that he was so pathetic that he couldn't even say a word. Young explained that there was no water nearby that he could use, and blowing up a fire hydrant would only cause unnecessary attention. He awkwardly put his hand on the back of his head, and Bai, frowning, asked, what about the rain outside the window? Young did not know what to answer to this, and Bai, sighing, called him simple-minded and noted that this is why everyone says that Young is behind, even his sister, although she lacks talent. On the other hand, Bai did not know why this was so, but he realized that this was the nature of the Young clan, because the softer they stayed, the more they turned out to be like real people. Young suddenly asked, wasn't Bai himself too rude to Siv? Although Young understood that Shi's potential exceeded his expectations, he also knew that the magic of the magic cloth did not dissipate just because it was torn. He and Bai looked at the scraps of fabric, and in the end, decided that it did not matter what the main character did since their relationship with the shamans would not change in any way. They looked at how Civ quickly ran through the city, noting that, moreover, the reason why Civ ended up in such a situation was largely their fault since they did not even handle the situation properly. First of all, they were not so callous as to turn a blind eye to the child's desire to protect his own mother. Civ ran, frowning and clenching his jaw, and at this time, in his apartment, his mother, looking at the screen of her phone, excitedly noted that the main character was not even responding to her messages. She didn't understand where he had gone, and suddenly, she heard a sound and looked sharply in that direction. She realized that the sound was coming from the door and asked who was there. She didn't understand why they were knocking at her apartment, but suddenly, Selfia, who suddenly found herself behind Civ's mother, ordered her not to move and stand still. Civ's mom froze, obeying the order, and Selfia realized that Somi was right and assumed that she had underestimated people too much since she did not know that they would be so annoying that she would want to kill them. Frowning, she stepped forward. At that moment, the door opened, and Yashin walked inside, surprised to notice Civ's mother and Selfia. He finally announced that he didn't know how many monsters had already come, but noted that it didn't matter since he just needed to get rid of each one as soon as he saw one. He advised Selfia to leave if she didn't want to die, but before he finished speaking, Selfia ordered him to bow down. Yashin frowned, clenching his teeth. The order that Selfia gave sounded like a call to bow down. This call was embedded in Yashin's consciousness. Selfia used the unique magic of the small violet string technique. The use of chi in the voice causes disorientation and clouds the listener's consciousness. Selfia pointed her finger downwards, resting her other hand on her hip. She looked down at Yashin imperiously. The enchanted Yashin, sprouting magical energy, stood motionless, frozen in motion, trying to take the sword out of its sheath. Selfia looked at him carefully, thinking that he did not attack immediately. Then she asked herself in surprise, was he really worried that the main character's mother might get hurt? After that, Selfia, exhaling air from her lungs, turned to Somi and told her that she could leave since everything was under control. Somi came out from behind the wall and asked her, "Is this the main character's mom?" Then she rejoiced that it was good that they had time. Selfia asked her if she was serious. Then she noticed that, given his level, even if they were late, nothing would have changed. Yashin was on his knees, tensing his whole body. His fists were tightly clenched. He sat with a gloomy face, unable to move. Somi screamed that she had already said that they should avoid conflicts as much as possible. Selfia, placing her hand on Civ's mother's shoulder, lightly confirmed Somi's words and noted that, in the end, no one was hurt and they were able to protect her. Then she noticed that besides, it wasn't on purpose. After that, Selfia said that she herself said they should not interfere in people's lives. Then she asked her, didn't she? Without waiting for an answer, she asked another question. She asked her how she managed to do so well and escape. Suddenly, Selfia and Somi's eyes opened wide, and they looked ahead in surprise. A large magical barrier of enormous height was located around a small area built up with multi-story buildings. Somi, with a frightened expression on her face and a pale forehead, noticed in confusion what it was. Since they were born after the last competition, this was the first time they experienced such a feeling that completely covered them. Selfia, looking at the shaking fingers of her hand, assumed that it was only they who were trying to avoid conflicts. However, given the current situation, both monsters intuitively understood what had happened. Selfia said, "Barrier." She then noticed that, moreover, this could not be created quickly since it required careful preparation. She concluded that they had planned this from the very beginning. Then she looked ahead in surprise, realizing the situation that had happened, and asked the question, then what is the point of sending someone forward? At this time, Yashin was already standing in the doorway. Thick magical energy of a bright blue color poured out from his body and eyes. Selfia turned to him in surprise, asking herself if he was able to get rid of the small violet string technique with the help of his own chi. Realizing this, Selfia grabbed the nail with a sharp movement of her hands, preparing to attack. The sound of metal hitting the floor echoed in the room. The sword that belonged to Yashin was thrown to the floor. Yashin spread his hands in different directions and told them that he was not going to fight with them. Then he told them that the person they were holding was the mother of his friend. After that, he told them that he came here to prevent her from being kidnapped. He explained that if they had the same goal, then he would help them. Somi, hugging the protagonist's mother, looked at him in surprise with wide eyes and shouted. With her brows furrowed, Selfia looked at him piercingly, saying that he had a familiar face. After which, she asked him if he was Siv's friend. Somi answered this in the affirmative and said that just the other day, he protected the main character while he was not around. Yashin, looking at them with a serious expression on his face, told them that time was running out, and perhaps they themselves noticed. However, a barrier was installed around the complex. He explained to them that, while it was active, they would not be able to get out. Then he noticed that, fortunately, there was a way to get through this from the inside. Selfia, looking at him menacingly and continuing to hold on to her nail, said that in addition to the fact that he was telling them about a way to get out, she asked him why he behaved so self-confidently, as if this is how it should be. Yashin asked her again, looking at her in surprise. Selfia told him that, as she understands, he is a friend of the main character. She asked him, but wasn't he a shaman? Before that, frowning her eyebrows, Selfia looked at him carefully, squeezing her nail. She said that the past Siv and the current one are completely different creatures. She asked him, isn't this more important for them? That is, for shamans? After that, she asked him another question. She asked if he really wanted to turn his back on them, just for the sake of friendship. She noticed that he was not so stupid as to think so. Somi watched what was happening with a tense expression on her face. She thought that, although this might sound rude, she understood that there was some truth in her words. Yashin, lowering his hands down, said what he understood. After that, he tensed his hands so that the veins began to swell. The tips of his fingers began to sparkle. Selfia watched him with concentration and thought that she knew that everything would be like this. Suddenly, Yashin began to beat himself at certain points on his body with lightning-fast movements of his hand. From the pain he created for himself, he tensed his body and clenched his jaw, continuing to pierce himself with his finger at great speed. Selfia and Somi watched what was happening in sincere bewilderment. Drops of sweat flowed down Yin's face profusely. Trying to restore his breathing, he said that by including the blood flowing through the meridians, he temporarily stopped the flow of qi, which is used in martial arts. Wiping the sweat from his chin with the back of his hand and leaning on his legs, he said that now he was no different from an ordinary person. After which, he noted that if he activated the qi again, he would not be able to resist its magic. Selfia, looking at him wearily, asked, "Does he understand what this means?" She explained that this meant that she might not stop with the usual reading of his thoughts. After which she gave an example, saying that she could make him her toy, which would control him until his death. Yashin, with a tense expression on his face and his mouth wide open, answered her that he could tell that it mattered, but he admitted that at least it could help his hand escape. Then he said loudly that if it was possible, he didn't care. Saley, clenching her fists with wide open eyes, looked at him saying this. Selfia, continuing to hold her nail, looked at him uncertainly and asked why he was going so far. After that, she asked him another question. What kind of relationship do you have with the main character? Yashin answered her by saying that he had already said that he was his friend. With an exhausted expression on his face, looking down, he said that that was all. Selfia let go of her nail and exhaled the air from her lungs, after which she said that he was either too naive or Siv influenced him too much. After which, she noticed that it was the same thing. Somi went up to Yashin and asked him how he was. Yashin, wearily leaning on his legs and lowering his head, asked her in response, what does she think? Self turned away from them and agreed that they would listen to him. She noticed that now they would see how good the shaman's abilities were. The main character walked along a wide city road, rolled into asphalt, with eyes wide open, brows furrowed, a drop of sweat running down his face. He tensed his fists, clenching them, looking carefully in front of him. The pain that was felt throughout his body with each step receded more and more into the background due to anxiety, but he stopped due to increased intuition, which even temporarily suppressed concern about his mother. The main character raised his head up and looked in surprise at the multi-story building that was in front of him. He thought that at first glance there was nothing unusual here, but he understood that he definitely felt something subconsciously. He realized that if he took a couple more steps, then he didn't have time to finish his reasoning because someone addressed him by name and asked him, "Ciao, Siv. Is this your name?" Siv looked tensely towards the person speaking to him. This man said that he was much smaller than he thought. Then he noticed that he could not believe that goblin blood flowed in him. The person speaking was named Lim Yagwang. Yagwang looked at him arrogantly, resting his hand on his hip with a smile on his face, and said that, judging by the fact that he stopped at the edge, he still had a sense of danger. Then he introduced himself, saying that he was glad to meet him. Anyway, he told him that as a third-ranking officer of the Civ department, he had practiced hand-to-hand combat and reading scriptures for 15 years. The main character, looking at him menacingly with anger, replied that even if this was so, it meant nothing to him. Then the main character tensely and consciously repeated the words he had said, "Department of the Bag." He remembered that he had heard that this department was directly related to the Yashin family. He thoughtfully asked himself if it turned out that Yagwang was his relative. He then suggested that it was possible, but he didn't have time to think through this thought because Yagwang interrupted him, saying that since they had already met, he suggested that they get down to business. With a smile on his face, he advised him to just give up. He explained his recommendation by saying that he shouldn't make a fuss unnecessarily. Then he assumed that he understood the situation he was in. He asked the main character if this was true. Siv looked menacingly without answering him. Yagwang continued to tell him that the surrounding area was already surrounded by a barrier and that his colleagues, he thought, had already found his mother. Then he began to approach the main character with his hand out in front of him. He said that he didn't even know if he was familiar with the concept of filial duty. However, he warned him that if he tried to escape, only she would suffer from this. He then noted that if shamans from all over the country had come here to capture him, then his capture was only a matter of time. The main character frowned at him with frowning eyebrows, realizing that a fight was inevitable. At the same time, he understood that the problem was that he was again not destined to think out his thoughts since the girl with a mask on her face tried to attack him with her foot while jumping. Siv looked in front of him in surprise, and then turned around and met this kick with his forehead. Chong stood opposite him, blue magical energy emanating from her. The main character, with a tense expression on his face, clenched his jaw and put his hand in front of him. At that moment, Chong hit him with a direct blow from her foot to the hand he was defending. The impact sent the main character flying several meters into the distance. After that, he managed to stay on his feet and looked at her from under his brows. Resting his palm on the floor with his other hand, he clenched his palm into a fist and looked at her carefully. After that, his eyes widened greatly. His mouth was slightly open. He looked ahead in surprise. He saw that in front of him, there was a huge barrier. Yagwang, with a smile on his face, standing behind him, put out his finger and, pointing at this, said that it was like setting a trap. He explained that as soon as the prey took a step forward, it couldn't get out. Then he said that there was a problem only to force him to take this step. He suggested that he now understands that he will not run away, after which he asked him if this was true. The main character looked at him with an angry expression and was silent in response. Yagwang began to stretch his muscular arms in a circular motion, holding his hand on his shoulder. Then he noticed that he could still make a choice. He said to choose one of two. Yagwang reminded him that he could calmly give up or run away until he was on the verge of death, which it seemed to him that he would look extremely pathetic. Siv silently stood in a fighting stance, looking at Yagwang with frowning brows. Then his face contorted from the surprise that descended on him due to the sharp sensation. The next moment, a slight tremor ran through his nerves, tense to the limit, and he heard the command spoken by Selfia. It was a command to bow down. Just this one word, which was uttered more than 100 meters from him, made it impossible to even hear the voice itself. But this formidable chi that was contained in it was so familiar to him that he immediately ran. The main character ran away from Yagwang with a sharp, jerking movement. He ran as fast as he could. At this time, he was thinking that it was definitely SS Chi. He was thinking that the other monsters. He interrupted himself and said that at least she was now inside the barrier. Then, along the way he was running, he began to think that he was not completely confident, but judging by where he felt this chi from, it was now in his house. He realized that if this was so, then he needed not to run towards them as fast as he could, but quite the opposite. He understood that even though Yagwang spoke about being surrounded and about being found, he realized that they definitely hadn't caught his mother, at least not yet. While he did not know the whole situation, he understood that San must now be with his mother. Even if they suspected his mother, then, first of all, they would want to capture him. He understood that if he could create unrest as far from home as possible, that alone would give Selfia time to escape. He ran at high speed into the distance. Suddenly, he saw movement near him. It was Yagwang, who tried to kick him. The main character dodged this blow by lowering his torso down, thereby avoiding the jumping strike that Yagwang dealt to him. Yagwang noticed, with a smile on his face, that he had a good reaction. Then he landed on the asphalt road, dust flying in different directions after he landed. Immediately after this, Yagwang began to try to attack him with blows of his fists. Siv put up a block with his hand and received these blows, looking intensely at Yagwang. The main character thought that he was fast and strong. He understood that this Yagwang was superior to Yashin in all aspects. He realized that maybe, back then, he treated him with condescension, but it seemed to him that there was something else besides this. After these thoughts of his, a strong direct blow was made to his block by Yagwang. The main character flew several meters back from this blow. Siv continued to keep his arms crossed near his face. His hands were bruised. He looked carefully in front of him, thinking about what, if this was the case. He did not have time to complete his thought. Yagwang, continuing to hold his outstretched hand clenched into a fist in front of him, sighed in surprise and noticed that this was unexpected. After this, he assumed that it seemed to him that he still knew something. Kayan approached him from behind. The main hero understood that, from the very beginning, this was not an equal one-on-one battle. He realized that he was seeing them for the first time, but according to his feelings, they clearly had more energy. Kayan was approaching him, abundant magical energy emanating from her. He understood that their energy increased due to their synergy. Siv stood in a fighting stance. He told them that he knew this might sound strange, given the situation. However, he stated that he did not want to fight here. He explained this to them by the fact that they were in the middle of the street in a residential area, and he did not know how many people might get hurt because of them. Yagwang irritably asked him what kind of nonsense he was talking about. After that, he raised his hands high and asked him if he really thought that they erected this barrier just to catch him. Then he explained to him that ordinary people would not even see what was happening on this side of the barrier. If they were able to enter, they would be stunned. Then he told him that they were all sleeping peacefully and would wake up only after a certain time, after the barrier was removed. He asked him if he understood this. Yagwang then remarked that this was not the best excuse, although he made the observation that it was even funny. Immediately after these words, Yagwang tried to strike him with his fist. He grabbed the hands of the main character with his hand and planned to move his block down to hit him in the face. When he did this, his eyes glowed brightly, and he talked about what he was offering. He could easily surrender. Then, when he delivered his powerful punch, a surge of magical energy was released from his fist. Siv, with a straight face, grabbed his fist with his palm. He said, "It's clear." After that, he grabbed Yagwang by his robe with his second hand and told him that there was no need to create disturbances. Yagwang looked at him in bewilderment. The main character continued to hold him, clutching a piece of cloth from his clothes in his palm. Yagwang looked at him angrily, clenching his jaw. Soon after this, Siv's eyes glowed with a bright magical light. Magical energy began to pour out of him. He cast the Goblin Siam spell. Immediately after this, the protagonist launched a powerful punch with his fist. A large explosion was heard as he cast a lightning strike spell. Kayan continued to look in his direction emotionlessly. She did not take any action or say anything. Siv suggested that he now realized what was happening. Then he asked him if this was so. With glowing eyes, he stretched out his hand in front of him and told him that he deliberately did not weaken the blow, so that they would understand which of them should be afraid. He then explained that he no longer wanted to kill people. Yag Wang sat in a crevice in the asphalt. His body was shaking, and he looked ahead in fear, unable to say anything. The main character said that he knew very well that the battle would not end just like that, even if he decided so. So he told them that he had to warn them that he would hold back with all his might. But he warned in advance that he could still lose control in the heat of battle. Yag Wang clenched his jaw in rage, exposing his teeth. Immediately after this, he made a sharp leap toward the main character. He put his leg in front of him, preparing to attack him. Siv pressed his feet into the ground so that he could later take the blow into it. The main character calmly looked at Yag Wang flying toward him. When he struck, Siv remained motionless. Yag Wang thought furiously that this couldn't be. Then he began to realize that it wasn't just that he had a good physique. He felt like he was hitting a giant wall. Beads of sweat flowed down his face profusely as he tried to strike the main hero again and again. Then Siv, with a sharp movement of his fist, struck Yag Wang in the face, causing him to be thrown back many meters. When Yag Wang hit the asphalt and exploded, the protagonist turned away from him, his fist glowing with magical energy. Then he paid attention to Kayan, standing in front of him. He thought that she would help him by attacking from the other side, but he noticed that she did not move a millimeter. After which, he asked himself, shouldn't she fight in close combat? After that, he thought that if this was not the case, then he looked piercingly at her and said that the danger came from her. With a serious expression on his face, he said that he did not want to fight unless necessary. However, he said that if he had to, he would do it without hesitation. Kayan clenched her palms into fists. Yag Wang shouted at her angrily, asking her what she was doing. He was kneeling on the broken asphalt, trying to get up. His whole body was trembling. He irritably reminded her that he had already said that he would take care of it himself. Then he began to be rude to her, saying that she was just a pathetic concubine. He asked her if she really thought that she could bring at least some benefit. Kayan stared back at him silently. Yag Wang continued to shout at her, saying she just needed to cover him from the back. Blood flowed profusely from Yag Wang's mouth. There was a purple bruise where his eye should have been. His eyebrows were furrowed. His only open eye was bloodshot, and his pupil was tightly compressed. Veins were swollen all over his face. He screamed at her in incredible rage, asking if he could. Is her pathetic brain capable of remembering at least this? After that, he asked her in a state of rage, or did she just decide to ignore him in order to piss him off even more? After that, he rudely shouted at her, calling her a non-entity. He yelled that she should obey him and do what he told her. The main character watched this verbal skirmish in surprise. The opponents suddenly began to quarrel. Although the reason was unknown to him, he knew exactly what needed to be done first. Siv ran towards Chang. He understood that she was the one who remained unharmed and had a much more powerful aura. At that moment, Chang took out 3 gold-colored papers and raised them near her face. The main character raised his fist to strike. He understood that he did not know what she was going to do, but he needed to get rid of her as quickly as possible without getting hurt. Chang said at that moment, 100 ghosts, the embodiment of evil, a restless beast. The 3 gold-colored papers that she held in her hands began to glow with a bright blue color of magical energy. These began to burn from above. Soon, when the papers turned to ashes, she said, the Archer Guard. After these words, abundant magical energy began to emanate from her. Her eyes glowed blue. Siv stopped a meter away from her as he was chained with magical chains that restrained his body. 100 ghosts is the summoning and strengthening of 100 different types of spirits. The main hero looked up in bewilderment. A powerful beam of magical energy hit him from above. The embodiment of evil is the expulsion of evil beings. These attacks did not harm the main character. He tried to attack her with his fist. Chang only chuckled looking at it. After he hit her, he looked at her and said, surprise. She told him that she used 3 high-ranking amulets at once, but hundreds of ghosts and embodiments of evil did not even work. She said that out of all this, only the restless beast had an effect. The main character's fist did not hit her face, but a certain substance that covered her entire body. He could not break through this barrier that protected her from him. Chong said that the monster can't do anything against exorcism. The restless beast is the caster's protection from monsters. A red horn appeared on Siv's forehead. He formed a goblin club in his hand, which began to gather in his palm from the space around him. He was not sure that he had hit it, but he had the feeling that the bud had hit the void. He looked ahead with a tense expression on his face, frowning his eyebrows, and thought that the point was not that he touched her, and she flew away. He convinced himself by telling himself that this was not so. He began to understand that she somehow managed to dodge his attack. He thought that if this is what covers her body, then it is a kind of protection from blows. Chong stood opposite him with her palms out in front of her chest, her body glowing a magical blue. He understood that this must have some limitations. At that moment, Chong said, "The blue edge of the sword is a sentence, and the dew that appears at dawn is the blood of sinners." After that, she joined her hands in front of her chest. Her palms began to burn with magical blue fire. She said that that's why she prayed to him. At that moment, she turned to the great deity. The main character looked at her warily and asked, "Is the spell limited in duration?" After that, he suggested asking himself, or was it all about the number of shots blocked? After that, he made another assumption and asked himself, does this only miss certain types of attacks? Chong uttered a command, ordering him to come down. A blue flame appeared behind him. Siv looked in front of him in surprise, with his eyes wide open and his mouth slightly open. Yashin said that 5 shamans, including him, were sent here. With a gesture of his hand, he put out 3 fingers out of 5 and told them that 3 of them were real professionals. About the rest, he said that they were of an average level. Yashin said this with frowning eyebrows, after which he reported that they all form a 4-sided barrier that surrounds the residential complex. He then explained by saying that initially, the boundaries of the barrier were drawn by installing a column or amulets on the outside. But in their case, everything was different. Yashin explained that the capital shamans themselves act as supports. Selfia crossed her arms on her chest, looking at him, and asked, "Why is everything so complicated?" After that, she suggested that they just need to get rid of them, so that the barrier disappears. She asked him if this is true. Then she suggested that half of them would be enough, because the barriers would already collapse if a significant part was removed. Yashin answered her that everything is not so simple, after which he admitted that they had enough strength. Somi listened to their conversation, holding the main character's mother. They sat on the sofa opposite them, leaning his hands on his hips. Yashin said that, however, it does not matter how powerful they are. He explained these words by saying that if they have not lived at least 666 years, then they simply do not have the necessary knowledge for this. He then said that their strength is different from that of monsters. With a serious expression on his face, he explained that most of the martial arts and crafts they practice were created specifically to catch monsters. He explained that this meant that a battle between monsters is a confrontation of pure strength. After this, he clarified that, however, a battle with a shaman is like stepping on a trap that was created specifically for her. He added by saying that it is not a matter of strength or superiority, but of incompatibility. Then he asked, he already spoke, didn't he? After that, he repeated himself, saying that 3 capital shamans were heading here right now. He told them that only the most worthy can get this position. He explained that they're the only ones who can fight on equal terms with a deity-level monster. After this, Yashin, putting his hands in front of him, said that nevertheless, a fight is inevitable, and he would advise them to deal with only one. He reminded them that, as they said, they need to get rid of only 2 in order to overcome the barrier. He said that he would take on 1, and they would have to attack the second at the same time as him. He explained to them that they needed to get out of the barrier before the other shamans had time to help them. Then he noted that, fortunately, he knew the role and capabilities of each of them. Selfia reacted to this by saying that this is, of course, good, after which she asked him, but can he use his power now? After that, she noticed that it seemed to her that she saw how he sealed his channels with his own hands. Yashin's face contorted as he suddenly realized what had happened. At that moment, Somi, who approached Selfia from behind, put her hand in front of her, and said that she understood that nothing could be done about this. But she noticed that it would be quite difficult to defeat two shamans at once. After that, she noticed that even though all ordinary people are now unconscious, however, if they do not want them to get hurt, Selfia exhaled the air from her lungs and said that she didn't care. She explained this by saying that they weren't the only ones who should care. Then she said that, first of all, people that themselves try to protect civilians. Yashin, at that moment, leaned against the wall with a gloomy expression on his face and pressed himself against it. Selfia said that they too, because of this, cannot fight at full strength. Yashin, without moving, said that this was not so. Then he looked at the floor in confusion, pressed his palm to his face, and said that they are obsessed with the main character much more than they think. After that, he explained that he didn't think they were in any way concerned about the fact that innocent people might get hurt. Selfia looked at him in surprise, her eyes wide open, and asked him silently with her mouth what he meant. After that, she asked him another question. What's the point of doing all this just to catch Civ? Yashin told her that it was not because of him. He then said that this was because of the pride and strength they would gain in 6 months. Then he turned to them with an exhausted expression on his face and said that for the last 666 years, not only had they been waiting for the monsters to come at night, but also the shamans. Somi, with a confident expression on her face, told him that she didn't understand him. Then she suggested that the last few hundred years were the best time for humanity. After that, she asked him if that was true. She noticed that they were able to protect themselves from the monsters. Yashin confirmed this assumption. However, at the same time, he noted that thanks to life without monsters, human civilization had developed much more than in the last few thousand years combined. He noticed that this was literally the peak of human development. However, he lowered his eyes down and said that precisely this is the peak of development for most of humanity. He explained to them by telling them that after the nights became safe, ordinary people took advantage of this peaceful time for their development. He told them that in the conditions of the development of culture and technology in the era of prosperity and peace that they erected, shamans lived secretly in the shadows. He explained to them that they had been lowered from the level of guardians who protected the peace of people to ordinary superstition. He said that inferiority complexes, righteousness, and psychological compensation. He noted that all this is inherent in most modern martial artists. Maybe in 6 months, when the sun sets, he said, with a smile on his face. He leaned his back on the wall and said, when people start screaming in fear, the hour of reckoning will come, and then the shamans will again rule the world, ceasing to be a pathetic superstition. After that, with a slight smile on his face, looking at them from under his brows, he said that this is why what happens today does not matter at all. He said that he told the board that everything would be fine, but he was mistaken and lost face, so now he is just trying to catch the main culprit. Sooner or later, he will pay for everything. Somi, in great tension, sadly looked at her palms, which she stretched out in front of her face. She said in confusion, then, if everything is so... Selfia didn't let her finish. With an emotionless expression on her face, looking ahead, summing up, she asked him, if it turns out that they don't care at all about the fact that ordinary people might suffer. After that, she said in surprise, that's how it is. An abundant flash of blue magical energy occurred behind the high-rise buildings. This flash was so powerful that it exceeded the height of these multi-story residential buildings. Selfia turned around in surprise and asked, what is it? Yashin also looked in surprise in the direction of the explosion. Then he asked, with wide-open eyes and shock, "You gang?" At that moment, he thought that this was energy. Then he thought that this could not be. He asked himself, is the White House really involved too? Then he asked himself in genuine confusion, but how can this be? At that moment, Kayan landed with a jump on the asphalt, resting her palm on the ground. She held her other hand clenched into a fist behind her back. Clouds of dust scattered from her in different directions. There are two main types of abilities that martial artists on the Korean peninsula use. The first is reading. This is the memorization of sacred scriptures containing divine power that is released when speaking words. As a result, you can instantly use energy enhancement and various techniques designed for specific situations. Most martial artists hone this particular ability. The second is the descent of the gods. It is believed that among martial arts, the sensitivity of white blood is different, and that those who were born with it use white blood as a channel, and their body as a vessel for creatures from another world. You can let God into your own body. The main hero, at that moment, stood opposite a powerful creature of bright blue color. In the hands of this creature, there were two curved daggers. This creature appeared due to the application of the coming of the Sword Master. In front of this creature stood Yigang, a stunning force that the main character encounters for the first time in his life. Siv stood opposite, with a confused expression on his face, holding a goblin club in his hand. However, something inside him responded to this energy. One of the protagonist's fingers began to glow with blue magical energy. Confrontation with entities that go beyond the usual reality, especially if this is the first meeting with such a creature consisting of condensed magical energy, is overwhelming. Looking down at Siv, the magical creature remained unmoved. Regardless of whether he is a monster or a man, it would still be an incredible shock. So panic is not surprising. The main character clenched his jaw, baring his teeth angrily, and looked up at the huge magical creature. His eyes glowed bright purple from the emotions he experienced. He tensed his entire body, clutching the goblin club in his hand. The magical creature looked at him carefully, its eyes glowing with white light. However, despite all this, the main hero clutched the goblin club in his hand. After which, the main character directed the goblin club upward in front of him toward the magical creature. The goblin club, consisting of condensed dark matter, headed upward, spreading into the width of space. Siv did not run away, but decided to go on the offensive. The goblin club aimed at the magical creature and passed right through it. The main character looked at it warily and asked, "Is this not material?" Yigang, who stood opposite the magical creature, spread his legs wide and tensed his arms. Magical energy began to curl around him. Suddenly, his eyes began to glow with bright blue energy. His body also began to be illuminated with a bright light, and daggers appeared in his hands, synonymous with those that were in the hands of the magical creature. All this happened due to the completed merger process. Yigang's muscles began to grow, and due to such an unexpected transformation, the veins began to stand out clearly on his muscles. Yigang made a sharp crosscut with his daggers, thereby creating a magical impulse directed toward the main hero. Siv, with a tense expression on his face, tried to defend himself from this attack by holding the goblin club in front of him. However, the force was not enough. Siv retreated back under the onslaught of this force. Yigang looked ahead with a confident expression on his face, holding magic blades in his hands. The main character opened his eyes wide in surprise and looked at him with his mouth slightly open. A huge number of bright rays were in front of him, rushing towards him. The main character, in a hurry, tried to fend off all the magical projectiles that were directed at him. Waving the goblin club, he defended himself from these, but there were too many of them. With a tense expression on his face, he clenched his jaw and tried to defend himself, but these began to cut his skin and flesh. When Siv fought off such a large number of numerous attacks, Chong, who was watching this, asked herself, how is that possible? She understood that, given his speed and agility, he could easily dodge all sword strikes, but he voluntarily went on the defensive and simply repelled attacks, as if specifically showing his weakness. She asked herself in surprise, really? At that moment, the main hero, heavily repelling another attack, looked in front of him in surprise. He noticed that Yigang was not in the place where he had been just a short time ago. Suddenly, Yigang, who was right next to him, attacked him. Their magical energy collided. Red and blue magical energy impulses tried to overcome each other. The earth began to split, and large pieces of asphalt went down. The entire space around them over a long distance began to crumble and fall. Yigang began to cut the goblin club with his swords. With his eyes glowing with rage, he was able to cut the goblin club in half. Then he pulled back and made a sharp blow with the two blades he held in his hands. With these blows, he instantly cut off Siv's hand. The main character clenched his jaw, and with his teeth bared, looked ahead with a wild expression in his eyes, his eyebrows raised high. Yigang looked at him with concentration and then began to beat him, attacking him with his swords. Splashes of blood in huge quantities scattered in different directions. Sometime after this, the main character lay in a huge pool of blood on the broken ground. Yigang stood opposite him, holding a magical sword in his hands. Approaching Chong, he asked, "Is this Yigang's body?" Chong respectfully folded her hands on her legs and answered in the affirmative, calling him a general. The general said that he was extremely interested, after which he asked her why they were fighting this man. At that moment, the general stood opposite the body of the cut-up Siv and looked at him. The severed hand of the main character lay in a pool of blood. It was all smeared in the blood of the main character, but this hand remained clenched into a fist. Chong told him that he is half a monster, has demonic blood flowing in him, and his hands are stained with the blood of countless people. She then said that they dared to call him without following proper protocol. The general, without looking at her, menacingly said that she needed to watch her tongue better, after which he asked her, "Is this guy really guilty, or are you just distorting the truth in your favor?" At that moment, the general in the body of Yigang looked at her menacingly with glowing eyes, holding a magical sword in his hands. He told her that if they had even a drop of common sense, they would have realized everything themselves. Then he added that despite the fact that he had a chance to avoid a collision, he decided to attack. The general suggested that perhaps he feared the consequences that would befall the locals. He noted that even when his own life was at stake, he was still focused on the safety of others. He then said that even if they said that he had the blood of spirits flowing in him, he still would not believe that he actually proceeded to legally harm someone. Looking closely at Chong, he said that most likely this accusation is false due to their distorted worldview and inflated needs. Then he said that if he were trash, he would never have responded to this call. Chong lowered her head and asked him for forgiveness. Siv lay on his back, his face and neck covered in his own blood. He was literally on the verge of death, but his critical condition was caused not only by his injuries. The main hero, with his hand torn off and his body and face cut up, lay on the rocky fragments. He fought two opponents in a row at once, and this affected him much more than the wounds themselves. For ordinary monsters, the pill itself is akin to a complete nutritional supplement, and excessive consumption could be compared to simple waste without any side effects. However, Siv's body is extremely susceptible to similar drugs. Just a few minutes after taking 2 doses in a row, all his vital energy was depleted to the last drop, and this is the reason for his current condition. Under normal circumstances, he could have healed 2 or 3 times already. The main character, barely moving his shaking hand, began to pick it up from the ground. That was all, but now it was possible to restore only one hand. Siv snapped the fingers of his shaking hand, and a magical inventory appeared in front of him. The general looked in his direction in surprise and asked if he still had strength left. Then he remarked that this was admirable. Approaching the main character, he told him that he didn't understand. He noticed that he could have just run away. The main character, at that moment, was holding a certain object in his hand. The general then turned to Chong and said that he told her not to kill him, after which he asked her if this was true. Chong answered him in the affirmative. Looking at her with a menacing expression on his face, the general said that this was good. Then he said that he really did not want to break the thread of his life. Siv held in his bloody palm one of the 3 colored pumpkins that Yigang had given him. The main character understood that to activate it, he needed to clearly and confidently pronounce the word trigger. However, he understood at the same time that if he made a mistake, it could break into pieces, releasing the technology hidden inside. Siv squeezed the pumpkin with his palm, breaking the shell into many small fragments. The power of 3 colored pumpkins is not something special. Among 81 mystical techniques, the one most suitable for the situation in which the user finds himself is activated. The general looked at this warily. However, what the pumpkin released, after analyzing the current state of the main character, was not a mystical technique at all. Abundant waves of condensed magical energy began to fill the space around the main hero. What was released from the pumpkin was a simple infusion of all the energy it contained. Chong asked herself in bewilderment. Looking at this, a three-colored pumpkin? She was surprised to think that this was not just something. She understood that, especially considering the amount and density of energy, the outstanding martial artist had spent at least several years creating this. In bewilderment, she thought to herself, where could the monster have gotten this from? Siv was already on his feet, surrounded by magical blue energy. His feet were bare and stood on the cracked asphalt. The main character looked at his unharmed body with a surprised expression on his face. He was dressed in clothes that were still torn and stained with blood, but his body was completely healthy. The general said that it's really rare to see something like this. Then he moved Sivo at high speed with a jerky movement and said that the monster used a three-colored pumpkin and also absorbed all the energy at the last moment. The main character was able to put up a defense with his hand. At that moment, the general attacked him. The main hero looked at him intensely through the protection of his hand, with wide-open eyes and furrowed brows. The general again tried to tear his body to pieces with his magic swords and inflicted a huge number of blows from different sides. Siv, with a surprised expression on his face, thought that this was strength as he understood it because of the pumpkins that Yashin gave him. But he asked himself in bewilderment, what kind of feeling is this? He felt as if a new energy center had appeared in his lower abdomen. However, in reality, everything was not so. The main character initially had two energy centers, but both of them became inactive due to the fact that they had not been used for 17 years. One of these had recently awakened due to a stressful situation, and the other was restored just a few moments ago due to a collision with the demigod. With the help of the tricolored pumpkins, it was filled to the brim. The main character, looking through his block with which he defended himself from blows, thought, this is energy, a way of manipulating it, and the effect of this is no different from chi looking ahead with concentration. He reasoned that this was most likely due to the fact that there were almost no differences between the two. Then he noticed that this made it much easier to block attacks, but he understood that he could not summon a goblin club. His body, along the counter, glowed with the new magical energy he had acquired. Sivo understood that in addition to all this, when blocking, there was a feeling as if something was missing. He reasoned that depending on the type of energy, there should be different techniques for using it, and the goblin club could only be summoned using chi. At that moment, the general, rushing forward, tried to tear him to pieces with his attacks, as he had done shortly before. The main character understood that his current energy was clearly not suitable. He asked himself, what should I do now? He realized that if he continued in the same spirit, everything would happen again. When he thought about this with a tense expression on his face, he put up protection from the many attacks that came at him from different sides and directions. He understood that this was not an opponent whom he could defeat with brute force alone. Then he confidently thought that if he could not use this energy, then he clenched his palm into a fist and put his hand in front of him. A powerful lightning appeared from his fist and struck right in front of him. The main character looked at his hand, clenched into a fist, in shock. Shagan and a certain animal-like creature looked in surprise at the action taken by the main character. This small creature, that looked like an animal, was a few centimeters from his fist. The animal turned to him and made a questioning sound. Around the same time, at the hotel, Yoshihiro, attracting the attention of Yura lying nearby, recalled that at the airport, he was only able to have breakfast with a sandwich, and that was before they even boarded the plane. Yuzuru, looking indifferently at the ceiling, asked, so what? She noted that Yoshihiro could order food to his room or go out to eat somewhere. Yoshihiro, sighing tiredly, asked in disappointment whether he really had such difficulty getting here in order to eat food from the hotel. In addition, he was sure that it was too arrogant to leave Yuzu here alone, and asked if she knew that it was because of her that he could not eat alone. The whole point was that now Yuzuru was being watched because of what she had done during the day. Although Yoshihiro was grateful that they were not put under house arrest, they could still only go out together now. Yuzuru knew this because otherwise she would immediately go to look for the person who helped her. Hearing about this, Yoshihiro was surprised and asked who Yuzuru was talking about. He assumed that she had some business with the local people, and she said that she meant that goblin who also had human blood, thanks to which he saved her. Yuzuru remembered how she met Shiwa and added that he was there because he, like her, was chasing those monsters. Yoshihiro frowned in confusion and asked if this really meant that what other people were saying was true. Yuzuru said that this was indeed the case and asked if it was not obvious what was happening here. She explained that the other people were trying to cover up everything the monsters had done. After presenting a clip from a news broadcast, she explained that the others could only save their reputation by saying that they had caught the culprits. Raising his head, Yoshihiro finally realized how things really were and added that if you look at it like that, then their countries are not so different from each other. He still admitted that he understood Yuzuru and suggested that she was uncomfortable with the false accusation. However, there was nothing more they could do about it. Yoshihiro asked if it was right that Yuzuru understood this too. Not only were they guests on this earth, but they also worked with these people in the same field and would become competitors in the near future. Yuzuru remained silent, thoughtful, and Yoshihiro added that the fact that these people rule Korea, and he and the rest of the Imaji representatives are in charge of Japan, is only a consequence of the events of the Koro and Kamakura periods, which passed 666 years ago. To the former Joseon royal family and the current Korean ruler, these people were nothing more than ancient myths written down hundreds of years ago. And although Yoshihiro and Yuzuru could now trust them, Yoshihiro still doubted that they could trust them with the future and power. Frowning, he added, if these people are found to be powerless, then the government of this country will definitely turn to the shamans of other countries. Which, of course, applies to Yuzuru and Yoshihiro. This question concerned all shamans from all over the world, but it would be wrong if they interfered. Rising from the bed, Yuzuru guessed that this would be considered interference in none of their business, and noted that she herself understood this. Because even if she wanted to do something, she did not have the authority to do so. Frowning, she sighed in irritation and now understood what her master meant when he said that it was very difficult when the world changes. Before lunch, Yuzuru thought that she was in bad shape. However, after using her powers, she realized something. Remembering the moment when she used her magic in battle, she announced that after she set foot on the soil of this country, her powers had definitely gotten smaller. Yoshihiro was amazed, and remembering that Yuzuru was a Shikigami master, he suggested that her knowledge and adaptation to reality could be several times worse than his same skills. Looking at his palm, he asked if it was true that Yuzuru used a rage you. He thought that the problem might be Sivru and not Yuzuru, but she, without saying anything in response, activated her magic, admitting that she assumed the problem might still be her. She asked if the spirit wanted to see her. However, in the next moment, Yuzuru suddenly froze in shock, and Yoshihiro was just as surprised. Yuzuru, looking at the empty space above her palm, asked, "What does this mean?" She didn't understand where the spirit went. At that moment, when Bayun, grabbing Yuzuru by the throat, was talking to Shiru, the main character, without answering anything out loud, mentally asked how he could save Yuzuru. However, he was not the only one thinking about this, since the spirit, who was flying nearby at that time, also asked himself the same question. At that moment, no one could do anything, either Yuzuru's Shikigami or the Ru, since the Shikigami was completely dependent on who controls it, and without receiving energy from the shaman or other people, it was no different from an ordinary spirit. That is why, realizing his powerlessness, the spirit closed his eyes and began to release energy, because he understood that he could make an effort to prove his loyalty to the owner. Then, feeling the energy, Bin looked menacingly at the spirit, and it greatly frightened, trembled. Very soon, due to the attack, Bin's hand was cut off, and Yuru fell to the ground, while Bayun and Young began to fight, and Yuru's safety was ensured. The spirit needed to immediately return to her. However, Bin's frightening aura caused the spirit to panic for a moment, and it froze, unable to control the trembling. However, this was quickly distracted when Isami appeared, and after looking at the huge monster that began to strike, the spirit still realized that he needed to return. But it was too late to escape. Powerful streams of magical energy began to spread in different directions from the attack, and Yuzuru closed her eyes, trying to protect herself from it. Usually, the rage would return to their master, but at that moment, a new variable appeared, and the spirit opened its eyes wider when it noticed that Civ had suddenly appeared right in front of Yuzuru. Trying to shield her, a human body with shaman abilities blocked the path to Yuzuru and was eventually absorbed by the spirit. However, imprisoned in Sha's body, which contained only chi energy, the spirit was trapped and, not understanding what was happening, looked around. At that moment, freed, the spirit looked in bewilderment at the equally surprised Civ. This had never happened before. However, it was not possible to think about it for long, since at that moment, the general, having more conveniently grasped his weapon, prepared for a further attack. The general threw the weapon towards Civ, and understanding the trajectory of the attack, the main character grabbed the spirit, bending down along with it, so that the weapon thrown by the general would not cause damage to anyone. This situation was something that neither the spirit nor Civ were able to understand. But nevertheless, when they looked at each other, both instinctively had the same thought, the realization that they could die if not for each other. At the same moment, the general suddenly continued the battle, sharply approaching Civ. The main character, at the last moment, put his hand in front of him to block the attack. He was briefly distracted by looking at the vessel he was clutching in his hand, but soon turned his attention back to the general, as it was necessary to continue fighting. Noticing another blow, he clenched his jaw and frowned. Using the vessel in his hands as a weapon, energy began to be released from this, which turned into a kind of blade that Civ was able to use. For a while, he and the general stood with their weapons crossed, and the main character realized that this was a little different from the battle with Bun, but decided that it was enough for him to simply know that he was capable of dealing with the general. In addition, now Civ was finally sure that he was superior to the general in strength and speed, and the only thing in which the general was better than Civ was technique. The general, at that moment, continued to fight, delivering a large number of blows. The main character mentally noted that every time he wanted to move, the general anticipated his movements and bombarded him with attacks. In this case, Civ understood that he needed to act differently, and because of this, he missed some attacks that wounded him quite severely in various parts of the body. The general did not stop there, and, frowning, struck again. But the main character had already blocked it. He could also block the previous attacks, but he didn't even try to defend himself. And Chang, standing to the side, carefully watched everything he did. The general, stopping briefly, admitted that this was interesting, since Civ could not seize the initiative. He was only forced to fight back. This didn't just apply to attacks, as Civ had no intention of defending himself until he was on the verge of death. And yet, the general was not going to give the main character the opportunity to strike, no matter how long he waited. Civ did not answer immediately, but was silent for some time, breathing heavily and clutching the weapon in his hand. In the end, he admitted that he was not sure about this. He honestly didn't know whether it would work or not, but he had already found the only way out and decided everything. At this point, Civ was sure that the conversation was over, and the general agreed with this. He increased the concentration of his magical energy, and the silhouette of his true form appeared in the air. The general himself promised that he would dance his sword dance for Civ as fiercely as he could and advised the main character to try to endure it if he had enough strength. Frowned warily, but did not have time to do anything as, in the next moment, a huge number of cuts appeared in the air aimed at Civ. The energy released by the general was so much that it eventually turned into a bright flash, which was the dance of a god with swords. It was literally a god performing a dance with swords, and the powerful cuts that the weapon made flew far to the side, causing damage not only to the main character, but also to everything that was nearby. Shao was not yet prepared for such an opponent, and as he looked at the approaching general, who did not stop attacking, he realized that even a good strategy would not be enough to defeat such a skilled opponent. From the wounds that Civ received, blood sprayed into the air, and the general admitted that the main character did a good job, but warned that this would be his end. Clenching his jaw, he prepared to deliver one of the decisive blows. And thinking about these words, Civ himself felt that this was the end. The general tightened his palm around the hilt of his weapon, and Siv thought about his personal experience, since it was the only thing he believed in. Of all the opponents the protagonist had faced so far, the goblin's ability to instantly paralyze the body was the most hellish. Now, using this ability, Siv managed to make the general's body stop, and the general realized that Siv did not plan to wait for the right moment to strike. The whole point was that the possession of a deity has one weakness, because no matter how powerful a god was in a human body, the abilities that he could exhibit were limited by the vessel in which the god was imprisoned. The general, meanwhile, added that he endured while the thunder energy passed through this body, as well as through the sword. Siv, ignoring the large number of wounds on his body, recalled that he had already spoken about this and, sharply running forward, struck, throwing the general back. He added that it was the only way and frowned seriously. The general guessed that Siv was deliberately giving in since he could have killed him with one blow if he wanted, leaving no chance for the general if he were even a little weaker. Siv, still frowning, noted that in that case, they would have had problems and asked if it was true that everything worked out in the end. Although Siv did not know the identity of the general, he still understood that this body did not belong to him and asked what is the point in killing this body if, in the end, it is not the general who dies. Smiling forcefully, the general noticed that Siv was being willful to the very end, and without further resisting, he realized that the loser still had no right to talk. Siv calmly took a fighting position, and the general, leaving Yagwang's body, offered to dance with the main character again later when the chance presented itself. The next moment, the general disappeared into thin air. Disappearing, Siv heard someone suggest that it was all over. He turned around sharply, looking at Jang, who admitted that she did not have the strength to fight or perform another ritual and agreed that she and Yagwang were defeated. Siv frowned deeper as he was sure that this was all a lie because the battle with Jang definitely helped him understand something, although this confrontation was only one. Recalling the moment when he fought with Jang, the main character mentally noted that Jang was much more capable than many men. Although he was not sure how much stronger her abilities were, he suggested what should be done in this case and leaned forward a little, but did not have time to do anything as he heard someone suddenly scream, attracting attention to himself. Opening his eyes wider in amazement, Siv turned around and, noticing Yashin trembling and breathing heavily from tension, asked if it was really him. Realizing that the main character recognized him, Yashin called him a name, and Jang, not understanding what was happening, began to look around but did not ask anything. Siv, meanwhile, asked why Yashin was here. He assumed that he was sent here by monsters, but Yashin said that this was not the case and explained that it was because of what the main character did here during the day. He recalled that he was simply telling Siv to be more confident and not to be afraid and not to detonate bombs in broad daylight when there are people around. Siv, looking guiltily to the side, put his palms out in front of him and apologized to his friend, explaining that it was all due to his stupidity and inattention. Yashin became angry upon hearing this and noted that Siv was apologizing again like a professional, as if he was truly sorry. With a sudden change in his mood, he became more serious and frowned, noting that things would be much easier if the situation could be resolved with a simple apology. He looked around, noticing Yagwang lying to the side, and soon after, looked at Kayan, who was still standing there not saying anything. He advised her not to try to understand all this, since the situation was exactly as she saw it. Yashin explained that Siv had been his best friend since middle school and admitted that he only found out yesterday that the main character was a goblin, and it was a pure coincidence. In addition, he convinced Che Jiang that someone like Siv would never harm people, but Che Jiang noted that this was not for Yashin to decide since he and Siv had a close relationship, and he himself understands this. She wanted to say what Yashin should do if he really is the heir of the Sansu clan. And Yashin said that she should understand that he is not at all an unscrupulous person because, whether Siv is guilty or not, he knows that his actions as a member of the Sansu clan were inappropriate. Siv frowned in confusion but said nothing, and Yashin continued, noting that even if this excuse was absurd, the guard of the Sansu clan could not side with the goblin. That is why, from now on, Yashin was vacating the position of guard of the Sansu clan, and everyone was very surprised to hear this. Kayan, unable to contain her emotions, asked again, exclaiming that Yashin could not resign from the position of successor and guardian. He noted that this was the case until now, since everyone was trying so hard to get a position that they simply had no reason to refuse it. Grinning, he added that there should be no problem, although everyone would be surprised that he did so. However, Yashin assumed that deep down, everyone else would be thrilled to death that the position they so coveted had become available. He thought that these words were enough to express his position and tightened his grip on the hilt of the sword in his palm, advising Kion not to delay either and to sort it all out quickly. He reminded her that he had no intention of killing or seriously injuring Yuzuru and therefore asked her to humbly remove the barrier, noting that, in that case, she would gratefully accept her submission. He understood that Jang had no choice because it was her duty, but he warned that he would not restrain himself and would do everything possible to defeat her, drawing his sword from its sheath. He held it forward, frowning confidently, and Shan, humbly lowering her head, assumed that she had no choice and took off her mask. Since she could not resist Yashin, Siv paid special attention to Shigan's eyes, which were closed. Meanwhile, she, folding her palms together, lowered her head and cast a spell, removing her part of the barrier. She was going to do as Yashin ordered, because if even part of the barrier of any of the 3 shamans present here was removed, the entire barrier would disappear. Ku did not yet understand what was happening here, and although this was so, he still thanked Chong. Yashin added that she was acting wisely and advised her to now take her younger brother and leave here, because if she was caught, she obediently removed the barrier without even fighting Yashin. It wouldn't do her any good either. Having bowed, Chong did not argue with this, and, picking up Yag Wang from the ground, began to leave with him. Siv looked thoughtfully at Yashin and wanted to say something, but he, interrupting his words, frowned, clenched his jaw, and announced that he had not come here because of Siv, but was simply sleeping and was suddenly dragged out on a mission by other shamans. He said that the other 5 shamans were assigned to set up barriers and wait for Siv, not knowing whether he would come. Yashin himself, according to the order, had to fight the monsters who were the first to arrive inside the barrier and bring out the main character's mother. But in the process, Yashin encountered monsters who came to save the main character's mother, and after that, they decided to cooperate with each other. Siv listened attentively and wanted to say something, but Yashin, interrupting his words, announced that Siv did not need to worry about him and asked him to listen carefully, since the current situation was quite complicated. But suddenly everything around seemed to shake, and Sua frowned wearily. Yashin, looking behind himself, assumed that Siv had already guessed everything. If Chong listened carefully now, not counting Yashin himself, there were only 3 guards left here, and these 3 shamans were stronger than the 2 that Siv had just fought. Siv asked if he understood correctly that Yashin assumed that Chong participated in the battle. Yashin said that this was indeed the case and explained that everyone who was sent here, excluding these siblings, were guardians, just like Yashin himself. However, when Chong and Yagwang join forces, they are given abilities comparable in level to a guardian, and that is why they were urgently called. At that moment, Yagwang, who was being dragged by Chong, woke up and, interrupting, said that all this was due to her mediocrity. Chong did not answer, and Yashin continued the story, adding that only if Chong and Yagwang join forces do they become powerful, but in reality, Yagwang completely relies on the abilities of his older sister. Yashin assumed that Siv noticed that something was wrong with him, but was glad that he managed to deceive the main character. Siv asked excitedly if Yashin really got hurt somewhere. Yashin simply admitted that this annoyed him and asked not to ask, noting that there were only 3 of these monsters he was talking about anyway, and in order to get out of here, you need to defeat one of them. He then asked how many of the pumpkins that Yashin gave to Siv were left. The main character, calling on the scroll, announced that there were 2 of these pumpkins left and asked if he needed to give Yashin all of them. But Yashin said that he would only need 1, and Sua, taking it out, handed the gourd to Yashin, clenching it in his fist. Yashin cast a spell, and energy began to flow into his body. This caused a slight wind to rise, and Siv, covering his face with his hand, protected himself from it. Finally, having finished with the magic, Yashin asked Sua to listen carefully and noted that one of the guards would most likely fight one of the monsters that had come to protect the protagonist's mother. Throwing the pieces of the pumpkin onto the ground, Yashin continued speaking and added that the roar that was heard just now proved that the fight between the two people had already begun. As for Sha's mother, the other monster, which was Somi, should have already taken her and escaped. At that moment, indeed, Somi and Shay's mother were climbing the stairs above. Yashin added that the main character's task is to find them and join them, promising that he will take on one of the guards, and they need to find a way to hide from the other guard. When Yashin or Selfia wins and destroys the barriers, Siv and the others had to leave here immediately. The main character froze because he wanted to argue that he could not leave Yashin and the others, but these words remained in his head. The reason he never did this was because Siv realized how irresponsible and presumptuous it was. Yashin recalled what he said during their training on the court and said that the abilities they showed there were not more than half of their real strength, and asked how Sheriff felt looking at this right now. He assumed that the protagonist thought he was lying and released energy from himself, ready to fight. Yashin was ready to sacrifice everything and give everything for Siv, sighing. Siv closed his eyes, noting that he did not think that Yashin was deceiving him. Then he asked himself how he could not worry about such a friend. Before the main character could say anything else, Yashin suddenly frowned as he pulled out his sword and ran forward, greatly surprising Siv, swinging his sword. He deflected someone else's blow, and Siv screamed in shock, looking at How Kim Shagan, jumping to the side, said that the elder would be shocked if he found out about this. Holding his chin in his hand thoughtfully, he added that considering that the elder had been very sensitive these days, it would be a very unexpected reaction when he found out that his only son was having fun with a monster. However, Shagan wanted to watch the elder faint and announced it out loud, drawing Yash's attention to him. He asked if it was true that he wouldn't change his mind. Continuing to frown, Yashin advised Shagan to forget about it, and Shagan, while admitting that this was Yash's life, still added that he liked him very much since he had abilities and was very different from his family members. He was sure that this was not necessary and asked why Yashin should not kill the one standing next to him. Siv watched Shagan warily, and he added that one way or another, only Shagan and Yagwang knew about what happened here. He was willing to make sure that they remained silent, as he felt sorry for a person like Yashin. Stretching his palm forward, Shagan wanted to say something about how to act, even if Yashin is now thinking about his mother. Yashin suddenly said that he didn't even think that his uncle thought about him like that. However, unfortunately, before coming here, Yashin met with Anim, and Shagan froze, calling this man a cunning old fox. In the end, they decided to leave it, and with a grin, Yashin announced that he had long ago decided to leave the house since he really did not like his family. Sighing, Shagan admitted that he could not disagree with this, and Yashin said that the protagonist's mother would be on the roof of the house since, in this case, it would be possible to fly away as soon as the barrier was removed. Siv opened his eyes wider, but didn't say anything, and Yashin ordered him to quickly leave and be near his mother no matter what happened. Siv bit his lip, but very soon agreed and left, and Shagan, looking at Yashin, noted that if he understood everything correctly, then Yashin and the main character were friends. He understood that anything could happen in this world, and Yashin admitted that he would have nothing to answer if Shagan scolded him. Shagan did not understand why he should scold Jin and tilted his head a little to the side, asking how he could scold such a person who risked himself to save his friend. He also didn't know how many such people there were in the world, and Yashin thought that there were only 7 guards in the Sansa clan, each of whom was capable enough to engage in battle with spiritual class monsters. Shagan, meanwhile, continued to talk and, preparing for the start of the battle, said that he was still very sorry. Yashin continued to think about the guards, who possessed physical strength that could rival that of a single military corps. These shamans were trained in martial arts according to their inclinations, and each of them was given the title of immortal. Meanwhile, releasing his energy, Shagan said that he would have to personally beat one of those crazy people who protect them from their friends. He was the 3rd guardian of the clan, who was called the Immortal Butcher. He promised that he would try to finish off Yashin as quickly as possible, and Yashin, also releasing his magical energy, stood in a fighting position, frowning in concentration. At that moment, Shagan said that, in this case, Yashin would not hurt so much. A few minutes earlier, when a large amount of magical energy was released into the air, Selfia turned around warily and asked what it was. Yashin, frowning, unmistakably identified this energy, realizing that someone had let a spirit into the body. Just in case, he decided to ask something but did not have time to ask the question because, at that moment, Somi suddenly exclaimed desperately that it could not be. Her hand holding the phone shook, and Selfia asked what was wrong. Somi, crying in horror, said that Siv was coming here, announcing that she had received a message about this recently and suggesting that he would come here now. Yashin, frowning, asked, "What kind of nonsense is this?" He was outraged that someone had left Siv alone and exclaimed that, if they had spent a few days together, Siv would have known about it. He called him a name but suddenly frowned, noticing something, and the next moment, suddenly someone asked what this was. It was Ha Wum, who called the whole environment some kind of rubbish. She didn't understand why Yashin was slowly talking to the monsters and suddenly assumed that he was worried that Sha's mother, whom they were supposed to pick up, would get hurt. Hearing that Wum said something about the main character's mother, Somi frowned and stood in front of her, blocking her with her body, while Wum suggested that Yashin might have mistakenly thought that monsters could be intimidated with simple words and pride. Selfia frowned with displeasure, and Wum, continuing to speak, admitted that she did not understand anything at all. She was the fifth guardian and was called the Flying Immortal, and Yashin, frowning and clenching his jaw, remembered that guardians were supposed to protect all four sides. However, he could not call the current outcome the worst, since the most important thing was that now he could not use his energy. But if he had time to prepare for the battle, he would be able to at least do something. Suddenly, remembering something, Yashin opened his eyes wider, thinking about the 3 colored vessels that he gave to Siv, and realized that if Siv did not use all these pumpkins, then only 1 bottle would be enough for him to completely restore his energy. With his hand on his chin, thoughtfully, Yashin wondered what would happen if only he could meet Siv. At which point, Selfia said that she didn't know what about Wum's skills, but her reputation most likely wasn't that good. But Yashin's friend noticed something and fearfully removed his hand from his face, and Wum, waving her palm, threw a small knife, which flew forward very quickly. Blood splattered on the floor, and Wum asked if everyone saw it. She was amazed at what abilities there were, and noted that she was definitely aiming at Yashin. But for some reason, Selfia protected him. Selfia actually stood there, frowning and holding the dagger in her palm. Due to the fact that she grabbed the dagger directly by the blade, her hand was wounded, and because of this, blood dripped onto the floor. Her hand was shaking, but she didn't pay attention to it, and Wum, taking off her mask, asked if Yashin had really forgotten about his duty and teamed up with the monster. Suddenly, Yashin felt Somi grab his hand and turned around, noticing how she frowned and seriously announced that they should leave now. Yashin tried to object, but did not even have time to say a word, as Somi admitted that she was not sure that they could use anyone as a hostage. Selfia announced that she thought, looking at the current situation, that even a disposable meat shield would not help them, and advised Yashin to stop sitting idly by and find Siv and take care of him. Yashin did not answer immediately, but simply frowned, and Selfia wanted to tell him to do something when he met Siv. However, without finishing her request, she decided that she would scold him herself since, in any case, all this would not take too much time. She activated her magic, ready for battle, and very soon someone said that there was no need to be so nervous. Wum asked Selfia not to worry since she also thought that the final goal must be left alive no matter what happens to Yashin and other monsters. She could wait long enough since she was sure that the monsters would still not be able to get out of here. But it was unknown who would catch them and when. Diverting from this topic, she suddenly asked if Selfia's arm hurt. She was sure that just because Selfia was a monster, it didn't mean she didn't feel pain, and Selfia, still clutching the dagger, said that her arm might have hurt if the demon blade Wum threw had been better. Wum was surprised that Selfia knew about this, and, smiling enthusiastically, said that she did it herself. A demon was a degradation of the human soul overcome by strong emotions and grievances, and such spirits were called evil. They were not very different from demons. However, unlike ordinary spirits, a demon was a more thoughtful creature, and after someone caught a person who wanted to use him, he tortured him and inflicted physical and psychological violence on him until he died. If you killed a person when he had achieved his goal, you could create an object and encase magical power in it, and all that resentment and power would become the embodiment of a powerful weapon. Wum, closing her eyes, admitted that it took her a lot of effort to create this dagger, and asked if this was not enough. She assumed that even strong monsters could easily cope with this, and suddenly noted that nothing could be done about it. Selfia became wary when she noticed that Wham had used her magic to make other daggers ignite in the air above her, and assumed that she had no choice but to ask her friends for help. She asked if they had waited long enough. At this time, Yashin was running, clenching his jaw, and Wham assumed that by now he should have run far away. At the same time, Somi and the main character's mother were climbing the stairs, smiling menacingly. Wham asked if Selfia wanted to say anything else. She snapped her fingers, and the daggers flew forward, heading towards Selfia. But Selfia, releasing her magic, which briefly blocked the entire view, jumped out of the apartment window, dodging the flying daggers. She frowned in concentration as she looked at the floating Wham, who admitted that Selfia had a quick reaction time. Wham also noted that it was easier than she thought, and sent even more daggers at Selfia. Selfia summoned the upper part of the demon patron emperor, and it appeared behind her. Wham opened her eyes in shock, and the patron of demons called by Selfia waved his weapon and knocked off the daggers. In this world, shamans served different types of gods. One of these types was one who was human. Most of these gods were heroes who left their names in history but became gods after death, not because of their own powers. The reason was rather the desires and prayers offered to life, and it was these prayers that raised the deceased to another level. Everyone who prayed did not necessarily need innate spiritual strength, but religion and other little things also did not matter much, since only the sincerity of the desire was important. Repeated repetition of these desires accumulated over a long period of time, and from an empty, meaningless vessel, a god was created to occupy this vessel. In a sense, the shaman dealing with a god was a person who had the right and duty to use the power thus accumulated. Thinking about this, Wham suddenly announced that she saw something quite strange today and said that no matter how you look at it, conquering the demon emperor is in line with the divine status of Ge. She didn't know how the monster could use this power and watched as the demon conqueror swung his weapon, knocking off each dagger. Wham, meanwhile, said that it didn't look good and sent another dagger, which managed to overcome the demon subduer and pierce Selfia's chest. She did not expect this, and Wham, calling her names, warned that Selfia would have to reconsider her views on some things. Unable to stay in the air any longer, Selfia fell to the ground, causing dust to rise into the air. Wham, also falling, said that it was disgusting since her nose even began to go numb from the animal smell. Holding her nose with her hand, she noted that Selfia must have many such small tricks. However, she only had 2 unique spells. One of these spells was called Fox Beads, and the other Wham assumed was a mind control spell. Selfia did not answer, sitting on the ground. At this time, several more daggers stabbed into her body, summoning more daggers and controlling them. Wham added that she had learned something new and decided she would keep it in mind for the future if she needed to kill another fox. She pointed her daggers into the air, but Selfia said seriously that there was no need to count on that. Wham's eyes widened in surprise as she noticed her daggers frozen in midair and realized that Selfia had not blocked the weapon, but simply stopped it. Frowning, Wham asked how this happened. Foxes only had 2 unique abilities, but neither of them had a similar effect. Now, continuing to use her spell, Selfia made the daggers turn over and head towards Wham. She warned that Wham would no longer face anyone but her. Wham thought that no ability allows foxes to control other people's abilities and asked in shock how Selfia took control of the daggers. Selfia asked if Wham said her knives were completely ordinary. The point was that these magical daggers were predictable, and even if Selfia was a monster of a different kind, her situation would not have changed much. Now that they had rested a little, she said that she roughly understood how Wham controls her blades. That is why she cast a spell that allows her to control the blades more effectively than Wham herself does. This worked out since Selfia was good at her spells. Trembling, Wham exclaimed that this was impossible while Selfia was able to advance since she was a genius capable of casting and modifying spells. Dragging the daggers to her side, she, straightening her hair, admitted that she herself did not quite understand this, but announced that she was still able to cast this spell. The monster's power is righteous chi. Although these refer to the energies used by people and monsters, the basis of these energies is nature. However, passing through a monster and a person, these energies are processed into fuel with different properties. Since each fuel is used differently, it is impossible to combine them. A person cannot use a spell with their righteous chi, but monsters are the opposite. Wham looked in fear, clenching her jaw. She put her hand in front of her face pale from fear. Looking ahead in bewilderment, she asked herself if Selfia had transformed her energy, making it better. Wham realized that she didn't know how it was for people, but for the monster, it was simply impossible. She understood that if she didn't use the monster's power instead of righteous chi, she would have to create a completely new technique that would perform the same function. She thought that even if she were able to create a technique similar to her spirit manipulation, it would be impossible to copy all the properties of her technique in such a short time. Selfia, with a confident expression on her face and a bloody robe, looked at Wham with her hand on her head. There were many blades around her with blades directed towards Wham. With her magical energy, she subjugated all the daggers surrounding her. Wham thought in fear that it was impossible to copy all the properties of her technique in such a short time. She understood that there must be at least some limitation to the command she could give. Then she looked warily in front of her, realizing that if this was so, Selfia interrupted her thoughts and turned to her. Selfia said that she was interested in something, after which he assumed that many of them used this technique. She asked Wham if this was so. Without waiting for an answer, she noted that by their standards, this technique was no longer so good. However, she suggested that, for them, most likely, any technique that causes harm to a fellow tribesman is taboo. Wham, with drops of sweat running down her face, smiled and insidiously asked her, "To a fellow tribesman?" She then suggested that she was mistaken. Wham said that demonic blades are prohibited not because they harm people, but because they are a simple and, at the same time, effective way to gain strength. Selfia looked at her emotionlessly, slightly raising her eyebrows upward, silently looking at her. Wham asked her if she knew about understanding the essence of objects. Then, with an insidious smile on her face, Wham suggested that perhaps there are no creatures who understand the essence of objects better than humans. Wham spoke these words while light-colored magical energy spread in the air behind her. She said that, however, the problem is not at all in understanding, but in the fact that people are also creatures who cannot stand themselves and their own kind. She continued to talk about physical abilities, intelligence, and even appearance, after which she explained that even within the same species, there are differences in status that depend on innate qualities. After that, she began to talk about how, in a society within which there is a dependence on status, it is natural that people of lower status will show respect to those above them. However, she said that rejection of this natural order is what defines a person. She said that people only quarrel, hate, and compete with a stronger and more powerful person instead of submitting to him. She started talking about ethics and morality, about laws and rights. She said that this is all just a show that was created to tame and make such people comfortable. Then she noted that, fortunately, this was enough to mislead people. Wham, distracting Selfia with her speech, began to carefully pull out a certain object from her sleeve. When she did this, she said that they were beginning to think that they had innate rights and potential. Selfia asked her if she thought so. Then she looked carefully at Wham and said that she didn't know whether she was right or wrong, but it seemed to her that there were people who thought differently. She said that it happens that sincere people grieve and suffer because of the death of their fellow tribesmen without any ulterior motives or calculations. This is not because the blood of these people is mixed with another or that there was a special connection between these people. With a sly smile on her face, Wom made a sharp jerk back, pulling out the item from her sleeve. She asked her, with an insolent expression on her face, if she thought she cared about this. She jumped back and landed on high ground with her feet. Selfia looked up at her menacingly, frowning her eyebrows. Wom guessed that she must be infinitely stupid if she allowed herself to be distracted by standing in front of her opponent. After that, she rose up using her magical energy. She thought that this would be enough for her. She understood that the distance had increased, and now the blades would not reach her. With a wide smile on her face, she began to open the vessel that she had recently pulled out from her sleeve. Selfia, continuing to stand on the ground, chuckled and watched as Wom flew into the distance. Wom looked down at Selfia and asked her if she could intercept her. She then advised her to try to hold out longer. She opened the vessel, and thick black magical energy began to emerge from there. She told Selfia that the resentment of this spirit was undoubtedly the most terrible weapon she had. Selfia looked at her emotionlessly and, with a bored look and sarcasm, said that this was incredible. Then, tearing off her nail, she said that she would not tell her that she had promised something to someone, but she thought that there was an unspoken agreement between them obliging them not to create unnecessary noise. Then she asked, if you look at the situation from the other side, what difference does it make to her if one of the people gets hurt? With a wide smile on her face and a mad look in her eyes, Wom lifted the vessel that contained the resentment spirit onto her head. Suddenly, her gaze changed, and she looked at Selfia seriously. Selfia, at that moment, agreed with the situation and said that she did not mind. Then she said that she had, in any way, moved them to an empty space without people in advance. She raised her bleeding finger above her head, from which she had torn off the nail. From her bloody finger, blood began to flow. With her blood, she wrote a word in the air and, looking above herself with a smile, said, 5 tails, maximum power. Wom looked behind her with wide-open eyes in bewilderment. A huge black demon spirit with brightly glowing red eyes appeared in the air above Wom. This demon acquired clear features over time, and soon its fully materialized paw with long claws appeared in the air. Selfia, looking at this, raised her bloody finger up and said, 5 tails and 1 hand, after which she noticed that this should be enough. Wom looked in horror at the demon that appeared near her, with the pupils of her eyes reduced, her body shaking, and her face turning pale. The incredibly huge paw of the monster summoned by Selfia was reaching out to her. This monster's paw was the size of a multi-story building, if not larger. Selfia looked at this with a smile on her face and said that she thought this would be just enough. Then she moved her hand to control the movements of the demon's paw. She prepared her finger for the snap by bending it. After that, she released her finger, and the demon's paw made a synonymous movement, with one sharp blow of such a huge finger hitting Wom. A huge explosion was created that tore Wom apart. Some time later, in a space where there were many multi-story buildings illuminated in red, the object that Wom had previously flown on was stained with blood and lay on the asphalt, which was cracked. Selfia looked at her shaking hand with a serious expression on her face. Then she exhaled the air from her lungs. They asked her from behind if there was a restrictive spell. Selfia replied that she had never heard of such a thing, after which she assumed that she did not have enough qualifications. Bai, who stood behind her and combed his beard, answered her negatively and said that this was not so, after which he said that permission to enter the world of people may be required. However, some of the creatures are forced to limit their powers. He explained that this applies to monsters of the Ryan class and higher. By this time, Selfia was sitting opposite him in a venerable position with her hands folded on her legs. Bai said that everyone had long known that she had reached a very high level. Selfia thanked him for his praise and asked him, with a smile on her face, why she always found herself in such situations. She said that she was not experienced enough to get permission to enter the human world, But at the same time, she was so strong that she even needed a restricting spell. Bai answered her by saying that she should not feel like an outcast because of the measures. After which, he lowered his head down, closed his eyes, and said that this is the will of the king of monsters. Even he, while traveling around the world, was affected by this spell. He then also said that if she really needed to use force, he was sure that, even under limitations, her ingenuity would help her find a way out. When he talked about this, they were already in the world of monsters. Then the old man told her that, for this reason, he was looking for her. Selfia frowned at him with a questioning look. She said, thanks to her ingenuity, that everything worked out as planned. However, at this moment, Selfia thought that even with one hand, summoning 5 tails was too much. She reasoned that the demon was simply torn, just like the channels of energy circulation. In this state, she could not even call herself pathetic. After this, she mentally noted that, although going beyond her limits was not bad, she thought about the fact that the soul that she wanted to summon could not be compared with the one that was in her vessel. She thought that if she had let it out, it would have taken her more strength to cope with it. The second of the candles that, until recently, burned with a bright blue light, went out. Selfia looked at this carefully and asked herself, does this mean that there was a second support? She thoughtfully put her hand to her face and thought that the barrier would disappear immediately after losing everyone. She realized that there was not much time left. By this time, she was already together with where she had recently defeated Wom. Behind S's back, there was an open vessel containing an evil spirit. Selfia closed her eyes and began to wipe her face with her hand. She understood that it was time for her to look for Siv. Suddenly, she saw the vessel move. She looked at it in surprise with her eyes wide open. Suddenly, she felt that something was behind her. She looked in front of her with a surprised expression on her face and her mouth slightly open. The evil spirit turned to her and thanked her, calling her sister. He told her that, thanks to her, he was now free. The sinister spirit had a smile on his face. He told her that now they could have fun with her forever. On the roof of one of the high-rise buildings, a door was open to enter there. SY looked up with a smile on her face. She understood that the barrier was weakening, which meant that they succeeded. She thought that no one had serious wounds, and she also understood that there was no need to worry about Selfia, but for Siv and his friend. Then, Somi turned behind her with a worried expression on her face. She looked at Siv's mother and thought that the barrier was still standing, but if she made an effort, she could break through. However, she understood that it would not harm her, but the human body is still fragile. Approaching Siv's mother, she exhaled heavily from her lungs, thinking that she should wait until the barrier completely subsided. She hoped that nothing terrible would happen during this time. Suddenly, Selfia looked in surprise behind the back of Siv's mother and saw how the main character was standing there, actively trying to restore his lost breathing. He was leaning his hands on his legs and breathing heavily. There were no clothes on his torso, and all he was wearing were torn pants. Somi sighed in surprise and asked him not to worry. She explained to him by saying that Siwei used magic so as not to scare his mother. Siv, with a surprised expression on his face, looked at his mother, who stood emotionlessly, looking in front of her. After that, the main character thanked her for risking their lives to save her. Somi, with a gentle smile on her face, repeated after him, "They took a risk." Then she told him that this was the least they could do. The main character told her that on the way here, he felt something strange, as if he could breathe easier. Then he said that if he understood everything correctly, the barrier began to fall. He turned to Somi and asked her if she wanted to fly away from here with his mother. Somi answered him loudly in the affirmative and said that as soon as the barrier completely subsides, she will take them away. She didn't have time to finish because Siv interrupted her and, with a serious expression on his face, answered her negatively, telling her that she should take only his mother. Somi looked at him in bewilderment and walked towards him, pressing her clenched palm into a fist to her chest. She asked him loudly and worriedly, "What is he saying?" Then she told him that she felt what he felt. However, Siv interrupted her again, telling her that he had not made this decision thoughtlessly. Looking carefully in front of him, he said that on the way here, he thought that the shamans were behaving strangely. When they realized that they were inside the barrier, they could have destroyed them at once by combining their forces. However, he noticed that instead, after he and Yashin had dealt with one of the pillars of the barrier, the next shaman immediately appeared as if he had been waiting for this. Somi looked at him with a surprised expression, her eyes and mouth wide open. Sif suggested that he thinks there are two explanations for this. He said that the first, in his opinion, is that perhaps there are restrictions prohibiting shamans from being close to each other. His second assumption was that perhaps shamans simply do not get along with each other. He noted that, of course, this is unlikely, but not excluded. He looked ahead with a serious expression on his face, frowning his eyebrows, and said that one way or another, he thinks that they have a plan in case the barrier is removed. Then he thought that it was more important that there was one more shaman left. Sif said that if he were in his place, he would concentrate on those who were trying to escape after the barrier is removed. Soi put her hand to her mouth with a worried expression. Her eyes widened, and she admitted that he was right. After which, she said that, however, if the barrier weakens, it means that Siwei has won. The main character, looking at his mother, said that he did not know what state she was in now, but without joining forces, he said that they would not be able to defeat the last shaman. After which, he noticed that while they were busy with this, he asked Somi to bring his mother out of here. He frowned and asked Somi not to worry. He confidently said that this was the right choice. At that moment, a spirit in the form of an animal appeared near him. The main character said that no matter what, he knows that he and she will be able to get out of here unharmed. A surprised voice came from behind him and said, "Wow!" It was Bin, who, with a smile on his face, approached Siv and told him that his determination and thoughts were worthy of admiration. The main character, at this time, looked in front of him in a shocked state. Bin continued to talk about how, despite the fact that he is his descendant, he thinks that if this continues, he might fall in love with him. Soi looked in incredible surprise at Bahun, who came to them, with his mouth and eyes wide open. They were all horrified by his sudden appearance. Bayun, with a friendly smile on his face, extended his hand to Siv and greeted him. But then, he said with a joyful expression that they had met again. The eyes of the main character instantly began to glow with bright magical energy. He angrily kicked Bahun, and from such a powerful blow, sparks of magical energy began to spread to the space surrounding them. Bahun's cheek began to smoke from the damage he had just received. Bahun, without reacting in any way to the recent attack on him, said that the reason for his coming. He did not have time to finish as his gaze focused on the magical projectile that was rushing towards his face. The unique wind plumage technique swirls their currents around Soul's feathers. This makes her ordinary feather as strong as an anti-tank rifle projectile. The destructive power of such a feather is enough for monsters of the Su and Gu class. Bin, without any tension, easily grabbed the projectile flying at him with his 2 fingers, stopping it near his face. For monsters of K-class and higher, this poses virtually no danger. Bahun held the shell he had just caught in his hand. Soi pointed 2 of her outstretched fingers at it. However, this technique has one more feature. Masters of this technique can accumulate wind energy in their feathers. Somi said with a concentrated expression on her face and frowned. Scattering the wind energy in the feathers that has been accumulated can be released later. Suddenly, the projectile that Bin was holding exploded with a bright purple flash. Bin looked at this in surprise. Siv looked at him wearily, holding the frightened creature in his hands. He thought that even if they used all their powers to attack him, he would simply brush aside their magic. He understood what would happen in this case. He took out an artifact that belonged to Yuzuru. This artifact sparkled with blue streams around it. With a surprised expression on his face, he looked at it, opening his eyes and mouth wide. Siv understood that he needed to focus not on the force of the blow, but on the sharpness of it. After his thoughts, he wasted no time in forming a sharp energy spear and swung it to aim at Bayun. At that moment, Somi was quickly approaching them. Immediately after this, Somi jumped on MWA, thereby saving her and taking her out of the radius of the attack from the main character. Siv angrily rushed towards Bayun with his body tense and his jaw clenched. The magical beam of powerful blue light energy hit so hard that the duration of it was incredibly long. Bayun said that this was the right decision. Then he said that this is how you need to fight your roots. With a smile on his face, he said, poisons, curses. After that, he added, saying that there are also piercing and fire-type attacks. At that moment, Bayun grabbed Siv's hand, in which he was holding the artifact. Bayun, with a confident smile on his face, said that all of these are effective, provided that he hits the enemy. After that, Bin easily twisted the main character's arm. Siv clenched his jaw from the pain he experienced. At that moment, Bayun burned his back with magical energy. Soi watched the events taking place with a worried expression, while at the same time, she hugged the neck of Siv's mother, who was sitting in front of her. Bayun, looking at the main character kneeling in front of his feet, told him that nevertheless, he deftly controls the righteous energy. The creature with which Siv was connected was shaking with fear. The main character leaned his hands on the floor, trying hard to regain his breath. Bin continued to say that getting this energy is not so difficult, but managing it is a completely different matter. Then, turning to the side with a smile on his face, he said that in this matter, pedigree is also of great importance. At that moment, Siv was shaking with his whole body while on his knees. Soi looked at Bin intensely, her eyebrows furrowed, and she stuck out 2 black feathers in front of her face with a serious expression. She understood that Bayun was the goblin that Siv fought with today. Looking menacingly at Bayun, she ordered him not to approach. Then, stretching out 2 feathers that began to glow with bright purple magical energy, she said that he would not be able to handle the next charge of her feathers with one hand. Bayun, with a wide smile on his face, put his hand on the back of his head and told her that he was sure of this. He explained this by saying that the previous feather was also not bad. With a grin, he suggested that he would not be able to block all of these with physical strength alone. He then noticed that, however, her friend's sad state would not allow her to use all her power, after which he asked her if this was so. Soi looked at him tensely and remained silent in response. Bayun, with a confident expression on his face, told her that if she decides to do this, then in an attempt to destroy him, she will blow up everything around. Then, he noted that it is possible that the main character will survive after this. However, he drew attention to Siv's mother and told her that for now, she has such a burden, so using feathers is not the best solution. Then he smiled broadly again and told her that they would miss it. He noticed that he was even glad that he had come to help them. Soi looked at him with wide eyes in bewilderment. Bayun, moving a little to the side and turning to Siv with a smile on his face, turned to him and said that everything happened because he got into a fight without listening to him. Then he suggested that maybe he looked suspicious, but he told them that it was possible to ask why he had come. After that, Ben asked him, did his few blows weaken his bellicose nature? The main character, with an angry expression on his face, looked at him from under his brows. His whole body did not stop shaking, and he could only look at him with one of his open eyes. After that, Ben admitted that, to be honest, he didn't think that they would meet so soon, but he explained that nothing could be done about it since the guys had crossed all boundaries. Looking at Siv with a smile, he said that he knew that they would do something. However, he thought that he would be their ultimate target. He told him that specifically for this purpose, he left traces along which he could be found. But they decided to capture him. He assumed that they did this either because of laziness or because they did not want to use their brains. He sadly said that if he had only known that this would happen, he would have acted more secretly. He admitted that it was indeed his fault, after which he asked for forgiveness from Siv. The main character looked at him menacingly from under his brows and noted that he hadn't come here to talk. Ben then asked him in surprise, didn't he talk? After that, he said that he was here to help them. Soi continued to look at him intensely, extending 2 magic feathers in front of her. Ben, addressing Siv, said that his assumption turned out to be correct. After that, looking into the distance, he said that he did not know how they were able to weaken the barrier. However, he noticed that it would still not be easy to get out of here, and, scathingly, he reported that despite the presence of only 1 guard, he thought that reinforcements were already on the way. At this moment, the protagonist and Soi looked at him in great surprise, with their eyes wide open and eyebrows raised high. Ben continued to say that, as he said earlier, in order to defeat him, they allocated a lot of strength, and this would be enough even to try to cope with him themselves. At that moment, Siv was already on his feet, and with a surprised expression on his face, he listened to what Bayun was saying. Bayun talked about what happened. At the end, he said that this should never have happened to them under any circumstances. He said that there were 4 guards and 2 shamans whose total strength reached the level of a guard. After which, he noted that it would not be an exaggeration to say that these forces would be enough to guard the entire soul. Then, he explained to them that, in other words, even though without guards in the city there could be trouble, his capture was of great importance. With a smile on his face, looking at Somi and Mamasa, he said that therefore, it was natural that his companions lacked strength. After that, he said that such a strict selection of the best shamans to capture him should have helped them cope. He noticed that all that remains for them is to follow this mission to the end. Siv looked at him intensely, raising his hand to his face. Ben continued to say that reinforcements were certainly not here yet, but he assumed that they were already on the way. He noted that given the temporary complete disappearance of the barrier, he would have to act quickly. After that, he came close to the tent's side and asked him not to worry. With a smile on his face, Ben told him that he could make sure that everyone left here safe. He noted that he would agree to this if he did something for him in return. Siv frowned, his eyebrows furrowed, and looked up at him, saying everything by him. With a wide smile on his face, he explained to him that, of course, he has her friend as well. He noticed that he is not so ruthless. The main character told him, okay. After that, he asked him what he needed from him. Bim continued to keep the smile on his face, came close to Siv, and, stretching out on the toes of his feet, brought his mouth to his ear and told him that there was nothing special in his request. He just needed it. After the main character heard the request, his face distorted. He was in great surprise. His eyes were wide open, as well as his mouth. Bim stepped back from him and asked him what he would say about this. Then he noticed that it was not so difficult, after which he asked him again if this was true. Siv thought about the proposal he had heard for a few moments and told him, okay, after which he told him that he agreed with this. After that, Siv spoke about what was then now. He didn't have time to finish, as Bim instantly confirmed this and told him, okay, after which he took a certain object in his hands and asked them to go downstairs and leave. The main character, with a surprised expression, asked him what. Bayun, who was holding the phone in his hand, explained to Siv that he heard everything correctly. After that, he told them that they did not need to fly away, and they could go down and go wherever they wanted. He explained that no one would bother them. Then, looking at the screen of the phone he was holding in his hands, he noticed that perhaps he should have said this earlier, but he began to talk about the fact that not so long ago, he killed the last guard. Then, he clumsily put his hand on the back of his head and, pulling his tongue out of his mouth, apologized to him for only reporting this now. He explained his actions by saying that otherwise, their conversation might have taken longer. He then looked at the phone in his hands with a wide smile on his face. The phone started playing a ringtone. SOI looked at Bim with a worried expression while standing next to Siv's mom. At this time, Bim received the call and, pressing the phone to his ear, looking at the sky, asked, "Who is it?" After that, he said on the phone that he was the one who killed the owner of this phone. Then, he asked his interlocutor to get straight to the point. He noticed that insults would be unnecessary here. The main character, in bewilderment, continued to stand still, looking in front of him in surprise. Bim, with a wide smile on his face, pointed his finger down in a friendly manner and, turning to SOI, told him that they should go down and walk. Then, he added that he had already said that he would take care of everything. SOI looked at him in surprise with her eyes and mouth wide open. Bayan waved at them with a friendly expression. They began to go down the stairs from the roof. When Somi and Siv's mother had already left, the main character, following them, looked wearily at Bim. When they went down the stairs and left the building, they looked in front of them in surprise. They saw Selfia sitting on the floor with a completely gloomy expression on her face. They shouted in bewilderment, "Selfia!" Selfia asked them not to worry about her. Then she, with large bruises under her eyes, looked up heavily at them and told them that she had simply stepped on something annoying. Shagan, who was talking on the phone at that moment and standing in the center of the asphalt road for cars, chuckled into the phone and asked, "Is there nothing to be done then?" Then, responding to his interlocutor's remarks, he said that he understood everything. Then he said that he would clean everything up here and leave. When he finished the telephone conversation, he continued to hold his large melee weapon on his shoulder, exhaling heavily the air from his lungs, and said, "What nonsense." He annoyedly said that first, he would take them all here and then order them to retreat. After that, he noticed that he thought it was even good for them. Turning to Yashin, he told him that he did not know much, but he assumed that his friend was not in danger. Yashin, who at that moment was sitting on the ground with an exhausted expression on his face, disheveled hair, and many drops of sweat flowing profusely down his face, seriously looking at Shagan, asked, "What?" When Yashin asked about this, he was sitting on his knee, leaning on his sword. Shagan, lowering his face down, said that a real criminal had appeared. He said that he himself had come and surrendered. Then he noticed that, as far as he understood, this criminal also killed Pan. After that, Shagan ordered Yashin to stop looking at him and advised him to go to his friend. Yashin looked at Shagan in sincere bewilderment with his eyes wide open. Shagan said, "Well then?" Yashin looked at him carefully without taking his eyes off him. Shagan said that they needed to sum up the results of the battle. Immediately after that, with a sharp movement of his huge sword, he emotionlessly chopped off his hand without showing any reaction. Yashin, in a shocked state, asked him what he was doing. Then he asked him in bewilderment why. Shagan interrupted his screams and told him that there was no need to make noise. He explained to him that this was all he could do so that, upon his return, he would not be accused of letting him go. Looking at his severed hand, he noticed that they would still grumble at him. Then he informed Yashin that it would also be easier for him to return later if rumors spread that he had defeated Shagan. Yashin looked at Shagan in true confusion, his pupils constricted from the shock he experienced. Shagan continued to say that he himself understands that everything is decided by strength. At that moment, his severed but still pink hand lay on the floor. A puddle of blood spread under his hand. Shagan noticed that even if the old man gets angry with him, in his heart he will be glad if he says that he defeated him. After that, he said that if he wants to return, this achievement will be an excellent additional argument. Yashin, continuing to look uncertainly at Shagan, turned to him, calling him uncle, and noticed that, however, Shagan once again cut him off and told him that the decision still remained with him. However, he had one request, turning away from him to go into the distance. Shagan turned to Yashin and asked him to live his life so that it would be worth his hand. If so, he decided to leave. After that, Shagan walked away, saying that was all. Yashin continued to look after him in confusion, holding the sword in his hand. A week had passed since those events. One could say that the world had not changed at all. Somi was in a large supermarket. Inside, there were many shelves with various products and boxes. Somi looked at her phone screen with a worried expression while holding the grocery cart with her hand. Suddenly, Somi looked to the side in surprise. Near her cart stood a small child who had put his finger in his mouth and was sucking it. Somi smiled sweetly at him and waved at him with her hand. The girl quickly ran up to the child and took him in her arms. Despite the immutability of the world, this could not be said about the people who inhabited it. The girl, with an angry expression on her face, carried her child away while looking piercingly at Somi. However, people could be understood. SOI looked after the leaving girl with the child, with a sad expression on her face. For them, those events were clear, but for people, it is still not entirely clear. The appearance of the Goblin Buen is a disaster called the Dark Gods, or rather, a disaster caused by their arrival. So far, such catastrophes as there were a week ago have not occurred. However, despite the fact that these consequences are calming down, the actions of these are still active. So, the fear of a threat to their lives from creatures, about which neither the media, nor the police, nor the government are talking about, is a feeling of anxiety that forces you to be vigilant. The girl who was holding the child in her arms walked into the distance and rolled a cart in front of her through a deserted supermarket. Bai said that there was no work for her as a messenger. and while she could rest, he said these words, leaning his hand on a wooden stick that he held in his hand. He lowered his head down and, closing his eyes, noticed that besides this, if you take into account CA's situation, he thinks it's better for her to be near him. Then he added that nothing important was planned in the near future, so he advised her to consider it a vacation for her work. Somi stood opposite him. Next to her was Young, who was looking at her. Somi answered him hesitantly, saying, "Okay." Somi, on any other day, would most likely be happy, but in this situation, being in the dark does not help her at all. She understood that if she was given a job, she would at least understand the surrounding situation. She thought that only one thing, at least, calmed her down and allowed her to control herself. When she was walking down the street, they suddenly turned to her and shouted her name. Somi looked in surprise in the direction from where they addressed her. Kaiva's mother approached her, holding a bag in one hand, and with the other hand, she waved to her friendly. She had a big smile on her face and asked Somi if she really went shopping alone this morning. Somi thought that the calling factor for her was the need for her presence here, which was no less important than the duties of the Anba. Somi respectfully greeted Siv's mother and bowed to her. CA's mother, with a surprised expression on her face, said that the store was not close at all, after which she invited her to go there together in the evening. Somi answered her with a smile on her face that today was just perfect weather for a walk, after which she asked her where she was going. After that, she suggested, toward CA's mother, also smiling widely, told her that she would be back soon, and this meeting was with a friend from her hometown. Siv has been living here for a week now because of that situation. His house was partially destroyed as it was damaged during the battle between Selfia and one of the guards, but fortunately, none of the residents of the house were injured. This incident was explained to the public by a gas leak, and as compensation, the construction company temporarily moved the main character's family to a country complex. However, it is worth clarifying here that someone contributed to this. This someone was Young, who was a landowner from the Ha clan. Siv's mom told Somi, "Okay." After that, she waved her hand and said, with a smile on her face, that they would see each other soon. Somi, according to legend, was just Siv's classmate who lived next door to him. Somi said goodbye to Siv's mom and wished her a good day. After that, she heard someone's footsteps. Somi turned around, and it was Young, leaving the building. He reacted in surprise when he saw Somi. Somi told him with a smile on her face that she had gone to meet a friend and would be back soon. Then she noticed that it was already the weekend and he was still working. She asked him if he hadn't worked all week. Young emotionlessly adjusted his glasses and asked her not to worry about him. He explained to her that this was his job and he had to do it. After that, he noticed that Go was also helping him with his work. SOI wished him good luck. In that case, Young turned away from her and walked to the side, waving his hand at her without looking at her. SOI understood that everyone was trying very hard to protect Siv's mother from any danger, although she understood that now the likelihood of this was very low. She took the phone in her hands and, turning to Siv, asked him if he was awake. The main character answered her messages in the affirmative, explaining that he had just done this. Somi asked him if he would come over to see her. After that, she motivated him by saying that she would cook something delicious. She then sent him a message with a picture of a happy, plump chick. She looked at the screen of her phone with a happy expression, thinking that this was great. Soon after, she was in the kitchen, putting a large pot on the stove. Many different products purchased recently from the supermarket were on the table. Somi turned around and looked at Siv, who was sitting at the table. The main character, at that moment, was leaning on the table, carefully looking at his phone. Somi understood that he had been very tired over the past week, and all this time, he had not left the house. Today, they saw him for the first time after that incident. SY looked at Siv with a worried expression as she was near the kitchen utensils. At that moment, she thought that it would be nice to somehow cheer him up. At that moment, while wielding a knife, she divided the dough into thin strips. Siv came up to her from behind and told her that there was no need to cut each layer separately. At this moment, Somi was looking ahead with a tense expression on her face. She pursed her lips and frowned. Then she loudly asked him, "Siv?" He told her that it was more convenient to put these together and then cut, Then he explained to her that if the knife was dull, she could use scissors. After that, looking at the food on the table, he asked her if the only seasoning was hot sauce. He then asked her another question. Did she have any sugar or soy sauce? After that, he said that it would be nice to use soy sauce for dressing. Somi, with a confused expression on her face, not knowing what to answer, tried to formulate something, but Siv turned away from her and said that he would bring everything he needed. After which, he asked her to wait. Sometime later, putting the pan in the sink and filling the contents with water, he explained to her that it needed to be soaked in water before cooking. After that, he told her that the fish pie and vegetables did not need to be cut perfectly. He advised her to just cut it so that it would be convenient to eat. By this time, there were 2 plates with ingredients on the wooden cutting board. The main character, looking at the food, asked her if she liked it spicy. After that, he asked her a few more questions. First, he asked her, what about the broth? Then he asked her again, does she like it when it's a lot or a little? Somi, with a surprised expression on her face, opening her mouth and eyes wide, asked him, what? After that, she said in confusion that she liked yakbaki, but soon after that, she noticed that she didn't eat it that often. Before, in fact, she was preparing this for the first time. Siv asked her, of the things she had eaten before, which ones did she like best? Somi said, not confidently, that these were probably the ones who were in the wall. The main character asked her, is she talking about these? Then he explained that there was a lot of broth in those. Sometime later, in a large black pan that stood in the center of the table, there was an appetizing dish that was of a thick red and golden color, from which thick steam emanated abundantly. Siv served the prepared dish on a plate using a large spoon. Somi pursed her lips and looked at it. Siv, continuing to serve the dish, said that he hoped the spices would be just right, after which he asked Somi to tell her whether it would be very spicy or vice versa not. Somi put a portion of food on her fork and put it in her mouth. Her eyes widened, and she loudly shouted in surprise that this was incredible. After that, she rated the dish, saying that it was very tasty. She shouted enthusiastically that yak bake tasted better than in the store. The main character, looking at her with a smile on his face, said that it was because it had just been cooked. Somi told him that she knew before, but she noticed that he was really a good cook. Siv remembered how, when he was very young, with a tense expression on his face, he cut food under the supervision of his mother. He answered Somi that this was not entirely true, after which he explained that he just loved to cook and his mother taught him this as a child. A slight smile appeared on his face. He thanked Somi, saying thank you. Then he asked her, did she want to treat him? That's why she went shopping in the morning. Then he noticed that he was normal and there was no need to worry about him so much. At this time, Somi was looking at him with a surprised expression on her face and cheeks full of food, holding a fork in her hand. She admitted to herself that, at that moment, she had forgotten about it for a while. Siv told her that he had been thinking about what happened all week, after which he looked at his plate and asked, is it right that I went alone to save people's? When he was eating food with a fork, he said that in the end, he still couldn't save anyone and even made it worse, which led to great casualties. Then he noticed that even his mother and his best friend suffered because of this. With a calm expression on her face, Somi looked at him and told him that it was not his fault. Then she noticed that despite his reckless actions, he did not break the law. She explained that only the shamans were fully responsible for what happened. Then he raised his face and looked at Somi and told her that he knew what she was worried about. He told her that he was fine, even though he was blaming himself, but he wouldn't let it get him down. Then he said that besides this, the situation helped him understand a lot. When he talked about this, he clenched his palm into a fist with great effort. He confidently looked in front of him and said that he understood what consequences his rash decisions led to and how difficult it is to be responsible for his actions. He explained to her that he would not have felt this way if he had only put himself in danger, but he admitted that thinking about it now, he realized that he had behaved selfishly. They sat at a small wooden table in a small room, opposite each other. The main character, chewing his food, said that he could not even guarantee his safety. Then he noticed that Selfia should have returned, and he would try to learn everything he could from her. Somi looked at him in surprise and asked him again, is she already back? After that, Somi noticed that she thought that she was still in the monster world. Siv answered her, saying that her room was right above them, and this morning he heard footsteps, which is why he woke up. Somi looked to the side and sucked on her fork, mentally thinking about the fact that the sound insulation here is weak. Then she stopped herself, realizing that something was wrong. She thought about the fact that, after that battle, Selfia returned to their world to rest. She noticed that, in addition, she did not tell her about her return, and moreover, did not contact her at all. After that, using the elevator buttons, she went up to the floor above. When she opened the door, she asked Selfia if she was at home, with a smile on her face. Somi said that if she came back, she should come to her and say hello. When Somi entered the room, she saw Selfia lying in the center of the room without signs of life. Somi looked at this in fear and asked Selfia. When she approached her, she saw that Selfia was lying, heavily inhaling air into her lungs. Drops of sweat were running down her face, and there were large purple bruises under her eyes. Goya, who was at that moment at his workplace in a coffee shop, asked Somi, who was talking to him on the phone, is she not injured? After that, he asked her another question, asking her when was the last time she saw her healthy. Goya, pressing the phone to his ear, suggested that perhaps she had been in this state all week. Then he told Somi that she knew how stubborn and proud she was. He suggested that perhaps she was trying to cope on her own, without showing others that it was difficult for her. Somi, with a tense expression on her face, heavily exhaled air from her lungs. She thought that she pretended to return home, thinking that she would cope there, but there she only got worse. Then she sadly asked Goya, "What should we do now?" He answered her that if she was talking about healing, then she should be sent to their world as soon as possible. By this time, Selfia was already lying on a sheet and pillow. She was covered with a thick blanket, her face looking extremely painful. He explained this to Somi by the fact that, in this world, no one could even examine her. But he noted that, even if she succeeded in healing her, she would no longer be a representative of the clan Ghost Foxes among other monsters. Her clan is distinguished by their view of the world, and these blood relatives squabble with each other. Deceptive conspiracies are common for them, and someone even dies in such a fight. According to them, the weak themselves are to blame for their helplessness. Somi heard that many people dream of taking her place, but she is significantly superior to her competitors. But now, if they find out about her condition, then the rumors will spread instantly, and then her relatives can do something. Siv, sitting on a chair near the bed with a sad expression on his face, looked at Selfia's exhausted face. Goya said that there is only one way, but he noted that there is no guarantee that it will work. Somi asked him, interestedly, if this is true, then what should we do? Immediately after that, she asked him what needed to be done. Goya said that if she is in this condition and there are no visible wounds, then the reason is not a wound or illness. The main character was sitting on a wooden chair opposite the bed on which the sick Selfia was lying. Goya assumed that this was a divine punishment, after which he assumed that he thought that she knew what he was talking about. Somi furrowed her eyebrows and pressed the phone screen to her ear. She said that this couldn't be. After that, she asked Goya if he thought that she was tormented by an ordinary evil spirit. He suggested that perhaps she also thought so at first, so it only got worse. Then he said that one way or another, if the reasons really lie in an evil spirit, he explained to her that there was no need to go to the world of monsters since he knew an expert who lived nearby. Somi asked him again, nearby? Goya, at that moment, was looking at the screen of his phone with wireless headphones in his ears to continue the conversation with Somi. Then, looking at the screen of his phone, he said that they lived next to them. After that, he notified her that he had already called them and asked to meet her. Sometime later, a man entered the elevator. He had a smile on his face, and he said that it was interesting. It was Volin, who, pointing her finger in front of her, asked why such a noble fox needed such a ghost like her. Standing in front of her with a dissatisfied expression on his face was Wangu, who frowned and looked ahead. S, with a painful expression on her face, lay on the bed with many drops of sweat flowing down her face profusely. She heavily inhaled the air in her lungs, while Wulong leaned towards her with a smile on her face and looked at her. After which, She put two of her fingers to seize brushes to count her pulse. Then she informed those in the room that now only one thing could be said. Somi and Selfia looked at her with worried expressions and waited for her answer. Volan turned to them, sitting on a chair, and told them that if she didn't do what was needed, she would last a maximum of 3 days. Then she added that she would definitely die. Somi asked in fear, with a confused expression, "But is there a way to save her?" Then she began to assume that it was some kind of talisman or perhaps a ritual. Wulong answered her, noting that the one on whom the dye was used seemed to be in the pouring rain. She said that the method of treatment was simple, but it depended on the situation and the enemy. Siv, with a pale expression on his face, opened his eyes wide and listened to her words. Volan told them that the most effective way is to develop the clouds that cause the rain. She said that if you do this, the sky will become clear again and the body will dry out on its own. But she clarified that if this rain becomes a storm, then you need to find a place to hide and wait it out. She explained to them that this was not the best option, but at least this way they wouldn't get wet through and through. Then Wulong said that, in the case of Selfia, she has no idea how she contracted such a nightmare. She said that she did not know whose hands this was, but the creation of such a thing should be punishable by death. When she spoke about this, she held in her hand a vessel that contained an evil spirit. Vaughn looked at this vessel with an ominous expression on her face and said that despite the fact that she was used to working with spirits, such a creature was scary even just to hold in her hand. Then she said that she was not even talking about releasing this emitted soul into the wild. After which, she clarified that one way or another, she was sorry. She closed her eyes and said that she couldn't help. Somi asked her in bewilderment, tousling her braid of hair, but maybe she could at least try. Wulong answered her by noting that she thought they misunderstood the situation. Then she explained that they were now being driven by emotions. She asked them if this was true. Somi looked at her sadly, with wide-open eyes, pressing her hands to her chest. Volan reminded them that she was not at all obliged to save her, and besides, they would not be able to cope with this spirit. She explained that even a simple attempt to remove it from her is very dangerous, and by trying to extract it against the will of the evil spirit, they would make things worse, not only for her. Volan told them that the bitterness of the spirit would affect everyone around, and even if you imagine roughly, it could reach more than 1,000 people. Then she said that she was able to hold out for quite a long time, thanks to her strength. Somi looked ahead with a very upset expression on her face. Her body began to tremble. She then continued to say that one way or another, she must be returned to her world. Then she added that trying to help her here is very dangerous. Suddenly, Wang Wei interrupted her, ordering her to stop. Wulong and Somi looked at him with surprised expressions. Wangu said that he is not an expert in perfumes, but he told Wulong that she should know some way to banish it. He suggested that perhaps this method would be dangerous and stupid, but she could use it. He clarified that the most important thing is that it does no harm. Then Wangue, leaning on the doorway with his arms crossed on his chest, said that if they suddenly do something wrong, their conscience will not allow them to destroy them too. Then he asked, "Is he right?" The main character looked at him with a surprised expression on his face, saying this. Then he loudly answered him in the affirmative. Volan, looking at him with a confused expression, asked, "But why?" He didn't let her finish and, looking away with an emotionless expression on his face, told her that this fox would never become his equal rival, and then they should at least take pity on her. After which he added that besides, he could look at how they all just stand there, unable to help, while Siv and Somi looked at him in surprise. Wuan, with an admiring expression on her face, put her hand to her mouth. Her eyes widened. She said, "Wow." After that, she ran up to Wangue and hugged him tightly, telling him that he was amazing. After that, she asked him when he grew up so much. Siv and Somi silently watched the situation unfold. After that, the main character looked carefully at Wangui and thanked him for agreeing to help. At this time, Wangui looked at him with a piercing gaze. He wanted to tell him something, but he changed his mind and only exhaled the air from his lungs. Siv looked at him in bewilderment, with his mouth slightly open. Sometime later, the main character was walking along a city street. looking carefully at his phone. He chuckled, looking at it. Sometime before this, Wang explained to them that they needed to prepare two things. She put two fingers in front of her face and said that first, they needed someone who would perform the ritual and also a vessel to seal the spirit. She explained that the exorcist must be professional and the vessel must be of the highest quality. Somi, looking at her with a surprised expression on her face, asked, "Can the vessel then be destroyed along with the spirit and not just sealed?" Volin answered her by saying that this was impossible. She explained that the powers the spirit possesses depend on the negative emotions inherent in it. She said that when it dies, it gains strength depending on the hatred of it and also attachment to those living today. She told them that therefore, this power is not infinite, and when it is used up, some spirits disappear on their own. After which, she put her hand to her chest and said that there are exceptions, like her, who become vengeful spirits in a new body. After that, she talked about the fact that there are spirits that others have cursed, and these are entities that are controlled with the help of magic. Siv and Somi looked at her wearily, listening carefully to her words with frowning eyebrows on their faces. She further continued to say that the hatred in these does not allow them to disappear, but at the same time, these cannot become vengeful spirits. She explained that, therefore, when expelled, others may come under the control of such a spirit. At this moment, Wangu leaned on the window frame with a bored expression on his face, looking out at the city. Volin, at this time, said that due to the fact that these cannot move into a new body and disappear, these take control of the body and simply use these as vessels. She said that for this reason, in order to calm these vessels are made into weapons. She explained that these are not made of flesh, but allow the spirits to expand. She further said that the stronger the spirit, the stronger and better the vessel for this should be. She explained that for weak spirits, in general, any vessel is suitable. However, for the strongest damned spirits, a high-quality weapon is needed. Somi looked ahead with a thoughtful expression on her face, pressing her hand to her chin. Siv asked her if she said that they also needed an exorcist. Volin answered him that if you don't think about the fact that exorcism was created by people, then she clarified that we should not forget about people's superior skills in exorcism. She put her hand on her chest and said that despite the fact that someone would be against it, they need a person who is a master in exorcism rituals. She said that if he wonders where he can find it, she interrupted herself and asked him if she hadn't spoken. After that, she reminded him that the chance of success is extremely small. The main character, by this time, approached the metal gates decorated with ornaments. Looking at these, he thought that Selfia's life was in danger and he couldn't just sit idly by, but he understood that coming here still wasn't the best idea. Suddenly, a bag of things fell out of someone's hands. The man looked at Siv angrily. His face was shaking with hatred. He clenched his jaw and said angrily. The main character looked at this man in surprise. It was Son. She looked at Siv in rage. Her whole body was shaking. She tensed her arms, clenching her palms into fists and exposing her teeth. She asked him how dare he. The main character greeted her with a confused expression. He thought that he had already seen her, and she was Yash's cousin and lived with him. Son, her eyes burning with bright magical energy, jumped with her foot and attacked Siv, hitting him right in the face. From this blow, Siv flew several meters into the distance. Son looked at him in rage, after which she landed on the asphalt and leaned on it with her hand, preparing her fist for the next attack, looking menacingly at him. She ordered him to stop pretending, after which she said that she knew that he was not a weak monster at all, and that he was a human. Even if he was half a man, it did not give him any concessions from her. She asked him how dare he come here. The main character sat on the asphalt, wiping his battered face with his hand. Son irritably asked him if he understood how much trouble he caused him. Siv looked in front of him with sadness after hearing the words from her. Then, Yashin's voice asked her from the side what problems. Son looked in front of her in surprise. Then, she turned around to see Yashin, who in home clothes with disheveled hair, came out with his head on the back of his head. She addressed him respectfully, while Yashin, with a sleepy expression on his face, said that if he listened to her, he almost killed him. He then asked Siv if he called him. He said that he was sleeping and didn't hear. The main character looked at him in surprise, with a smile on his face, from bottom to top. After that, Yashin told Siv to stop looking at him and go in with a gesture of his hand. Yashin pointed to the room behind him. Then he noticed that, judging by his face, he again wanted to drag him into something. Sometime later, Son placed a glass bottle of water on the table with a sharp movement, causing it to make a loud sound. The paper glasses that were standing on the table fell from such a strong and sharp blow. Yashin frowned and looked at it and noticed that it was somehow rude. After that, he noticed that they had a lot of things. He noticed that they could also have tea. After that, he remembered that she had said that she was delighted with Siv, how good he was, and the like. Son, placing her hands on her hips, told him that she serves him. So perhaps this proves that she doesn't understand people well. Then she called Yashin a fool. She explained her statement by saying that he was stupid because he risked everything, including his future. The main character was in an extreme state of discomfort. He shyly lowered his eyes and silently listened to their exchange. Son continued to talk about the fact that he also went to the bottom along with the monster. Yashin, opening a bottle of water, asked her why. Then he told her that she needed to be more positive, and if you look at it like that, he became free, independent, and confident. Son ironically asked him for forgiveness. Then Yashin, pouring water into glasses, said that, as he had already understood from the conversation, he left his home and renounced his clan. Siv looked at him with a worried expression and called his name. Yashin hastily interrupted him, telling him that it was not his fault, but he noticed that he could not be convinced. Then he said that besides, he himself had wanted this for a long time. Emotionlessly looking in front of him, Yashin said that he thinks that there is no need to make excuses and now he does not work for the government. He noticed that, moreover, his actions depended only on his decisions and not on what kind of relationship they had. He said that he must serve people, protect all people, including him and his mother. He said that doing everything for the country was his responsibility. The three of them sat in a small room with old equipment and a modest interior. Then, putting the glass on the table, he said that now he does not work and is just a poor teenager who ran away from home. After which he raised the glass to his mouth and asked the main character, "Does this mean that he needs an exorcist?" Without waiting for an answer from him, he said that he was one. Then he noticed that he was not the best in the country, but he was definitely in the top 3. Siv looked at him in great surprise, opening his eyes and mouth wide. Yashin noticed that, however, everyone who needs this ability for personal purposes must pay. Drinking water from a glass, he looked piercingly at Siv and said that even though he was his friend, the main character confidently confirmed this and said that if he could pay, he interrupted himself and said that rather, he would still pay him even if he couldn't. Yashin pointed his finger at Siv with a smile on his face and turned to Son and asked her if she heard it. Then he told her that this guy was far from just a friend. He explained that he was his first client. After that, he told her that because of this, she should treat him with respect. Son looked at him in bewilderment, pressing her lips together, after which she exhaled heavily from her lungs. Yashin began to talk about how he already knew the world was divided into 2 parts. He told them that their world and the world of monsters, where most of the creatures live. Siv interrupted him in surprise and asked the majority. Yashin answered this in the affirmative and said that, in other words, it's like 2 separated continents. When Yashin was talking about this using cutlery, he cut off a piece from a layer cake decorated with berries. Next to this, on the table, there was a cup from where the abundant part came. Yashin continued to say that between these continents there are islands or smaller worlds. He said that in these, although not so long ago, people and monsters also lived. Putting a piece of cake in his mouth, he talked about how they live without obeying the laws of society and the king of monsters. They are independent. Chewing food in his mouth, Yashin noticed that he could have heard or read about them. He said that this is Shana, a fairy tale paradise or a dragon palace. He said that the books say that these are in the mountains. After that, he said that other sources write that these are kingdoms in the ocean. The main character, looking at him in surprise and holding a cup in his hand, asked him, "Are there many of these worlds?" Yashin answered him negatively and told him that these are like small cities. He explained that some of these can be compared to a shopping center, so the inhabitants of these worlds can be called the world elite. He said that one of the monsters living there was a king, but got tired of the world and left. Then he said that people who had achieved enlightenment lived there and rose above generally accepted values. Siv noticed that this was very exciting, after which he asked him, "But how does this relate to the previously agreed payment?" Yashin, looking at him emotionlessly, told him that now he would not be able to pay him, but he noticed that, as he had already said, he asked him again if he would try. Then he said that in 2 days, there would be a banquet in one of these places. She said that there would be a birthday celebration for the daughter of the Dragon King, as well as a tournament where anyone could participate. Siv looked at him in shock after the words he said. Yashin, with a smile on his face, continued to talk about how he would take part in this as a team. He pointed to the main character with a fork in his hand and told him that this was how he would pay him. The East Coast looked like a high, rocky coast surrounded by a light azure sea with waves raging inside. These waves broke, and the stones created large streams of water. The man walked away from the rocky shore, while standing on it was a woman named Gua, who looked ahead with a wide smile on her face. She raised her face up and, squinting, looked carefully into the distance. On a high rocky rock, there was a small wooden gazebo. Near this gazebo stood Siv and Yashin, dressed in traditional outfits. They looked at the sea in front of them. Lady Gu addressed them from behind, calling them dear guests. Yashin turned to her with interest. She bowed and introduced herself to them, saying that her name was Gupa. After that, she informed them that she was the manager of the eastern wing of the Dragon Palace and they could call her Lady Gu. She placed her hands on her torso, telling them that she wanted to express her gratitude to the member of the Constellation Hall for attending Her Highness's birthday celebration. Yashin smiled back at her and reminded her that he had already said that he was not associated with the meeting room, and then he said that he was here as an independent participant, so he suggested skipping the formalities. Lady Gu, with a wide smile on her face, told him that despite this, he was still a talented person with a high status. Then she asked him if he would introduce his partner. Yashin, with a smile on his face, looked at Siv, who was standing next to him with a red mask on his face. Yashin put his hand on his shoulder and said that he has been serving him since childhood. Then he said that his name is Choy MDO, and despite the fact that he is not a member of the Constellation Hall, he is very capable. Then Yashin said that they would participate in the tournament together. Sometime before this, Yashin explained to the protagonist, sitting opposite him, that the Dragon Palace is an amazing place. And although the king of the dragons and his subjects are monsters, for a long time, they have remained a neutral country that does not interfere in the feuds of monsters and does not harm people. Looking carefully at Siv, sitting opposite him, he told him that therefore both people and monsters could participate in the tournament. The main character looked at him with interest and said that it seemed to him that problems might arise because of this. Yashin reminded him that, as he had already said, this is neutral territory. Then he added that especially since the palace itself observes its own laws. Pointing his index finger at Siv, he said that for a long time, the Dragon King maintained good relations with people, and he thinks that one can even say that his palace is the safest place. Then he noted that if problems arise, it will only be because he is a monster. Continuing to point his finger at his face, Yashin said that since they will be in a pair, this will instantly become a topic of discussion. The main character looked at him with a surprised expression on his face and smaller pupils. Yashin continued to say that the people in the palace will remain silent, but the guests of the banquet can cause problems. Siv, with a confused expression on his face, noted that, however, since the fights are the most important part of the event, he said that without using the energy of a monster or weapon, he would not. Yashin interrupted him by telling him that there were options. Then he said that he himself had not seen, but felt that in the recent battle, he had used righteous power. Siv answered him that he does not know how to use this, as well as the energy of monsters. Yashin explained to him that this is not so important. He said that he would simply leave strong opponents to him. He asked him to simply pretend to be a person, after which he stated that this was his condition. At the moment, Lady Gu, smiling, told them that before they entered, she would explain to them the rules of the tournament. After that, she, holding her hands on her belt, said that, as they already know, this tournament is dedicated to the birthday of Her Highness. She continued to say that the final will take place at the banquet, but the finalists need to be determined before that. She explained that they would not be able to carry out all the fights in one day. Yashin asked her, "Will there be qualifying matches?" Lady Gu answered him in the affirmative, and stretching out her hands in front of her, asked for forgiveness for the fact that they said about it so late. She explained this by saying that they could not do otherwise since the number of participants turned out to be greater than they expected. Then she showed them miniature tablets levitating in the air that glowed with magical energy. She explained to them that these were jade pendants, and these would allow them to stay here for 2 days. Siv and Yashin looked at it with interest. After this, Lady Gu said that, in addition, with the help of these, they would be able to monitor them and their condition. She said that the first touch would identify them as the owner of this thing, and they would be able to participate in the tournament. These jade pendants, glowing with magical energy, had small ropes for fastenings. She told them that the pendant also measures the approximate level of chi to determine the level of their strength. The main character, with a mask on his face, began to look worriedly to the side. Yashin whispered to him not to worry. He explained to him that this mask completely hides his chi, and the pendant recognizes him as a person. When he talked about this, he continued to look at Lady Gu while holding the pendant in his hand. After this, Lady Gu thanked them for choosing to take part, and she finally informed them that she would now lead them to the place of the qualifying matches. A moment later, a powerful funnel formed in the center of the sea. This funnel poured its contents into itself in a strong stream. Inside this stream, there was a platform decorated with the image of a dragon. The three of them materialized in an instant on this platform. Siv and Yashin looked around them in confusion. Lady Gu watched them with a smile on her face. After that, Yashin looked at the opposite edge of the platform. There were 3 more figures in the process of materialization. Yashin, with a serious expression on his face, suggested that it looked like they were their rivals. Siv clenched his fists and looked there. A few moments later, there were 2 people in traditional outfits with blood-red eyes. Standing behind them was a person dressed just like Lady Gu. This man first asked to listen to the rules of the qualifying matches. He said that pairs of participants would fight with other pairs until someone loses twice. Yashin frowned and asked, "Does this mean that there are no other conditions?" The man answered him no. After that, he extended his hand and showed 2 fingers, saying that after 2 defeats, the fight ends, and then they will have to wait for further instructions. After which, he clarified that the number of final points will be equal to the number of fights won. He added, saying that after all the couples compete with each other, the one with the most points will win. Yashin, frowning his eyebrows, looked at him carefully and thought that there was one catch. He noticed that this was a cunning method. He reasoned that it seems that losing is not so scary, so you can give up, but he thinks that everyone came here only for victory. He understood that tomorrow is the final, and today is an endless marathon. All he has to do is relax, and he has already lost. However, he also understood that despite the fact that it is not profitable for them, they greet all guests personally, and this was done so that those who arrived would not be able to find out the exact number of participants in the tournament. After that, he thoughtfully asked himself, but is this really necessary? He thought that this no longer looked like simple qualifiers. With a surprised expression on his face, he looked towards the main character, who was looking concentratedly in front of him in a tense position. He addressed him as Choy and noticed that he had not told him what he was going to do. Siv asked him not to worry. Looking carefully in front of him, he told him that since it was important to maintain physical strength, he could cope without his strength. After that, he again asked him not to worry. With a grin, he said that he would win at any cost. Lady Gu informed them that before they began, she asked permission for her to briefly talk about their rivals, who came from the entire Korean peninsula. She said that they were monsters from Chodon. After that, she folded her palms in front of her torso and announced that they were both representatives of their clan at the festival, and despite their young age, they had already reached the level of chi at this moment. 2 monsters with bloody eyes silently looked at them. Yashin, with a tense expression on his face, understood that reaching the level of chi without eating people proved that the monsters that entered the human world could not be compared with them. Yashin, frowning his eyebrows, turned to Siv and asked if he heard this. After that, he sharply told him that if he felt that he could not cope with him, then he asked him to retreat. The man who accompanied the monsters at that moment talked about Yashin and Siv. He told them that, on the other hand, they were real hard workers, and one of them was even a member of the Sansa clan, a monster girl named Dank. She noticed that, as they say, the strongest of people are there. After that, she asked a man, "But if he is there, does that mean he is no longer in their ranks?" The man explained to her that he did not know the details, but this was true. After which, he assumed that he didn't have time to finish speaking, because Brother Dank asked them to stop chatting. He said that even in appearance, it was noticeable what they were capable of. Looking piercingly in front of him, he said that he had always been curious how strong these guards were, but he noticed that apparently they were greatly overrated. He noticed that judging by the aura of the one approaching them, he was at the maximum level of Ge, and the one further away was at the Chi level. At that moment, he was talking about Shu and Yashin. Brother Dank said that he was interested. After that, he asked the man if he kills someone during the tournament, will he be held responsible for it? The man answered him negatively and explained that the participants agreed to the risk of accidents. Brother Dank noticed with a smile on his face that this meant that this was the banquet of the Dragon Palace. Then he turned to his sister and said that he would deal with both of them, at which time he began to walk towards them. Danik asked him if this was true. He turned to her with a smile on his face and told her that these qualifiers were not needed for the participants to accumulate strength. He explained to her that this was in order to deal with their opponents and become as strong and prepared as possible for the finals. Danik asked him with an irritated expression, "What?" After that, she was surprised to notice that it turned out that he, her brother, interrupted her and asked her not to worry. He walked forward with a smile, looking ahead, and said that he knew that she had not yet tasted people, but he said that he would share this meal with her soon. After this, he stood opposite the main character in the center of the site. He extended his hand in front of him, and with a gesture pointing to himself, invited him to attack. Brother Danik looked at Siv with a confident expression on his face and told him that his appearance here was already proof of great courage, so he would allow him to attack first. Yashin, looking at him, thought that he was very arrogant and emotional, but he understood that it was clear to him what he was waiting for. He realized that he wanted to sharply counterattack and kill Siv before he himself surrendered. At the same time, Yashin thought that the main character was not so naive for this to work with him. He realized that he had well-developed instincts and intuition during battle. He remembered that he had already experienced this on himself. At that moment, Siv took off at high speed and ran towards the monster standing opposite him. Brother Danik, with a wide smile on his face, looked at the protagonist approaching him. Siv prepared his fist for an attack and clenched it, aiming at Brother Danik's face. The main character dealt a powerful blow, but Brother Danik put a block in front of him using his hand. He did it with a smile on his face. Siv looked at him with a surprised expression, thinking that his hand was something impossible. Brother Danik, at that moment, put out 2 fingers on his hand, which glowed with bright, thick magical energy, and he cast an innate ability spell called Poisonous Strike of the Earth Dragon. Immediately after that, he pointed these 2 fingers towards Siv, making a sharp movement with his hand. The outcome of the battle had long been predetermined for 2 reasons. Firstly, the main character had already fought with an enemy who used poison, and his experience with information about the enemy helped him predict the first attack. Secondly, he mastered many martial arts even before he found out that he was a half-breed monster with the energy of monsters and shamans. This may come as a surprise to many, but Siv confidently moved using his body. Brother Danik looked at him in confusion, his eyebrows furrowed. This is a martial art from a distant continent. The main character, in a roundhouse jump, attacked the monster with the movement of his leg, delivering a powerful blow using knowledge from Capera. Brother Danik looked angrily in front of him, flying back. Blood was oozing from his nose, and there were abrasions on his cheeks and nose from the blow he received from Siv's heel. He put his palm out in front of him and asked himself in bewilderment what kind of ballet this was. He angrily said that in his movements, there was no force that violated the laws of nature, but these were effective. Siv was rapidly approaching the monster. Moving away from him, Brother Danik created a stream of magical energy from his palm, held out in front of him, which he directed towards the main character. Numerous techniques created by people are just body movements that help the weak become strong. With a furious expression on his face, Brother Danik fiercely clenched his jaw and bared his teeth, frowning his eyebrows angrily while looking at Siv. A moment later, the protagonist delivered a powerful side blow with his left hand, twisting the monster's head, after which he hit him again with a direct blow of his fist in the face. Danik, who was carefully watching this confrontation, asked in confusion, "What?" After that, she asked again in bewilderment, "How was he able to dance 3 times already?" Yashin, watching this with a serious expression on his face, thought that this was great. He understood that he was able to take the initiative into his own hands from the very beginning of the battle. Not a muscle moved on his face, but from the positive impressions, he joyfully clenched his palm into a fist. While he understood that his opponent was many times stronger than him, and Siv had very little energy, so his 3 blows were like light scratches for his opponent, the main character, with rapid movements of his leg, beat Brother Danik, trampling him into the ground with his foot. The monster looked up at him with rage, putting out a block consisting of crossed arms in front of his head. In irritated anger, he thought that he was an impudent person who thought that his dance worked. He realized that he was needed only once. Only one counterattack would be enough for him. His face was already bloody. He strained his face and looked in front of him. At that moment, Siv took out an artifact from which magical energy of a bright blue color poured out. Holding this artifact in his hand, he said that he thought it was time to finish. Immediately after this, with a swift movement of his hands, he struck using the artifact, drawing a straight line of his blow through the brother's torso. When Siv's blow was completed, the monster stood for a while, holding his arms raised above his head, and did nothing, and Siv carefully watched his opponent. Finally, he stopped using energy, and the shining beam he used as a weapon gradually dissipated. The protagonist calmly stood up, changing his fighting position. The monster trembled and asked how this happened. Monsters were usually very durable, but while different species differed from each other, most of them could easily regenerate, even if they lost several limbs or if their body was cut into pieces. However, even monsters had a part of their body that they could not restore, and this part was the core of the monsters. And now Siv was standing, holding an object in his hands from which blood was dripping onto the floor. This was the core he had taken from his opponent's body, and it was almost, if not more important, his second heart. Continuing to tremble in a stuttering voice, the monster asked Siv to return the core, because if it could be restored, it could only return to the state it was in at birth, and then the monster would have to start all over again. Despite the fact that the core had previously accumulated a lot of energy over a lifetime, stretching out his hand towards Siv, who had begun to leave, the monster repeated his request to give him the core. But the main character did not pay attention to this and continued walking. Danik turned to Lady Gu and asked indignantly, "Is this normal?" She shouted that Siv had taken her brother's core, noting that it was against the rules of the tournament. Suddenly, someone asked, "Why shout?" Opening her eyes wider, Danik turned around, and the man offered to speak, asking, "Why resort to rules if there is a simpler solution?" It was Siv who advised Danik to knock him unconscious or kill him because, in this case, she could return her brother's core. In the protagonist's opinion, it was a piece of cake, and as a concession, he was going to allow Danik to eat him or do whatever she wanted with his body. Frowning furiously, Danik remained silent for a while without answering, and Lady Gu, horrified, asked herself, what kind of creature is he? Based solely on his energy, one could understand that he was a simple person, and so Lady Gu asked, is it really all about his abilities and martial arts? If the main character was so good in a real fight, she didn't understand how good his master, that is Yashin, would be. Everyone was silent for a while, but then, smiling, Lady Gu finally said that now she understands why Siv is Yin's partner, since his skills are truly worthy of praise. Because he has the experience and intuition to fill the gaps of energy. Recalling the recent battle, Lady Gu also added that she saved his energy until the end of the fight in order to deliver a full blow. And this, in her opinion, was remarkable. Because if he had used such a technique at the beginning of the fight, his opponent would have been more alert. If you look at Civ, you could understand that he was just learning how to control energy, but Lady Gu understood that if he continued like this, he would achieve a lot. Yashin calmly said that Lady Gu flatters Civ, since he is indeed very capable, but such opponents cannot defeat him because this fight does not reveal Civ's full potential. In fact, Yashin thought differently, and his plan was quite simple. The MK that was put on the main character hid the energy of the monster and blocked the release of it. And in addition, if a person had a talent for controlling right energy, he needed to train it, since ordinary victories over weak opponents were commonplace to the monsters. As long as Civ wore the mask, his bloodline didn't matter, and he became an ordinary person. Yashin, imagining how Danik, with the help of his magic, would throw Civ back, mentally noted that the end of the battle was predictable, since in this case he having taken out his weapon would strike, gaining victory. But everything did not go according to plan. Before realizing this, Yashin imagined that Shera would apologize to him in disappointment because he could not help, but he would ask him not to worry about losing because the main character was still new to this matter. He was sure that he still had a lot to learn, and he wanted his friend to leave this matter to him, since he was going to teach him all the techniques and tricks that he knew so that in this case they would win together. In Yesh's mind, Civ would have been touched upon hearing this, and they shook hands. Now realizing that he had imagined everything exactly like this, Yashin covered his face with his palm, disappointed by this. The reason he wanted Civ to participate so much was not for the reward at all, since in fact he wanted to take part in the tournament with him in order to teach his friend something new. Whatever side Civ took, the side of monsters or shamans, success awaited him. Moreover, he was just learning to control these forces. Yashin thought about this and therefore suggested that it might be possible to develop the energy of shamans in the main character, because at the moment, the difference in the mastery of the two energies was not very large. And if you look at the speed of Civ learning, this difference could be completely forgotten. If there was a chance to develop the shaman skills of the main character, it could suppress the influence of the monster energy. And if you remember from Civ's ability, you could say that it would only be better for him. Because the ultimate goal of his becoming the king of the monsters is to protect people, and looking at this goal, SH's development as a shaman seems very likely. In addition, the main character was also very soft-hearted, and he was constantly tormented by worries because he wanted to save everyone. But there was only one way for this, namely to become the king of monsters. But one person could not solve the problems that awaited people through 6 months. When it becomes a battlefield, the power of man would not matter, and everyone would have to adapt to the new order. Civ's decision to change everything would make him the enemy of all monsters. And so, Yashin assumed that the main character could become a respected shaman and live a happy life. So, in Sha's situation, he can only accept reality because he has no other choice, even if the path will be difficult. Then, thinking about this, Yashin frowned and realized that this tournament would help develop Civ's shaman skills. Distracted from his thoughts, he heard Danik announce that they were giving up and looking shyly to the side, admitted that this was their defeat. Deciding that that was enough, she asked if she still needed to fall to her knees. But Lady Gu said that there was no need to do this and announced the result of the battle, which was that the victory remained with the Eam team. She wanted to warn about what further actions would mean, but this could cause harm to her rivals. But she did not have time to do this, as Danik, looking toward her brother lying on the ground, ran toward him. Frowning desperately, she asked if he was okay and could he recover. Yashin, seeing this, frowned, lowered his head, and sighed resignedly, as he was very tired. He didn't understand why his plans always failed. And Brother Danik, clenching his jaw and frowning, trembled, not answering. His sister was silent for a while, and then, looking towards Civ, advised him to remember what happened today since she and her brother would go against their clan. But Civ, judging by her promise, would pay for this day. Next time, everything would be different. And Civ did not argue with this, but called Danik to action. He told her to do whatever she wanted because he didn't care and promised that he would wait to meet her, because then he would be much stronger. From the way the protagonist said this, his monster aura appeared, and the phantom image of a huge monster became visible to Danik, who was afraid of it. Lady Gu, who also felt the change, asked what it was. The whole point was that Seo, for a second, seemed to become another being who was a different entity comparable to the highest ranks of the palace. In addition, if you pay attention to the behavior of the main character in battle, it became unclear whether he was really an ordinary person. Looking at the surroundings, Lady Gu asked how could a person behave like this? Suddenly, distracted from her thoughts, she heard someone calling out to her, reminding her that she had already announced the winner and asking why she was standing there. Then, realizing what was really happening, she opened her eyes wider in fear and, apologizing to those who addressed her, promised that she would immediately deal with the next in line. Putting her palms forward, she activated the magic, and the brother and sister disappeared. Yashin asked if the next fight would begin immediately. Lady Gu explained that such an arrangement would be unfair to some of the participants and said that the fights would begin at the same time, since some were still fighting at the moment. The next match was supposed to start 15 minutes after the end of the match of the last participant, and Yashin realized that the faster they finish the fight, the more time they have to rest. So saving energy is not the only correct strategy. He asked if there was a room for rest and recovery. After apologizing to Yashin, Lady Gu explained that there were no such facilities, adding that after the battles, they would be happy to welcome all the participants, but this could not be done now. But the participants could relax here, using everything they had. Siv asked if it was true that this meant they could use what they had with them. Yashin and Lady Gu were surprised that he suddenly addressed them, and Yashin suddenly opened his eyes wide, frowning in confusion, as he noticed the object Siv was holding in his hands. The main character remembered how Muang gave him the Rising Moon House token, which was given only to the most valuable clients. This token was not only a sign of status, since with the help of this you can also summon a merchant from the House of the Rising Moon, and you could use this anywhere and anytime, even in places outside of this world. Coming closer to Siv, Yashin said in shock that this was the token of the House of the Rising Dark Moon and asked where the main character got it from. Such amazement was caused by the fact that the elders of the shamans tried very hard to get it. But, interrupting his friend's words, Siv asked what he was talking about. He noted that it was Yashin who gave him the token when they got here, and Yashin, smiling nervously, said that it was true, declaring that he had simply forgotten about it. He asked what would happen if someone found out that they took it with them. Lady Gu admitted that this could cause problems in the palace. However, since Siv and Yashin were now here, she had nothing against it as long as the merchant did not interfere in the battle itself. However, she warned that summoning items like this token absorb energy proportional to the summoning distance. And since this place is located far from the world of humans and monsters, the energy in this item would most likely only be enough for one summon. So, Lady Gu advised using this only at the really right moment. She realized that Yashin and Siv were more interesting than she thought, because although she did not know what kind of talent the king was looking for, with such guys, the ending could be quite exciting. She looked at Siv and then decided to look at how other matches were going, since this one ended too quickly. After activating her magic, Lady Gu placed her finger on her head, guessing that other battles were now in full swing, since there was usually not much difference in skill between the participants. However, noticing the necessary information, she asked in shock, "How did this happen?" Such amazement was due to the fact that 5 arenas had already completed their fights. And seeing this, Lady Gu trembled and almost cried at the same time. In another arena, spattered with blood, Ha admitted that she did not understand anything at all, since her opponents could have saved their lives. She sighed, noting that they had completely lost their fear, and the person watching the fight realized that this was surprising since Ha had killed 2 fairly strong monsters so quickly. When she said that she would participate alone, the observer thought that she was too arrogant, but now he realized what her strength was, since she had the bloodline of a pitiful animal that was able to reach the realm of the gods. Suddenly attracting the attention of the observer, Ha said that she had one question and asked, "Is it true that there is really a great prize for the winner here?" The observer, lowering his head, said that this was indeed the case, since the king expects a lot from this tournament. In addition to the jewelry that the winner will receive, the winning team will have the right to take anything in the treasury of the palace, and the king himself will guide the winner and advise on what is better to take. But Hai had no need for this, and she asked that someone tell the king about it, since the treasury is just a pile of metal. Hai only needs one thing, namely the inheritance of her ancestor Wang, which she left in this palace. As she said this, Ha frowned so that no one would doubt her words. At the same time, in another arena, one of the monsters was encased in a huge block of ice, and standing in front of it, Goya noted that this was not bad, adding that if no one touched this monster, it would melt on its own, and the opponent would survive. Turning his gaze to another opponent who stood nearby, squinting in fear, Goya asked if this man and his partner were giving up. Noticing that the enemy did not answer, Goya extended his hand forward and warned that he would not give time to think, as he would think that the enemy wanted to continue the fight if he did not give an answer in 3 seconds. However, Goya quickly changed his mind and gave his opponent 5 seconds to think. Having closed his eyes, the man thought for a while, and then, trembling with emotion, he still said that he was giving up. The next moment, he and his partner disappeared, and Goya admitted that he did not expect his opponents to be beaten like that, suggesting that the qualifying matches provide good opportunities to experience various battles before the festival. He suggested that a lot of good fighters had come to the tournament, and Somi, who was standing nearby, frowned confidently, clenching her palms into a fist, and decided that they should take first place at all costs, because in this case, they would be able to take out the treasury vessel for the evil spirit. Goy promised that he would try and noted that if the organizers knew that the tournament would take more than 1 day, it was necessary to warn about this in advance since they did not really close the cafe at the moment. Girls in the human world, approaching the door of the cafe, noticed that there was a sign on it informing them that it was closed and assumed that the owner had moved away since the sign near the door said that the cafe was open. Somi, listening to Goya's concern about the cafe, closed her eyes irritably and said that it doesn't matter since he closes the cafe whenever he wants anyway. He explained that this is so that the products do not spoil and the assortment changes, and Somi, still irritated, crossed her arms over her chest, ordering Goya to stop dreaming since his coffee is no different from regular coffee, and everyone in the cafe only comes for his sweet face. Frozen in shock, Goya clenched his hands in a fist in disappointment and asked, "Is this really so?" Ignoring this, Somi caught the observer's attention and asked if she could learn something from him. She suggested that the observer should not answer this, but still said that she and Goya would like to know if their acquaintance was participating in the tournament. The warden was amazed to hear this and, apologizing, announced that the list of participants was classified. But Somi was not going to give up and, looking pityingly at the observer, she asked that he tell her whether her acquaintance was participating or not. She openly pressed for pity, and the monster, unable to resist, decided to agree, but to do it only once. Somi called out the main character's name, and the observer used magic to analyze the available information, finally declaring that Siv was not on the list. This was due to the fact that he participated under a different name, and now Somi, having heard that Siv's name was not on the list, asked if this was true. She sighed, and Goya noted that there was very little chance that Siv would be here, but added that Somi should have directly asked the main character about it if she was so worried about him. Somi asked Goya not to talk nonsense, because if she asked directly, Siv would do the opposite and go with them, saying that he could handle it on his own. However, she still admitted that Goya was right, since Siv would hardly have participated. Sighing, she remembered that he had gone in search of an exorcist, so now most likely he was with his friend. She didn't think that the two of them would have gone to the tournament. And at that same moment, Siv, who was standing next to Yashin, who was suddenly coughing, asked if he was really sick. After this, there were 4 more fights, and Siv won each of them. Having completed the next battle, he stood for some time frozen in a fighting pose, and Yashin opened his eyes in amazement. Lady Gu noted that this was incredible, and the main character, when the opponents disappeared, came closer. Yashin asked him to give him his hand. Sherwood didn't understand what this meant, but he still simply extended his hand forward, and Yashin, grasping his wrist, asked himself in amazement, did his friend still have energy? Although energy was low, If you consider his maximum energy reserve, this should have already ended several times, which meant that the main character was trying not to waste energy, once again using only the necessary minimum. This was basic knowledge, but Civ was able to master it without the help of others. And now, seeing that Yashin still had not said anything, the main character looked at him in confusion without explaining anything. Yashin simply told him to turn around, take off his shoes, and sit down. Civ did as Yashin told him and sat in the lotus position, which soon made his body tremble with tension. He wanted to say that this was unusual, but Yashin, interrupting his words, announced that he would soon get used to it, explaining that this was the lotus position. This was the basic pose for controlling energy, and Yashin advised the main character to remember this. He also warned that it would burn a little, after which he placed his palm against Civ's spine and activated the energy. This began to flow into the protagonist's body, and he froze, feeling what Yashin was doing. Yashin asked if he felt it. He said that he put some of his energy into Civ's body and told him to now inhale when he presses with his hands and exhale when he does not press. At the same time, he began to explain that in the human body, there are meridians along which energy flows, and the intersection of these meridians is called acupuncture points. There were hundreds of such points, and Yashin blocked only 64 of these points. That is 32 when inhaling and the same number when exhaling. Blocking the points while breathing was the basis of the mind-focusing technique. But Civ, after listening to the explanation, said nothing, trying to control the trembling. Yashin, meanwhile, added that now his energy is blocking Civ's acupuncture points, but noted that later he will do this on his own, since such an exercise would help the body recover and accumulate energy. As soon as Yashin finished explaining this, new opponents suddenly appeared. Looking at the people standing in front, Yashin frowned and asked if only 2 participants had appeared here. He was wondering where the third party was, and while waiting for an answer, he carefully looked at Hai and the person who accompanied her. Lady Gu announced that Hai was very brave because she decided to participate in the tournament alone without a partner. She explained that Hai is a descendant from Manhua in the center of the continent. Yashin, astonished by the information he heard, froze, and Hai asked if he was really a man. Her escort confirmed this, explaining that Yashin is the heir of the clan that is part of the organization of the Constellation Hall. This clan protected its territory for a very long time, so the enemy was not weakened at all. But Hai, hearing this, was not impressed and simply noted that many had a good pedigree, but their skills were not so good. Civ, noticing Hai, realized that it was she who started fighting with Selfia in the department store. Then, only 2 attacks fell on the main character, but he realized what power Hai had. Now he remembered that he had to try hard, and monsters could just as easily use familiar attacks. As far as Civ remembered from Yin's words, the high class was also run. Suddenly, Civ felt that he could not move and mentally exclaimed that he could not allow Yashin to fight Hai alone. Distracted from his thoughts, he heard someone order him to sit, explaining that he had mobilized him. It was Yashin, who also advised Civ to be sure to breathe properly and asked if he had read martial arts comics. He explained that everything would be the same because if Civ did something wrong, he would have problems. The main character did not answer, but Yashin, having walked a little further, turned to him and reminded him that Civ had already won 5 fights. So now it was Yashin's turn. He stood opposite Hai, and she suggested getting straight to the point, advising Yashin to just give up right away, since he and she had no wounds and would have another free loss. Yashin remained silent, frowning, and Hai warned that he would die if he remained silent or regret not giving up when he had the chance. He guessed that this tactic had worked before, since after 5 fights, Hai was too unscathed. Taking out his sword, he realized that Hai's high rank had helped her come this far, and also added that either monsters revered their ancestors so much, or they are fools who believe everything. Hai frowned indignantly upon hearing this. Yashin suddenly admitted that the fact that she was taking part here upset him greatly in any case, and suddenly suggested that monsters might be too naive creatures since their lifespan is longer, which means they mature later than people. Hai suddenly grabbed a lock of her hair, about to activate the magic, and Yashin threw the sheath aside so that it would not interfere. Hai activated Divine Wind Taming, and Yashin was about to use the soaring thunder sword when the sheath, falling to the floor, hit it and bounced off. The magical energy suddenly exploded, forming a powerful attack, and Hai, not having time to fully activate her magic, opened her eyes wide, amazed at what was happening. Yashin instantly appeared nearby and struck, after which he froze briefly and opened his eyes wide when he noticed that, instead of Hai's dissected body, a hair cut into two parts was floating in the air in front of him. He did not expect this and then looked a little to the side at the last moment, noticing Hai coming closer and striking. Clenching his jaw, he dodged, and she continued to attack, forcing Yashin to move back a little. Siv, who, although not moving, was watching the battle closely, noticed that she was very fast and also moved very gracefully. But nevertheless, the main character did not understand something and asked himself, why doesn't Yashin attack? Why only evade? He noticed that Yashin had many chances to counterattack since, during the entire fight, she opened herself up 4 or even 5 times. Yashin, meanwhile, continued to retreat, although Siv was right because monsters are tenacious but they can be cut. Besides that, Yashin's body and sword were very suitable for this. However, the reason he didn't attack was because his instincts told him not to. Once again moving back a little, Yashin froze and looked carefully at Hai, who, jumping up, swung her leg to strike. Without dodging for now, he frowned in concentration, and Lady Goose suddenly activated her magic. In the next moment, Hai descended, striking. Yashin dodged at the last moment, and the strength of the attack caused the floor to crack. Siv and the other observer froze in amazement, and the platform on which the battle was taking place suddenly rose at one end, lowering the other part into the water. Yashin, clenching his jaw and frowning, asked, "What is going on?" He realized that the arena had no supports and it was floating on water, but quickly decided that it didn't matter since the more important thing should be that the platform shouldn't move. For all of the past 5 matches, the arena had been level, regardless of the strength of the spell, and Yashin guessed that the platform was designed to absorb the energy of the impact, channeling it into the water. However, it seemed that now the impact was stronger than what the platform was designed for, and because of this, the balance was upset. But this was strange, since the weight of the platform should have been even more than tens of tons. Suddenly, paying special attention to the word weight, Yashin frowned deeper and remembered that, judging by rumors, the possibilities of the great sage Kong's magic are limitless. But before he became a demigod, he was an unknown monster. Yashin, looking at age, finally understood why she was so confident in herself, because she was a spirit born of the earth. Hawaii, about to use another hair, said irritably that she usually gives opponents a second chance, but decided that she would make an exception for Yashin. With the help of magic, she could control her weight and even control her overall mass, and now announced that everyone who laughs at her will feel how weak and helpless they are. Yashin, frowning, grinned and asked, "Is she really talking about those who are weak?" He explained that his job was to overcome his weaknesses and defeat his strengths. Yashin remembered how, some time before, as a child, he lay covered in sweat from exertion and breathed heavily. His training weapon lay on the ground nearby, and he frowned and admitted that he was very tired and hungry and couldn't move at all. He was 10 years old at that moment, but Shagan ordered him to stop lying down, get up, and train since they still had a whole hour before lunch. Since they were here, he suggested using this hour as productively as possible because, in this case, lunch would be much tastier. He tapped the training weapon lightly on his palm and ordered Yashin to take his sword and continue training. Yashin, forcing himself to sit up, asked why he always does this. A similar question was related to the fact that the others only spent the morning training and then played, as if they were on vacation or something like that. Grinning, Shagan said, "If other students say that this cleanses their hearts, then this means that it was originally dirty for them." Frowning, Yashin asked why he wasn't given these heart-cleansing tasks. He assumed that this was all because of himself. If he were the same as the others, then he would have been given other tasks long ago. Shagan said that this was indeed true and added that people and swords have a lot in common. since it takes a long time to forge a good and strong sword. But in the end, the most important thing is the quality of the steel. If the material used was of poor quality, it might simply not withstand the impact. In Shagan's opinion, Yashin was like a strong sword that would not break no matter how hard it was hit. And so, it was important for him to become as strong as possible. Standing up, Yashin sighed and noted that if Shagan was saying that to encourage him, it wouldn't work, since he never wanted to do something like that, either martial arts or running a clan. He was confident that those who did it of their own free will could be given a very low price, and advised him to simply tell others to do it, as they would work much harder than Yashin himself. He asked Shagan to do it for him, and Shagan, after a short pause, asked why Yashin was so reluctant. Yashin explained that he simply did not want to do this, adding that there were no other reasons. In his opinion, it was simply not cool, since the probability of being born with at least the minimum abilities necessary to become a shaman was 1 in 10,000. It was necessary to overcome this probability in order to hone the skills necessary to confront enemies. Humanity, and from the outside, it sounded quite romantic. However, Yashin was sure that the heir to the clan was just a waste of time. A little later, the man, looking seriously at his interlocutor, noted that if you think about what half of the blood of the person with whom he is talking was spent, it will be easy to understand that this is all because of his character. But he advised him to think about what went into the second half, what the interlocutor received, and what he is enjoying now. He wondered if the person he was talking to understood this. Yashin, who stood and trembled, raising his pants so that his legs were bare, announced that he understood this. While the girl sitting next to him beat his legs with a thin rod, he wanted to say what he meant, but interrupting his words, the man ordered him to immediately dispose of this garbage and promised that if Yashin looked into his eyes again, they would not be limited to the flutter of his eyelashes. However, briefly distracted from the conversation, the man drew attention to the woman and asked why she lowered her hand. He recalled that he had clearly ordered her to continue beating until he said to stop, and exclaiming that she was sorry, the woman continued to strike Yashin's already badly wounded legs. Meanwhile, the man began to speak again and announced that when, in a few years, the world will change, the country in which they live will bow to Yashin, and the time will come when he himself will hold the whip. Just as Yashin received his punishment, now the man advised him to remember that his duty and responsibility is to manage nonentities, so he bears this burden and responsibility. Yashin bowed his head but didn't say anything. But after listening to this nonsense over and over again, he inevitably realized the truth. Since they were not heroes against evil, but at best, they were villains following absurd rules. Yashin and the rest of the shamans became part of history, feeding on the weaklings who found themselves under their feet. And this is how it really happened. For years later, sitting at his desk in the school building, Yashin was intently reading a book until he suddenly heard someone order him to move. Taking a break from the text, he looked at the two hooligans standing next to him and said, as far as he knew, if someone is late, they should take an empty seat. One of the guys who stood a little ahead grinned and asked again. Leaning closer to Yashin, who had risen from his seat, he asked if he knew who this guy was. He didn't understand who Yashin was to talk so arrogantly, but without further listening to such speeches, Yashin simply invited the students to leave here. The hooligan, amazed, asked again, and Yashin remembered what this student said about him, behaving arrogantly. He suggested going to the restroom or some kind of utility room, but noted that it was not necessary to do this right now, and could even be done after school. He also added that the bullies could call all the students from the parallel or senior classes if they wanted, but also suggested that everything should be resolved right here and now. Having stopped grinning impudently, the hooligans frowned, and Yashin thought that this was surprising. But in such cases, true education shown in works of art did not help. Unlike the villains in the stories, the real villains were quite shrewd, and although at first glance they might seem simple-minded and aggressive, such people were actually quite cautious and cunning. At that moment, leaving one of the hooligans, he asked his comrade if he knew who Yashin was. By choosing a suitable victim, they could easily manipulate and control it. Having stopped paying attention to Yashin, the hooligan switched to Hayu, who was sitting a little to the side and playing on the phone. They ordered him to stop eavesdropping on other people's conversations, and Hayu, straightening up, turned around in confusion, noticing that two guys sat down right behind him. One of them, holding out his palm, asked if it was true that this was a hero's blow. He asked Hayu to let him look at the phone, and very soon, someone irritably asked who told the other person to take these items. Hearing the screams, Yashin frowned and turned around, noticing that the bully, still holding someone else's phone, smirked, announcing that he would put some items up for auction. If Hayu didn't mind, he would buy it for his character. Hayu tried to object, reminding him what would happen if these items were taken off when moving or lost. But the bully seriously said that he would not lose it since he always plays like this. He guessed that Hayu thought he was new to the game and told him to watch him throw away those items right now. Hayu was horrified when he saw this and tried to take the phone, but the bully did not allow him to do this. Hayu, realizing what had happened, apologized in a trembling voice. The guy raised his hand and hit him in the face. He said that he just wanted to play together, and Hayu was acting like an arrogant idiot over such a trifle, and irritably added that he didn't need anything, telling Hayu to take his phone. But he knew that the guy would kill him on the spot if their eyes met once again. He handed the phone back, and Hayu apologized, not yet taking the device. Avoiding stronger predators, the bullies took advantage of the weak, and Yashin, learning to think of this as the basic nature of humans and the structure of their race, cleared his mind. Distracted from these thoughts, he turned to the side, mentally noting that he, his father, and the other warriors were similar because despite the power, they could be ordinary people, no different from each other, and not cowardly and escaping villains. At this time, the bully continued to shout at Hayu, and Yashin began to think that in reality, there are no real stories about heroes. He suddenly became distracted because SU, by asking for forgiveness, attracted the attention of the bully and Hayu. They both looked at him in confusion, and SU, again apologizing for interfering, looked at Hayu and asked if it was right that it was him. He said that they went to the same elementary school, although they were not in the same class, but admitted that he did not know who Hayu's tall friend was, and then said his name, smiling kindly. He wasn't sure what had happened here, but he didn't think there was a need to shout or resort to violence since they were classmates now, and it would be nice if they got along. Continuing to frown in bewilderment, the bully swore, grinned, and said irritably that now even idiots open their mouths. Addressing the main character, he asked what his problem was. Siv was a little frightened and remained silent, not knowing what to answer. The bully swung his foot, kicked him, and repeated his question, calling Siv names. However, he opened his eyes in shock, and even Yashin, falling off reading the book, decided to watch what was happening. The bully, trembling, fell to the ground and asked what kind of nonsense this was. Siv, who didn't seem to feel the blow, asked if the guy was okay. He was sincerely excited, but at that moment, the bully's comrade also hit him in the chest, but soon frowned, seeing that Siv practically did not react. The main character looked at the second student in bewilderment, and he, continuing to frown, asked what was wrong with Siv. Such amazement was caused by the fact that Siv didn't even move, but not paying attention to the enemy's embarrassment. The main character smiled and asked if the guy would let him go already. He grabbed the student's wrist, and he became more frightened, sweating from the exertion, shocked by the power that Siv possessed. Smiling kindly, Siv suggested they just talk peacefully, suggesting that they could do it. He let go of the bully's trembling hand, and cursing, the two students looked at the phone that had fallen to the ground, deciding that they would talk later. Siv pursed his lips, not knowing how to react, but was suddenly distracted from his thoughts in surprise when he heard someone warn him that he was in big trouble. It was Yashin, who, turning in his chair towards Siv, explained that these hooligans did not need a reason to cause problems, and therefore they would simply wait for Siv, either before lunch or after school, to take him to some secluded place and beat him up half to death until they were satisfied. Looking a little to the side with satisfaction, he asked if it was worth it. Turning towards Hayu, he noted that even the one whom Siv helped did not thank him and assumed that right now he was probably thinking about how he could avoid this. In Yashin's opinion, by trying to cover up such scoundrels, Siv would only make his school life more painful. Laughing, Yashin doomed the protagonist, assuming that everything would really be like that, but said that he knew what he was getting into and therefore had no regrets. Yashin was very, very surprised, and Siv honestly admitted that it was terrible, but added that if he had ignored it, he would have felt even worse and would not have been able to bear it. He wanted this, so he was sure that this was now his personal problem, and he was going to do everything possible to deal with the consequences. He also explained that he was pretty good at hiding and avoiding things he didn't like, so he figured he'd manage somehow. Yashin was silent for a while, pondering what he had heard, and Siv began to look around, wondering where he should sit. He suddenly heard Yashin announce that there was an empty seat here, and realizing that the main character did not have many friends in the class, he put his palm on the next place at the desk, saying that Siv could take this place if he had nowhere else to go. Sitting down, the main character awkwardly said that he usually sits in front since he is short, but Yashin advised him to stop being poor and sit down because if he argued, he would not be accepted as smart. He also seriously added that he could not command Siv but promised that he would not have problems if he was near Yashin. He remembered Siv saying his name and introduced himself in response before grinning and noting that he didn't think their school life would be that smooth. In the end, they decided to become friends. And now Yashin was remembering all this before launching another attack. While the platform continued to tilt to one side, someone noted that this was unusual since such coincidences did not happen. This place had been used by the generals of the main palace for training for many generations, and a scene that had existed for 1,000 years had reached this state after one blow. Thinking about this, Lady Gu held the magic bubble around herself, and Siv, who continued to sit motionless, mentally noting that this was not all the power, but just a light blow. Hawaii, meanwhile, used another hair, creating a new magical attack, and everyone understood that this was too much power for a young member who was barely 20 years old. Hawaii was sure that it was all over, and Yashin, looking back, thought about what exactly made him leave home. He guessed that the factor was that night when Yashin realized that out of all the people he knew in this world, another person was the closest to becoming the main character of the story. He remembered Siv the moment he announced that he would become the king of the monsters. Yashin was then shocked that the one who was once considered the most ordinary person and needed protection uttered such words. Of course, Yashin's opinion on this matter did not change, since it was an incredibly meaningless and unsubstantiated statement, but it was very impressive. Siv, at that moment, the powerful attack H made exploded, releasing energy, but Yashin dispelled it by striking with his own sword. Hai was amazed when she noticed this, and even Lady Gu opened her mouth in shock. Everyone realized that this was different from what they thought about human shamans. Yashin, meanwhile, thought that Siv was only a little short, as he needed to wake up and face the truth. Smirking, he said out loud that it was bad luck, since he was just an exception, and being a friend of a person like Siv, he decided that he too should become much more naive. He remembered how, before the start of the fights, the main character noted with amazement that they went to school together, remembering that it was a crazy time. At that time, high school students came to them and said that they would defeat them, and many of them belonged to some kind of team. Shur was suddenly asked if Yashin used his strength to defeat these bullies. Closing his eyes, Yashin smiled and asked, "Is this possible?" As a member of the Shaman Association, he had pride and wouldn't do that to people, so he only used basic skills when chasing those guys away. Siv understood everything and said that Yashin was truly amazing, and his friend, moving a little to the side, now admitted to himself that he had used the skills several times. He remembered how, back in school, Yashin advised him to never deny anything because even if he lands just one blow, he needs to make it victorious. Siv, looking at Yashin in amazement, asked, a little scared, does he really think that he needs to beat these hooligans? In the past, on the first day of school, chaos began to snowball, and the two of them had to deal with negativity from all sides for 3 years. The main character thought that if they just apologized once and fought, everything would be over. But Yashin, who was secretly enjoying the situation, rejected this proposal and remembered that despite the fact that Siv seemed like an easy target, he took many blows but never hit back. So in high school, no one dared to mess with him, and Yashin remembered this. But he was distracted from his thoughts and, getting into a fighting position, frowned, releasing more energy to continue the battle. Lady Gu, who was watching the battle, asked in amazement, "What is happening?" The previous strike was more powerful than she expected, and even the palace generals, with the exception of the great general, would have thought of evasion as the best strategy. Of course, even if Yashin had dodged, he would have been quickly backed into a corner, so it was only a matter of time before he suffered the same fate. However, Yashin continued to fight, dodging the attacks, and tried to land a strike of his own. H suddenly raised her leg, and Yashin, noticing this, frowned, his mouth slightly open. The next moment, Hai, activating her magic, kicked the platform with force. It was amazing that just one step had such an impact on the situation, and everyone asked themselves, how much more powerful could it be? Trying not to lose his composure, Yashin narrowed his eyes slightly and, pushing off from the ground, rose into the air to stay in flight. He swung his sword, and H watched him carefully, ready to use her own attack. The next moment, she used 3 strands of hair to create a triple divine wind, and when the right amount of energy was concentrated, 3 powerful streams flew forward. Yashin took out several small daggers but waited for now before striking. It was similar to the previous attack. However, all 3 streams were much more powerful than the original attack, and with such magical techniques, even 10 people would not be able to block a single blow. Realizing this, Lady Gu clenched her jaw while continuing to hold the shield around herself and sieve Yashin, waiting for the wind streams to approach him, released small swords from his palm, and then struck with his weapon, cutting through the wind stream closest to him. Lady Gu, noticing this, was even more amazed since it didn't even seem like a blow with full force. However, breaking through the ferocious power of the monsters in one fell swoop was almost impossible, and even Hai raised her blood in amazement. Yashin, without being distracted, turned around, focusing on the remaining 2 streams, and in order to slow down his fall and stay in the air, he stepped on one of the small swords, which, thanks to the energy, remained in the air. Sharply pushing off from this, Yashin flew forward, and the next moment both streams intersected in the place where he had just recently stood. Without stopping or looking back, Yashin began to approach Hai, holding his sword at the ready, and Hai raised her arms, preparing to continue the fight. Yashin suddenly noticed that the streams had turned around and were heading towards him, and asked if the attack he had just repelled was returning. Considering that Hai was still standing in place, it was likely that this was direct control rather than automatic tracking, and Yashin jumped higher, dodging the attacked path of one of the wind currents. However, at the same moment, the second stream approached him from behind, and turning around at the last moment, Yashin frowned, cursed, and was unable to dodge this attack. The energy exploded, forming a powerful impact, and as it gradually began to dissipate, Yashin fell down. Hai suggested that this could be expected, but admitted that when Yashin confidently cut through the first wind, she thought that 3 streams of wind would be a lot. She assumed that 2 streams would be enough for Yashin, and now she admitted that this amazing ending was not at all like what she had expected. Yashin was quite badly injured, and one of his arms was practically unable to move, so he stood with his head down, breathing heavily, and Lu realized that this was bad, guessing that Yashin had used almost all of his energy to survive this attack. This could have caused fatal injuries rather than simply immobilizing his left arm, and even if Yashin had survived, he and Civ would have been virtually incapacitated after this fight. Although a record of 5 straight victories was already impressive, Hai, meanwhile, continued to speak and said that the last one would be the 3rd stream, which would completely destroy Yashin from above. She waved her hands, controlling the wind, and this attack rose higher, directing one end towards Yashin, who continued to stand in place. Hai understood that he had enough time to dodge and asked herself if he was stubbornly striving for a meaningless death. She even felt sorry that Yashin was so stupid, but despite this, she had no intention of stopping and lowered her attack downwards. Yashin continued to stand and only tightened his palm around the hilt of his sword, after which, waiting until the attack was closer, he swung his weapon, cutting through the wind. Hai opened her mouth in shock, as she did not expect something like this, and Yashin froze for a while in a fighting position while the wind energy dissipated. He frowned as the remaining pieces of the wind nearly knocked him off his feet as they scattered to the sides, having mastered her amazement. H suddenly realized that it was not the power of the sword that had just cut the wind, since due to the injury, half of Yesh's body was incapacitated and there was almost no energy left. She came to this conclusion because she noticed that Yashin stopped using his sword as support and was trembling violently. Even after splitting the divine wind in half, he could not overcome the consequences but simply fell to the ground. Assuming that this was part of some kind of witchcraft used by people, H asked why Yashin did not use it in the second round. She frowned deeper, concentrating, and assumed that it was not just Yash's strength or energy, since there must be some other special condition. Suddenly, Yashin asked, "Didn't she relax?" He grinned forcefully, saying that Ha's opponent was in front of her and was practically turning her back, but she continues to follow her untouchable rule. He admitted that he wanted to give up, but now he assumed that he could no longer do it. But in fact, it was just a bluff, since Yashin was literally on the verge of defeat. His realized energy, which could be considered a bet, was depleted by just one hit from the divine wind, and he had body cards in his hands with his hand immobilized. Still, Yashin frowned stubbornly, remembering that he had two remaining sections of the barrier that had withstood the previous blow. One of the knives suddenly flew to the side, and Yashin remembered that he also had weapons equivalent to small high-explosive bombs and tools that could be used as support. Yet, he understood that none of this would be enough to confront the monster standing in front of him in this completely inadequate situation. However, despite all this, Yashin entered the battle and ran forward, intending to attack. H grabbed another lock of hair with her fingers, pulling it out, but she didn't understand why Yashin continued to fight. It was possible that she might, faced with such recklessness, choose close combat over ranged magic, doing so at least out of respect for an opponent who had shown more than expected. Or things could have been completely different. Noticing that Yashin was almost approaching her, H activated her magic, extending her hand forward and directing an attack towards Yashin. Dodging this, Yashin ran forward, striking H's side with his sword, but frowned with displeasure when he noticed that she had used a unique monster technique called time mountain pressure. This increased the caster's mass to a level comparable to the strength of mountains. H used the same technique during one of her first powerful strikes, and because of this, even simple techniques could affect changes in the terrain. Density increased in proportion to weight, and strength also increased. Thinking about this, H turned to look at Yashin, who had once again taken up his fighting position. In other words, in order to defeat someone who uses the pressure of the mountains, it was necessary to crush or split the mountain. Previously, Yashin managed to avoid H's attack only because he saw through these attacks, but trying to split the mountain with all his might would at most break or bend the weapon, and all that would be left of Yashin would be an arm and a sword. Frowning, H thought about it, analyzed her feelings, and mentally noted that now it was as if she had just been scratched and not hit with a sword. She assumed that Yashin tried to break through her in the same way as he split the divine barrier, but she realized that nothing happened. But even if the blow went through, it would be pointless. H thought so. The pressure of the mountains was a mark of distinction and a blessing of her bloodline, and until now, there had been no opponent who could get close to her. Lowering his head slightly, Yashin mentally returned to the past and remembered how his interlocutor asked what he was talking about regarding Yashin's training. This man's opinion was not meaningless at all, but Yashin asked, disappointed, when did he say such a thing? He admitted that this was not entirely groundless and noted, to be more precise, we are talking about the possibility of people winning over monsters. Looking at Shogun, standing opposite, Yashin noted that some could defeat several spirits, but explained that he meant not only them, but also the born monsters in their habitat. Shogun thought for a moment, and Yashin continued, saying that they do not need to discuss physical strength and endurance, since simple breathing fills a person with energy and increases life expectancy tens of times. The only drawback could be neglecting training, but anyone who has their sights set on the king of the monsters should not ignore this. But there was something more important, and Yashin asked, what about the monster's unique techniques? He noted that he had recently read some old, dusty books, promising that Shogun would bring it, and remembered that they talked about methods of extermination based on the characteristics of monsters. The whole point was that there are weaknesses, elemental characteristics, and useless abilities that undermine authority. Thanks to this, it was clear that it was impossible to destroy all monsters or defeat the strongest of them. But in order to at least survive in a world where monsters roam freely, shamans must cope with someone of the 8th rank or so. He wanted to continue talking about the possibility of teaching an ordinary person how to pierce steel, but before he finished, Shagan suddenly admitted that Yashin was right. Not expecting this, Yashin frowned and asked if Shagan was really saying this seriously. Shagan continued, admitting that no matter how much a person trains, he will not be able to break through steel because even if it were him, he would cope with some ordinary monster. But, as Yashin himself said, when monsters born with unusual abilities appear, resistance is impossible for them. Shagan could handle several lower spirits, but facing a true monster would most likely end in defeat for him. Yashin asked Shagan to wait a little while and asked if it was appropriate for a person in Shagan's position to say such a thing. Shagan simply announced that Yashin needs to understand something and noted that something hard like steel and real steel are fundamentally different things, and the difference is even greater than Yashin himself thinks about it. Yashin was very surprised at that moment, but now he was distracted from the memories and, clenching his jaw, frowned, leaning back a little. H stood in a fighting position to repel possible attacks. One of the small swords that Yashin suddenly flew forward, and H asked if there was even a single thread left from the previous rain of swords. She assumed that Yashin was counting on protection, but this was not necessary, and the answer was incorrect, since none of the threads of the rain of swords were intended for protection, and it was all to distract. H jumping up, Yashin used the sword as support, and H was amazed to notice this. The slight confusion caused by what happened simply created another opportunity, and before continuing the battle, Yashin remembered how someone explained to him that no matter how skillful the monster's technique, it is still a temporary phenomenon, like a mirage, which is caused by the use of energy. As a result, Yashin could read the flow of energy that makes up this spell. But closing his eyes, Yashin asked what the interlocutor was telling him. He assumed that Shagan also liked martial arts books and noted that he had read even more than Yashin himself. He asked why Shagan didn't tell him about it if something like that was possible in the first place. He noted that it was not Shagan's spirit to start with theory if it could not be applied in practice, and asked if this was correct. Shagan did not argue, because, even if he trained all his life, it was not a fact that he would be able to achieve this. The same applied to Yashin, but Shagan still advised him to be more serious because, in that case, he would speak completely differently. This was a technique that Yashin achieved for the first time in this battle, and as he instantly moved forward to reach Ha, he noted that it was a miraculous power even compared to the supernatural abilities of shaman. This was the ability to move in unreal planes. Such miracles were similar to the divine techniques of the old shamans. And using this, Yashin ran past Ha, striking with a divine technique called imprisonment. From the blow he struck, blood sprayed into the air from Ha, and the released energy shone brightly. One of the divine techniques was revived today by a genius who turned out to be Yashin. Once upon a time in daytime China, there lived a butcher with excellent skills, and his movements while slaughtering cattle were as smooth as the flow of water, and not a single drop of blood spilled from his knife. The king, amazed at such skill, called the butcher and, exclaiming that this was amazing, asked how he achieved such a level of skill. The butcher replied that ordinary butchers change their knives once a month because they mindlessly cut straight into the bones. He explained that a good butcher changes his knife once a year because he only cuts the flesh of livestock. However, he also added that he does not look at the cattle with his own eyes, but perceives the carcasses with his mind, following heavenly principles. That is why, judging by the butcher's explanations, his knife did not encounter a single obstacle when moving through the space between skin and flesh, bones and meat. Following these principles and not changing his knife for 19 years, he cut down thousands of heads of cattle, but his knife was still as sharp as if a butcher had just sharpened it. Dropping to one knee, the butcher stretched out his palms on which his knife lay to prove his words to the king. Placing his hand thoughtfully on his chin, the king realized that this butcher had truly comprehended the path of caring for life, and he said this in awe. This story and the skills of a butcher gave rise to a concept among the people called a butcher who knew the life of a bull. Among the shamans of the Korean peninsula, this concept was known as a divine technique called the killing blow. When used correctly, the power of this technique was so destructive that even the most formidable opponents could not take a breath. It was this technique that Yashin used when striking Ha, and the attack worked since such a technique was fatal to even the proudest warriors. Over the past few hundred years on the Korean peninsula, no shaman had surpassed this power. But right now, Yashin did not feel much satisfaction from his achievement since, while continuing to run forward, he suddenly dropped his sword from his palms without feeling anything at all. He fell into the water from the platform, and one of the observers, coming to the edge, looked at the water around him, noting that he was very sorry that everything had happened this way. He raised his hand, looking at Yashin floating on the surface, and admitted that with such outstanding skills, it would not be a tragedy to lose just once. Activating his magic, he lifted Yashin out of the water, placing him on the surface of the platform, and was glad that Yashin was able to continue until the very end. He died admitting that he didn't know if it was Yashin's pride or self-confidence, but expressed hope that next time he would judge his opponents better. For some time, the observer was silent, looking at Yashin from whose hair and body water was flowing. But suddenly, Lady Gu, who came closer, said that Yashin was not so stupid, and he did not do this because he misjudged his opponent. Since he accurately assessed Ha, and that is why he made his move, the second observer asked in confusion what Lady Gu was talking about. She admitted that this was contradictory, since the mysterious swordsmanship that Yashin demonstrated was incredibly unpredictable. Despite how easily Yashin would be destroyed by attacks that no one seemed to be able to stop, when he was faced with other attacks of the same power and he didn't have enough opportunities to dodge or counterattack, he didn't. Lady Gu remembered how Yashin fought against the wind currents, as this was the perfect proof of her words. The man suggested that it was all due to severe exhaustion or the inability to attack without interruption for a short period of time, and Lady Gu honestly admitted that she thought the same thing. However, after observing the defense before the final duel, she understood everything since, despite attempts to strike, Ha was unable to get through to the wounded enemy. And although he knew that it was useless and risky due to restrictions, in some way, he wanted to use what he did not own. In other words, it could be assumed that Yashin wanted to complete a new technique during the battle. The observer, with his mouth slightly open in amazement, looked at Yashin lying next to him and, stuttering slightly with excitement, asked what this was supposed to mean. Lady Gu was sure that there was a point to this since it would be easier to accept if it was just arrogance or stupidity. The man assumed that his colleague was trying to say that Yashin deliberately risked his life in order to perform, although he knew that he could not defeat the enemy. Turning to the side, Lady Gu announced that these were just her conjectures and suggested that her opponent also thought the same. She looked at Ha standing to the side, who did not move, looking straight ahead. Her body had almost recovered, although her clothes were torn and bloody. Ha was still standing only because her regeneration abilities were stunning. Even if she didn't belong to a race with strong regeneration, the monster's vitality and recovery abilities matched their personal strength. Monsters with a certain level of strength, even if they lost more than half of their body, could still recover. The Yashin sword, which was now gradually sinking to the bottom, accurately cut Ha's body in half. However, if you look at it from another perspective, it was just one effective hit. The moment the divine sword passed through Ha's body, it had already begun to regenerate. Despite this, she immediately froze for a moment because such an exceptional recovery happened for the first time in Ha's life. She opened her mouth in shock as she continued to stand in place and thought about the pressure of the mountains. This was literally an ability that towered like a mountain and was not susceptible to any external threats. Ha possessed this ability from birth, unlike flesh and blood beings who learn it through trial and error. She simply had no experience of being wounded or injured. For someone like her, the feeling of a sword splitting her body in two was too acute. Taking another lock of hair with her fingers, Hua was about to use magic. The observer, continuing to watch her, suggested that even in this state, it was still possible to fight, and asked if the other participant intended to continue the fight. Lady Gu understood that this was not yet clear, and the man asked again in bewilderment because he did not understand what she meant. He noted that Lady Gu could simply ask this question from another precinct. Realizing that the man was right, Lady Gu still warned that asking this question now would be too difficult. She did not immediately notice this, but now she assumed that Siv had lost consciousness during the first exchange of blows. It didn't matter what they said, as he would remain silent. Focusing only on breathing, Siv continued to sit a little to the side, motionless and doing the exercise. The observer remembered that he had heard a story from someone about immersion in breathing training so deep that people lost track of time due to blocked consciousness. It seemed surprising to him that such a dive was possible in the midst of such chaos. But he warned that if Siv did not come out of this state, they might come to the conclusion that none of the team members could continue to fight. He assumed that this would be better for them and focused his attention on Huai's face for a while. Suddenly, he heard someone declare that there was no need for this. It was Huai, who summoned new clothes, covering the torn fabric with them, and said seriously that this was clearly her defeat. She agreed with this, and everyone was amazed. The observer declared that if the parties involved in the battle admit this, then there is no problem, but still wanted to object. Huai, interrupting his words, said that this was enough. She was sure that this was true if there were no problems and repeated that one admission of defeat should be enough. She looked at Yashin, who continued to lie unconscious, and admitted that she was grateful to him for the valuable experience that he gave her. If Yashin had mastered the art of fencing from the very beginning, which he used at the end, Huai was sure that during the battle, she would have died several times. Thanks to Yashin, she felt defeated and realized how reckless she had been and what she needed to improve on. Lady Gu listened attentively to her words. Huai asked Yashin to promise her that they would meet again, and in return, she promised that she would completely stun him and the others without showing any recklessness. Today, she activated her magic very slightly to make her appearance more menacing and impressive, then stepped aside. Since there was nothing else to look at, Siv suggested moving to the next place. Sighing, the man warned that the other participants' matches were not over yet. Huai said that the location of the Dragon Palace was unpredictable. Suddenly, she noticed a glimmer of magic that appeared to the side. Opening her eyes wider in amazement, she turned around. Seeing that Siv, as if waking up, touched his hair with his palm, he admitted in shock that he had the feeling that he was fast asleep, but noted that it seemed to him he had not slept that long. Standing up, he announced that he had heard Huai's voice when he woke up and added that she didn't need to give up, suggesting that she just continue fighting with him. Huai and Lady Gu were equally astonished at this. With a frown, Huai assumed that Siv was trying to devalue the opportunity gained through his partner's efforts. Siv said that this was not the case, explaining that if Yashin received a fine, he would graciously accept it, but admitted that the teammate he knows would never agree to such a thing since he always said that if a person loses, then they lost because a victory achieved without a fight is meaningless. Huai was still amazed and assumed that Siv wanted to say that he would defeat her. Siv, tilting his head slightly to the side, admitted that he simply thought it was the right thing to do regardless of his chances of winning and promised that he would still try to win if he could. Despite his thoughts on the matter, he knew that Huai was confident that she had every chance of winning. She frowned, surprised by these words. What Siv said about Yashin's disagreement was simply sentimental. Although it was unexpected, everyone felt it. Even the observer, who froze, not understanding anything. The monster, who saw Siv from the very beginning, felt this most of all. Lady Gu also didn't fully understand the situation. She frowned and asked herself what exactly happened here. Only a few minutes had passed, but Siv, who stopped in front of Huai, began to look completely different. Releasing magical energy from his body, he was clearly not the same as before. Huai decided to immediately say that Yashin was a very special case, so Siv would not have the same opportunity. Siv simply advised her to do something right now if she wanted it, because if he left, it would affect his loved ones. Huai admitted that this made sense and stood up more comfortably to begin the battle, since she understood that there was no need for unnecessary words and mental battles. The changes that happened to her, because she experienced the pain of defeat for the first time in her life, helped her grow. Pushing off sharply from the ground, she ran forward at great speed. Without realizing it, she also wanted a new battle. On the other side was Siv, who was in a state that had many restrictions. Although he got into a fighting position, with no intention of giving up, his spiritual energy and magic were still blocked. Even if he regained some energy, he did not have the same complex and subtle magic as Yashin. However, he still confidently stood up to a monster who already knew his strength. Having reached a certain distance, Hwai jumped, and Siv became alert, intending to parry the blow. Strengthening her magic, she prepared for a fight. At the same moment, Siv concentrated energy in such a way that a horn appeared on his head, similar to the one created before using a goblin club. Looking at the approaching Hwai, Siv stood, not yet repelling the attack. At the same moment, the observer touched his temple with his fingers, analyzing the information received. Lady Gu, stretching her arms forward, activated magic, which made Hwai and Siv equally amazed. Siv disappeared, and Hwai's eyes widened in shock. She noticed that a man was standing next to her, announcing that since the battles of the other participants were completed, to continue, he would acknowledge Hwai's concession and move her to another location. She heard someone ask her not to be sad, but did not react to this. She looked a little to the side, not knowing what to say. Finally, she said there was no reason to be upset, since it was true that she admitted defeat. She also assumed that she could have one as a result, but there was something else. The warden, hearing these words, was amazed. Hwai added that, looking at what happened, she could say that she was lucky that it ended without having begun. Despite this, something still haunted her as her time, mountains burst like an egg. She continued to try to cope with the shock, asking in disbelief what exactly happened during the collision. She, Lady Gu, and Yashin were transported to another platform, and she turned around, not understanding what exactly happened. Lady Gu admitted that she understood she desired to continue the battle, but explained that once Hwai surrendered, there was really no turning back. If the fight continued now, it would become an individual duel between guests rather than a duel within the competition. Wiping her fist across her forehead, Lady Gu sighed, warning that if Siv was ready for this, the intervention of her and the others would be unnecessary. But the main character, having calmed down, refused this, noting that if the result could no longer be changed, then so be it. Noticing how Yashin felt just as he himself woke up, Siv realized that it was reckless of him, and Lady Gu admitted that she was glad to hear it. She asked if Yashin was okay. Sighing again, she noticed that at first glance, there seemed to be no serious damage, but something still made her wonder. Although Siv was not completely sure, he assumed that Yashin would be fine. Looking at his friend, who was lying calmly on the floor, Siv noticed that his pulse and breathing seemed normal and realized that this was definitely the breathing technique that Yashin had taught him. As before, Yashin recovered by subconsciously regulating his breathing. But Siv was distracted from thinking about this as Lady Gu announced that he would have to face his next opponents, but offered to count the team's defeat this time if she was against continuing the fight. The main character froze, thought for a while, and then suddenly asked Lady Gu to let him look at his opponent first. Not having time to finish this phrase, he screamed, feeling that spiritual energy began to be released from his body, and looked in amazement at how suddenly the spirit, instantly getting out of his body, flew forward, emitting small charges of lightning from itself. It was directed toward the emerging opponents and their own observer. Yuzuru, who was on the newly arrived team, asked in amazement if it was Ru. She knelt down, hugging the spirit that flew closer to her, and Yoshihiro, who was standing next to her, looked at her in bewilderment. Yuzuru, also not understanding what was happening, asked what it was. She didn't know why the spirit was here. Yuzuru was holding a frightened Ru in her arms, which was making loud noises. She explained to him that everything was fine and that she was already here. At that moment, she herself was thinking that they were lucky because they managed to return Ru. After that, she looked carefully, raising her eyes upward because she understood that if Ru was here, it meant that that person was too. The guy standing behind them, named Naku, said that their next opponents were human, after which he clarified that they were extremely experienced fighters of the same class as them. Yuzuru looked at him with a surprised expression. Naku continued to say that one of them was the main warrior of the Constellation Hall in the past, and the other was his servant. Yoshihiro, placing his hand on his forehead, said, "Constellation Hall?" Looking carefully in front of him, he asked Yuzuru to wait and asked her if this was the wrong person. After that, he asked in surprise if they were both human. Yuzuru answered him in the affirmative and said that the person lying on the ground in an unconscious state was Kim Yashin, and it was he who saw them off when they first arrived in Korea. Yoshihiro repeated, "In the past," after which he asked if this meant that he was no longer a member of the Constellation Hall. Then he thoughtfully said that, given everything that had happened, it was quite understandable why the clan members could leave. After this, he remarked that, however, he thought that he would become the next head. Looking in front of him, he said that, judging by the injuries, their last battle was brutal. He noticed that the situation was difficult in any case. At this time, Siv began to confidently approach them. Yuzuru, with a frightened expression on her face and eyes wide open, looked in front of her. She understood that they were both people, but at the same time, she realized that this simply could not be true. She thought that, no matter how she looked at him, he was the same as he was before. Yoshihiro told her that he too was at first confused, wondering whether he was a monster or not, but he noticed that the dragons in the palace were not so unreasonable. Yuzuru, looking at Siv, understood that he was the same height and build and that Kim Yashin already knew him. At this point, their reasoning was interrupted. Yoshihiro said that he would talk to him. Yuzuru looked at him with a surprised expression on her face, and Yoshihiro, looking confidently in front of him, said that they still had to fulfill their duties. Soon after, the protagonist and Yoshihiro stood opposite each other in the center of the area. Yoshihiro spoke first and said that he was pleased to meet him, after which he introduced himself, saying that he was Yoshihiro Kira from Japan. Siv looked at him in surprise. Yoshihiro continued to say that he could have heard about him from Yashin since he and his sister flew to Korea on business and met Yashin as soon as they arrived. Siv answered him that he knew this. After that, he answered him by saying that he was also pleased to meet them. He introduced himself by saying that his name was Choy MDO and that he served the young master. At this time, the main character was surprised to think that he was Japanese. Then he mentally noticed that his Korean was very good. After this, Yoshihiro, confused and at the same time uncertain, said that he did not know how he would take it, but he still decided and asked him if he could give in. Yoshihiro asked this question with a confused expression on his face, placing his hand on the back of his head. Siv answered him by saying that he saw no reason for this. Yoshihiro hastily put his outstretched palms in front of him and shouted to him, "Okay." After that, he admitted, saying that he was right. He asked for forgiveness if he offended him. After that, he assumed that he must have insulted him, and he was very sorry for that. He bowed to him, lowering his head down and pressing his hands to his belt. He said that he had not thought, after which he said that if they pretended not to hear this, he would be very grateful to him. Siv, looking at him, thought that he looked completely different from what he seemed at first glance. Squeezing his eyes, Yoshihiro said that he knew it sounded pathetic, but fighting against another person was simply wrong. He admitted that he had not prepared for such a battle. Naku told Yuzuru that her brother seemed to have a soft character. He remarked that, based on what he knew about his abilities, he assumed that he must be able to win only with his skill, after which he hesitantly remarked that, however, he bowed his head. Yuzuru sharply answered him, saying that he was not soft at all, after which she began to pour out magical energy from her palms, which she put in front of her torso. She began to straighten out these words to Naku, saying that he was simply not serious enough, at which time she looked piercingly in front of her, frowning her eyebrows. At this time, the main character extended his hand forward, saying that there was no need for an apology. He admitted that it was indeed a little sudden, but not at all offensive. He also said that he understood his reluctance to fight with another person with a smile on his face. Yoshihiro asked him if he could suggest another way to solve this. Siv asked him, interestedly. The other one? Yoshihiro, with a smile on his face, told him that they needed to find a way they both would agree on in order to avoid serious injury or risk to life. Shiru looked at him with interest, while Yoshihiro, with a serious expression on his face, suggested eliminating the use of magic or enchanted objects. He proposed fighting using only their spiritual and physical powers. At that moment, he raised his hand to his chest, clenching his palm into a fist. Around his hand, a thick magical energy of bright blue color appeared, enveloping it. Then the main character noticed that, to be honest, he was confident in himself when it came to the skill of physical combat. Yuzuru and Naku silently looked at them from the side. Yoshihiro said that he did not know that he was trained as a warrior. Then he said that if he defeated him, he would retreat on behalf of his sister, so this would be considered his victory over both of them. At that moment, he looked at his sister, who was behind him, and said that it would be fair. Yuzuru opened her eyes and mouth wide in shock and called out to him, asking who gave him the right to make such decisions. Yoshihiro told her that everything was fine, after which, with a smile on his face, he said that they still wouldn't be able to fight to the death. Then he noticed that besides, he was still invincible, and even if he lost once, it would not be the end. Siv answered him that he was not against it. Then he stood in a fighting stance and said that he agreed with his proposal. He noted that although he was not against the fact that he would need to defeat only one of them, if they could not reach an agreement, then he was ready to fight both. Yoshihiro replied with a happy expression that he was glad he had found someone reasonable to negotiate with. After that, he asked him to be sure that the conditions would not change. Naku silently watched them, thinking that this was not as exciting as he thought. He believed that they were in for a brutal and intense fight between invincible fighters. But now, looking at Yashin, he saw that one of them could barely move. He realized that if they were going to fight in such an atmosphere, then most likely everything would end in an exchange of several moves. At this moment, Siv and Yoshihiro looked at each other confidently. Naku mentally suggested that they just get it over with. At a short distance, Yoshihiro and the main character, standing opposite each other, began to approach the center. With synchronized, sharp jerks at great speed, they struck each other. Siv hit him in the face with his elbow, and Yoshihiro hit him in the leg using his fist. From the unexpected shock, Naku's jaw dropped, opening his mouth wide. Jang Naku is a low-ranking officer in the Dragon Palace who serves as a civil servant. He comes from a prestigious and noble family with great promise. However, he once dreamed of becoming a great general in the Dragon Palace, so he trained in martial arts for many decades of his youth like a monster. He shed a lot of blood and sweat, but life was not kind to him. Everything would have gone well if the problem was only in the training methods or conditions. Jang Naku's family came from Seaman-T monsters, and he did not have any outstanding innate abilities. In addition, he did not have ancestors who were distinguished by similar qualities. For a young monster full of hope, this was overcoming a harsh and gloomy reality. So Jang Naku left his dreams behind. With only a fraction of the effort he put into martial arts, he easily passed the civil service exam. However, even after giving up his dream, he remembered that interest and delight, which is why he was a volunteer at this tournament, doing something that other civilian officers avoided, considering it troublesome and dangerous work. Partly among all the officials of this tournament, he could be considered the most understanding in combat arts. So what he saw sent shivers down his spine. With a shocked expression on his face, a blue forehead, and wide eyes, he watched the active combat clash between two professional fighters in close combat. They attacked each other at great speed with a variety of attacks. Siv struck Yoshihiro with a side blow with his elbows, but this time Yoshihiro managed to dodge, retreating back from his blow. After that, he raised his right leg and kicked the main character with that leg toward his head. Siv was able to grab his leg and held on, not letting go. After this, Yoshihiro, making a sharp jerk upward, struck him a second time with his other leg, this time hitting him right in the face. Immediately after this, he looked in fear in front of him. Siv, who still continued to hold him by the leg, threw him several meters into the distance. Yoshihiro's body crashed into the floor, splitting the platform into fragments. Yuzuru, watching what was happening with a surprised expression on her face and crossing her arms on her chest, asked what was happening. Naku continued to watch the battle in astonishment. In fact, even without special knowledge of martial arts, it was easy to understand what was missing in this fight. In this fight, there was a lack of caution and attentiveness. The main character stood opposite Yoshihiro in a fighting stance, clenching his fists, which he held near his face. Yoshihiro was a few meters away, leaning on his knee, wiping his face with the back of his hand. Clouds of dust flew around him. Caution and attentiveness are two key elements that are important in close combat between experienced fighters, but now these were completely absent. Only attacks were present in their battle. Civ quickly began to approach Yoshihiro, who was sitting opposite him, wiping his bloody face. Their fight looked as if the rule of not using spells allowed them to tear each other apart without thinking. Yoshihiro rose to his feet and, in a fighting stance with a smile on his face, waited for Civ, who was approaching him at high speed. After this, the main character, looking confidently in front of him, extended his hand and grabbed Yoshihiro by his robe. Yoshihiro, with a sharp movement of his leg, hit Shiru right in the face with his knee. From such a powerful blow, the bandage that was on the main character's head flew off. Shiru grabbed Yoshihiro's robe in his hand and began to strike numerous blows to his torso, after which he grabbed him by the collar and punched him in the face. By this time, cracks appeared on Civ's mask that was located on his face in the center. Yoshihiro, with his head thrown back and blood flowing from his mouth, accelerated and, with a sharp, jerking movement, hit the main character on the head with his forehead. Straining his jaw, he did this jump kick. Then they both landed on the ground and stood firm on it. Naku watched this with an admiring expression on his face, holding his hands clenched into fists. He realized that they were both exhausted, and then he assumed that perhaps this was not the case. He realized that this would definitely be their final attack. Civ, confused after receiving the damage, stood on the floor, swaying from side to side. Yoshihiro, at that moment, with a bloody face due to his broken forehead, tried to strike him with his right hand. But Civ managed to dodge this and struck him with his foot, hitting him in the inner part of his thigh. Immediately after this, he caught his face with a sharp left side blow, thereby sticking him into the floor. When Yoshihiro was lying on the floor, unable to resist, the main character raised his tense fist over him. Yoshihiro looked ahead in bewilderment. His pupils were narrow, his face was bloody, and his eyes were confused. Yuzuru looked at him gloomily, with a worried expression on her face. Naku watched with admiration. Yoshihiro asked him in surprise why he was becoming sure. Civ's fist was a few centimeters from Yoshihiro's face. After that, he noticed that he could finish him off. Civ answered him by saying that they had an agreement. They had to end this without serious injury or death. At this moment, drawing attention to the broken part of his mask that was lying on the ground, he added that, in addition, they agreed to use only their physical and spiritual energy. When the main character spoke about this, the part of his face that was exposed due to the broken mask revealed an eye that glowed a bright purple color. Yuzuru looked at this with wide-open eyes in surprise and said that this was what she was thinking about. She understood that it was really him. After that, she assumed that the mask that broke during the battle suppressed his demonic power. She asked herself, is it so? Then she thought about how the people from the palace were one thing, but she feared how Yoshihiro would react. She understood that the conditions were proposed because the enemy was human, and if he believed that he had been deceived from the very beginning. Civ and Yoshihiro were looking at each other carefully. At this time, Yuzuru, looking at them with a tense expression on her face, thought that in this case, he could become incredibly dangerous. Yoshihiro, who looked carefully at the main character, told him what he understood, after which he called him a half-breed monster with mixed blood. He said that all this time, he had been suppressing his power with a mask. Yuzuru continued to watch them with a tense expression, her eyebrows furrowed. A smile appeared on Yoshihiro's face, from which blood flowed. He grinned and said that he really was. Immediately after that, he shouted out how incredibly impressive he was. When he shouted this, he stood on his feet opposite Civ, who looked at him in surprise. while Yoshihiro stuck his thumb up. After this, Yoshihiro said that he was never particularly strong in close combat, even when fighting against other monsters. Yuzuru, with a confused expression on her face, watched in bewilderment at what was happening, with her distorted face and eyebrows at different heights. Yoshihiro, at this time, shouted in delight, surprised that he was now fighting while depressed in irritated confusion. Yuzuru asked what? This can probably be called combat communication, she thought. A fierce duel recognized by both sides. Not only in sports, but also in life and death battles. Strong bonds are often formed between the parties. Civ and Yoshihiro shook hands tightly in a friendly manner. The main character, with a confused expression on his face, also stuck his thumb up, while Yoshihiro wiped his bloody nose. Yashin, heavily exhaling air from his lungs in bewilderment, asked what kind of nonsense this was. He looked at them with an irritated expression on his face, frowning his eyebrows and clenching his palms into fists. Yashin, looking at the broken mask, said so he ended up breaking it. Crossing his legs under him, Yashin said that he was not so strongly attached to it. However, he clarified that this relic had been handed down in his family for hundreds of years. Civ looked at him in surprise and then, with a saddened expression on his face, asked him for forgiveness. Yashin exhaled air from his lungs and said that everything was in order. He told him that anyway, it was more of a symbol than a useful object, and after he left the Constellation Hall, it ceased to have any meaning. At that moment, he thought that, moreover, the fact that it broke during a hand-to-hand fight with a man was very surprising. He looked piercingly in front of him at Yoshihiro, leaving to the side, realizing that even though he ultimately lost, he would physically continue the fight with Sheer within a few minutes. This meant that his body was much stronger than other people's. Lady Gu said that she was relieved. It seemed to her that he was not seriously injured. Yashin looked up at her. She told them that she had reported the two of them, or rather Civ, upstairs and received an answer. After that, she said that, in short, the two of them could no longer continue to participate in the qualifying round. Yashin looked at her emotionlessly, and Civ, with a completely confused expression on his face, opened his eyes wide and listened to this information with his mouth agape. After that, she continued to say that, as they know, this tournament is held in honor of celebrating the birthday of the princess. Since the noble guests, including the King of the Dragons, will be watching the final, the presence of an unknown participant with such a biography and pedigree is very exciting. After which, she noted that, fortunately, they contacted Judge Babai on the Korean peninsula in advance, and he verified and confirmed Civ's identity. After that, she reported that thanks to this, the situation did not worsen. Yashin responded to this that he had no excuse. He admitted that it was his initiative, and he said that if necessary, he would take full responsibility. Lady Gu asked him not to worry. She reminded him that, as she had already said earlier, the only responsibility he would bear was what she had already voiced. After that, she reminded him that they could no longer participate in the qualifying round. However, she clarified that she had kept in mind that from now on, they would both wait. If by the end of the remaining qualifying rounds, their result with 7 wins in a row was one of the best, then they would advance to the finals. Civ looked at her in bewilderment, with his mouth wide open. After that, he asked her, so they're not disqualified? Lady Gu answered him that she herself had not heard this, but apparently the Dragon King himself said that it was interesting. After which, he said that this was an interesting story about a half-breed goblin who appeared among people and won 7 victories in a row, wearing a mask that suppressed his monster power. After that, he asked with a smile on his face, "Doesn't that sound funny?" The Dragon King then said that if Babai vouched for him, then there was no need to refuse such fun. Lady Gu, addressing the surprised Civ and Yashin, told them that he vouched for them in order to give them both the opportunity to participate in the finals. The main character, with a big smile on his face, shouted, "What a relief!" After that, with a joyful expression on his face, he said that with 7 wins, the chances of getting into the finals were quite high. After which, he asked if this was true. Civ looked ahead thoughtfully. He asked himself, without punishment? After that, he asked himself another question: are they even giving them another chance? After that, he consciously interrupted himself and told himself that, moreover, if the number of participants in this tournament did not turn out to be too large, then, frankly speaking, the tally of victories would be enough to reach the finals. He understood that in the last match, it was almost certain that he would have finished the preliminary selection with 6 victories and several injuries. However, even if the finalists are given benefits based on the number of victories, for them it is a purely formal punishment without real losses. He looked thoughtfully at the floor with his legs crossed under him. He understood that this was not just a service. He thought about how it seemed to him that this was real concern. He imagined that they were telling them that they were waiting for them in the final. He looked ahead with a gloomy look, frowning his eyebrows, thinking that he wanted to quit the game right now. But he understood that the problem was that refusing this service could lead to an unpredictable reaction from the Dragon Palace. After that, he thought that at that moment when the mask broke, Siv's participation almost lost its meaning. Moreover, he changed. He looked at the main character who was talking to Lady Gu. At that moment, Yashin looked carefully at his back while asking himself, is it because of the mask? He then suggested that it might have something to do with the breathing technique he was taught. Shao was talking to Lady Gu at this moment with a smile on his face. Yashin, who was watching him, thought that if this change was caused by the breathing technique, then this was a good result. Siv turned to him and told him that he would go talk to the guys. He said that they still had time before the end of other matches. The main character pointed his finger to the side with a smile on his face. Sometime later, he waved to Yoshihiro and shouted his name. Yoshihiro turned to look at him with a smile on his face and joyfully shouted his name in response, while Yuzuru watched Siv with an unfriendly expression on her face. Shiru asked Yoshihiro if he was okay. After this, he noticed that he was bleeding heavily. With a smile on his face, Yoshihiro told him that he was fine. Everything was fine. Then he said that being tough was his only strong point. Yuzuru, watching what happened in bewilderment, asked herself what she was surprised to realize, that they were already chatting so carefully. Yoshihiro then told the protagonist that his sister wanted to meet him. Yuzuru asked him in bewilderment what. Yoshihiro said that she had been talking about him all week. Yuzuru screamed furiously, asking him to wait. Then she asked him, when did she say that she wanted to meet him? She justified herself by shouting that she was just wondering who he was. Yoshihiro was laughing at that moment, and Shiwa was looking at Yuzuru in bewilderment. Yoshihiro asked her what she was talking about. After that, he asked her if she was planning to return. Yuzuru looked ahead in confusion. Yoshihiro, looking at her with a smile, suggested that she leave it for later. Then he reminded her that Shur saved her life. He told her that she said that she would have died if he had not intervened. After these words, Yoshihiro put his hand on the main character's shoulder and told him that he would talk a little with Yashin. After that, turning to Yuzuru, he told her to be sure to say everything she wanted. After these words, he left with the same smile on his face. Yuzuru, looking after him irritably, said that this guy. Siv interrupted her by noting that only a week had passed since their last meeting, after which he put his hand on the back of his head and asked her if her neck was okay. After that, he said that he knew that the situation was emergency then, but it seemed to him that he was too rude. Yuzuru, exhaling heavily from her lungs, told him that everything was fine and the injury was not too serious. Then she noticed that even if he had injured her, it would not have been a problem. After that, she said that she was surprised by her brother's sudden statement, but she admitted that he really saved her life that time. She thanked him for this, explaining that she was only saying this now, although she should have said it a week ago. The main character laughed shyly, stroking his cheek with his finger. He explained to her that he did what he had to do. Yuzuru looked at him in surprise. She asked herself, "What is this?" After that, she thought about the fact that they safely returned to Rue, and she found out what kind of person he was. At that moment, Siv, with a smile on his face and stretching out his hand in front of him, said that he was wondering if she was safe. At that moment, Yuzuru, looking thoughtfully in front of her, thought about the debt for saving her life. She asked herself, could she somehow repay for this? After that, she asked herself again, what is this feeling? She felt like something was missing. People often don't know what they really want. They gradually understand their needs, tastes, and preferences gaining different experiences, trial and error. Yuzuru, whose Korean age is 18 years old, if you ask her now, she would say that her ideal type is a little wild and a little unconscious guys. Last week, she didn't quite understand the disappointment that lurked in the depths of her soul. Then she lay on the bed emotionlessly, looking at the ceiling when Yoshihiro asked her if she was going to eat. Although if you think about it, there were prerequisites, but the answer turned out to be too unexpected and inappropriate to believe. It was so absurd, cruel, and even like a cruel joke. Now, Siv was asking her with a worried expression if she was okay. However, she also saw the image of that Siv that she saw in the heat of his battle with the monster. Understanding what exactly she wants from the guy who stood in front of her is something that Yuzuru still has to figure out. Lady Goose shouted out, put her fingers to her head, and then stretched out her palm in front of her. Magical energy emanated from her palm. She said that they had just been informed that all matches were over, and they would immediately take them to the waiting area. The main character looked at her with a surprised expression on his face, then turned to Yuzuru and, with a smile on his face, raising his hand clenched into a fist to his face, told her that then they would see each other later. And then he interrupted himself and shouted that they would meet again in the final. In a shocked state, Yura looked at the disappearing Shiwa without saying a word to him or taking any action. When he was already missing, she asked herself if he wanted to meet again. She asked herself, what does this even mean? She looked ahead with red cheeks and a confused expression on her face. However, this did not mean anything. Yoshihiro, who approached her, chuckled and said that this was a little problematic. Then he noticed that he did not expect such a reaction from Yashin. Yuzuru looked at him in surprise and asked if he said something wrong. Yoshihiro answered her in the affirmative and, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, assumed that it was so. Then, heavily exhaling air from his lungs, he looked down and said that a week had passed, and he thought that if he was the successor, then he knew. However, he said that he did not know and found out about it only after he told him. Yuzuru looked at him with interest and a worried expression on his face. Yoshihiro hoped that this information did not shock him too much. At this time, Siv and Yashin were transported to the waiting room, which looked like a well-kept large room with a rich, colorful interior and a lot of different furniture inside it. Siv, who had just appeared in this room, looked around in surprise. Then, looking at Yashin, he asked him with a smile on his face, "Where's Lady Goo?" After that, he asked Yashin if they should just wait here. Yashin continued to look gloomily in front of him without reacting to his words. The main character looked at him and asked, "Yashin?" Yashin, in a state of complete shock, did not react in any way to what was happening around him. He looked at one point in front of him, not knowing what to say. Memories of the dialogue with Yoshihiro that had just occurred appeared in his mind. Yoshihiro then approached him and brought him his deep condolences, saying that he sincerely regretted his loss. Yashin, with a surprised expression on his face, asked him, "Condolences?" After that, he asked him, "What are you talking about?" Yoshihiro answered him in confusion that he was talking about the disaster that happened a week ago. Yashin asked him with a surprised expression on his face, "Is it a disaster?" Then he said that he was there a week ago. He asked him, "What happened to the Constellation Hall?" Yoshihiro, with his eyes wide open, said in confusion, "Was it possible?" Yashin stood up and approached Yoshihiro and asked him to tell him in more detail what he meant by talking about the disaster. Yoshihiro looked at him uncertainly and then lowered his gaze down with heaviness and said that, to be honest, they found out about this in an unusual way. After that, he explained to him that, as far as he knew, it happened right after the village demolition incident a week ago. Their sister was put under house arrest under the supervision of people from the Constellation Hall, and he might think it was brave, but they were sent to Korea to carry out a search mission and subordination to the Odin, that is, the spirits of darkness. He told him that therefore they needed to gather information by any means, and when night fell, one of their two observers had to leave urgently, so they took advantage of the opportunity. Yoshihiro, furrowing his eyebrows with a serious expression on his face, explained that they hypnotized the remaining guard in order to extract as much information as possible from the one known to the Constellation Hall. He said that they learned that they were following the goblin who became the main culprit of the day's incident. Yashin, opening his eyes wide, asked him in surprise, "Is he a goblin?" Yoshihiro, closing his eyes, confirmed this and said that this was not his friend, but a Biyun, that is, a goblin leading the Odini. After this, Yoshihiro said that he did not know the details, but it seemed to him that a goblin named Bin was the first to contact the Constellation Hall, stating that he was waiting on the outskirts of Seoul and revealing his location. He explained that this was why almost the entire staff of the Constellation Hall had been mobilized to capture Biyun. After that, Yoshihiro asked him hesitantly, and then Yashin sharply shouted to him, "Enough!" After that, he worriedly asked him, "What happened next?" Yoshihiro hesitantly told him that he had heard that most of the clan members who went hunting did not return. Yashin, with a tense and gloomy expression on his face, looked in front of him, shocked by the news he had just received. Yoshihiro continued to say that there were about 300 people from Seoul in the province. He said that he was told that about 90% of the forces of the Constellation Hall died in the battle with Bon. He then clarified by saying that among them were 4 Grand Masters, including his father, that is, the Lord of 10,000 Gods, Chief Kim Swan. Yashin asked him in true shock, "What?" Yoshihiro confusedly spread his hands to the sides and told him that if there was anything he could do to help him. At that moment, Yashin suddenly disappeared and teleported to the waiting room. Yoshihiro, looking sadly in front of him, said, "Oh no." His face expressed great sadness and concern. At the present time, Siv, turning to Yashin, asked him, "Is it because of his injuries?" After that, he asked him to wait, saying that there should be a doctor nearby. Yashin, looking gloomily in front of him, answered him by saying that everything was fine, after which he asked him to just leave him alone for a while. The main character fell silent and looked worriedly at Yashin and asked himself, "What?" After that, he asked himself, what did he and Yoshihiro talk about there? Then he noticed someone's shadow behind the door and thought that someone was a stranger at the door. Suddenly, Lady Gu teleported into their room. She asked him to wait. Siv looked at her in surprise and asked, "Lady Gu?" After that, she put a finger to her mouth and told him that she was wondering why she was called so suddenly during the tournament. But it turned out that it was a trick to lure her out. She told him that there was no time for long explanations. That's why she asked him to remember what she says. After that, she said that the person standing outside the door should not be here. The main character looked at her in great surprise. Lady Gu continued to say that no matter what he said or did, she firmly asked him not to interfere. Then she said that she was really sorry, and she once again asked to forgive her for this warning. With a tense expression on her face, she said that this man was the youngest princess of the Dragon Palace. This catches up with the latest installments of this story released so far, so please expect some delay before the next part gets released. If you've enjoyed this video, please consider to leave a like and subscribing to the channel. You can also support me further by becoming a patron or a member of the channel if you've got that extra dough. Check out some of my other similar series while you wait. Until next time,